Yoshihide traversed into the world of Harry Potter with the ambition of becoming the most formidable wizard. By an unforeseen twist of fate, he found himself at the infamous Durmstrang Institute, compelling him to take action for his future. Thus, his path to supremacy would commence at Durmstrang. Chapter 1. The Leaky Cauldron. The air in Europe during June of 1989 was decidedly unremarkable. Unbeknownst to him, several years had elapsed since his arrival in this realm. Yoshihide gazed up at the overcast sky. In this world, he was the brother of the enchanting witch Fleur Delacour, bearing the distinction of dark golden hair and silver eyes, unlike his sister's appearance. As in countless fanfictions he had perused, he was an apparent 11-year-old child, yet possessed extraordinary wisdom that in his previous life, Yoshihide was a socially anxious recluse. One fateful day, while returning home from work, he witnessed a truck run a red light, threatening to collide with a girl. In a desperate bid, he abandoned his beloved scooter and rushed forward, only to trip and fall, ultimately sacrificing himself in vain. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a bed, surrounded by two wide-eyed little girls. Confused by a sudden transition, Yoshihide realized he had inherited only a fragment of the original owner's linguistic knowledge, devoid of any memories. In his moment of panic, he resorted to claiming amnesia. Fleur's mother, however, was warm and welcoming, not probing further. After being taken in by the Delacour family, he quickly acclimated to his new reality. He had crossed over to the Harry Potter universe, becoming the brother of the brave Fleur Delacour and acquiring a sister named Gabrielle. For years swiftly passed. This June in France was particularly frigid. In a luxurious forest villa, a dark golden-haired boy stood on the balcony, clutching an owl from which he detached a parchment envelope bound to its leg. An acceptance letter from Hogwarts? Yoshihide's eyes gleamed as he placed the owl aside. The heavy parchment-borne address inscribed in emerald ink, adorned with a large emblema two-headed eagle alongside the dome of an Orthodox church. It seemed inconsistent with the original narrative indeed. This was not an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. With a swift motion, he tore open the envelope, revealing 2 sheets of parchment nestled within. Durmstrang Institute of Magic, Headmaster, Igor Karkaroff. Dear Mr. Yoshihide Delacour, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Durmstrang Institute of Magic. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. Kindly respond by July 31. The following is the list. 1. Books. 1. A comprehensive guide to standard spells by Miranda Goshawk. 2. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. 3. Magical Potions and Elixirs by Arsenius Jigger. 4. Magical Creatures and Their Habitats by Newt Scamander. 5. Magical Birds, Plants, and Animals by Quentin Trimble. 6. Theory of Magic by Adalbert Waffling. 7. Transfiguration by Anihos Granger. 8. Standard Dark Magic by Golovkin Stepan. 9. Basics of Dueling by Golovkin Stepan. 10. The Self-Improvement of Dark Wizards. 2. Equipment. 1. A wand. 2. 3 sets of plain work robes. 3. 3 fur cloaks and a blood-red robe. 4. 2 standard size cauldrons. 5. A brass scale. 6. A set of glass or crystal phials. 7. A set of basic potion ingredients. 3. Miscellaneous items. 1. A quill. 2. Ink and parchment. Please note, during the Quidditch matches as per school regulations, students are required to possess a broomstick. Goodness, Durmstrang? Apollon Delacour approached, taking the parchment from Yoshihide's hands. Did Hogwarts not send an acceptance letter? No, mother, he replied. Apollon furrowed her elegant brow. That makes sense, we are in France. I had presumed you would attend Hogwarts and had prepared first-year textbooks for you. As for your wand, perhaps Gregorovic or Ollivander. Mother, may I purchase a wand from Ollivander? The Leaky Cauldron was a cramped, dingy establishment nestled on the streets of London, where oblivious muggles passed by, unaware of his presence. Yoshihide stood on the sidewalk, wrapped in a black scarf, adorned with a ring enhanced by a non-detection charm. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed a middle-aged man in a suit standing outside the tavern, accompanied by an exceedingly plump woman clad in pink, complete with a matching bow. Atop her head. Well, if it isn't the pink-toed Umbridge and the Minister of Magic, Yoshihide thought resignedly, moving towards them. Good day to you both. I am Yoshihide Delacour from France. Thank you for your efforts, he greeted. The middle-aged man beamed as he extended his hand. Hello, this charming, dashing gentleman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cornelius Fudge. Your father has spoken highly of you. You are quite the remarkable young man that Indeed, the incompetent minister. Yoshihide brushed back his long hair, forcing a smile. Thank you, I have heard esteemed praises of you, Minister Fudge. Indeed, Minister Fudge is the finest minister of magic in history. The pink-clad woman chimed in with a delicate laugh. And you are, madam? Yoshihide inquired, releasing Fudge's hand and turning to her, suppressing any disdain. I am Dolores Umbridge. Let us proceed inside. I must confess, I detest lingering in this muggle-infested locale, she stated, exhibiting a wizard's inherent disdain for muggles. You would agree, wouldn't you, Mr. Delacour? Of course, Ms. Umbridge. Then I shall take my leave, Umbridge. Please escort him, Fudge commanded. Yes, you wish, Minister. Umbridge giggled coyly. Shall we go, Mr. Delacour? Umbridge grasped Yoshihida's hand and led him into the leaky cauldron. That hand is not to be desired, Yoshihida thought despairingly. Upon entering, he surveyed the dimly lit tables and chairs as a conduit between the magical and muggle worlds. The place was rather unappetizing. Only a few patrons occupied the space, most choosing to sit at the bar instead of the tables. Welcome, Ms. Umbridge, Tom, the tavern owner, greeted from behind the bar, retrieving a cup from seemingly nowhere. Butterbeer or fire whiskey? No, thank you. Umbridge clearly held disdain for the establishment. Her forced smile nearly faltered, especially upon seeing the dark cup. I need to use the backyard. Tom's smile faded as he gestured for her to proceed. Yoshihida remained lost in thought, allowing Umbridge to guide him onward. Wasn't the leaky cauldron owned by Hannah Abbott? If an opportunity arose in the future, perhaps cultivating a relationship with her could inspire her to clean up the tavern? His thoughts drifted until Umbridge abruptly halted. Right here, Umbridge drew her wand, raising her voice slightly. Mind the rubbish bin. Chapter 2. The Wand. Shoei surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a small courtyard enclosed by walls, beside which stood a rubbish bin. Counting 3 paces upward from the bin and 2 paces sideways, an entrance slowly revealed itself as the wall parted. Umbridge appeared somewhat exhilarated. Welcome to Diagon Alley, young wizard. Following Umbridge inside, Shoei unexpectedly kicked the rubbish bin to the side just as the entrance vanished. He wished to see if the absence of the bin would hinder the wizard's access to Diagon Alley. However, it was in vain. Umbridge continued forward. The rubbish bins in Diagon Alley are enchanted. They will return to their original position shortly. After a moment of silence, Umbridge added, I once kicked a Durmstrang enrollment and watched it bounce back to its spot. Shoei, trailing behind Umbridge, chuckled at the unexpected side of Umbridge that diverged from her usual character in the original narrative. Just a moment, Umbridge seemed to recall something, turning back to reopen the entrance as the bin wobbled, preparing to rise again. Stop! The bin, just on the verge of standing, was sent flying by the spell, landing motionless on the ground. A smile graced Umbridge's face. To be honest, I remained quite curious about it. Shoei was taken aback. Could this Umbridge be a time traveler? A curious enigma? Umbridge looked at Shoei in confusion. Emoticon, Shoei replied. As Shoei ambled along the cobblestone path of Diagon Alley, his enthusiasm waned. The vibrancy here paled in comparison to the bustling Diagon Alley in France. Come, let us visit Ollivander's wand shop. Shoei occasionally glanced around Diagon Alley. Florent Fawcett's ice cream parlor, Flourish and Blott's bookstore, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and a poster in a window announcing the pre-sale of the Nimbus 2000. A group of boys huddled by the window, their eyes glued to the poster. He had little interest in the flying broomsticks. Not only was riding them uncomfortable, but he also suffered from a mild fear of heights. Before long, the two arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. The establishment was small and shabby, with a worn golden sign proclaiming, Ollivander, established 382 BC. Is this the trend in a magical community? Shabby, dirty, and diminutive? Mr. Drackle, please go ahead. I shall wait for you at the entrance. Ah, it seemed not to be the case. Shoei stepped inside, where the atmosphere was dim and somewhat oppressive, and a boy was testing a wand. The boy was tall and handsome. Good morning, young lady, a voice suddenly interjected, revealing a thin, elderly man who handed the boy a wand, then bent his head in contemplation. This old man certainly had a penchant for startling others, Shoei mused, meeting the boy's gaze. The boy appeared slightly flushed. Hello, I am Cedric. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? Wow, Cedric from Hogwarts. Shoei suppressed his excitement upon encountering a character from the original story. No, I am a new student at Durmstrang. Cedric was momentarily taken aback. His gaze towards Shuji infused with a blend of concern and sympathy. Would such a beautiful girl face bullying at that dark magic school? Noticing Cedric's change in expression, Shuji shook his head. Was Durmstrang's reputation truly so dire that this kind-hearted Hogwarts champion, upon learning he was a new student from Durmstrang, was reluctant to engage in conversation? Very well, Mr. Diggory, 12¼ inches, made of ash wood, with a core of unicorn tail hair. You shall undoubtedly become a remarkable wizard. Cedric offered a shy smile, paid 7 galleons, and stepped aside. Excuse me, miss, what is your surname? Ollivander approached him. Drackle, Mr. Ollivander. And you should refer to me as Mr. Drackle. The old man muttered, a hint of frustration evident on his face. Perhaps it was because he failed to recognize the lineage I belonged to. It was understandable, as Dracles typically sought out Grigovich. Shuji glanced to the left and observed Cedric's eyes betraying a mixture of wavering, astonishment, and disbelief, which satisfied him as he turned his gaze back to Ollivander. Apollon nurtured 2 daughters, raising him as a girl from a young age, forbidding him from cutting his hair, treating him as a mere mannequin. By the age of 11, his beauty and feminine attire rivaled that of his sister, Fleur. One could not deny the potency of the Vila bloodline. Apollon looked at him with delight, as if he were a delightful plaything. Ollivander lowered his gaze to Shuji. Which hand does Mr. Drackle prefer to use? The left hand, sir. Ollivander nodded, noting that wizards who cast spells with their left hand were relatively rare, though not unheard of. Some wizards could even wield magic with both hands, engaging in ambidextrous dueling. Please extend your hand. With a swish of his wand, Ollivander summoned a soft measuring tape that soared into the air, measuring him from head to toe, even accounting for the distance between his nostrils. Shuji sneezed. My goodness, the measuring tape is so filthy, not only dust-covered but also entangled with spider silk. Indeed, the wand shop likely sees little business outside of the school year. Cedric regarded him with a sympathetic expression. Try this one. Acacia wood, 10 inches, with a phoenix feather core. Before Shuji could grasp it firmly, Ollivander snatched it back and handed him another wand. Hollywood, 11 inches with a phoenix feather core. The wand of the savior? She took the wand, sensing the girl cast her eyes upon her momentarily. Ollivander continued. Uncertain how much time had passed, Shuji flexed her wrist, feeling a slight ache. Cedric lingered, seemingly eager to speak with him, but was ultimately whisked away by his father. Oh, what a discerning customer, Ollivander remarked, handing him a wand. Elder wood, with a basilisk horn, 9¼ inches. Shuji numbly accepted the wand, feeling a surge of warmth enveloping her, dispelling her weariness. Is it common for travelers to possess elderwood wands? She mused. How marvelous, truly marvelous. An eerie silence ensued. Ollivander cleared his throat twice. Elder is a rare wand wood, and only a select few can truly bond with it. It is said that the owner of an elder wand can command death. You shall become a great wizard, Mr. Drackle. How many galleons? I presume Umbridge has grown impatient. He quickened his pace. Ollivander contemplated for a moment before he ultimately paid 7 galleons to acquire the wand. Upon exiting the shop, Umbridge remained in place, visibly relieved upon his emergence. Ollivander often spoke of how wands choose their wizards, requiring a meticulous selection process. After listening to Umbridge's lengthy complaints, she raised the wand only to lower it again, and the two retraced their steps, passing through the familiar yet strange entrance. They were greeted by the sight of neatly arranged trash bins. It seems we have failed, Umbridge shrugged. Chapter 3. Crumb. He felt fortunate to have spent his time in the study reading and practicing spells since returning from Diagon Alley. He pressed his ear to the floor, focusing intently on the sound from below. It appeared that Apollon was accompanied by her entourage. Poor Gabrielle had fallen into their clutches, toyed with like a mere puppet, only to erupt in tears afterward. Oh, how pitiful. Gabrielle had been particularly troublesome of late, as her sister was at Beauxbatons, and her brother remained sequestered in the study, ignoring her pleas for play. Just in time, her friends had arrived to administer their judgment upon her. After a brief moment of silence for Gabrielle, he knew all too well the terror of the entourage. He settled into a chair, lifting the book titled The Self-Improvement of the Dark Lord. At that moment, the two-way mirror pressed against his chest began to heat up, causing him to flinch and nearly drop it. I have a task for you. Karkaroff's face appeared in the mirror, his tone gentle. I am listening. It's an urgent mission. Eliminate the Death Eater Fenrir Greyback. Karkaroff lowered his voice, continuing. I will send Crumb to assist you. Exercise restraint and avoid drawing too much attention. He signaled an okay with his hand before tossing the mirror aside. Greyback? He had little recollection of this Death Eater, only remembering that the werewolf had seemingly bitten Lavender Brown of Gryffindor to death. Downstairs. Has not yet caught up with Fleur? Was dense, and Fleur was equally oblivious. Let marry my daughter. It would strengthen our ties. If the girl gives me a kiss, I might consider it. For young, beautiful ladies tumbled into a heap. Stood at the door, pondering whether this was truly his mother, encouraging her son to pursue his own sister. Was it that foreigners were too liberal for him to grasp? Although he bore the appearance of a foreigner in this life, he was fundamentally a Chinese person at heart, destined to return to that homeland one day. What would become of his parents then? The door opened silently, and he stepped inside, glancing at the chaotic floor and frowning. Why not let Toby tidy up a bit? Apollon sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Toby, I'm here, young master. The house elf Toby appeared with a pop in the living room, and upon witnessing the disarray, rushed toward the wall in a fluster. Stop, tidy up, and then prepare 4 cups of milk and 4 servings of steak. Oh dear, Yoshiyuki is so adorable. Come and sit with me, dear. Yoshiyuki, are you going out? Apolline inquired. Yes, I'm going out to stroll with friends. I might return a bit late. The lovely mother, unaware of her age, leaped up and tousled Yoshiyuki's hair into disarray. He chuckled softly, closing the door to trap the ladies' chatter inside. Outside the house, a flamboyant red Ferrari F40 was parked, with a sullen boy leaning against the car door. The school has assigned a task. I shall assist you, Crumb said, gripping the steering wheel, oblivious to any impropriety in a 3rd grader aiding a 1st grader. Especially since this was not their first collaboration. This yet-to-enroll elementary junior was indeed an eccentric genius, as the school seemed to hold him in high regard. Knowing he was not fond of flying broomsticks, they arranged for a muggle vehicle and even encouraged him to learn how to drive. I appreciate your assistance, Senior Crumb. Crumb remained silent, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel as the car soared into the sky. An air of silence enveloped them, causing Yoshiyuki to shiver from the chill. Just call me Crumb. May I refer to you as Yoshiyuki? The somewhat gloomy boy suddenly spoke. After receiving an affirmative nod from Yoshiyuki, Crumb continued, Now, Yoshiyuki, I shall provide you with an orientation for your enrollment. Essentially an introduction to the school's circumstances. Principal Igor Karkaroff is the most unpopular headmaster in the history of Durmstrang. Crumb paused for a moment. It is said that his magical prowess is rather mediocre. How unfortunate, Yoshiyuki remarked. Crumb was somewhat taken aback, having assumed Yoshiyuki was a supporter of Karkaroff. Durmstrang boasts numerous, though I cannot specify the exact number, school buses to transport every student to school. School buses? Yoshiyuki was bewildered, not expecting Durmstrang to be more down-to-earth than Hogwarts. The use of school buses for student transportation is a tradition at Durmstrang, established personally by the founder of Fangment. She believed that while muggles may be inherently weak, their technology holds merit. Of course, our school buses are magically modified. It sounds like she was an excellent headmaster. Karkaroff pales in comparison, Crumb added. Aside from Karkaroff, Durmstrang has 4 faculty members. 4? Indeed 4. Durmstrang admits fewer than 10 new students each year, with only 50 students across 7 grades, as you are well aware of Durmstrang's reputation. The first is Professor Harry Plinthus, who teaches potions, history of magic, and herbology. The second is Professor Toby Gale, responsible for charms and transfiguration. Those professors must have a tough job. Not quite. In reality, Durmstrang has fewer than 10 classes each week across the 7 grades. Durmstrang emphasizes efficiency, streamlining, and self-directed learning. The library and dueling arena are fully accessible to all 7 grades. Does the library have revelations of cutting-edge dark magic? On the 2nd floor, Crumb briefly mentioned. The third is Professor Galen Miller, who teaches war magic and dueling. Although Professor Miller stands only 2 meters tall, he possesses giant blood. Finally, there is the dormitory leader, Notatang, who governs discipline. Though he is a man of few words, it is wise not to provoke him. Why? This dormitory leader is of Asian descent and possesses the legendary martial arts of China. I have witnessed him skillfully subdue 2 first-year students with a mere flick of his wrist. At Durmstrang, strength is revered, as long as one is formidable enough. They will not be bullied. I trust you will have no issues. Another traveler, perhaps? Is it a white and black circle? You know, those 2 circles, when clasped in hand, can deflect other spells. I've seen them in the study at home. This is a form of martial art known as Tai Chi. China is indeed a mysterious land. Crumb remarked, Chinese wizards are quite exclusive. It is also the only place without a ministry of magic, where wizards are entirely under official jurisdiction. Shioji perked up, as the original text scarcely mentioned this aspect. He only remembered that there was a Chinese student at Hogwarts named Zhang Qiu, Cedric's girlfriend. Noticing Shioji's apparent interest in China, Crumb continued to enlighten him. China has not signed the International Wizarding Secrecy Act. It is a realm where wizards coexist with muggles. To maintain secrecy, magical governments refer to Chinese wizards as martial artists and their magic as martial arts. As Crumb spoke, he kept an eye on the ground below. We shall discuss the rest later. That werewolf is down there, ready to leap. Shioji drew his wand, and Crumb accelerated the vehicle to its maximum speed, plunging downward. Shioji proclaimed, Justice descend from the heavens. Chapter 4. The School Bus. Greybuck felt exceedingly unfortunate of late. The Aurors in Britain had gone mad, and he had bitten a child, prompting a furious chase by those Aurors, forcing him to seek refuge in France. The French Aurors seemed to have been prepared, as he was immediately discovered upon his arrival, compelling him to flee into desolate wilderness. For the first time in his life, he found himself in such dire straits. Revealing his fangs, Greybuck vowed to retaliate by biting the families of those Aurors. In a fit of rage, he sank his teeth into a wild fruit, as if venting his fury upon the Aurors. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed above him. As he looked up, a blinding orb of light struck him, rendering him momentarily sightless. The orb drew closer, and as he rose, he felt his body stiffen, his movements becoming sluggish. Petrificus totalis. Damn those French Aurors. A wave of intense pain surged through him, as though his neck had been shattered, followed by a searing burn. Curse it, Greybuck howled. On the other side, witnessing the expanding white light, Shoji sensed impending doom and turned to Crumb. The two stood atop a flying carpet, with the enchanted car wielded as a weapon by Crumb. The dormitory leader had stated that it was a one-time use item with considerable lethality, Crumb explained. With a thunderous bang that blotted out the sky, a cloud-like formation surged amidst the terrifying green and white lights, engulfing everything around it. Your dormitory leader must have come from the equipment department, Shoji shouted in Crumb's ear, raising his wand. Fiery celestial circlet of 7 layers. A series of plum blossom-shaped shields blossomed before Hideyoshi's wand, and Crumb, who had just released a comprehensive protective spell, silently lowered his wand. How elegant indeed. It was utterly exquisite. Hideyoshi also fell into silence, pondering whether Karkaroff intended to use this moment to test him. The counterfeit, blazing 7-layered ring was essentially a mere 7-layer magical shield, augmented by a pink tint, and it remained uncertain whether it could withstand a shockwave produced by an explosion. There was also the matter of radiation. The bodies of wizards are inherently fragile, save for those like Hagrid. Soon, the immense wind pressure and shockwave swept everything away. The force of the wind was not as formidable as he had imagined. Was this the weapon of a muggle? Crumb lay on the flying carpet, his faith somewhat shattered, as magic seemed to pale in comparison to this annihilating power. The might of this attack was limited, hardly approaching a nuclear explosion. Hideyoshi sensed the magic within him and exhaled in relief. This was a force comparable to a muggle's lethal weapon, one they could scarcely utilize more than a few times. Crumb's face darkened further as he stood, appearing as if the person who had just been sprawled on the carpet was someone else entirely. Under such power, no wizard should be able to survive, not even a werewolf. Crumb, you remain here. I shall enter to ascertain the situation. Be cautious, to guard against the uncertain radiation. Hideyoshi first enveloped himself in a layer of reflective magic before stepping into the explosion zone. Truly, as a werewolf, his physical prowess was remarkable. He had not been instantly reduced to ashes. Hideyoshi gazed at the charred remains of the werewolf before raising his wand. Avada Kedavra. Quite dead. The double-sided mirror on his chest began to warm again. Hideyoshi tossed his hair aside and took out the mirror, revealing an increasingly vexatious visage within its depths. My apologies, Lord Drackle. It was my oversight here. Karkaroff's voice was somewhat feeble. It was indeed my oversight. Mr. Donald delivered the wrong weapon. His exact words were that the vehicle was essentially a prank. Is that Mr. Donald from the equipment department? I have investigated him. He hails from the equipment department of a certain military base in America. Lord Drackle, do you know him? Hideyoshi paused for a moment. Since it was your oversight, Karkaroff, should you not compensate us in some manner? He said slowly, his tone reminiscent of Lucius Malfoy. Perhaps it was merely his illusion. But Karkaroff's already pallid face turned even whiter. Excellent. This time Karkaroff would incur a significant loss, and he had also gleaned quite a bit of information. Satisfied, Hideyoshi returned the double-sided mirror to its place. Might this be a composite world of various narratives? However, it seemed the timelines did not align. The timeline of the Harry Potter series appeared too early compared to other worlds. Crumb stood rigidly at the edge of the flying carpet, like a loyal guard. The events of the day had left a profound impact on him. The advancement of Muggle technology was terrifying, relentlessly grinding down the magical abilities he once took pride in. In the future, if wizards were to engage in war with Muggles, would they all find themselves on the gallows? The contemporary wizarding world finds itself in a state of stagnation, with even the most rudimentary spells like the Auror's ironclad charm eluding the grasp of many, rendering them less capable than mere students. As time drags on, the prospects for wizards dim further, while Muggle technology advances at an astonishing pace. The wizarding society remains mired in inertia. Should Muggles manage to mass-produce such weaponry and unleash it upon Durmstrang, would the institution withstand the onslaught? Thus, one could argue that the moment Grindelwald faltered marked the advent of an uncertain future for the wizarding realm. Crumb's thoughts raced as he clenched his wand tightly. only to regain his composure as footsteps drew near. "Let us depart," he rasped, his voice resembling that of a delicate pink toad. "We must return." Time swiftly progressed to September 1st, 1989. Draped in a fur cloak and blood-red robe, Shiyo emanated an air of gallantry. "My darling is simply enchanting," Apollon exclaimed, enthusiastically tousling Shiyo's golden locks, while Gabrielle clutched the hem of his robe. Shiyo brushed away Apollon's meddlesome hands. "Enough, mother! Stop fussing with my hair. And you too, Gabrielle." Gabrielle quickly released her grip, resembling a cat caught in mischief. Who could resist such an adorable, white-haired girl? With a mischievous grin, Shiyo suddenly reached out and ruffled Gabrielle's hair into disarray. She squealed. "When I grow up, I shall be Shiyo's bride," Gabrielle proclaimed loudly, asserting her claim. "Not just yet, Gabrielle. You're still far too young," Shiyo replied. "Madam, you seem a bit unwell," he added, perplexed. "Do Europeans not care for German orthopedics?" Creak. The sound of brakes echoed from outside. Shiyo stepped out and surveyed the Durmstrang school bus. Although the tires were in motion, it was visibly levitating above the ground. Its sinister paint job adorned with the emblematic double-headed eagle and stag, set against a backdrop resembling a cathedral. Aside from that, it bore a striking resemblance to a bus from the future. Why did it feel so ordinary, lacking the charm of Hogwarts? Click! The door swung open, and a figure descended from the bus. "Ah, you must be Mr. Drackle. I am Apollos Black, the school nurse and part-time driver of Durmstrang." "Greetings, Mrs. Black," Shiyo replied, shaking her hand. "Are you related to the Black family in England?" "The French Blacks are a branch of the English Black family." Mrs. Black seemed reluctant to elaborate. "Mr. Drackle, it is time to board the bus." Shiyo nodded in understanding, bidding farewell to the mother and daughter behind him, before turning to accompany Mrs. Black onto the bus. "Bring me back a daughter for Halloween," Apollon called out, causing Shiyo to nearly stumble, while Gabrielle pouted. The bus was already populated with several students. "How adorable. Is that a boy? I think I'm in love. Wake up, we're in 4th grade now." "Ah, perhaps this is the burden of a handsome visage," Shiyo mused, as his gaze fell upon Crumb, who occupied the far corner of the back row, surrounded by a throng of girls. Crumb has now joined the Bulgarian national Quidditch team as a reserve player. With his captivating appearance and charisma, he has become the object of ardent admiration from many young ladies. As he himself recounts, even during restroom visits, he finds himself followed by enthusiastic admirers. Quite daunting indeed. Yet, he can only muster the courage to proceed. The girls have already set their sights on Shuji, their eyes gleaming with the ferocity of wolves spotting their prey, causing her to shiver with discomfort. "Could you possibly make some room?" The lead girl with short hair waved her hand, and seats beside Crumb quickly became vacant. "Thank you." Shuji smiled at the girls, catching a glimpse of Crumb seemingly exhaling in relief. "Your mother remains as she always was," Crumb remarked as he boarded the vehicle. The incessant adoration from these fans was driving him to the brink of neurosis. He had initially thought that blocking his ears would be effective, but witnessing some girls silently gesticulating was even more unnerving. Fortunately, Shuji was on the same bus. Perhaps, he mused with a mischievous grin, he could divert the girls' attention to Shuji instead. Shuji sneezed. "Is it customary for Europeans to marry their own sisters?" She pondered while rubbing her nose. "No, Europeans find that rather abnormal," Crumb concluded. "Perhaps you were adopted by your mother?" Shuji rolled her eyes and gazed out the window. The Durmstrang school bus had left the Kula forest, speeding through the Muggle city, weaving past countless houses and pedestrians, as if traversing a different dimension. It appeared that the bus was enchanted with spatial magic, or perhaps was an alchemical product endowed with spatial capabilities. Durmstrang was not entirely devoid of merit. Initially, upon witnessing Kakarov's ineptitude as headmaster, Shuji had feared for the school's future. However, it seemed there were still some resources to be tapped. "Wow!" exclaimed the new students on the bus, captivated by the sights outside, while the older students displayed a demeanor of accustomed indifference. "Hello." Shuji turned her head to see the short-haired girl from earlier, while the broad-shouldered Crumb had somehow taken a seat at the opposite end. "I hear you are the illustrious Shuji Delacour. My name is Alinda Kaslana, a 3rd year at Durmstrang. It is a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is mine," Shuji replied. Intrigued. "Illustrious? I am hardly a savior. Harry Potter is not nearly as famed at Durmstrang as you are. Even before enrolling, he has vanquished numerous foes, including trolls and werewolves. Most 7th years cannot even rival you," Alinda added. "Although the specifics of the enrollment orientation are officially confidential, Kakarov is not one to safeguard secrets." Shuji's expression stiffened. "Could you share some insights about the school?" she asked, striving to maintain her smile. "Allow me to provide a brief introduction to the school's internal structure." Elinda organized her thoughts. Firstly, Durmstrang does not have houses. Each year, only 7 or 8 new students are admitted, resulting in a total of just over 60 individuals, including professors. Within the school, there exist 3 primary factions of students: GA, Grindelwald's Army; AGA, Anti-Grindelwald Alliance; and BS, Mutual Aid Society. The members of GA are predominantly offspring of saints, while AGA comprises individuals hailing from families that have suffered persecution at the hands of Grindelwald. The students of BS maintain a stance of neutrality. Which faction will you choose, Junior? Yoshiyuki inquired. And you, Senior? She retorted. The Mutual Aid Society. With a prominent Castellana family, a bastion of the saints, permit their future heir to join the Mutual Aid Society? TSK, are you so well informed? Elinda discarded her ladylike facade, crossing her legs nonchalantly. I never claimed one cannot affiliate with multiple factions, Junior. But you stated that the students of the Mutual Aid Society are neutral. Indeed, the leadership and core members are neutral, yet peripheral members from the other 2 factions may also join, Crumb interjected, having approached unnoticed. Contemplate this well, Junior. I believe you would thrive among us. The current Anti-Grindelwald Alliance is merely a paper tiger. Elinda rose and sauntered toward the front section of the school bus. Yoshiyuki then discerned that the students on the bus were subtly divided into 2 groups, with others seated scattered around, a detail she had previously overlooked. How peculiar, she mused. Glancing once more, the casually seated ones must belong to the Mutual Aid Society. No, rather, they seem to be free agents and newcomers. Which faction do you intend to join? Crumb approached once more, and Yoshiyuki felt as though the stern-faced Crumb resembled a domineering CEO while she played the part of his delicate flower. What am I even thinking? She pondered. Why are you shaking your head? Planning to be a free agent? Move to the other side, she insisted, her expression stern. Crumb shrugged, perplexed as to how he had incited the ire of this demanding individual, and obediently shifted to the opposite side. How amusing, chuckled the newcomer, Sharon White, from her corner with an infatuated grin. Hey, are you listening, Sharon? Yes, yes, yes. Sharon turned to her fellow newcomer, Quinny Taylor. Quinny sighed and continued. Durmstrang does not admit muggles, and many within harbor significant animosity towards muggles and half-blood wizards. You will protect me. 1TU, Sharon? Of course, I will protect you, but I cannot be by your side at all times. Once you enter the school, join the Mutual Aid Society. Wearing its badge will alleviate some troubles. I will follow your advice, Sharon nodded. Look, it's Durmstrang, an enthusiastic newcomer exclaimed. Yoshiyuki gazed out the window, witnessing a European castle standing resolutely against the biting wind, the ancient double-headed eagle bearing its fangs. Chapter 6, The Chief. The Durmstrang bus descended smoothly onto the snowy ground near the castle. Yoshiyuki felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, assessing her condition. Her once rampant magical energy had thickened and stagnated, mirroring the surrounding magic. It appeared that the magical inertia outside the castle was quite high, and forcefully employing magic would undoubtedly yield adverse results. This must be a protective measure for Durmstrang Castle. Even the likes of old Dumbledore or the Noseless One would find little favor here. Come to me. A resonant voice echoed throughout the castle's perimeter, capturing the attention of all present. The source of this commanding tone was a dark-haired man, standing approximately 6 feet tall, his muscular physique clad in a tank top amidst the snow. This was the formidable Eastern gentleman, Nader Tang. Crumb leaned closer to his ear, whispering softly enough to elicit a slight tickle. My name is Nader Tang, and I am your dormitory head. Now, everyone follow me. As they traversed the path leading to the castle, Yoshiki and Crumb walked side by side, while the newcomers occasionally gasped in awe. In stark contrast to the composed demeanor of the upperclassmen, at the forefront, Elinda led a group of students, chest out like a proud peacock. Welcome to Durmstrang, children. In the distance, a castle adorned with numerous towers loomed over the snow, draped in a silvery cloak, its windows radiating a dazzling white light. Gazing at the magnificent structure, Yoshiki could not suppress his admiration. All right, the next part is up to me, Nader Tang announced. A man with curly black hair stepped forward, exuding an air of languidness. This is Professor Halaprince, a senior student murmured within the crowd. Once all the students were accounted for, the curly-haired man clapped his hands, and a green light transported the students to the entrance of the hall. Enter, Halaprince instructed as he opened the ornate golden doors, adding casually. Feel free to sit wherever you like. Inside the hall, 3 rows of seats awaited. Yoshiki's gaze drifted towards the professor's table, where Professor Halaprince, sharing a name with the renowned Harry, had taken his place. In the center sat Karkaroff, flanked by several professors holding multiple positions. Karkaroff's head was bandaged, and the expressions of the professors were rather grim. It seemed something intriguing had transpired. Yashiki, GA to your left, AGA to your right, and BS in the middle. Crumb whispered, while upperclassmen nearby educated the newcomers. Queenie guided Sharon to the center, softly advising him, "You must be cautious of the anti-Grindelwald students." "Shouldn't it be the Grindelwald students we need to be wary of?" Sharon inquired, puzzled. "Most Grindelwald supporters do not discriminate against muggles and half-bloods. Even if they do, they seldom show it. Conversely, anti-Grindelwald supporters harbor disdain for all non-pureblood wizards and act on it." Queenie paused, adding, "For instance, using half-bloods as targets for practicing dark magic, ultimately tormenting them to death." Yashiki surveyed his surroundings as the upperclassmen quickly settled into their seats. Many cast glances in his direction, eager to witness what choices the fabled strongest newcomer would make. Without hesitation, Yashiki strode towards the left, where the Grindelwald supporters were seated, their cheers erupting in admiration for this historically unparalleled newcomer, now embraced by their ranks. "We have Drackle," a red-haired boy shouted exuberantly, prompting his peers to rise and applaud, their expectations for Yashiki soaring high. "Durmstrang only respects the strong." One could hear the disdainful remark of Alan Morris, the chief of the anti-Grindelwald faction, who, though begrudging, chose to remain silent thereafter. Once the students were settled, Karkaroff stood with a stoic expression. "Welcome to Durmstrang. I have but one thing to say, eat." Upon concluding his speech, Karkaroff promptly took a seat. Suddenly, the dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes: roasted beef, lamb, chicken alongside fries, pickles, pudding, and more. However, Shuji found no appetite for such fare, as she held a profound disdain for European cuisine. Yet at that moment, her stomach growled with hunger, compelling her to disregard the flavors and simply satiate her hunger. "Hello, Shuji. May I address you as such?" approached a girl, with a roasted chicken leg in her mouth. Shuji nodded in acknowledgement. "My name is Delarasiel, the chief of Grindelwald's army," Della remarked as she settled beside Shuji. "I hereby appoint you as the chief representative." "Shuji. Chief representative?" Shuji queried, perplexed. Hadn't Alinda mentioned this? Upon receiving a confirming nod from Shuji, Della continued, "Well, she has always been rather unreliable. Grindelwald's army comprises merely a dozen members, with only 3 chiefs and 2 chief representatives. Besides you, there is a young man named Jamie Alexander. Isn't there a need to assess my abilities?" Shuji questioned, slightly bewildered, recalling the narratives in the novel she had read where protagonists often face challenges regarding their strength, only to triumph decisively. "Your reputation has already attested to your prowess," Della stated, seemingly finding the situation somewhat absurd. "Well, primarily, it is due to the endorsement of Grandma Rochelle." Della was also curious about the remarkable abilities of the handsome boy before her. Who could warrant such a guarantee from the nearly departed Grandma Rochelle? It appeared that certain details had diverged. In Shuji's memory, Wendell Rochelle had only lived until 1960. "Isn't that Miss Rochelle and her newly acquired pet dog?" Shuji raised an eyebrow, recognizing the classic trope of a provocation from a minor character. Before Della could finish her sentence, a green light struck the provocateur, sending him flying to the front of the professor's podium. "Well done." A bald boy approached. "A powerful repelling charm, Mr. Drackle." "Who are you?" Shuji inquired, as he tucked his wand back into his waistband. "He is Jamie Alexander, the very one I mentioned earlier." Della winked at him. "Rest assured, there will be no trouble." As Della had predicted, this commotion merely stirred a minor excitement among the newcomers, for the veteran students were quite accustomed to such antics. The professors appeared to be equally unfazed, exchanging glances until Professor Prince finally stood. "Mr. Wilson has intentionally provoked, and you all remember to inform him of his evening detention," Professor Prince declared, levitating Wilson from a podium. 2 students stepped forward, skillfully escorting Wilson out of the auditorium. Shuji paid no heed to the buffoon, biting into her chicken leg as she exchanged glances with Karkaroff. After the food vanished, the students departed the hall, following their respective chief representatives. The influence of the 3 major factions within the school was greater than Shuji had anticipated, possibly due to Karkaroff's ineffectiveness. The authority within the dormitory was primarily concentrated in the hands of these 3 factions. The nominal dormitory leader, Donald, had but one stipulation. The 3 factions must refrain from conflict within the dormitory, a rule they adhered to diligently, for none dared to challenge Donald, that enigmatic and fearsome Easter man. According to whispers, Headmaster Karkaroff was thoroughly beaten by Donald before the school year commenced, leaving him utterly speechless. Although Karkaroff and the upperclassmen generally held their own, Yashiki lay on his bed while his roommate, Jamie Alexander, snored peacefully. They resided in the opulent chief representative's dormitory. Time had come, after all, What young wizard could resist a midnight escapade at a magic school? Gently, Yashiki pushed open the door and stepped outside. Chapter 7. The Library. In truth, Durmstrang did not prohibit nighttime wanderings, which left Yashiki somewhat disheartened. Oh, do not be so glum. How about we play a game of cat and mouse? You flee, and I pursue? Donald chuckled, giving Yashiki a friendly pat on the shoulder. Little did Donald expect to encounter a student attempting to slip out of the dormitory using the disillusionment charm while merely sitting in the lounge. Let's pass on that, Yashiki replied with a dismissive wave of his hand as he exited the dormitory. The faculty at this school were no mere triflers. Indeed, who would dare attend Durmstrang without sufficient prowess? One Durmstrang faculty member was worth 10 oars. Yashiki tiptoed through the ordinary corridors and staircases. The hallways eerily silent. Perhaps due to the sparse student population, he encountered no one. Creak. Yashiki tucked away the map he had borrowed from Donald and slowly pushed open the grand doors of the Durmstrang library. Shaped like a flattened cylinder, the library boasted 3 levels, all accessible to students. Unattended, every volume within was enchanted. The first floor was devoid of students, and Yashiki leisurely wandered about until he discovered the staircase leading to the second level. Oh, isn't this secrets of dark magic? He mused, intrigued by the tome that served as a primer for the Dark Lord in the original text. Navigating through rows of bookshelves, he found a cozy nook nestled against the wall, surrounded by shelves with no other seating available. A splendid spot. Henceforth, this shall be my secret lair. Yashiki nodded in satisfaction. Do you really believe you could defeat trolls and werewolves? Someone quietly countered. That Drackle is neither a troll nor a werewolf. I heard he can kick trolls like balls. Alan Morris increasingly felt that a significant portion of his organization was composed of fools, who could do little more than boast and bicker, were it not for the need to assemble a sufficient number to confront Grindelwald's army. He would never deign to include such imbeciles in his ranks. Relying on these individuals to achieve anything was akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Was this the caliber of upperclassmen? They seemed less capable than a certain savior, who had managed to eavesdrop on a certain unnamed potion's professor multiple times without being caught. Why not simply go out and apprehend them all? Bang! Pardon my candor, but a defective item must possess the awareness of its defects. A girl with long black hair stood up, her piercing gaze sweeping over everyone. In our organization, I fear there are scarcely 3 who could contend with Drackle. This must be the chief representative of the anti-Grindelwald army, Suingen Brown. Through the bookshelf, Hideyoshi observed them, reflecting on the information conveyed by his bald representative. Let us tarnish his reputation, he thought. A fleeting glance revealed what appeared to be a newcomer. Very well, I shall remember you. It seems you have yet to grasp the essence of this institution. Here, power reigns supreme. Wealth, fame, and influence are rendered insignificant in the face of true strength. If one seeks power, why not pursue Grindelwald? The newcomer opened his mouth, exclaiming, Grindelwald is, after all, the most formidable dark wizard in existence. How dare you? Alan's veins bulged as he brandished his wand menacingly against the newcomer's throat. Did Rosier send you? She is not worthy. With an air of theatricality, the newcomer declared, My name is Abner Lucifer, here to declare war upon you, you inferior beings. Flay and strip to the bone. Alan's ruthlessness was palpable. Hideyoshi continued to eavesdrop, having no intention of intervening. As staunch followers of Grindelwald, the Lucifer family had produced successors of notable caliber. Should they truly be so inept as to provoke others, they would be fools, easily discarded yet still useful to challenge the chief of the anti-Grindelwald faction. However, this Lucifer seemed to possess some merit. Oh my, how rude. Mr. Morris, if I recall correctly, your entire family perished at my father's hands. Which do you prefer, to lament in agony or to despair and regret? Lucifer, I prefer neither. Miss Brown, Lucifer replied with a smile, his gaze icy, reminiscent of a fallen angel. Let us conclude today's meeting. Soon, I shall assume the role of chief representative, and I have no time to squander with you. With a resounding crash, Alan stood in fury, toppling a row of bookshelves. The surrounding students lowered their heads in silence, while Brown furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Slowly, the fallen bookshelves righted themselves, and the books returned to their places. What comes next? The decision lies with you, Susan. Alan staggered out, and Miss Susan Brown's brow furrowed, as if she could crush a fly in her irritation. She had perceived a sense of accomplishment in elevating the weaker faction to prominence, but it now seemed she had overestimated her own capabilities. With a somewhat competent leader but a vacuous mind, and a membership largely composed of mediocrity, relying solely on intimidation, how could such an organization possibly ascend to greatness? Moreover, the newcomer's words held a modicum of truth, She bore no grudge against Grindelwald and had no need to sacrifice herself for this faction. Watching Alan disappear from view, Susan sighed, harboring a tinge of envy for her sister. In her mind, even flawed entities could transform into worthy ones with a slight alteration. Yet, she knew the anti-Grindelwald faction could not endure much longer. If not for the foolishness of certain individuals, her frustration would only deepen. With a loud crash, the upright bookshelf was once again toppled. Dissolve. Susan stormed out in anger. Oh, how bitter. A blonde-haired student rose, muttering, "What is that woman on about?" She is also considering the organization. If it weren't for their rank, would we have fallen to such depths? Lower classmen, spare me. Strength is the consensus among the three organizations. I never acknowledged that. What on earth transpired last year that rendered the anti-Grindelwald army so feeble? It truly piques my curiosity. Slowly, Yoshiyuki returned the secrets of advanced dark magic to the shelf and turned to walk back to the corner where a blonde was seated on the sofa. The instant use suggestion spell is indeed quite convenient. I am genuinely curious about what happened last year. Could you enlighten me, senior? You are from the Draco family? The blonde exclaimed in terror, rising abruptly to grasp his wand, only to find that it had somehow ended up in the hands of his opponent. I will fight you. The blonde clenched his teeth and charged forward, raising his fist. Such foolishness. Yoshiyuki could hardly be bothered to draw his wand. Obliviate. Chapter 8. Power and Class. In 1988, the internal structure of the anti-Grindelwald army began to decay. The newly inducted first-year students were remarkably powerful, and many upperclassmen found themselves outmatched by the lowerclassmen. This was initially a normal phenomenon. However, the upperclassmen were unwilling to relinquish their authority, leading to an escalation of tensions. At this juncture, the anti-Grindelwald army found itself in a predicament where the few formidable newcomers were deprived of a voice, compounded by the chief's favoritism towards the weaker upperclassmen, resulting in a relentless suppression that diminished their status to an all-time low, ultimately leading to an irreconcilable conflict. The Triwizard Tournament became the catalyst for the intensification of these tensions. Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons were to host the Triwizard Tournament at Durmstrang, purportedly as a rehearsal for a future grand competition. Each school was required to select 10 participants, and remarkably, the three organizations managed to avoid internal discord and quickly assigned their numbers. However, the Anti-Grindelwald Association faced its own issues. Ordinarily, Durmstrang, with its emphasis on strength, would send its most powerful students to compete. However, the upperclassmen were reluctant to forfeit their gilded opportunities, particularly one chief representative, in pursuit of a chance to participate. The first-year students allied with several upperclassmen who sought to alter the status quo and launched a rebellion against the chief, igniting the first shot in the battle against elitism. Regrettably, the uprising ultimately culminated in the withdrawal of the first-year students. With the assistance of an insider, the chief representative summoned external aid early on, laying an ambush that ensnared them all. The rebels were injured and confined, missing the opportunity to compete. In the end, Durmstrang suffered a devastating defeat in the competition, with the three burdens of the anti-Grindelwald army significantly contributing to their downfall. How intriguing. It could be penned as the decline of the anti-Grindelwald army in the history of Durmstrang. Yoshiyuki lay on his bed, reflecting on the content of Obliviate. Had Rogier and the others pursued total annihilation, the anti-Grindelwald army would likely no longer exist. What then had hindered them? Dawn broke. In the midst of his morning meal in the auditorium, Yoshiyuki meandered towards the serene lakeside behind the castle. This was a non-freezing lake, its vast waters shimmering with clarity, undisturbed except for the gentle breeze that stirred delicate ripples across its surface. He reclined upon the snowy ground, closing his eyes to savor this fleeting moment of leisure. With no classes scheduled for the morning or afternoon, and indeed none for the following day, it was simply delightful. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tranquility. Yoshiyuki. Sitting up and rubbing his forehead, he sighed. At last, we've found you, Vice Chief Yoshiyuki. The girl, panting heavily with flushed cheeks, continued. Chief Dyla has summoned you for a meeting. What is it about? How should I know? I'm merely a member of the group with a modicum of influence. Elinda, still catching her breath, had her white hair bobbing with each movement. She resembled a spirited firework vendor, chattering incessantly as they walked back to the castle, leaving Yoshiyuki to respond intermittently. This child is exhausting, he thought, his expression betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. He maintained an air of elegance. First years are truly formidable. Each year brings forth several oddities, and you are undoubtedly the most extraordinary of them all. The wicked little monster shall eventually be vanquished by the righteous Ultraman. But why cannot the monster embody the side of justice? As they passed through the castle's grand entrance, they noticed the dormitory head napping at the doorway. It appeared that every professor at Durmstrang was a polymath, juggling multiple roles. Our meeting place is fixed on the 8th floor of the castle. I am a member of the Mutual Assistance Association. The two glanced towards the corner of the 2nd floor, where a member of the anti-Grindelwald faction, sporting blonde hair, had cornered a girl at the staircase. This was a new student, Sharon White, a rare half-blood witch at Durmstrang. Rest assured, they will hardly care about a half-blood weed. The term derogatorily used by Durmstrang towards half-bloods, he reassured her. Afterwards, I will erase your memories. The blonde youth gripped Sharon's collar, pinning her against the wall, his wand poised threateningly at her throat. Let me think about how to torment you. What are you doing? Ah, your luck is quite remarkable, Weed. Soon you shall experience what true hell is. Upon seeing his adversary arrive, the blonde adjusted his collar and, uttering a menacing remark, prepared to descend the stairs. With a swift release of magical energy, Yoshiyuki transformed his hand into a sword, channeling his magic as if it were a blade. In one fluid motion, he severed the wand clutched against the blonde's chest, sending both him and the broken wand tumbling down the stairs, rendered unconscious. Are you all right? Elinda asked, glancing at the corner where the new student had shrunk back. Yes, it seems she is unharmed. Half-bloods were among the most despised groups at Durmstrang and often fell victim to bullying. The Mutual Assistance Association, which ostensibly embraced half-bloods, did so only for reputation and self-interest. With its leadership composed entirely of purebloods, most pureblood wizards in Europe looked down upon half-bloods, deeming them the result of muggles usurping wizarding power. This newcomer, Sharon, might serve as an ally. Not only could she garner the favor of half-bloods, but she could also establish connections with the heirs of the Taylor family. As he contemplated, Xiao Yuan casually cast a cleaning spell on Sharon, then followed Elinda to the 8th floor. Elinda opened the wooden door for him and stepped aside. The room was spacious and circular, with Della seated in a chair, and to her right sat the newcomer, Abernathy Lucifer. On the table lay the stretcher with the chief representative, Jamie Alexander. No, perhaps he was the former chief representative. You have arrived, Xiao Yuan. Della indicated the seat to her left, while the defiant Abernathy nodded in acknowledgement. Jamie voluntarily relinquished the chief representative position, asserting that this was the newcomer Abernathy Lucifer. Voluntarily? No, I am indeed the one who volunteered. These scars are not inflicted by Abernathy, as he would never harm a comrade. Perhaps sensing Xiao Yuan's thoughts, Jamie hastily clarified. It was the chief of the anti-Grindelwald forces, Maurice. Although he lacks intelligence, his strength is formidable, and he has only grown stronger. Indeed, he is quite powerful. I have never encountered a young person capable of matching me, Abernathy concurred. He is indeed quite young. I may not necessarily be able to defeat Maurice now, but Xiao Yuan should be able to subdue him with ease. Xiao Yuan nodded, confident in his abilities, for he aspired to become the strongest man in the world. Maurice's sudden attack on me must be in anticipation of the upcoming double-headed Eagle Cup, Jamie slowly remarked. Chapter 9. A Brief History of Durmstrang. The failure of the dark 3-star uprising of the anti-Grindelwald forces. Firstly, in 1988, the club was in a state where a few progressive individuals were unable to voice their concerns amidst the prevailing apathy of the older students, compounded by the inaction of the club's leadership, which led to an overall decline in strength. The ruling class of upperclassmen scoffed at and derided the efforts of the few progressives, who were left with no option but to compromise and express their helplessness. In such circumstances, the emergence of a new force from the first-year students exacerbated the fundamental contradictions within the group, pitting apathy against ambition to an irreconcilable extent. The progressives gradually evolved into radicals, and thus, the fantasy of peacefully resolving the conflict was utterly shattered. The progressives of the anti-Grindelwald forces transitioned from compromise to revolution, with the 3-star competition serving as the catalyst for the uprising. To eradicate the apathetic elements and reconcile the intergrade conflicts, the progressives, led by the robust first-year students, initiated the uprising, firing the first shot against indolence and great elitism. Unfortunately, due to the betrayal of traitors, this revolution culminated in the withdrawal of a significant number of progressives, with nearly all first-year students exiting the organization. Although the revolution failed, it bore immense historical significance. Firstly, unlike previous moderate compromises, this uprising represented the first revolutionary attempt by progressives to seek salvation for the club, prompting other members to reflect on the internal contradictions. Secondly, it fundamentally altered the trajectory of Durmstrang's club history, marking the beginning of the downfall of the anti-Grindelwald forces. Thirdly, the next generation of leadership within the society, influenced by the revolution, is bound to enact certain transformations. While it may be challenging to reverse the society's decline, it offers invaluable historical insights to other organizations, potentially paving the way for the revival of Durmstrang. On the negative side, the loss of personnel due to the revolution has significantly undermined the society's strength, concurrently introducing numerous members of inferior caliber, exacerbating the critical shortage of core contributors and an overabundance of liabilities. Furthermore, this has cast psychological shadows over a considerable number of members. Overall, the Samsung Uprising stands as the largest and most impactful revolutionary movement that Durmstrang has witnessed in recent years, representing the zenith of revolutionary activity during the era of Old Durmstrang. Simultaneously, the experiences and lessons left by the Samsung Revolution are equally profound. Its fundamental failures stemmed from internal compromises and blind limitations. Subjectively, it neither articulated a scientific guiding ideology as a steadfast revolutionary program nor succeeded in integrating progressivism with revolution, thereby failing to persuade other societies to mobilize the masses and losing the initiative. Following the Samsung ideology, Maurice ascended to the position of new minister, undertaking efforts to retain first-year students, albeit with minimal effect. Ultimately, he opted to incorporate some inept second-generation members into the society, further deteriorating its condition and hastening its demise. Notably, during this period, two other factions refrained from intervention, both focusing on the individual known as Fleur Delacour. The man's enrollment in 1989 directly precipitated the society's downfall, leading to the obliteration of the anti-Grindelwald army. Extracted from the historical outline of Durmstrang, The Fall of the Anti-Grindelwald Army, Chapter 10, Disappearance. What is the double-headed eagle cup? Yujiro inquired first. Abernathy shook his head, indicating ignorance. The double-headed eagle cup is one of Durmstrang's most treasured artifacts, with the double-headed eagle tournament revolving around it. Held once every 7 years, it serves as a showcase of the society's strength. The competition consists of pairs, with each society permitted to field up to 7 teams. And individual participants are also welcome. The victorious team ultimately receives 10,000 galleons and the privilege of displaying the double-headed eagle cup for a year. It is nearly impossible for Maurice and his group to secure the championship, which may explain their desperate actions. Jamie attempted to rise, but found himself immobile despite his efforts, and could only relax in silence. Our greatest adversary is the Mutual Aid Association. Is the Mutual Aid Association formidable? Abernathy questioned, puzzled. The Mutual Aid Association is the largest society, open to all, with a significant proportion of students from the upper middle tiers of strength in the school. And its most formidable members are not much inferior to myself. Their leadership comprises 5 individuals, who refer to themselves as the 5-Star Knights. Even the most numerous ants remain mere ants. Abernathy crossed his legs. The current dilemma is whether we should retaliate against Maurice and his group. The timing is not right. We cannot afford to lose more members. Rest assured, my friend, the society need not intervene. I shall personally teach him a lesson. As the heir of the Lucifuge family, he could not tolerate Maurice's arrogance. He gently patted Jamie's shoulder and acknowledged the other two. Go ahead, he is but a mere Maurice. Hideyoshi perceived no issues. He had encountered the man in the library the previous night and found him to be rather unremarkable. In fact, he believed that Abner's victory over Maurice was a foregone conclusion. Della shared the same sentiment, asserting that Lucifer's prowess was formidable and with a righteous ambush against Maurice. He should emerge victorious. I shall break his 3 legs, declared Lucifer, brimming with confidence as he departed with the blessings of the trio. Is there anything else? Della asked languidly from the sofa, her hair unkempt. Your strength is quite evident, overwhelmingly so. Indeed, it was a typical magical duel until Hideyoshi charged forward, empowered by his magic, rendering black magic ineffective against him, were it not for his diminutive height of 1.6 meters and his undeniable cuteness. She might have suspected him to be a reincarnated giant. You are no less impressive, she replied. Thus, the final roster for battle is confirmed. Della stood on her toes to hand over the list. I barely recognize anyone, she continued, listing Alinda and Abner, alongside Hideyoshi and Della. Do we have any tactics? Do we need tactics at all? As long as we conserve our energy and avoid injuries, we should be fine, Della stretched lazily, a smile gracing her features as she gazed at Hideyoshi. After a brief exchange of trivial conversation, they both exited the room. As evening descended, time spent conversing with such a charming beauty flew by. He found it hard to refuse Della, the alluring red-haired maiden. In his past life, he had always been fond of characters with striking red ponytails from anime. After finishing dinner in the hall, he returned to the library. After wandering through the second-floor shelves without discovering a book of interest, Hideyoshi resolved to explore the third floor. The third floor differed from the first two. The central shelves reached the lofty ceiling, adorned with skylights that allowed the warm hues of the setting sun to bathe half the library in a golden glow. Walking amidst the shelves, Hideyoshi felt as though the world was at his fingertips. Finding a seat by the window, he settled down to discover a half-finished game of wizard chess beside him. Ah, it seems a guest has arrived, he mused, looking up to see a boy with black tousled hair standing nearby, accompanied by Crumb. Isn't that the renowned boy from the Drackle family? My name is Kawa Xiaobai, one of the 5-star knights of the Mutual Aid Association. Crumb should be quite familiar with you, as he is one of the rising stars of the association. Chinese? No. I am an international student from Huaxia. A curious phenomenon. Odd remains odd while even stays even. Wait, can you speak Chinese? You articulate it even more fluently than I. Something seems amiss. Could it be a regional difference? Crumb's pronunciation was evidently not quite right as he handed over a book. Hideyoshi glanced at the cover, which read Teaching Reference for Medium Vocational Schools. Universal Triangle for Engineering, published by Renjiao Press. Ah, this. He flipped back to the previous page, where he found the phrase odd remains odd, while even stays even before his eyes. It appeared that the code for traversers required an update. Bewildered, Hideyoshi returned the book. It appears that you possess a profound understanding of Huaxia culture, which explains your keen interest in Huaxia wizards. Crumb tossed a book to the dark-haired boy. How have you been lately? Are you adjusting well? I'm doing fine, actually. Durmstrang is quite fascinating. By the way, how about your group of admirers? I found a decoy to divert them. The dark-haired boy intended to say more, but seeing their familiar banter, he waved and took his leave. Crumb, my friend. Crumb inhaled sharply. It was indeed amusing how naturally Yoshiyuki spoke in such a sweet tone. Let us get to the point. Crumb's expression darkened, clearly wishing to distance himself from Yoshiyuki. Can you divulge any insider information about the Mutual Aid Association? Not a chance. How cold-hearted. Are you aware of the student who went missing? Crumb inquired. Which student? Lingine Brown from the anti-Grindelwald army. She is among the top tier of the school's talents, yet she has vanished without a trace. Could it be a false report they released? Yoshiyuki pondered. Della mentioned that the anti-Grindelwald army enjoys playing tricks. Crumb shook his head. Brown's roommate reported her disappearance to the school, and apparently, Morris is also clueless about her whereabouts. Is it possible that Durmstrang has a secret chamber and a basilisk? It became evident that Durmstrang's approach starkly contrasted with that of Hogwarts. Durmstrang rebuffed protesting parents of the students. According to Irinda, Kakarov firmly stated, if you want to learn, do so. If not, leave. The students' parents were furious and applied for transfers to Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, but all requests were denied. In the subsequent days, the school offered no protection for the students, and the professors displayed indifference towards the missing students. Finally, on the 4th day, a notice was added to the bulletin board outside the common room. Durmstrang announcement, a student, Lingine Brown, female, is missing. A mobilization order is issued, offering 1,000 galleons for verified information leading to her recovery and 10,000 galleons for her safe return. Note, students are advised to act within their capabilities and not to overestimate themselves. A crowd gathered around the notice board at the dormitory entrance, eagerly fantasizing about the fame, fortune, and power they could gain, particularly those half-blood wizards who had long been marginalized. Is there any insider news? Yoshiyuki glanced at Della, who stood nearby. Chapter 11. Potions Class. Professor Harry Prince sat in his office, fighting off sleep. The beginning of the school year is the most hectic time for professors. And with the recent disappearance of a student, he was compelled to investigate. He sought out the blonde student who had lingered the latest in the library that day. According to his testimony, the blonde claimed that after Lingine left, she never returned to the library. Della whispered. Professor Prince inquired about the blonde, and many students were present to confirm the blonde's words. Surely, the professor would have seen through that moment of forgetfulness, Yoshiyuki thought to himself. Although the blonde's memory was questionable, Prince was confident in his judgment. This student's memory had likely been wiped clean multiple times. However, as long as it bore no relation to the current incident, he couldn't be bothered. It was merely a minor dispute among students. The testimonies of others corroborated with that of the blonde-haired youth. Alas, what a bother. I find myself yearning for sleep. It should pose no issue. The instructors at Durmstrang are unlikely to concern themselves with such trivialities. After leaving the library, no one has seen Lingine. Consequently, everyone is congregated outside the library, searching for clues. Shall we go take a look together? Ah, it seems I have developed a fondness for this young lady, captivated by her allure. A slight flush crept onto Shoyo's face. In his previous life, as a recluse, he never experienced the joy of companionship. Della, Something is amiss, exclaimed Alinda, rushing in and drawing the attention of the group. We'll discuss it later. Della grasped Alinda's hand and nodded to Shioyo, and the three swiftly entered the dormitory. Inside Della's room, they formed a circle. Contrary to the chaotic depictions often found online, the girls' dormitory was remarkably tidy, exuding a refreshing ambience. Abernathy has been sent to the school hospital after a confrontation with Morris and has yet to awaken. Jamie is tending to him. Alinda spoke rapidly. Shioyo interjected with a question. What about Abernathy? Della replied. Even if he couldn't defeat Morris, surely he could have escaped. Besides, it was a righteous confrontation. Shioyo pondered. Could a sneak attack truly backfire? Perhaps Morris has indeed grown stronger. Della's voice brought Shioyo back from his reverie. Morris was rather unremarkable during his first 2 years, lacking both strength and intellect. He remains devoid of intellect even now, Alinda scoffed. Until last year, when he suddenly surged in power, becoming the new chief representative. Later, during the internal discord within the anti-Grindelwald forces, he seized the opportunity to claim the chief position, at which point he was already capable of confronting Jamie directly. Perhaps the Morris family subjected him to intensive training, or he was merely playing the fool. Alinda expressed her concern. The roster was submitted last night and cannot be altered. Does this mean I am to face 2 adversaries in the competition? The damages caused by dark magic are notoriously difficult to heal without counter curses, and a significant portion of the students here practice hereditary dark magic, leaving many to languish in the hospital for a month. This was my misjudgment. I should have intervened. Della sighed. Let us visit the 2 of them tomorrow. Early the next day, Shioyo found himself seated in the underground classroom for their first potions lesson. Professor Prince lounged against the podium, appearing on the verge of slumber. My apologies, Professor. We are late, Quinny exclaimed as she rushed in, dragging Sharon along, who sported a disheveled appearance, as if still in the clutches of sleep. Come in, Professor Prince yawned, closing the door. Only 2 seats remained in the classroom, and Sharon reluctantly parted from Quinny to sit beside Shioyo, offering him a smile. She remembered the boy who had saved her. After returning home that day, Quinny had been furious upon learning of Sharon's mistreatment. It was said that the blonde youth had just emerged from the hospital when Quinny's associates retaliated against him, sending him back. Surely, Mrs. Black must be quite troubled by these developments. Professor Prince reminisced about the letter from his beloved nephew as he began to speak slowly. You have come here to learn the intricate science and rigorous art of potion brewing. His voice was somewhat hoarse, and despite the seriousness of his words, there was a languid quality that rendered them less intimidating. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite allure of that cauldron simmering gently, wafting delightful aromas. You will not grasp the wondrous magic of the liquid coursing through the veins of humanity, evoking ecstasy and blurring the boundaries of will. He paused momentarily. I can teach you how to attain glory and stave off death, but of course, it is the foolish who shall never understand. The lineage of Professor Prince's potion classes? Shuji, seated below, struggled to suppress his laughter. After delivering his opening remarks, Professor Prince surveyed the class with a glimmer of warmth in his gaze. Although he appeared lacking in intimidation, the freshmen remained respectfully silent. Professor Prince divided them into pairs and instructed them on concocting a hemorrhoid remedy. This was a rather simple potion. He ambled about in his black cloak, occasionally offering guidance. The atmosphere of Professor Prince's class was a stark contrast to that of the original bat-themed lessons. At least Shuji found this session remarkably comfortable, and the newcomers relaxed without any incidents. Well done, Mr. Drackle, Professor Prince remarked, having approached Shuji from behind, raising a bottle of the prepared potion. Behold, Mr. Drackle has successfully crafted a perfect hemorrhoid remedy. I must commend Mr. Drackle for his remarkable talent. He placed the potion on the desk and lowered his voice, addressing Shuji. Come to my office tonight. Certainly, Professor. I believe your potion deserves a no. Sharon jumped for joy, though she felt a twinge of guilt towards Queenie, as she wished to cling to Shuji's leg in the future. Professor Prince nodded in satisfaction and turned back to the lectern. Now, students, please bring your potions to the front, and I will assess each one. Shuji stood and looked around, realizing he did not recognize any of the freshmen from his own club, so he sat back down and tugged at Sharon's sleeve. What is up, big leg? Sharon turned to Shuji. Call me Shuji. Sharon, could you do me a favor? Count on me, Sharon assured, thumping her chest. As Shuji walked through the chilly basement level, he couldn't help but shiver. Upon reaching the corner, Professor Prince, with his tousled dark hair, approached leisurely. Right on time, Mr. Drackle. Come in and warm yourself, Professor Prince said, chilled pumpkin juice. The 2 stone sculptures at the entrance, resembling unknown creatures, shifted aside to reveal a gray stone door. Professor, I have a question I wish to ask you. Then ask away, Professor Prince replied calmly. Did you arrive early and hide, waiting for me to appear? Shuji was confident in his perceptive abilities. Very keen perception indeed, Professor Prince remarked, pulling open the door. Yoshihide gazed into the room beyond Prince. It was a spacious chamber adorned with an empty frame, likely once home to a portrait. In one corner stood a cabinet for potions, reminiscent of the traditional Chinese medicine cabinets used by old doctors in a past life. Prince settled into a high-back chair and asked, "Milk, coffee, or pumpkin juice?" "A cup of hot milk. Thank you," Yoshihide replied as he drew out a chair and sat down. He suspected that Prince sought him out due to his innate talent for potion making. Prince's subsequent words swiftly validated his conjecture. "You possess remarkable talent for potions, Mr. Dracula. I wish to take you on as my student, my protege." "It would be my honor, sir," Yoshihide promptly agreed, realizing that having a master in potion making as a mentor was an invaluable opportunity. But hold on, this is not without conditions. Prince pinched a cockroach and tossed it into his mouth, eliciting a wave of nausea in Yoshihide. "Care for peace?" Yoshihide quickly shook his head. "What a pity. It seems everyone is rather disdainful of this delicacy, but it is quite palatable." Prince picked up another and continued, "You must understand. A potion master typically shares their knowledge only with their kin. Regrettably, the Prince family consists of only 2 members, both of whom are potion masters." "So, you mean I need to change my surname to Prince?" No, Mr. Dracula. You merely need to make a slight adjustment by adopting a middle name from the Prince lineage. By adding a middle name, you would gain a lifetime of knowledge from a potion master as well as the entirety of the Prince family's fortune. What do you say?" This proposition undoubtedly seemed advantageous. As a transmigrator, Yoshihide was not particularly concerned about name. However, he decided to consult Apollon first. Regarding his father's opinion, that was of little significance. "Apologies, Professor. But I believe I need to seek approval from my family." "Of course, Mr. Dracula, that is your prerogative." Prince took a sip of pumpkin juice and added, "I believe it is quite late, and your friend is waiting for you in the infirmary, is she not?" Yoshihide recognized this as the professor's subtle dismissal. "Yes, Professor. Sweet dreams to you, and to you as well." After departing from Prince's underground office, Yoshihide hurried back to his dormitory, intending to use his mirror to communicate with Apollon. "You must be Dracula." A large black man approached, flanked by several others who blocked Yoshihide's path, eager to return to his dormitory and avoid conflict with these youngsters. Yoshihide decided it was best to confront them, as he did not want disturbances in the future. "Look at me when I speak, Dracula. Do you look down upon me? Joey Smith? I detest your contemptuous gaze. Do I know you?" Yoshihide responded with feigned confusion. Smith, incensed, struggled to contain his anger. "I know you are the one who hid Lingyin. If you hand her over, I shall let it go." "Where did you hear that I hid Lingyin? I did not even know her." "Chief Morris does not lie," Smith retorted coldly. "Since you do not believe me, there is nothing more to discuss." Yoshihide remained expressionless. "You are only bringing trouble upon yourself." Smith brandished his wand and charged towards Yoshiyuki. Yoshiyuki raised his head, locking eyes with Smith, divine punishment. Smith halted momentarily, his face reddening, gritting his teeth as he resisted the surge of magical power. Goodness. This was the first time Yoshiyuki encountered someone capable of withstanding his magic with sheer physical strength. Typically, wizards possess frail bodies. Smith's companions quickly surrounded him, with one shouting, "Boss Smith is half-giant. What do you have to combat him?" Smith paused, casting a glare at his bumbling allies. It became clear. It is widely acknowledged that giants possess near-maximum magical resistance, and half-giants are no exception. However, this was the first time Yoshiyuki had seen such a short half-giant. Could he be of ogre descent? Ogres also possess magical resilience. Yoshiyuki thought maliciously, retrieving his wand from its pouch. "What? Do you intend to dazzle us with your little wand? No matter your strength, we are 6 against 1. The surrounding individuals erupted in laughter. Smith furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He had only brought these few along because they were the only ones he could command. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence had declined his invitation. He was aware that seeking trouble was not a wise decision. Yet for the sake of his beloved goddess, he tightened his grip on the wand and charged at Drackle. Heavenly circle of 7 layers. Attendre explosion ensuite. Seeing his magic fail to penetrate the shield before him, Smith resorted to a primal approach, casting aside his wand and channeling his power into his hands. His companions occasionally cast spells to distract Yoshiyuki, who remained unfazed, effortlessly countering Smith's attacks. These buffoons. In a fit of anger, Smith shattered the 7-layered circle, forcing Yoshiyuki to dodge. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent. He possessed magic capable of countering Smith, but it consisted of dark spells prohibited by Durmstrang. Although Durmstrang is a school for dark magic, not all forms are permitted, especially within the school's premises. Otherwise, Grindelwald would not have been expelled for his dark magic experiments. The frustration of being unable to unleash his power left Yoshiyuki feeling distressed. He could only evade. Smith, growing more emboldened with each clash, taunted, "What, can you only dodge, you wild monkey? We're here to assist you, Chief." At that moment, members of Grindelwald's army felt emboldened. "You focus on Smith. We'll handle these minions." Chief Della is on her way. With the distraction of those minions diminished, Yoshiyuki found himself in a slightly better position. This Smith truly was a bane to wizards, akin to a warrior overpowering a mage in a game. Misty Veil. Smith glanced around, cursing inwardly. Transform swiftly. Observing the shattered stones beside him, Yoshiyuki transformed the rubble into a stone giant. Smith charged at the stone figure like an enraged bull, landing a punch that staggered the construct. Attempting to bypass the stone giant to strike at Yoshiyuki, he found himself ensnared and unable to escape. As he watched the stone figure continuously repair itself, Smith's frustration mounted, and he engaged in a sumo-like struggle with the stone giant. On the other side, Grindelwald's forces swiftly dealt with the minions, observing the two combatants without any opportunity to intervene. Indeed, being a frail wizard rendered Yoshiyuki incapable of engaging in close combat. Chapter 13. A Turn of Events. Ultimately, Smith began to feel fatigue, his gaze towards Yoshiyuki imbued with a hint of reluctance. Draco must have expended considerable magical energy. Yet why did he appear so unfazed? Was it a facade? Unlikely. Just as Smith's focus wavered, a golem struck him against the wall with a powerful punch. Emerging from the debris of the collapsed wall, Smith gasped for breath, only to be met by another golem, newly formed from the rubble, joining another in a game of toss. In midair, Smith's mind went blank. With his remaining strength, he shattered one golem's arm, its massive form crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Smith was forcibly dragged into exhaustion. This was a spell inspired by Professor McGonagall's Stone Guardian, capable of perpetual regeneration as long as there was sufficient magical energy. Fortuitously, he possessed a great deal of it. Well executed, Professor Princess emerged from the shadows. "Please use the levitation charm to transport them to the infirmary." Watching the departing students, Princess yawned. He had nearly drifted into slumber, yet the ruckus for the castle demolition had been overwhelmingly loud, waking him even from underground. Youth is indeed a blessing. Princess surveyed the surroundings, where the chaotic first floor of the castle was gradually self-repairing, the shattered stones slowly returning to their rightful places in the walls. It will fix itself anyway, won't it? Another yawn escaped him as he lowered his wand, preparing to resume his interrupted sleep. The commotion leading up to the double-headed Eagle Cup had truly been remarkable. Elinda remarked, observing Smith lying on the hospital bed. The competition hasn't even begun, and both teams have already lost several key players. Due to Smith's considerable weight, the other students lacked the magical capacity to transport him, leaving Yoshiyuki to handle the aftermath personally, as the team members displayed expressions of shame. To them, Yoshiyuki was akin to a triumphant general. It seemed inappropriate for such a figure to be tasked with cleaning the battlefield. Yoshiyuki, our esteemed leader, is truly exceptional, effortlessly defeating Smith. Listening to the praise from his comrades, Yoshiyuki felt a sense of discomfort enveloping him. What on earth was that fellow Maurice thinking? Jamie picked up a piece of cake. "Abernathy, would you mind if I indulge in one?" "Go ahead," Abernathy replied nonchalantly, eyeing the pile of consolation gifts. He had only just awakened during the clash between Yoshiyuki and Smith. How could you lose to Maurice? Yoshiyuki settled beside Abernathy, catching a glimpse of Mrs. Black bustling about. He concealed his true strength. Abernathy exhaled, lifting his shirt to reveal a ghastly wound across his chest, faintly emanating a dark mist. "I had the upper hand, but he suddenly went berserk. This dark magic shattered all my protective spells." "Is it a legitimate form of dark magic?" Jamie inquired softly. "The regulations of the school do not mention it. Therefore, it is deemed lawful and compliant. You must assist me in seeking vengeance at the double-headed dragon cup." Abernathy shifted in his seat, addressing the two esteemed leaders. Shioji felt as if he were adorned with flags. "No problem. The combination of Shioji and I should be the strongest in the entire school." Della remarked, "Shioji, rest well tonight. The opening of the competition is tomorrow. Would you like to sleep with me? This hospital bed is quite spacious," Abernathy teased, patting the empty space beside him with a mischievous grin. Upon noticing Della's disapproving gaze, Abernathy quickly backed down, chuckling nervously. I was just joking, Della. You should return to rest," Della gently advised Shioji. "All right," Shioji replied, standing up to bid farewell to the others. Jamie shook his head, wearing a hint of a knowing smile. What are you laughing at, Jamie? Abanasi inquired. Oh, nothing, came the reply. As Shoji stepped out of the school infirmary, he inhaled the fresh outdoor air, which carried a subtle fragrance in the gentle breeze. Suddenly, a weight settled on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Ronald leisurely closing a book, evidently the weapon that had just assaulted him. What are you doing? Shoji asked. Preparing to go to sleep, Ronald replied nonchalantly, as Shoji walked away, leaving him with only a retreating silhouette. The following morning was exceptionally cold, with a gray sky that dampened one's spirits. The auditorium was adorned with streamers, and candles floated from the ceiling. The 3 long tables in the hall were filled with students as the headmaster of Durmstrang addressed the audience. I hereby announce that this academic year, Durmstrang will host a double-headed Eagle Championship. This year's format will differ slightly from previous years. Shoji exchanged glances with Della. Firstly, this competition will consist of teams of 10. The 3 largest clubs of the school will each send 10 participants, while the remaining students will form their own teams of 10 to partake in the double-headed Eagle Championship. Kakarov's words fell like a bombshell among the crowd, igniting a flurry of murmurs. What? Kakarov, are you joking? The cacophony of voices made Shoji uncomfortable. Once the students settled down, Kakarov continued, the specific schedule will be announced in the afternoon. For now, you are required to submit your team list to Professor Prince before noon. After the meeting concluded, Shoji intended to accompany Della to visit Jamie and Abanasi in the infirmary. Well, that was quite unexpected. This change in the competition format, a voice dripped with sarcasm from behind them, deliberately amplified for their ears. Do you have something to say? Chuan Xiaobai. Shoji turned to see the familiar face of Wuxing from the library, flanked by Crumb. I am here to inform you that Wuxing will, as usual, not participate in this championship. I'm quite curious about what you are plotting, Della replied coldly. Oh dear, is that how Miss Rogier views us? How disappointing. Chuan Xiaobai's flippant tone grated on the ears. I wish you all the best in securing the double-headed Eagle Cup. Crumb offered a smile of apology to Hideyoshi and whispered swiftly as he passed by. That's just his nature. He holds no interest in Miss Rogier. Hideyoshi responded with a puzzled expression. Huh? Crumb was taken aback by the fact that this bushy-browed, wide-eyed fellow was so inquisitive. Wait, how did you come to know this? No, it can't be that the entire school is aware, can it? A sense of panic washed over Hideyoshi. Come on, why are you still standing there? Dara turned back, looking quizzically at Hideyoshi, who was rooted in place. Her voice snapped him back to reality, and he hurriedly caught up, grasping Dara's hand. Chapter 14, The Tale of Poet Peter. As Hideyoshi stepped into the infirmary, he was met with the amused expressions of Jamie and Abner, who regarded him with an ant-like grin. What's going on? He inquired. Congratulations, Hideyoshi. Should we throw a party during the break? Enough. Do you wish to add insult to injury? Dara retorted, her tone irritable as she observed the two's playful demeanor. Since when did the usually serious Jamie become like this? Gossip can drive one to madness. Noticing their reactions, Hideyoshi began to speculate. Perhaps it was the gossip concerning him and Dara. She offered no rebuttal. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? This thought ignited a sense of secret delight within him. How many people remain in the department? Jamie inquired. There are 19 in total, with 7 currently in the infirmary. That is just enough to form a team of 10, although 2 will need to be eliminated. Don't worry, I already have a list in mind and will submit it shortly. Dara raised her voice slightly. Observing the time, still early, Hideyoshi decided to seek out Professor Prince first. After parting ways with the trio, he arrived at the entrance of the underground potion office. He had conversed with Apolline the previous night, who remarked, such a fortunate occurrence? Amidst a pile of cockroaches, 2 stone beasts leapt aside as the door opened from within. I was wondering if it would be Mr. Drackle coming to see me. It appears my intuition remains sharp. Professor Prince squinted, appearing somewhat bleary-eyed. Upon entering the office, Hideyoshi conjured a chair from a piece of paper. Since you, Mr. Drackle, have chosen this moment to visit, you must be prepared to become my student. Yes, sir. Excellent. Prince nodded in satisfaction. From this moment forth, you shall be the heir of the Prince family. When you reach adulthood, I will bestow upon you the key to Gringotts. Hideyoshi Prince Drackle. Matters concerning the name change and family legacy will be handled by your father and me. You need only visit my office in the evenings, and I will personally instruct you. This arrangement seemed entirely favorable to him, and he felt as though he had unwittingly acquired a piece of the Prince family. Very well, sir. May I pose a question? Of course, please do. You appear so youthful, yet your voice. Ah, this is a youth-preserving potion I developed myself. It can permanently fix one's appearance at the moment of consumption. I shall teach you this in due course, Prince replied, displaying a hint of pride, as this was indeed his magnum opus. Professor, if we could develop a potion through the study of youth-preserving elixirs that halts the aging of bodily organs, would that not lead to the attainment of immortality? Prince paused for a moment before responding. Yoshiyuki, are you familiar with the legend of the Grim Reaper and the Three Brothers? I believe I've heard of it. Is it part of a collection of tales? Yoshiyuki recalled having encountered it in a past life, yet could not summon the details to mind. It is from the collection The Tales of the Three Brothers by Peter the Poet. As Prince nibbled on a mound of cockroaches, he continued, perhaps it is not the right time to share this, yet I feel it is essential for you to know. Once upon a time, three brothers traveled along a remote, winding path at dawn. They soon arrived at the banks of a river, one that was both deep and swift, rendering it impossible to cross by wading or swimming. However, these three brothers possessed magic. With a mere flick of their wands, they conjured a great bridge to span the river. Yet, as they traversed its length, they encountered a hooded figure blocking their way. The Grim Reaper spoke to them, irate that he had been outwitted by these three new potential victims. For travelers typically perished in these waters. However, the Reaper was cunning. He feigned admiration for the brothers' magic and, for skillfully evading him, promised each would receive a prize. The eldest brother, a warrior at heart, requested a wand more powerful than any in existence, one that would ensure its wielder's triumph in duels. A wand deserving of a sorcerer who had vanquished the Grim Reaper. The Reaper severed a branch from an ancient tree by the riverbank, fashioned it into a wand, and presented it to the eldest. Next, the second brother, a man of arrogance, sought to further humiliate the Reaper and demanded the power to summon others back from his grasp. The Reaper handed him a stone from the riverbank, claiming it had the ability to restore the dead to life. The Reaper then turned to the youngest brother, inquiring about his desires. The youngest, being the most humble and astute, chose not to trust the Reaper, instead requesting an item that would allow him to venture beyond the Reaper's domain. Reluctantly, the Reaper bestowed upon him his own invisibility cloak. With that, the Reaper withdrew, permitting the three brothers to discuss their adventures and the gifts they had received. For their individual purposes, the brothers parted ways. The eldest journeyed for over a week before arriving at a secluded village, seeking a sorcerer with whom he had previously quarreled. Naturally, armed with a powerful wand, he could not possibly lose any duel that followed, and his adversary fell to the ground. The eldest continued on to an inn, where he boasted loudly about the formidable wand he had received from the Grim Reaper and how it rendered him invincible. That very night, as he lay down to sleep, another sorcerer stealthily entered his room, stole the wand, and, to ensure his success, slit the eldest's throat. Thus, the Grim Reaper claimed the life of the eldest brother. Meanwhile, the second brother returned to his solitary abode. There, he took out the stone capable of summoning the dead, held it in his hand, and turned it 3 times. To his astonishment and delight, the girl he once wished to marry, only to meet an untimely demise, suddenly appeared before him. Yet, she was both sorrowful and distant, separated from him by a veil. Although she had returned to the realm of the living, she did not truly belong there. She was ensnared in suffering. Ultimately, in a spiral of endless despair, the second brother succumbed to madness, taking his own life to genuinely merge into her world. Thus, the Grim Reaper claimed the second brother's life. However, after many years of searching, the Grim Reaper could not find the youngest of the 3 brothers. The youngest thrived, cloaked in invisibility, until old age compelled him to shed his garment, passing it on to his son. He greeted the Grim Reaper like an old friend, content to depart with him, and in the end, they both left the mortal realm. Prince's voice gradually faded as he sipped his pumpkin juice. Shoji recalled that these 3 items were the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. The Resurrection Stone had been transformed into a Horcrux by one with no nose, while the Elder Wand and the Invisibility Cloak remained in the hands of old Dumbledore. Legend has it that whoever possesses these 3 relics can become the Master of Death. I cannot ascertain the existence of the Hallows, but the Grim Reaper is indeed real. He thwarted my attempts to create the Elixir of Life. Chapter 15. The Grim Reaper and the Elixir of Life. Have you encountered the Grim Reaper? Shoji thought of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, the white curtain that Sirius fell through, and the final white station. After concocting the youth potion, I harbored the same ambition as you, to create the elixir of life that grants immortality. Just as I believed I was on the cusp of success, my mind became hazy, leading me to a pure white space. Shoji furrowed his brow, pondering the connection between the Grim Reaper and the color white, the white station, the white space. I found myself completely bare before a white Durmstrang school bus, my consciousness informing me that I had died, and boarding the bus would take me to the next destination. As I hesitated, Albus appeared. Dumbledore? Indeed, the most powerful white wizard. Prince rose, dragging a shallow stone basin from the corner, its edge engraved with runes and symbols. Shall an 11-year-old be privy to such knowledge? Shoji remarked. Do you believe you resemble an 11-year-old? Prince languidly replied, directing his wand at his temple, conjuring a dreamlike silver ribbon. Shoji recognized this as a memory of Professor Prince. Don't board the bus, Harry. Upon hearing the voice, Shoji opened his eyes to a realm of pure white, where two figures stood nearby. One was Professor Prince, enveloped in mist from the neck down, while the other elder was presumably the renowned Old Bee. Albus, you two have perished. Prince halted, staring in disbelief at Dumbledore. Shoji turned to see the real Professor Prince beside him, gazing at the two figures in the distance. I believe we are both still alive, Harry. Dumbledore hastened to Prince's side. Then where are we now? Having seen me, you should already have the answer in your heart. Is it a place akin to the threshold between life and death? Prince pondered for a moment. Where will the school bus take me? I believe it will carry you onward, Dumbledore replied simply. Spare me, Harry interjected. One last question, Albus. Is this merely a figment of my imagination, or is it real? It is undoubtedly a manifestation of your mind. Harry, your body still lies in reality. Dumbledore's voice seemed to echo from a distant horizon. Yet, does what resides in your mind necessarily prove its falsity? Shoji leaned closer to the pensive. Perhaps it was from this moment that Dumbledore gained a deeper understanding. This was the juncture between life and death. Once I boarded that school bus, my life would be surrendered to the Grim Reaper. Prince's voice resonated in Shoji's ears. Looking up, Shoji saw Prince seated once more, holding a warm cup of pumpkin juice. Could it be that you have overexerted yourself, sir? Prince's hand trembled as he held the pumpkin juice, after Albus and I returned. We reviewed my memories of brewing potions and glimpsed the shadow of a hooded figure beside me. Though merely a silhouette, my subconscious firmly identified it as the Grim Reaper. This implies that the Grim Reaper possesses the ability to usher souls into the liminal space between life and death. I speculate that the Grim Reaper cannot directly harm individuals, and thus, the ability to send them there is somewhat constrained. Following this realization, I ceased my research on the elixir of eternity. Prince took a sip of pumpkin juice. In any case, until you attain Albus's level of prowess, refrain from studying the elixir of eternity. I do not wish for my students to vanish inexplicably. Understood, sir. Prince waved at Shoji. Bring back a two-headed eagle cup. Of course. I shall procure the two-headed eagle cup. The afternoon heralded the first match of the Triwizard Tournament. The Quidditch pitch of Durmstrang boasted 10 arenas. This edition of the Triwizard Tournament was a series of one-on-one duels, with the prohibition of killing one's opponent. Karkaroff announced, Arena 1, Delarzier versus Sharon White. Arena 2, Alinda Castellana versus a random opponent. Arena 3. Did you hear my name? Della asked, shaking her head. It appears I am in the next batch. As the 10 battles commenced, Shoji focused his attention on Della. Her prowess was among the most formidable in the school, and with her opponent being merely a first-year novice. The outcome was already predetermined. Sharon attempted to struggle further, but Della graciously allowed her some dignity, ultimately casting her out of the arena a minute later. An elegant performance. Upon returning to the audience, Della seemingly casually offered Shoji a radiant smile, prompting the surrounding students to erupt in cheers. Shoji chuckled and shifted his gaze to the distant arena. Alinda and Crumb, both third years, faced off. However, Crumb's strength vastly surpassed that of Alinda. While the duel appeared fiercely contested, it was evident that Crumb was merely toying with Alinda. Alinda demonstrated the caliber of a typical second-year top student, while Crumb's abilities clearly eclipsed those of even some fourth or fifth years. I concede, Alinda declared, her wand cast aside, pinned against her chest by Crumb's wand. Her expression tinged with disappointment. Crumb! Crumb! The girls of Crumb's support group began to cheer loudly, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to hastily leave the stage. Is Crumb truly that formidable? I'm only aware of his prowess in Quidditch. The professors seated at the head table were engaged in hushed whispers, occasionally nodding in approval towards Crumb. The competition swiftly progressed from 40 to 20, with Karkaroff continuing to announce impassively. Round 1. Fleur Delacour versus Yuxuan. Upon hearing Fleur's name, the drowsy prince opened his eyes, only to find Fleur's opponent and promptly closed them again in boredom. Fleur rose and approached the arena, where the referee, seeing both competitors ready, declared, Match 11. Fleur Delacour versus Yuxuan, commence. Fleur assessed her opponent, a girl with a brown ponytail and deep green attire, who appeared quite charming. Yuxuan stood poised, aware of Fleur's reputation and believing she could not possibly prevail, yet still wished to give it a try. So swift. Magic unleashed. Fleur enveloped her legs with magical energy, swiftly closing the distance to Yushuan, mimicking the renowned technique of a certain general, unleashing her power towards her opponent. Just as Yushuan conjured a barrier of light before her, Fleur had already circled behind her. A slight smile graced Yushuan's lips as she waved her wand, causing countless vines to emerge from beneath the arena, ensnaring Fleur and propelling her towards the center of the stage. "You are too careless," Yushuan remarked, intensifying her magical output. Chapter 16, Yushuan. Boom! The bundled vines exploded mid-air, turning to ash. Fleur hovered gracefully in the air, arms crossed. Incredible, she can fly. How does one counter this? This must be cheating. Yushuan felt a sense of disorientation. In this realm, few wizards possess the ability to fly, and those who do hold an undeniable advantage. The airspace above the arena remains within the bounds of the competition, the referee announced. "I concede." Yushuan's voice rang out. From the moment she witnessed Fleur soaring above, she realized victory was beyond her grasp. Her spells could not reach such heights. Fleur descended elegantly beside the referee. After thorough confirmation, the referee declared in a booming voice, "The victor is Fleur Delacour." "Hey Fleur, your flying magic was magnificent." As soon as Fleur stepped down from the stage, Chuan Xiaobai approached eagerly. "Can you teach me?" "You wouldn't be able to learn it," Fleur replied nonchalantly. "How could that be?" "I am the elite sent from our sect for cultural exchange in the West. There's nothing I cannot learn." Chuan Xiaobai protested, only to be unexpectedly shoved aside. "Why do you always cling to Fleur? You wouldn't have any inappropriate intentions towards her, would you?" Came the irritated voice of Alinda. Hey, how could that be? Don't take out your frustrations on me." "Of course not, Senior," replied Alinda with a saccharine tone that sent shivers down the spines of the two boys present. Fleur was reminded of Umbridge from the original story. Her sickly sweet voice, frog-like visage, and pink bow conjured images of impending disaster. Fortunately, when I first encountered Umbridge, she was not yet the frog-faced figure adorned with a pink bow. "Delilah is searching for you. You should hasten over," Aaron said with a wink to Yashiki. "Understood." Yashiki nodded, and promptly he made his way to the audience. Upon finding Delilah, he discovered her idly toying with her wand in her seat. "Where is everyone?" he inquired as he settled beside her. "I've sent them away," Delilah replied nonchalantly, glancing at the surrounding individuals. "Sent them away? I believe we ought to discuss the gossip that has circulated over the past few days regarding the two of us," she added, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Are you prepared to clarify?" Yashiki asked, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. Perhaps it was jealousy rearing its head? "No. I think we might as well embrace this gossip and see where it leads," Delilah suggested, a rosy hue gracing her face. Yashiki paused, momentarily taken aback, before being overtaken by a wave of elation. "Of course, that sounds splendid." He managed to suppress his emotions, offering her a smile. "But why the sudden shift? You looked quite impressive soaring through the air with your wand just now." Delilah raised her voice slightly. "And besides, doesn't someone have fondness for me? I thought I would grant him an opportunity." Yashiki struggled to contain the smile that threatened to spread across his face. "So it is my excellence that has inspired this? What are you saying?" Delilah protested playfully. "Am I not exceptional? Aside from a few professors, no one at this school can consistently best me." "Well, that does sound rather impressive," Yashiki conceded as their eyes met, both breaking into laughter. After dinner, the two reclined in the snow behind the castle. "Delilah, are you acquainted with a student named Yushuan?" "What? Already thinking of other girls now that you have a girlfriend?" "No. I merely find Yushuan's prowess quite remarkable. I believe there is potential to explore," Yashiki replied. Delilah pondered for a moment. "Yushuan is quite well known at our school. You are aware of the events surrounding the anti-Grindelwald faction last year, correct?" Yashiki nodded. "Then you must know about the first-year reforms, or perhaps I should say the coup. Was Yushuan the ringleader? Quick on the uptake, aren't you?" Delilah remarked, toying with Yashiki's hair. "That is precisely why she is famous. The one who instigates a coup certainly garners attention. She is a half-blood, pure blood, possessing immense magical power and formidable strength. Had it not been for your peculiar presence, she would have at least ranked in the top 10. During last year's tri-school competition, the anti-Grindelwald faction secured 3 slots, typically occupied by the top performers due to their superior strength. However, the situation last year was rather convoluted. Were all 3 heads of the faction inept? Not quite. Only 2 of the heads were relatively weak, and the other upperclassmen were also lacking in power. Thus, the new powerhouse students, represented by Yushuan, sought to seize the competition slots. So, they instigated a coup because they did not secure slots? Delilah nodded and then shook her head. Their head accepted considerable favors from the 2 heads and decided to grant them the slots. The upperclassmen mocked the newcomers. which led them to ally with a few older students who desired change, aiming to overthrow the existing leadership and seize the competition list. Yuxuan managed to persuade several individuals to join, though some were among the heads. Then Yu Xian and his team fell into an ambush. All of them sent to the hospital. Daila, do you think our chances of rescuing Yu Xian are high? Yu Xian harbored no deep-seated enmity towards Grindelwald. As long as you can claim victory this time, there should be no issue. After all, Durmstrang is a school that values strength above all. With sufficient power, one can act freely. Just like me? If you lacked strength, I wouldn't have noticed you at all. Daila chuckled awkwardly. With your looks, I would have noticed you regardless. Daila seemed to recall something, laughing in a somewhat mischievous manner. So, you only notice my looks now? Shioji tossed his long hair, shaking his head in resignation. You should return and wash your hair. You wouldn't want to compete with smoking ears, would you? Upon hearing the mention of smoking ears, Daila hurriedly scrambled up from the snow. Let us go back to the lounge and warm up. Once they returned to the lounge, they collapsed onto the sofa by the fireplace, greedily soaking in the warmth. Only you two would dare to go on a date in the freezing cold tonight. Alinda teased from across the room. Listening to the playful banter between the two girls, Shioji contemplated performing a divination, or rather, a prophecy. This was his innate ability, allowing him glimpses of the future, occasionally catching fragments related to what was to come. Undoubtedly, due to his presence, the future had already been altered. Even while studying at Durmstrang, the wings of this little butterfly still fluttered towards Hogwarts. Adireomin, glancing at the two girls beside him, Shioji felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that he would not win this competition? What's wrong, Shioji? Daila waved her hand in front of his face, noticing his dazed expression on the sofa. I'm just a bit tired. Shioji feigned yawn, reclining on Daila's lap, eliciting laughter from Alinda. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. All he could do was prepare to face this seemingly grim future. Chapter 17, Prophecy. When Shioji opened his eyes again, he found himself staring at a familiar ceiling. It seemed Daila must have brought him back to the dormitory last night. As he sat on the edge of the bed, his head suddenly felt as though it had been struck by a giant hammer, flashes of fragmented memories racing through his mind. Shioji was no stranger to this. It was his gift of prophecy. Compared to the uncertainty of divination, prophecy was far more vivid and clear. The images before him slowed down, eventually settling on a particular scene. The referee raised his hand. The finals of the double-headed Eagle Cup, Alan Morris versus Fleur Delacour, begin. Suddenly, everything before him jolted. The gears of time began to turn, swiftly advancing, and Shioji could not discern the rapidly fast-forwarding images, forced to relinquish his focus. At a certain moment, the scene halted. The referee raised Morris's hand and declared, "The victor, Morris. Morris will be the recipient of this year's double-headed Eagle Cup." Although he had secured the double-headed Eagle Cup, Morris's expression remained calm, devoid of any joy from his victory. Yet, he always wore a rather expressionless face. With a crash, Shioji knocked over the cup. The images before him gradually faded, becoming a blur. Unexpectedly, this Maurice has been masquerading as a simpleton, to the extent that even he cannot best him. Yoshihide reclined on his bed, enveloped in silence. According to his master, the hierarchy is as follows: prophet, astrologer, diviner. It can be asserted that the prophecy is a foregone conclusion, an inevitability. He had succumbed to Maurice. Nonetheless, one must always make an attempt. It is not in his nature to surrender without a fight. Let him confront destiny in his mortal guise. Could the ominous divination from last night have foretold his impending failure? It seems so. Yoshihide sat cross-legged on his bed, embarking on meditation, with his roommate Jamie still resting in the infirmary, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Meditation is a common restorative practice among Chinese sorcerers, also serving to soothe the mind. Knock, knock, knock. Yoshihide, it's time to rise. Yoshihide exhaled, opened his eyes, and glanced at the time. After 2.5 hours of meditation, his mind felt notably clearer. He opened the door to find Alinda standing there, observing him. Sister Della asked me to wake you up. You're not seriously just getting up, are you? Of course not. Yoshihide replied with a faint smile. Alinda scrutinized his disheveled hair and, with a flick of her wand, smooth it down. Hurry, the match is about to begin, she urged. Yoshihide prepared at a leisurely pace, believing there was still ample time. If circumstances allowed, he might even consider forfeiting to see what would unfold and how the world would rectify his withdrawal. The thought was rather amusing. He tucked his wand into his wand pouch, dismissing the tempting notion. Let us go, Alinda insisted, stamping her foot and grabbing Yoshihide's hand to rush outside. Wait, Haven Tea, I mentioned. Yoshihide halted Alinda, waved his wand, and in an instant, they arrived at the Quidditch pitch. Elinda stood, momentarily stunned. You didn't say. Now I have, Yoshihide replied calmly, retracting his wand. Observing Elinda's flushed face, he felt a sense of delight. It was quite entertaining. Just you wait, Elinda declared defiantly, turning to seek out Della to complain. Yoshihide turned his attention to the professor's section, where Kakarov had already risen to announce the competition arrangements. Yoshihide ceased holding back, conserving his magical energy, and with a single strike, sent his opponent tumbling off the platform. Kakarov seemed disinterested in further announcements, waving his wand to reveal the tournament schedule in the sky. In a round of 10-5, on Platform 5, Yoshihide Delacour faced Della Rogier. So soon, they crossed paths. Yoshihide ascended the platform and exchanged a glance with Della. Il forfait de la stated. Della Rogier, are you certain you wish to forfeit the match? The referee inquired solemnly. I am certain, Della nodded, a decision they had long discussed. Yoshihide took a deep breath. This time, Della would be disappointed. He would fall to Maurice. Would Della have a chance if she participated? No. Setting aside Della's inferior strength, the prophecy's certainty loomed large. To attempt to alter the future could endanger Della. Such a risk was untenable. The victor is Yoshihide Delacour. Upon receiving confirmation from Della, the referee proclaimed loudly, Come on. Shuji, you are our hope. Della walked ahead of Shuji, turning back to smile gently at him. I will do my best, Shuji replied. Suppressing his emotions with a mental barrier, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. He could not allow negative feelings to affect Della, yet he feared he would disappoint her this time. Even under the mental shield, he felt increasingly agitated. Do not put too much pressure on yourself, Shuji, just do your best, Della encouraged. Holding Shuji's hand and smiling warmly at him, Shuji reciprocated her grip, her smile radiating warmth and brilliance like the sun. The finals of the double-headed Eagle Cup were scheduled for 2 months later. You are already quite strong, Shuji. Maurice cannot possibly be your match, Jamie remarked from the side, with Abbarnacy, who practiced alongside Shuji, nodding in agreement. Abbarnacy observed Shuji, who could now effortlessly deflect spells without a wand, his lips twitching slightly. In his view, Shuji had merely lacked dueling experience before, but now, with gained experience, even the professors would find it challenging to best him. You've taken almost a month off. I can't believe Kakarov approved your leave, Abbarnacy scoffed, plopping down onto the snow. Tomorrow is Halloween. Take a break for yourself. You wouldn't want Della to be upset because you didn't show up, would you? Shuji sprawled across the snow in a starfish position. To honor Della's sun-like smile, he resolved to pursue his prophecy with fervor. First, he kindly approached Kakarov to request time off, then sought guidance from his mentor through the two-way mirror, planning to study potions with Prince in the evening. Though this lifestyle was exhausting, it felt fulfilling. Despite the few moments, he could sense his strength visibly increasing. In an attempt to alter the seemingly immutable prophecy, he delved deeply into Morris's combat techniques, classic wand dueling, agile footwork, and a thorough mastery of battle magic. After studying Morris's methods, his mentor taught him the Avalon swordsmanship and gifted him the legendary sword of King Arthur. Are you ready to head back, Shuji? One of them asked. I would like to practice a bit more. You two can go ahead, he replied. The pair shook their heads and departed, leaving Shuji alone. Once they were gone, Shuji sat up and waved his hand through the air, causing the sword of victory to materialize in his grasp. With this sword, how could I possibly lose to Maurice? He mused, pondering if his mentor was also eager to witness whether he could defy the predetermined fate. Chapter 18, Halloween. On Halloween Day, Shuji awoke early, staring blankly at the ceiling while Jamie next door snored away. It was a rare day of rest. For the past month, he had been tirelessly striving to grow stronger, bearing immense pressure, not solely for Della and the double-headed Eagle Cup, but for himself as well. Only by becoming a formidable force like Dumbledore, perhaps even the strongest, could he protect everything he cherished in this world. After freshening up, Shuji made his way to the common room, where several students were already seated, nodding in acknowledgement upon seeing him. As Yoshihide observed Elinda seated in the center of the lounge, he swiftly approached and inquired, Is Della still asleep? Elinda cast a glance in his direction, remarking, You certainly rose early today. What, Elinda, do you hold grudges? Your dear Della asked me to inform you that she is feeling unwell today and cannot join us for the dance. What dance? Are you not aware? Durmstrang hosts dances for both Halloween and Christmas. Yoshihide shook his head, realization dawning upon him. No wonder Jamie and Abernathy had been reluctant to practice with him lately. They were occupied with finding partners. Then I suppose you haven't prepared a gown, have you? Allow me to assist you. No need, since Della cannot attend. I shall also refrain from going. That is not acceptable. Della has already lent you to me. You must dance with me at the ball. With someone as beautiful as you, Elinda, I imagine you receive numerous invitations to dance. Indeed, Elinda proudly declared, but I have declined them all. Rather than dancing with boys, I prefer to share a dance with lovely girls. Last year, I danced with Della, and now that she's unwell, I have no choice but to settle for you. Am I truly such a burden to dance with, given my striking looks? There's not an ounce of handsomeness, but you do possess a certain charm. Then I shall trouble you to prepare for me. I will make a trip to the kitchen. Please fetch me some breakfast. Elinda waved her hand dismissively. Yoshihide ascended to the third floor of the castle, turning left to stand before a portrait depicting a wine barrel. Step aside. The portrait seemed to comprehend Yoshihide's command, trembling as it shifted aside to reveal an opening behind it. Welcome, Master Drackle, a house elf squeaked as other elves gathered around. You may attend to your own tasks. Yoshihide gestured. Babbage, how is the medicinal brew coming along? Miss Rogier's brew is ready, Master Drackle. The house elf named Babbage suddenly appeared before Yoshihide, presenting the prepared potion. This was a recipe he had specifically sourced from Huaxia. With Elinda's breakfast and medicinal brew in hand, Yoshihide returned to the lounge. I should go check on Della now. Elinda accepted the items from Yoshihide and retreated to her dormitory. Jamie and Abernathy had both found beautiful partners, and the two were trying on their formal attire in Yoshihide's room. Haha. When Yoshihide entered the dormitory wearing his outfit, both of them burst into laughter. Logically, Yoshihide looked quite splendid. Donned in a suitable gown, he would undoubtedly be one of the most striking figures at the ball. However, the issue lay in the attire itself. It was a dress designed for women. Although he had been compelled by Apollon to wear such garments at home, this was his first experience wearing one in front of others. Hey, you cannot deny it. Yoshihide looks rather good in women's clothing. Not just good. I dare say he surpasses all the girls in the school. Yoshihide could not help but sigh. Compared to receiving compliments on his beauty, he would much prefer to possess the handsomeness of the esteemed readers. Do not fret, my friend. Your gown merely differs from our styles. Abernathy patted Yoshihide's shoulder. Do not jest, or shall we swap outfits? Never mind. I am not destined to partake in this. Hideyoshi cast a glance at Abernathy and Jamie's attire. I no longer wish to attend the ball. Ultimately, however, Hideyoshi resolved to participate. Within the grand hall, the three navigated through the throng, drawing the gaze of numerous attendees upon Hideyoshi. Hey, Abernathy, who was transformed into such a dazzling dance partner. The two hurriedly approached to disperse the crowd, lest Hideyoshi inadvertently dismantle the hall. Yet, their concerns were seemingly unfounded. Hideyoshi found the notion of adopting a different persona and presenting himself before his classmates rather intriguing. As they ventured into a corner, Hideyoshi surveyed his surroundings. It was astonishing to discover such a plethora of handsome young men and beautiful women within the school. When Elinda entered the hall, gasps of admiration filled the air. Clad in a pristine white princess gown, complemented by her cascading snow-white hair, she resembled a fairy from a realm untouched by the world. As the crowd observed Elinda approach Hideyoshi and take his hand, she softly whispered in his ear, "Your name is now by Lu. Who is the girl Elinda is holding? Such a stunning beauty. Why had we not noticed her before?" Yet another lovely maiden caught in Elinda's web. The murmurs within the hall reached Hideyoshi's ears, causing him a sense of unease. What if his true identity were to be unveiled? The thought was too exquisite, almost unimaginable. What would it feel like to be the center of attention? If it were due to my charm, I would undoubtedly revel in it. You may not have that chance, dear Miss Bailu, came Jamie's voice, as he and Abernathy also gazed in awe until Elinda entwined her arm with Hideyoshi's, snapping them back to reality. Elinda, are you once again teasing the young lady? Jamie remarked. The attire Elinda selected for Hideyoshi was indeed striking, and the duo, standing together, captured the attention of countless young men. As the Halloween ball was about to commence, Jamie and Abernathy also fetched their dance partners and entered the hall. From the rear, Hideyoshi noticed with surprise that Abernathy's partner was Yushuan. He had been contemplating how to befriend the auburn-haired maiden, not anticipating Abernathy's swift move. A slight smile crept upon Hideyoshi's lips. The allure of beauty is always effective, regardless of the setting. Soon, the hall began to empty, leaving only a few individuals behind. Hey, Chuan Xiaobai, your club members are being whisked away. Aren't you going to take action? Observing the scene, those still present hastily made their way into the hall. After witnessing the departure of those around him, Chuan Xiaobai finally spoke. Yushuan has her own aspirations. I cannot impede her. And what of the matter I entrusted you with? They all appear quite normal. There should be no issues. Are you certain? If you believe in my capabilities. Morris watched as Chuan Xiaobai escorted the young lady into the hall, standing in place, lost in thought. Truly foolish, he muttered to himself before turning away. He had no partner and intended not to attend the ball. Chapter 19, The Ball. The festivities commenced in the evening. At the entrance of the hall, 2 jack-o'-lanterns were displayed, while the walls were adorned with bizarre patterns reflecting the essence of Halloween. The dining table had been set aside, and the tablecloth was replaced with a deep hue. Yoshiyuki gazed into the distance, where Kakarov was saying something to the wizard band below. The nameless wizard band at the front of the stage struck up a melody, marking the official commencement of the ball. Suddenly, Yoshiyuki froze in place, a realization striking him that he had never learned to dance in either this life or the previous one. Oh no, this is bad. What's wrong? Elinda noticed his unease and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Yoshiyuki felt a tickle in his ears and snapped back to reality. I've never learned to dance. Really? Indeed, I haven't. No worries, just follow my lead later. The music flowed gracefully, and the skirts of the dresses twirled as the girls danced, resembling a grand, blooming flower. The most captivating sight was 2 stunning girls in the center of the dance floor. Elinda danced the male steps, while the blonde girl performed the female ones. Unfortunately, the blonde girl's dancing skills were not particularly impressive, yet she exuded a peculiar aura, clearly striving to keep up with Elinda's rhythm. Did you persuade Yushwan to join us? I merely asked Abanasi, and she agreed. It seems she is somewhat inclined to join us. Why would a second-year student be coveted by 3 organizations? Because she is exceptionally talented, much like yourself. It's driven by desire, the desire to be first. Elinda fell silent. The music continued to play. Yoshiyuki had to concede that Elinda was indeed an excellent dancer. Even he, who had no experience, managed to dance gracefully under her guidance. You truly haven't learned to dance? Elinda finally broke the silence. What do you think? I'm picking it up quite quickly, aren't I? Indeed, your female steps are quite commendable, and you learn swiftly. Yoshiyuki stumbled, nearly losing his balance. But Elinda caught him just in time. As the final notes lingered, everyone ceased their movements, yet the 2 continued, their steps, actions, and rhythms synchronizing flawlessly, shedding the initial awkwardness and revealing an unparalleled beauty and charm. All eyes were on this scene, even forgetting to bow to one another until the music ceased, at which point applause erupted. The professors on the elevated platform clapped, and soon everyone joined in, offering their applause to the 2 exquisite girls. Thank you for your efforts, Yoshiyuki whispered. Elinda smiled gently. It's nothing. The 2 withdrew from the dance floor and settled at the dining table. Jamie appeared to have been seated for quite some time and raised his pumpkin juice in greeting as they approached. How does it feel? Completing a full segment of the female steps is quite a rare experience. Isn't it? Elinda paused, wondering if she might have inadvertently influenced him. Congratulations. You are the first male partner with whom I've completed an entire dance. I've always danced with girls before. That truly is a rare endeavor. The music played once more, and this time partners were exchanged as the dancing resumed. Where's your partner? Yoshiyuki inquired. Someone took her away, Jamie shrugged. Abanasi is still dancing. Abanasi seems to be getting along well with Yushwan. Elinda relaxed. That is not the case. I have been observing for quite some time, and it seems that Abernathy is quite pleased, while Yushwan maintains a businesslike demeanor. Jamie sighed, expressing his disapproval of their actions. This was Abernathy's own suggestion. I merely inquired on his behalf. The crux of the matter is that Abernathy has genuinely developed feelings for her. Could it be merely a fleeting dalliance? His intellect may not suffice. Ahem. He is rather straightforward, wearing his emotions on his sleeve. Understood, he is akin to a foolish child. Elinda took a bite of the roasted sausage, remarking that Yushwan should simply take a liking to him. A dating strategy? You seem to be quite knowledgeable. You 2 have had enough of this. Jamie rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Perhaps we should wait for Abernathy's return to gauge his thoughts. Oh, are you discussing me? Abernathy approached unannounced, grabbing a roasted chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth. Dancing has truly exhausted me. What about your dance partner? I want to find a roommate. Abernathy chewed on the chicken, settling into a chair. Let me tell you about Yushwan. The 3 exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. Are you 2 ever going to stop? Elinda had just chased away a group of students seeking by Lou's contact information, feeling somewhat irritable. I really am just asking for trouble. She chuckled bitterly. After the Halloween dance, numerous students approached Elinda for Bai Lu's contact details, and a search for Miss Bai Lu commenced at the school, even leading to the formation of a support group for her. The person of interest had vanished after the dance, leaving everyone wondering where she had gone. And then? Dyla giggled, covering her mouth. It's a long story. Elinda reclined on the sofa in the lounge. Let us change the subject. Are you truly planning to matchmake Lucifer and Yushuan? You wouldn't believe it. Abernathy sought out Yushuan first thing this morning and skipped the meeting. Is that so? Dyla yawned. Are you feeling all right? I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night. Lately, I feel utterly drained. Yashiki is really something, always disappearing without a word. He should at least spend some time with you. Don't say that. He is working hard for the club. I think he is simply too anxious. Don't be so harsh. Elinda. Ah, so you've forgotten your best friend now that you have a boyfriend. The two girls began to tease each other. On the 8th floor of Durmstrang Castle. In the headmaster's office, Yashiki sat on the sofa, holding a glass of milk. I need to commission you for a task. Karkaroff sat in a chair, emphasizing the importance of the matter. It is significant for you, I presume. Karkaroff did not deny it. Perhaps it is not crucial for France, but it could have repercussions for the entire British magical community. Oh, Yashiki expressed curiosity. I noticed you had perused the revelation of dark magic, and I discovered something quite important. You are aware that I was once a Death Eater, correct? A Horcrux? It seems you are quite knowledgeable. When I was still a Death Eater, I witnessed the Dark Lord entrust Bellatrix Lestrange with a golden cup. The dark magic emanating from it sent chills down my spine. Now, I suspect it to be one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. So, are you preparing to betray Voldemort? Kakarov shuddered, aware that the Dark Lord would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him after his resurrection. I must act preemptively. Chapter 20, Hannah Abbott. Thus, the Golden Cup currently resides in the vault of Lestrange at Gringotts. I have faith that with your capabilities, you can procure it for me. Now, let us discuss compensation. 1,000 galleons. In addition to perfect scores across all subjects. This was a reward Kakarov had long contemplated. The sum of 1,000 galleons was somewhat daunting for him, whereas academic performance was merely a trivial matter of no concern. Shoji nodded, finding the price fairly reasonable. Then I shall await your good news, Headmaster Kakarov. As he walked along the corridor outside the headmaster's office, Shoji pondered. In the future he envisioned, Hogwarts underwent significant transformations. At the very least, Cedric had managed to evade a fatal fate. However, he had yet to glimpse the noseless figure, as his farthest visions only extended to his 6th year, much of which he spent in France and Durmstrang. Thus, the pressing question remained, should he inform Dumbledore about the noseless Horcrux? Babbity. A crisp crack echoed as the house elf appeared in the corridor. I am here, master. Take me to the German Ministry of Magic. Babbity silently grasped Shoji's sleeve, and in an instant, they departed from Durmstrang. At that moment, within the German Ministry of Magic, a bearded gentleman sat languidly at the front desk, idly toying with his wand. Ding! He looked up to see a boy with long blonde hair entering. Young master. The man sprang to his feet. I need to travel to Britain. I will arrange that immediately. The man hurried off and soon returned with a box in hand. Although he was uncertain of the young masteress' intentions, it seemed prudent to avoid the British Ministry of Magic. Inside the box was a key to a door. The first touch would transport them to the outskirts near the Leaky Cauldron, and the second would return them to the German Ministry of Magic. Well done. It is my honor, young master. Shoji accepted the box, opening the lid to reveal a teacup. Door keys typically consisted of commonplace objects. Gently, Shoji touched the teacup with his finger, and in a swirl of vision, he found himself in a desolate location. Guide me. His wand rose into the air, pointing northward. It appeared this was in the outskirts south of the Leaky Cauldron. Shoji mused. Apparition by location. This was a spell taught by his mentor, requiring less energy than standard apparition and devoid of the risk of splinching. However, it did have its drawbacks, as it could only transport him to places he had previously visited. Fortunately, he had already been to the Leaky Cauldron in the first chapter. Shoji pushed open the door, drawing the attention of several patrons. Hey kid, are you school age yet? A somewhat intoxicated man waved his goblet. Tom cast a worried glance at the drink in the man's hand before turning to Shoji. I remember you are a new student this year. Did you return from leave? Shoji nodded. The professor asked me to help purchase some items. What an irresponsible professor. Tom muttered and then spoke. As you can see, the bar is quite busy now. Allow my granddaughter, Hannah, to accompany you. She will be attending Hogwarts in 2 years. I apologize, sir, but I am a freshman at Durmstrang. Tom's outstretched hand hesitated momentarily, wishing to retract it, but was too late. Upon seeing his granddaughter approaching, Tom let out a soft sigh within. Grandpa, what is the matter? The girl inquired softly. He gazed at her. She was a lovely girl with delicate features, a rosy complexion, and 2 golden braids, a bead of sweat perched on her nose. This is my granddaughter, Hannah Iboa, Tom stated, turning to Hannah. This is Mr. Fleur Delacour, a first-year student at Durmstrang. Hello, Fleur greeted with a smile. The Iron Hat King offered a shy smile in return. Hannah, take Fleur to Diagon Alley for a stroll, Tom instructed, handing his wand to Hannah. All right, Grandpa, Hannah replied, accepting the wand and leading Shushi to the narrow alley. As they arrived at the familiar, yet strange alley, Shushi began to relax. Without a nose, I bet it's still lurking in that forest somewhere, he thought. Is there anything you wish to buy? Little Hannah turned her head. I need to purchase some potion ingredients. Shushi offered the excuse he had already prepared. Hannah nodded and led Shushi to the left. Is attending a magical school enjoyable? Hannah asked softly. I've never been to Hogwarts. Shushi organized his thoughts. At Durmstrang, we can play in the snow all year round, and there is a lake behind the castle. Listening to Shushi's description, Hannah's eyes began to sparkle. Can I go to Durmstrang? Shushi was taken aback by her statement, choking on his own saliva. Surely, he wouldn't want to lose the Iron Hat King, would he? I must remedy this quickly. This girl-esque character may not suit Durmstrang. There are many troublesome students who would bully Hannah. Brother Shushi will protect me, right? Hannah widened her sparkling eyes, her pitiful expression striking a chord in Shushi's heart. Perhaps we should just let nature take its course? Shushi quickly shook his head. No, Durmstrang is still too perilous. Hannah must not come here. A little badger wouldn't thrive at Durmstrang. I will, Shushi smiled, ruffling Hannah's hair. I should write a letter to Karkaroff, insisting that Durmstrang must not accept Hannah or send her any correspondence. Don't all the English people long for Hogwarts? Suddenly, Hannah's pace slowed. Shushi lifted his gaze, noticing Hannah sneak a glance at the Fleur Delacour ice cream shop, then subtly pinching her empty pocket. It appears she hasn't brought any galleons? Shushi halted, and Hannah looked at him in confusion. Hannah, could you wait for me? I would like to have an ice cream. What flavor would you like? Before Hannah could respond, the ice cream shop owner, Fleur Delacour, approached them. Ah, isn't this little Hannah bringing a friend along? Good afternoon, Uncle Fosco. This is my friend, Shushi Delacour. Hello. Shushi hesitated to reply, recalling that this ice cream uncle seemed to be a Slytherin. It's wonderful to have friends. Fosco beamed with a cheerful smile, resembling a true Gryffindor. He produced 2 ice creams seemingly out of thin air and offered them to the 2. Indulge in my homemade ice cream. My Fleur Fosco ice cream shop is the finest in all of England. As he spoke, pride radiated from his face. One could only wonder if the noseless figure who had taken the shopkeeper was after his secret ice cream recipe. Yashiki chuckled at his own whimsical thoughts. It's delicious. Thank you, Uncle Fosco. Uncle Fosco, I will have my grandfather come to settle the bill, he added. Fosco affectionately ruffled their hair, saying, What bill? Tom and I are old friends. Whenever you come by, feel free to enjoy as much ice cream as you like. Hannah nodded in agreement, though it was evident she had no intention of leaving without her share. You 2 children go play. I must return to the shop, she said. Hannah nodded, licking her ice cream, only to shiver from cold. Yashiki, let us go. The potion shop is just ahead. Chapter 21, Diagon Alley. Upon seeing the dilapidated and dusty sign, Yashiki felt disheartened. This is the largest potion shop in Diagon Alley, Hannah explained in a hushed tone. I'm not blaming you. Yashiki clarified. Don't you think these shops look rather messy? Hannah nodded. Asked my grandfather, but he refuses to clean and won't tell me why. Is it that the mess adds to the charm? Yashiki decided to let it go and pulled Hannah into the potion shop. The shopkeeper clearly recognized Hannah and waved his hand, granting Yashiki a 20% discount. Fishman nails, armadillo bile, ash snake eggs, daffodil roots, bezoar, unicorn horns, the stings of billy wig, dark beetle eyes, the skin of the African tree snake. Observing Yashiki list the potion ingredients with such enthusiasm, the shopkeeper appeared quite taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a method of purchasing potion materials. All of it is for Professor Prince at Durmstrang. Very well, the shopkeeper said after a moment of calculation. Given the large quantity and your connection to little Hannah, I shall waive the delivery and packaging fees. After finalizing the details with the shopkeeper, Yashiki led Hannah out of the potion shop. Hannah, I owe you one this time, he said. The shopkeeper is quite kind. Gazing at Hannah, the beloved darling of Diagon Alley, Yashiki couldn't help but smile mischievously. Next time I visit Diagon Alley, I must find a way to bring Hannah along. As noon approached, he asked, Shall we have lunch together? Hannah seemed tempted, but ultimately declined, saying, It's noon. My grandfather must be very busy. I need to return and help him. Let me walk you back, he offered, watching Hannah head toward the small courtyard. Yashiki swiftly turned and slipped into an unnoticed corner, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself before donning a hooded cloak. He then put on gloves, tied his hair into a bun, and silently recited his thoughts before retrieving an aging potion. Although he was confident in his ability to steal the golden cup without being detected, preparation was essential. Better safe than sorry, he mused. He absolutely could not risk revealing his identity. After drinking the aging potion Yashiki felt a tingling sensation in his bones, followed by a warm rush. As his height reached an impressive 1.70 meters. Excellent. Hideyoshi was quite satisfied with his height. Donning gloves, he stealthily infiltrated Gringotts. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a towering figure, at least twice his own height. Was it Rubeus Hagrid? In Hideyoshi's memory, Rubeus Hagrid was the only giant most frequently depicted in the original work. He cautiously approached. It was indeed Hagrid, conversing with Dumbledore while waving a paper-wrapped package. The case was solved. This half-giant was Hagrid. As Hideyoshi scrutinized Hagrid, preparing to turn away, he noticed the paper-wrapped package being stuffed back into Hagrid's pocket. Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? Yet, the plot had not even commenced, with 2 years still to go. The allure of the stone was undeniable. Suddenly, the chair beneath Hagrid creaked ominously under his weight as he stood up and walked inside with the goblin. Hideyoshi hurriedly followed. The goblin conjured a mind cart, and Hagrid plopped down into it. With a wince, the goblin cast a spell, and the cart began to move slowly. Hideyoshi performed a levitation charm upon himself and positioned himself at the edge of the cart. With a jolt, the cart surged forward, twisting and shaking violently. Hagrid gripped the sides, and despite his efforts to hold back, he retched and vomited. The goblin, unfazed, waved his hand, and the mess vanished completely. Standing atop the swiftly moving cart, Hideyoshi felt as light as a feather. At that moment, he resembled the child of the wind, reveling in joy. The sound of rushing water, accompanied by an unsettling creature's noise, echoed from ahead, sending chills down his spine. It was a dragon, tethered and harmless. Upon hearing the dragon's call, Hagrid appeared to regain some strength. After a brief distance, they approached a curtain of water. This curtain had the power to wash away any wizard's magic, including that of the Polyjuice potion. Hideyoshi had anticipated this magical barrier, initially planning to use spatial displacement. But now he had devised a better strategy. He crouched down and transformed into an exceptionally attractive ragdoll cat. The disillusionment charm still in effect, as his clothing vanished into his ring. Swiftly, he scurried beneath Hagrid as the water cascaded over him. He was curious whether the curtain could detect an animagus, yet he prioritized caution and reluctantly set that thought aside. His objective was to procure the golden cup without drawing any attention. Even if discovered, he could not allow anyone to realize that the cup was missing. If word of the lost cup reached the wrong ears, the situation could escalate into chaos. Hideyoshi glanced at the paper-wrapped package within Hagrid's coat, tantalizingly close and within reach. He shook his head, choosing instead to leap from a cart. Now was not the time to stir trouble, especially since Dumbledore's possessions were not easily obtained. Relying on the goblin's memory, Hideyoshi swiftly located Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, number 713. The entrance to the vault was a formidable stone door of considerable thickness. As Hideyoshi cautiously approached the stone door, he extended his hand without pressing it against the surface, channeling his magical energy, which penetrated the vault like a third eye. The interior of the vault was vast, and the mountains of galleons failed to pique Hideyoshi's interest. It was merely a few rare tomes and treasures that stirred a desire within him. He could not recall the original text. However, the sight of a golden cup carelessly discarded on the floor ignited a sense of vigilance within him. All curses must end. All enchantments must be extinguished. With a series of incantations, Hideyoshi cautiously lifted the golden cup using his dragonhide gloves. Undoubtedly a Horcrux of riddle, he mused, stealthily waving his wand. Apparate. With a crack, he found himself in the alley where he had changed clothes. After stowing the cup in his ring, he swiftly changed his attire, reversed the aging potion, and, unnoticed, slipped out of the alley and into the bustling crowd. Perfect. Even Hideyoshi could not have anticipated such an effortless success. Yet, how would Chilo be discovered 2 years hence? He resolved to observe if the opportunity arose. In a leaky cauldron, Hannah busily served patrons while casting glances toward the ceiling, much to Tom's chagrin. It was apparent whom Hannah was watching. Though Drackle was indeed striking, Tom did not expect that, within mere hours, Hannah's soul would be nearly ensnared. Upon returning, she had even expressed a desire to attend Durmstrang, causing Tom's blood pressure to surge in frustration. No, he had to intervene. He must prevent this. Hideyoshi. Tom looked up to see the boy entering from the ceiling. Could I have a butterbeer? Of course, Hannah replied sweetly, quickly procuring a glass. No, children shouldn't drink alcohol. Tom intercepted the cup Hannah was about to hand to Hideyoshi, replacing it with a glass of pumpkin juice instead. Hideyoshi felt a chill run down his spine. Shivering, he decided it was time to leave. Sorry, Hannah, but I need to make a quick trip back to school. Hannah appeared somewhat disheartened, but nodded understandingly. Remember to write to me. I certainly will. As Hideyoshi stepped out of the leaky cauldron and stretched, an owl suddenly swooped down before him. He extended his hand, and the owl landed upon it, revealing a parchment attached to its leg. After offering the owl some breadcrumbs, Hideyoshi bid it farewell and tore open the envelope. Frowning at the letter in his hand, he read, "Someone has invaded Professor Prince's office on the eve of Christmas." Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Dumbledore gazed solemnly at the letter before him. Chapter 22, Dumbledore. "Let us dine before returning to school," Hideyoshi mused, patting his rumbling stomach as he strolled down the street in search of a restaurant. Europe truly felt like a culinary wasteland. Observing the roadside eateries that appeared to serve nothing but darkened delicacies, he felt a sense of resignation. His stomach grumbled again. Fresh buns here. Hideyoshi looked up to find he had unknowingly wandered into Chinatown in London. In Chinatown, a multitude of oil paper umbrellas and lanterns hung overhead, enveloping him in an illusion of returning to his original world. His eyes gradually moistened, and he lifted his sleeve to wipe them. "Do you need assistance?" The familiar sound of Mandarin resonated in Yoshihiro's ears. He looked up to find a young couple standing before him, their expressions filled with concern. "It's nothing. The beauty of Chinatown is simply overwhelming," he replied. "Your Mandarin is excellent," the woman said with a gentle smile. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted from Yoshihiro's stomach in an opportune moment. "Let's have something to eat first," the man suggested, offering him a neatly wrapped white pastry. Yoshihiro hesitated at first, but upon seeing the familiar treat, he could not resist and accepted it. "Thank you," with such fluent Mandarin. "You must be a child of mixed Chinese and European descent," the man speculated, observing Yoshihiro's golden hair. "Where are your parents?" "My father went shopping and asked me to wait here," Yoshihiro replied. The woman nodded. "Be good and don't wander off. Listen to your parents. Auntie and uncle must take their leave now." Yoshihiro watched the kind young couple depart, then unwrapped the white pastry, savoring it in small bites. It tasted like home. As he walked and ate, he turned his gaze toward the nearby restaurant, Wenzhou Restaurant. Upon entering, he noticed a British waiter standing at the front. After placing his order, Yoshihiro sat in a chair, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor indicated that someone had sat down across from him. He had noticed that the restaurant was not very crowded when he entered, so he wondered why someone would seek him out for shared seating. Turning his head, he was startled to see an elderly man with a white beard in front of him. Goodness! He recognized this man from Professor Prince's memories and the chocolate frog cards. It was Dumbledore. What was he doing here? Was he searching for him? But why? A tumult of emotions surged within Yoshihiro. Yet he maintained a faint smile on his face. Was it his imagination, or did Dumbledore seem momentarily distracted upon seeing his face? "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Yoshihiro inquired. Dumbledore's expression was warm as he replied, "Mr. Drackle, would you mind joining an old man for a meal?" "Of course I would mind." Yoshihiro thought loudly to himself. "However, it would indeed be my honor to dine with you, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore appeared quite pleased with the title. "May I call you Yoshihiro? Though we both have many questions, let's dine first." The waiter brought a plate of sweet and sour fish, braised shrimp, 2 bowls of rice, and sweet fried rice cakes to the table. It was clear that Dumbledore had ordered the rice cakes, along with several other dishes. Dumbledore placed a piece of rice cake into his bowl of rice and began to mix them together, causing Yoshihiro to frown. Dumbledore took a bite of the rice, revealing an expression of delight. To savor Eastern cuisine is truly a rare pleasure. Yoshihiro rolled his eyes and picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. Placing it in his mouth, the familiar taste brought him joy, and he closed his eyes in delight. "It seems you have a fondness for Chinese cuisine." An incongruous voice echoed in Hideyoshi's ear. Indeed, after all, China is renowned as a land of culinary delights. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Once the two had indulged in their feast, Dumbledore finally broached the subject. "You must have acquired the golden cup of Hagrid by now, correct?" Hideyoshi replied, "Sir, you jest. To my knowledge, the golden cup has been missing for an indeterminate time." Despite Hideyoshi's bravado, Dumbledore continued to regard him with a knowing smile. "So, from where did you receive this erroneous information regarding the cup?" "I believe, Hideyoshi, that you will understand upon reading this letter," Dumbledore stated as he produced a piece of parchment from within his robe. The parchment bore the handwriting of Karkaroff, indicating that upon acquiring the cup, it should be delivered directly to Dumbledore for destruction, with the remuneration remaining unchanged. Additionally, he expressed a desire for Hideyoshi to accept a new commission to accompany Dumbledore in the search for another Horcrux, with the fee remaining the same. After a moment of contemplation, Hideyoshi concluded that the letter must be genuine. The formidable white wizard Dumbledore would likely not stoop to fabricating such a document. Furthermore, In the original narrative, Dumbledore was yet unaware of the existence of Horcruxes, possessing at most mere speculation. It was improbable that he would involve a mere child in the pursuit of Horcruxes. Rather, it seemed more plausible that he wished to observe Hideyoshi. This commission posed no detriment to him. After a brief reflection, Hideyoshi lifted his head and declared, "Grandfather, you settle the bill first. I shall wait for you at the entrance." Dumbledore's smile faltered momentarily. As Hideyoshi stood at the doorway, it was not long before Dumbledore emerged briskly. Hideyoshi grasped my hand tightly. After a fleeting hesitation, Hideyoshi complied. "Where are we headed?" "To a place where Voldemort once resided in his childhood." Dumbledore led Hideyoshi into a narrow alley and subsequently used apparition. When Hideyoshi finally discerned his surroundings, he realized they stood before the infamous Wolves Orphanage from the original tale. This orphanage was where Voldemort spent his formative years. "I believe we shall uncover something of significance here." Dumbledore guided Hideyoshi to a corner, adding, however, prior to that, "We should examine one of Voldemort's Horcruxes." Hideyoshi carefully extracted the golden cup from his ring, ensuring that his hands did not make contact with it. Yet Dumbledore, unfazed, seized the cup with a firm grip, scrutinizing it closely. "This undoubtedly belongs to the Dark Lord. I trust you comprehend the nature of Horcruxes?" "To me, a Horcrux is merely a vessel containing a fragment of one's soul. However, with excessive fragmentation, one's mind becomes impaired." "It appears you possess considerable knowledge," he remarked. "I encountered this information in the libraries revealing dark arts, a commonplace book at Durmstrang." Dumbledore nodded. "Currently, I lack sufficient means to destroy Horcruxes. My priority is to ensure they do not fall into Voldemort's hands. Fiend fire can obliterate a Horcrux, but unleashing it here would not be prudent. We are still on the quest for another of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and I believe we shall make some discoveries here." Dumbledore's senses were exceptionally acute. In the cave near the orphanage, there lies not only a Horcrux, but also an unrecognized hero, Regulus Black. Chapter 23, The Cave. To avoid detection, I believe we must prepare ourselves. Albus spoke, gradually becoming transparent until he vanished completely. A remarkable, silent spell without a wand. Had you been a student of Hogwarts, I would certainly award you 50 points. However, no letter from Hogwarts has been sent to me. The absence of a letter signifies that your name does not appear in the Book of Admission, or it may have once appeared and then vanished. Since you were born in France, it is only natural that you would not be recorded in the Book of Admission. This means that, generally, only young wizards born in Britain receive acceptance letters from Hogwarts? Precisely. The two conversed as they entered the orphanage. Surrounding the orphanage were tall railings, and the interior was furnished in a manner both antiquated and oppressive. The current headmistress of the orphanage, Mrs. Thatcher, stood at the entrance, casting a cold gaze upon the distant children. "Let us first examine the room where Tom once resided," Albus suggested. Tom Riddle was the original name of Voldemort. "He attended Hogwarts as well?" Hideyoshi asked knowingly. "I was once his transfiguration professor." Albus led Hideyoshi past the group of frolicking children, ascending the staircase until they reached a door covered in dust and cobwebs. "I believe we should first before he could finish. A freshening charm enveloped them." Albus nodded in approval and waved his hand to open the door. Inside was a small, dimly lit room, thick with dust, clearly having gone unattended for quite some time. Although aware that the Horcrux was not located here, Hideyoshi still hoped to find some magical artifacts left by a noseless figure for his study. Regrettably, there were no traces of magic within the room. "My first encounter with Tom was far from pleasant," Albus began slowly. "I intimidated him with a burning cabinet, undoubtedly hastening the seed of power that lay within his heart. I sometimes ponder had I insisted on taking Tom to Diagon Alley to procure school supplies that day. Had I communicated with him more, perhaps this lonely boy, yearning for attention, would have chosen a different path. I believe Voldemort is inherently this way, even without your guidance. He would ultimately tread this path." "Perhaps you are correct." Albus surveyed the place where it all began. "It appears Tom did not place the Horcrux here. Indeed, hiding it in a Muggle orphanage would be unwise. Have we come up empty-handed?" "No, I believe I have some leads. I heard from the former head of the orphanage that Tom lured 2 children into a cave. A cave is indeed an excellent hiding place. I think we should move on to the next location. Take my hand." When Hideyoshi opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a rock, with a towering cliff behind him. A tempest raged, the icy sea winds striking his face, imparting a sense of chill and desolation. Crack! Beneath their feet surged the tumultuous waves, crashing against the rocks and sending forth frothy sprays. Hideyoshi surveyed his surroundings. Dumbledore stood beside him. In a desolate expanse devoid of flora, with no beach in sight, only countless stones and boundless seawater. The torrential rain did not drench them, for the refreshing charm continued to shield them from the downpour. Subconsciously, Hideyoshi wished to avoid the rain, and the charm expelled it, as if it were refuse. Magic is indeed a manifestation of the mind. It is truly wondrous. Dumbledore gazed at the rainwater swirling in his palm, just out of reach of his skin. "Let us proceed," he said, casting the rainwater onto the ground and leading the way, while Hideyoshi trailed a step behind him. "Is Voldemort using this place to intimidate those children?" Hideyoshi could not help but inquire. "To be precise, we are perched on the side of a cliff where a village, albeit barely so, exists. I believe he brought the two orphans here for the thrill of instilling fear." Hideyoshi had long lost track of the details from the original narrative, but as he recalled them now, his disdain for Voldemort intensified. As they approached the edge of the rocks, Dumbledore raised his wand. "Lumos, look!" Hideyoshi waved his hand, and specks of light darted forth, illuminating the pitch-black stone wall. There, a dark fissure appeared, with bubbles rising from the seawater within. "It seems this is the place," Dumbledore remarked. "I trust you do not mind getting a bit wet?" "I believe I do," Hideyoshi replied, and with a flick of his hand, they slowly ascended into the air. Dumbledore paused momentarily, taking a few tentative steps as if walking on solid ground. Pure magic emanated from them, coalescing beneath their feet to facilitate their flight. Dumbledore quickly deduced the principle at play. "Your talent in magic control is truly exceptional. Have you considered transferring to Hogwarts?" It was the first time Dumbledore encountered a wizard capable of wielding magic with such finesse, a feat he himself could not achieve. And even with his vast reservoir of power, he could not afford such extravagance. He had never before met a wizard of such prodigious talent. "You cannot do this as well?" Dumbledore shook his head. "This is a unique gift of yours, my child." The magic propelled them swiftly forward, skimming across the water's surface until they reached the heart of the cave. The cavern was damp and chilly, with droplets clinging to the stone walls, occasionally dripping onto them with a haunting tick-tock sound. "Indeed, this is the place," Dumbledore affirmed. Hideyoshi carefully scrutinized the surroundings. The cave was imbued with traces of magic. This area appeared to be merely the anteroom, with the main entrance likely nearby. "Here," he said, casually casting a spell that struck the rock. The magical traces visibly emerged upon the stone surface. It was Hideyoshi's first encounter with such intricate magic. After a brief attempt to decipher it, he resolutely abandoned the notion, realizing that while he might unravel it, it would consume a considerable amount of time. "What is needed to open this door, it seems?" Hideyoshi sighed, realizing that this segment of the narrative had been entirely forgotten by him. Dumbledore did not employ any magic. Instead, he stood intently before the rock, scrutinizing the magical residues. Quietly, Hideyoshi approached from behind, wishing not to disrupt Dumbledore's contemplation. After approximately a minute, Dumbledore murmured, "How primitive. Thus, what kind of magic is this?" "Equivalent exchange." "Equivalent exchange?" Hideyoshi pondered. "The most common item for exchange is blood." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied. "If I am not mistaken, it is blood. That is truly base." "Voldemort has once again lowered his own standards," Hideyoshi coldly mocked. Chapter 24, The Locket Box. "I believe you understand. Tom intends for his adversaries to weaken themselves before entry." Dumbledore conjured a silver knife, raising his left hand. "I think that is entirely unnecessary." Hideyoshi extracted a rabbit from his ring, the creature struggling in panic. Dumbledore paused for a moment. "I believe our blood is far more precious, is it not?" Hideyoshi brandished the rabbit. "Your ring is quite special." Hideyoshi recognized that Dumbledore had acquiesced. He flung the rabbit's blood against the rock, a flash of light illuminating the space. The rock remained unmoved. "The rabbit's blood lacks magical potency," Dumbledore stated. Hideyoshi cast a vanishing spell and produced another rabbit, infusing its blood with magic and repeating the process. This time, the rock emitted a dazzling white light, revealing an opening that seemed to lead to an abyss. "Follow me." The two cautiously entered the opening. Inside, there was a vast lake, with a small island at its center, shimmering with an endless green glow. Superspeed manifestation. A gentle beam swept across the entire lake. Hideyoshi frowned. The lake appeared to be composed of the same substance as the potion containing the Horcrux, rendering his magical essence unable to penetrate. Suddenly, numerous green copper chains erupted from the water, crashing against the rocky walls, pulling a small boat from the lake's depths. Dumbledore approached the boat and gently tapped it. "This boat should only accommodate one person." "No worries, I can fly over." Dumbledore nodded, stepping onto the boat, which slowly drifted toward the island, while Hideyoshi floated alongside. Glug glug. The once tranquil green surface of the water suddenly erupted with countless bubbles, prompting Hideyoshi to look over. Boom! A colossal entity surged from the lake's depths. This appeared to be Voldemort's test for intruders. The enormous figure was a white humanoid covered in decaying flesh, exuding a foul odor. This must be the result of some experiment conducted by the Inferi. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. It seems to be an experiment of Inferi fusion. This white monstrosity is composed of numerous Inferi. Hideyoshi raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of flames. The fire blazed fiercely. Dumbledore conjured flames to repel the white Inferi. Now, the fierce fire summoned by Hideyoshi formed a fire dragon, which sank its teeth into the shoulder of the white Inferi. Boom! A column of blue flames shot skyward, incinerating the Inferi entirely. Your research on the fiend fire is quite profound. Fiend fire is an essential magic for any practitioner from Durmstrang. The two remained silent for a moment until the small boat reached the shore of the island. Dumbledore leaped onto the land with remarkable agility, defying the typical frailty of old age, displaying a nimbleness that surpassed that of many younger individuals. Noticing the astonishment in Shuyi's eyes, Dumbledore remarked, "Maintaining one's physical prowess is a minor pastime of the elderly. A melee wizard, is it?" Shuyi silently scoffed. At the center of the island stood a sacrificial altar, upon which rested a stone basin emanating a turquoise glow. A substantial, oval-shaped heavy golden locket lay quietly at the bottom of the basin, adorned with green gems arranged in a serpentine S-shaped pattern. It seems we have arrived at the correct location. It appears the original narrative has begun to diverge. In the original text, Slytherin's locket was not supposed to be within the basin, was it? However, this is of little consequence. Having lived in this world for so many years, he no longer perceives it as a mere fictional narrative. If one were to treat the original story as reality, such a person would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Magic bullet. Boom! Shuyi's attack struck the basin, raising a cloud of dust, yet the basin remained unscathed. It seems Tom has employed numerous protective charms to safeguard his Horcrux. Shuyi then utilized a levitation charm. The locket remained utterly unmoved. Dumbledore attempted to reach for it, but even with half his hand submerged, the locket appeared frustratingly distant. "Sir, what kind of magic is this?" "I suspect it is a peculiar potion." Dumbledore endeavored to pour the potion out with a cup, but in the next moment, the potion re-entered the basin. "It appears that the only way to consume it is by drinking it?" "I believe so, and this potion should induce unimaginable agony, quite in line with Voldemort's style." Shuyi retrieved a rabbit. "Shall we give it a try?" Dumbledore, his expression inscrutable, silently administered the potion into the rabbit's mouth. After the rabbit ingested the potion, the concoction did not replenish in the basin. It seems effective. Yet this rabbit, Shuyi observed the creature in his grasp, was on the brink of death after just a sip. "I may not have enough rabbits." Dumbledore waved his wand, and the previously feeble rabbit sprang back to life. Continue. It was only after the potion was entirely consumed that Shuyi discarded the rabbit, while Dumbledore picked up the locket. "This is not a Horcrux." Dumbledore opened the locket, revealing a note inside. "To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this letter, I shall have passed. Yet I wish to inform you that I have uncovered your secret. It was I who stole the true Horcrux and shall destroy it at the earliest opportunity. I risk my life in hopes that you may encounter a true adversary, merely a mortal flesh and blood." Rab, Dumbledore murmured. "Sir, did you hear something strange?" Shuyi had not finished speaking when countless Inferi surged from the depths of the lake, charging towards the two. Shuyi unleashed the fiend fire against the Inferi, while Dumbledore summoned forth his unique golden flames. How many Inferi has Voldemort unleashed here? As Shuyi gazed upon the incessantly surging specters, a tinge of vexation crept over him. "Regulus Black?" Albus Dumbledore's voice resonated, prompting Shuyi to follow his gaze. A seemingly opulent specter, with cascading black hair, roared toward the two. Chapter 25, Grindelwald. Regulus Black. Although this man's presence in the original narrative was minimal, he left an indelible impression. Some fight for freedom. Their heads bloodied, while others tread through darkness for the sake of faith. Dumbledore sighed, signaling Shuyi to cease his assault. "Cover me," he instructed, and in a flash, he lunged forth like a cheetah. Indeed, every formidable wizard is a master of close combat. Dumbledore, summoning Godric Gryffindor's sword from an unknown source, severed a specter's head with a single stroke. The original sword of Gryffindor, with Dumbledore drawing the majority of the specter's attention. Shuyi could only remain on the periphery, occasionally casting magical projectiles to clear a path for him. Dumbledore felled another specter and approached Regulus, raising his wand to strike. With a crack, Regulus swayed and then slumped against Dumbledore like a marionette with severed strings. "Shuyi, Dumbledore called out loudly. To be candid, Dumbledore's earlier display was quite impressive, albeit his name felt slightly out of place. Xiao Yuan infused his entire being with magical energy, propelling himself like a cannonball, clearing the specters in his path, and grasping Dumbledore's arm. Apparate. Xiao Yuan felt a fleeting disorientation, and before him lay the familiar cavern. There exists an anti-apparition charm here. Can we escape? Dumbledore inquired. Of course. Xiao Yuan's magic radiated forth, banishing the surrounding specters back into the lake, and the two, along with one specter, soared above the lake's surface, retracing their steps at great speed. The specters below reached out their hands in vain, unable to grasp anything, merely watching them depart. The two returned to the original rock formation. Where the torrential rain had ceased, though thunder still danced in the sky, resonating throughout the atmosphere. Where to now? Follow me. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a Muggle square. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore murmured softly. Muggles passed by, oblivious to their presence. Young master. As they stepped into the range of the Muggle-repelling charm around number 12, a grotesque house elf sprang forth, tightly clutching the corpse. May we enter for a moment, creature? Dumbledore inquired gently. Certainly, Mr. Dumbledore, and to you as well, sir. Creature bowed deeply to both of them before snapping his fingers, allowing them to enter the sitting room of Grimmauld Place, number 12. Foolish creature, mongrel disgrace. I should have severed your head and hung it on the wall before I perished, just like your foolish mother and sister. The portrait immediately sprang to life, berating the house elf. Xiao Yuan, upon hearing such eloquent words, felt an irresistible urge to cast a spell upon the portrait's face. Master, it is the young master returned. Is I that unfilial? Before the portrait could finish speaking, Yoshihiro utilized a spell to transport Regulus's lifeless body before her. Walburga gazed at her youngest son in silence for a moment before stepping away from the frame. Having resolved the matter concerning the portrait, Creature tidied up the living room with minimal effort, while Yoshihiro observed Dumbledore as he settled into the sofa. I believe it is time for my departure, Sir, Yoshihiro stated, already aware of the truth and not intending to further complicate his plans with it. Since you have made your decision, I will not attempt to dissuade you. Dumbledore paused momentarily. Please convey my regards to him, Yoshihiro. Nodding, Yoshihiro turned to leave. As he reached the doorway, Creature hurried over. You have yet to inform me of your name, sir. Fleur Delacour. The Black family will always welcome you, Monsieur Delacour. Yoshihiro walked to the corner of the square and cast a cleansing charm upon himself. It was time to return. He had truly missed Della after such a long absence. The thought of Della brought a smile to Yoshihiro's face, dispelling all his worries and anger. It was indeed time to go back. Crack! Yoshihiro crushed the teacup. At the German Ministry of Magic, within the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a man stood solemnly by the cross-border fireplace until a figure emerged from it. Young master, it was Braid. What brings you here? We have accomplished our first objective. How shall we proceed with the next? Yoshihiro stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Witches' Purity Party can begin to become active, but there are two crucial points to consider. First, the fact that we have occupied the German Ministry of Magic must remain confidential. Second, my identity must not be disclosed. Braid's excitement was palpable. Let us recruit more individuals to join the Witches' Purity Party, employing violence sparingly and ensuring we do not draw the attention of other wizards. Yes, young master. What a master-esque situation. Lord Grindelwald still refuses to leave Nurmengard. He has entrusted us to your care. I shall attempt to persuade him again when time permits. You may go now. Understood. Yoshihiro turned and sat upon a chair as a servant brought him a platter of food. Gazing at the meal before him, Yoshihiro was engulfed in memories. He reminisced about the days when he had ventured by a lake in the wilderness, accidentally entering Nurmengard, where he encountered the original Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Grindelwald had foreseen Yoshihiro's arrival in Nurmengard, having glimpsed his future. He took him as his apprentice, imparting magical knowledge and designating him as his heir, even entrusting the entire Witches' Purity Party to him. Although he had crossed over without a system, his remarkable magical aptitude was perhaps his golden ticket. After 2.5 years of studying under Grindelwald, he was retrieved by his father and brought back home. According to his father, he had been sent to learn magic from a powerful wizard. It seemed his father was no ordinary man either. The original text had not mentioned him at all. Yoshihiro gazed out of the window, lost in thought, until the sound of footsteps jolted him back to reality. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman who entered with a sense of urgency. Young master, you have received a letter. Chapter 26, A Warm Smile. Shuji unfurled the parchment, the essence of which conveyed, Della returned swiftly. The handwriting was unmistakably that of Alinda, Yet what peril could possibly threaten the school? Shuji abruptly rose. Can the fireplace of the German Ministry of Magic connect to the one at Durmstrang? Indeed, young master, it is the very fireplace beside you. Grasping a handful of ash, Shuji cast it into the fireplace, Durmstrang headmaster's office. Kakarov sat in a high-backed chair. Watching as the flames within the fireplace turned an ominous green, his anxiety palpable. Stepping through the fireplace, Shuji brushed off the soot that had settled on him. Kakarov, are you aware of the incident concerning Della? Miss Rosier was attacked. How is she? Do not fret. Miss Rosier merely experienced a fright. Who is responsible? At present, we suspect it was those who abducted Miss Brown. The school is under lockdown, and students are forbidden from venturing out. Kakarov waved his hand dismissively. Were it not for Rosier's close ties to the individual before him, he would hardly have taken any precautions. The safety of students was of little concern to him. Understood. Shuji exhaled in relief. As long as she was unharmed, that was what mattered. Now, Shuji, what are the Horcruxes? There are indeed more than one. Currently, both Horcruxes have likely fallen into Dumbledore's hands, and he will destroy them. Kakarov's fingers drummed lightly on the table, a sign of his growing agitation. I shall take my leave then. Go ahead. Shuji exited the headmaster's office. Suddenly, he materialized in the common room, startling several new students. Shuji, you've returned. Abernathy, who had been working on assignments in the common room, approached quickly, whispering, Della is in the infirmary. What exactly transpired? Abernathy shook his head. Initially, Elinda mentioned that Della might have memory issues. However, the professor stated there are no signs of memory alteration. Della seems to be suffering from mental distress. Could it be the Cruciatus Curse? Or perhaps a Horcrux? Shuji immediately recalled Ginny, who had been under the influence of a Horcrux in her second year. It should not be. If that were the case, her memory would certainly show signs which would not escape the notice of Durmstrang's professors. Regardless, we must visit the infirmary. I will accompany you. Shuji grasped Abernathy's hand. With a snap, Shuji did not directly apparate into the infirmary, wary of alarming the patients within. The two entered the infirmary in silence, ascending to the second floor. Della lay in bed, while Elinda rested beside her. The two girls were asleep. She'll come with me. Madame Black appeared unexpectedly behind them. Madame Black, what is Della's condition now? As soon as he sat down, Shuji could not contain his inquiry. Madame Black shook her head, causing Shuji's heart to tighten. Her physical health is sound. It is her mental state that appears to be troubled. Initially, I believe that she had witnessed something terrifying, resulting in psychological trauma. But what exactly did she encounter? That is the perplexing aspect. Lady Blake remarked that there were no signs of memory alteration. Her recollections appeared entirely normal. Could it be that her soul was compromised? Yoshiyuki inquired. Blake cast a glance at him. Her soul is whole and unblemished. Then what could possibly be amiss? Let us allow these two little ones to rest well. You may stay here while I attend to other matters. After bidding farewell to Lady Blake, Abner sat upon the sofa. Della possesses formidable mental fortitude. How could she be so frightened? Surely, it isn't some ancient creature controlling her. Yoshiyuki was equally at a loss, feeling his eyelids grow heavier. I'll take a brief nap. Wake me when Della regains consciousness. He felt utterly fatigued, having not rested properly in quite some time. Very well. Rest assured, I shall keep watch here. With Abner's reassuring voice, Yoshiyuki relaxed and soon drifted into slumber. Yoshiyuki, wake up. A gentle figure swayed before him as he opened his sleepy eyes. Della? As his vision cleared, he realized it was Elinda, while Abner stood awkwardly to the side, exchanging knowing glances. You finally returned. Elinda expressed her dissatisfaction. Della has awakened and wishes to see you. Where is she? I had to practically pin her to the bed. Hurry to her. Yoshiyuki nodded, hastily rising to run to the adjacent room. As he stepped into the ward, a figure lunged toward him. Instinctively, he caught Della, who clung to him tightly. I knew it. Yoshiyuki's return is better than any medicine, Elinda proclaimed from behind. Yoshiyuki observed the girl he longed for trembling slightly, stifling her sobs. Do not worry. As long as I am here, you shall be safe. He gently stroked her hair. Can you tell me what transpired? Della pointed to her throat and shook her head. You've lost your voice? No. Are you unable to speak? Yoshiyuki grasped the situation. It seemed Della was somehow constrained, and ominously, their words might be overheard by hidden adversaries. Then nodding and shaking your head may not be effective either. We should return. But Lady Blake, she stated that once Della awoke, we could leave, but cautioned us to stay close. She may be targeted by the unseen enemy, Elinda interjected. It's fine. I will protect you. With that, the two vanished before Elinda's eyes, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration and shoot Abner an exasperated look. Abner responded with a puzzled expression. At that moment, the two who had disappeared stood beneath the willow tree at the back of the castle. This place marks the site of our first rendezvous, does it not? In Della's eyes, Yoshiyuki smiled gently, his radiant smile as warm as sunlight, lifting her spirits. With him by her side, she believed wholeheartedly that all difficulties would be surmounted. Chapter 27. The Elixir of Revelation. What are you thinking? I am thinking of you. Thud. The silence of the Shioji was palpable. Truly, my beloved wife, you are utterly charming. Shioji mused contentedly, unable to resist the urge to gently caress Dyla's face. What have you been up to lately? I haven't seen you at school. There were some matters at home, so I took a trip back and even visited Chinatown. How delightful, Dyla replied wistfully. This school feels like a prison to me now. Look what I brought you. Shioji produced a bouquet of plum blossoms, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you. I truly adore them, Dyla said softly as she cradled the bouquet to her chest, as if holding a rare treasure. By the way, I also have this bag of plum seeds. Dyla took the bag and scattered some of the seeds beneath a willow tree. I hope they can take root and flourish in this frigid weather. They certainly will. The two lingered beneath the willow, exchanging tender words for quite some time before Shioji escorted Dyla back to the lounge. It was I who met you first, you infatuated fellow, Alinda exclaimed as she approached them upon their entrance. Alinda, I entrust Dyla's safety to you. I must pay a visit to Professor Prince. No problem. Alinda's demeanor turned serious. Dyla, what's wrong? I'm just feeling a bit fatigued. I shouldn't have let Shioji take you out for so long, Alinda complained, supporting Dyla as they returned to the dormitory. It's not Shioji's fault. Oh, you. Shioji hurried to the office on the third floor of the castle. The door was ajar, and Professor Prince sat in a chair sipping tea. Shioji stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Apologies for the wait, Professor. No, you're quite punctual. Once Shioji took a seat, Professor Prince continued. I know you have many questions for me. You must have met Dyla. Can you discern her condition? Indeed, I have observed Miss Rosiel's situation, but regrettably, I am not an expert in this area and cannot determine the cause of her anomalies. Not even you, sir? Miller suggested that Miss Rosiel might be afflicted by a form of mental magic that we do not yet comprehend. We are investigating in that direction. However, you likely do not know this professor, as you seem to have attended few classes since arriving at Durmstrang, correct? Shioji chuckled awkwardly. You mentioned an intrusion in your office. Could this be the doing of the culprit behind it? It remains unclear. I have accounted for the items. Only the meditation basin has been disturbed, while nothing else appears to be missing. It could also be the work of a mischievous student. That is indeed a possibility. But I believe that area may no longer be secure, which is why I have relocated the office to the third floor. Has Minnie visited your office? No. I typically meet students in the classroom. That office has only been entered by you, myself, and 2 other professors in a century. I may have a means to apprehend the intruder in your office. The Drackle family possesses a spell known as the Past Revealed, found in one of their tomes. I shall ask my family to investigate. Excellent. Then let us commence today's lesson. From the 1st to the 6th grade, you have mastered various potions. So now I shall instruct you on some elixirs beyond the classroom. Focus intently, Hideyoshi. Assisting Kakarov will inevitably lead you to encounter dark wizards. And with that comes the grim necessity of taking lives. Today, I shall speak of the soul excretion potion, which is effective solely on lifeless beings and serves to obliterate a corpse entirely from flesh to soul. And what occurs if this potion is administered to the living? Externally, it induces a searing sensation. Internally, it results in 3 days of severe diarrhea. Can this potion inflict harm upon spiritual entities, such as ghosts? Indeed, the soul excretion potion can directly damage spiritual forms, proving fatal to them. The greater the strength of the soul, the lesser the damage inflicted by the potion. This potion is classified as a dark potion by the Ministry of Magic in various countries, rendering its use strictly prohibited. So, as long as one is not discovered, it does not count as usage. Understood. Now, what are the ingredients for the soul excretion potion? Hey, are you certain that Morris is the culprit? I merely find him highly suspicious. I've noticed he's been wandering about aimlessly lately, as though he is scouting. Wandering about? Jamie stroked his chin. Given the established regulations at the school, such behavior certainly raises suspicions. Indeed, does not a perceptive professor, such as yourself, see what is evident? What shall we do? It is highly likely that Morris is not the murderer. However, his strange demeanor suggests he has uncovered something. Since you believe Abnasai to be the murderer, why not follow him? Very well. Sigh. Jamie felt overwhelmed. With Delia in trouble, Hideyoshi shirking responsibilities, and Abnasai unable to manage the situation, It all fell squarely upon his shoulders. Observing the documents being passed down, Jamie silently took a seat. Time to work late. Excellent. Your talent is truly remarkable, Prince remarked, stepping forward to assist Hideyoshi in bottling the potions. Quite astonishing, of superior quality. Sir, may I take a bottle of these potions with me? Take them all. I have no use for them at present, and they will serve their greatest purpose in your hands. I'm most grateful, sir. Without hesitation, Hideyoshi returned all the potions to his ring. That will be all for today. You may return. Good night, sir. As he walked through the corridor on the 3rd floor, Hideyoshi caressed the ring. His intuition told him that these few bottles of the soul excretion potion would prove immensely beneficial. Chapter 28, Lucifer. Indeed, Morris is up to something. Abnasai stealthily followed Morris, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the memory of his previous misstep with Morris. Why is he still wandering the castle at such a late hour? He witnessed Morris knock on the portrait before him, and in the next moment, the wall vanished. Blimey! Abnasai hurried to the wall, knocking vigorously on the portrait, yet to no avail. He was unaware of how to access this secret passage. Once again, he lost sight of him. It seems more fitting to have a senior follow him. Abnasai lingered in place for a moment, ensuring that Morris would not return, then retreated to a corner to lift the disillusionment charm. What now? By the time Abnasai entered the lounge, it was already deep into the night. Only Jamie remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in handling club affairs. Having lost track, Maurice had slipped into the secret passage. At least it could be confirmed that he was certainly not in a normal state. Perhaps he was searching for the puppet master behind the scenes. Jamie rubbed his nose thoughtfully. He was not so benevolent, after all. Are your prejudices against him so profound? You should be aware that our families are sworn enemies. Do not allow your emotions to cloud your thoughts and actions, Abnasai. Your feelings have already exerted a significant influence over you. Abnasai remained silent. Your mental barriers can scarcely suppress your rage any longer. With no one else around, you may release it. Abnasai closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they glowed a blood-red hue. In a fit of fury, Abnasai unleashed the tempest within him, reducing everything around him to dust as crimson magic swirled about him. His veins coursed with a lineage more brutal than that of the Gunther family, just as the surname of this fallen angel suggests. The bloodline of Lucifer endowed his family with formidable magical prowess, yet it also brought forth uncontrollable violent emotions. To avoid being overwhelmed by these feelings, he had no choice but to bury his ferocity deep within his mind, even though it would cost him a significant portion of his magical power. Nevertheless, he needed to occasionally release this pent-up fury, otherwise it would drive him to madness. Abnasai exhaled a breath. He truly stirred up quite a mess this time. What if someone notices? Rest assured, no one will come to the lounge tonight. Abnasai cast a skeptical glance at him. Jamie, harnessing the castle's power, completed the final restoration of an item and collapsed onto the sofa. Has Hideyoshi not returned yet? Not yet. Jamie turned over. What? You're not seriously suspecting Hideyoshi of being the mastermind, are you? Abnasai sat beside Jamie, gazing down at him. Hey, you can't really think that, can you? What is your take on Hideyoshi's identity? Just avoid provoking him. Treat him as someone beyond our family's reach. I have no intention of provoking him. Just a sudden thought crossed my mind. Pray tell, do you think it's possible that Hideyoshi could be Grindelwald's son or grandson? That is quite a constructive notion. Jamie yawned. It's time for bed. Indeed. Jamie returned to his dormitory, climbed into bed, and gazed at the empty bed across from him, his mind involuntarily recalling Abnasai's words. How could I even think such a thing? Jamie chuckled ruefully and shook his head. Meanwhile, at the Draco Manor, what did I see that spell? Hideyoshi lamented, tugging at his hair. Why didn't my ancestors categorize these books properly? Gazing at the library before him, which rivaled a grand repository of knowledge, Hideyoshi felt a sense of despair. First, he could eliminate the upper-level books. He couldn't reach them when he was a child. His eyes scanned the rows of shelves, pondering. Books unrelated to spells could also be disregarded, although this filtering process eliminated a significant portion of the volumes. The workload remained immense. Shall we summon the house elf? No, house elves have always been strictly forbidden from perusing books. What about Gabri? No, Gabri is too young and also barred from entering the library. I cannot jest with her safety. It seems I must acquiesce to my mother. Babuji. After a moment, a crisp voice responded. Young master, I am here. Upon hearing Shiyu's call, Babuji immediately abandoned his duties at Durmstrang and rushed back to the family. Babuji is the house elf of the Durmstrang family, loyal first to the family and then to Durmstrang itself. Durmstrang hosts many house elves from various families, dedicated to caring for their young masters and helping with school tasks in their leisure time. Go fetch Applin and inform her that I require her in the manor's library. But, young master, now, wait until she wakes before summoning her. Very well, young master. Shiyu waved his hand. Over the years, he had educated the family's house elves, alleviating their neuroses and granting them more human-like appearances. Initially, the sight of house elves appearing and shouting about crashing into walls had been quite vexing. It seems I shall be burning the midnight oil tonight, reminiscent of my final year of high school in a past life. Morning broke. Jamie awoke early, and upon seeing the adjacent empty bed, he fell into silence. Were I not so familiar with Shiyu, I might have thought he intentionally harmed Dyla, only to then feign concern to win her heart. Reflecting on the recent rumors circulating within the school, he felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Abner gathered the stronger members of the upperclassmen for a meeting early in the day. In summary, I believe this rumor may have originated from Morris, intended to sow confusion and cloud our judgment. Are you suggesting Morris is the mastermind? It is more likely he aims to disrupt our formation, slow our progress, and capture the hidden rat himself. Yet, capturing the rat would benefit us all, would it not? If he seizes the rat before us, wouldn't he that reflect poorly on us? Upperclassmen, the school, which has never cared for student safety, has put us on standby, indicating that this incident is beyond our capacity to handle. Sending us after the rat only serves to feed it. I need to track Morris. It would be best to ascertain what he is truly up to. The upperclassmen exchanged glances. Very well, no problem. After the upperclassmen departed, Abner felt a twinge of regret. When did I become so irrational? Perhaps the influence of bloodlines has deepened, or perhaps I am merely being candid about Morris. Let us head to class. It seems that finding that spell will take some time. Shiyu closed another book, thanks to his abundant magical energy. Staying up all night for a week was a trivial matter for him. Shiyu, why aren't you at school? You've come to the manor. Shiyu looked up. His mother had just entered, smiling warmly at him. Chapter 29, Conflict. Mother Apollon. Upon witnessing the expression on Apollon's face, Hideyoshi hastily altered his words. So, dear Hideyoshi, what have you summoned me for? Mother, are you aware of the incantation of manifestation? Apollon shook her head. I only know the incantation of resemblance. Mother, could you assist me in searching for this incantation among the volumes in the library? Apollon glanced at the myriad of books in the library. Certainly, but there is a condition. Hideyoshi regarded her silently. Clearing her throat, Apollon retrieved a long dress from behind her. Put on this garment and allow me to take some photographs, and I shall help you with your quest. Hand it over. Hideyoshi, having anticipated this, accepted the dress, and with a flick of his wand, the gown adorned his form. How adorable you look! Apollon exclaimed as she immediately drew out her camera, capturing a flurry of images. Click, click, click. Hideyoshi was compelled to strike various poses to appease Apollon. And even as fatigue began to set in, she remained insatiable. That should suffice, Apollon. Hideyoshi swiftly curtailed her desire to continue snapping pictures. All right. Apollon retracted her camera. Will you stay here to search with me? Of course not. I have matters to attend to at school. Very well. Apollon took the seat that Hideyoshi had just vacated and instructed a sprite to fetch books pertinent to the incantation. I shall return to school now. Go on. On the 4th floor of Durmstrang Castle. I should have warned you not to follow me again. Morris viciously grasped the student's head and slammed it against the ground. Bang! Observing the student, half dead and crumpled, Morris exhibited no trace of pity, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling against the wall before launching a distress signal. Durmstrang permitted brawls, but forbade lethal violence. Should this student perish, it would pose a significant predicament for him. Of late, Grindelwald's forces seemed to have been afflicted with some form of madness, as they consistently trailed him, disrupting his endeavors, which irked him greatly. Casting one last glance at the cowering student, he departed without a backward glance. Before long, rescue personnel, along with several upperclassmen, arrived at the scene. What shall we do now, Wilson? The upperclassmen inquired of their leader. We are clearly no match for Morris. Continuing to follow him will only lead to our downfall. Wilson observed the medics carry away the battered student, lost in contemplation. Wilson, I presume you do not wish to be reduced to such a state, cowering in the corner. Do you? Go inform the deputy headmaster. Let him make the decision. Wilson finally spoke. If this continues, we shall all end up in the infirmary. That Morris is a menace. Abernathy exclaimed upon hearing that 2 students had already been sent to the infirmary, his fist crashing down upon the table in frustration. Jamie remained silent, recognizing the precariousness of their position in this matter, and felt it prudent to refrain from comment. I will deal with him. If I can bring him down, he will have to spend time in the infirmary, thwarting any of his plans. Be rational, Abernathy. I am being rational, Jamie. Moreover, in your current state, you cannot hope to best him. Then we shall harness that power. Be rational, Abernathy. I'm being rational. I cannot prevent you. but I implore you to consider your choices carefully. Jamie retreated to the sofa. My apologies. Abnasai turned around, casting a glance at the other students of Grindelwald's army. Let us depart. Sighing as he observed their departing figures, Jamie felt a wave of concern. Recently, Abnasai seemed increasingly irrational, influenced by his lineage. He was no longer the deputy chief. With Della and Shioi absent, no one could restrain him. One could only hope for a favorable outcome. Rising to his feet, Jamie drew his wand. Regardless of the circumstances, he could only accompany Abnasai in his reckless endeavor. Maurice, come fort. Abnasai's voice echoed through the halls of Durmstrang, attracting a curious crowd. What was transpiring? Uncertain, Abnasai searched floor by floor until he finally spotted the person he had longed for on the second floor. What are you barking for, Morris? Are you seeking another beating? Morris stepped out from the shadows, surveying the crowd. Are you prepared to take on many with just one? I shall face you alone, and this time, I intend to break your third leg, Abnasai declared, brandishing his wand and locking eyes with Morris. I look forward to it. Morris replied, assuming a defensive stance. Under normal circumstances, Morris would have charged in without hesitation, but this time, he needed to swiftly defeat his opponent while minimizing his own injuries. He had other matters to attend to and could not afford to fall here, especially since he had noticed the crimson magical energy emanating from Abnasai's wand, causing his spirits to plummet. Morris's family was perhaps the most knowledgeable about Lucifer's capabilities, fully aware of the formidable power he possessed. No longer hesitating, as if by mutual agreement, they both surged toward one another. Life invasion. At Lucifer's command, Morris halted abruptly as a stone pillar erupted beneath him, lifting him into the air. The spell struck the pillar, visibly aging a portion of it, reducing it to a pile of sand. Abnasai. Jamie's voice echoed from afar, and his worst fears were realized. Abnasai seemed to have lost his sanity. This spell was undeniably lethal, violating Durmstrang's regulations. Morris narrowed his eyes, sensing that Lucifer had transformed into a madman. Life invasion. Just as Morris landed, another spell hurtled toward him. He summoned the remnants of the stone pillar behind him with a levitation charm, once more blocking the spell. As Lucifer prepared to cast again, the floor beneath him morphed into a quagmire, causing him to sink immediately. Boom! Lucifer exploded the marshy ground beneath him, suddenly noticing the circular shadow beneath his feet. Thud! A massive rock descended upon his head, sending him crashing to the first floor. Morris leaped down to the gaping hole created by the boulder. The onlooking students hurriedly followed suit with levitation spells. Morris, are you courting death? As the boulder shattered, debris flew in all directions, injuring some spectators who were unable to cast spells in time. Look, a terrified bystander shouted. Morris, his expression grave, tucked his wand back into his pocket and tore open his shirt. He knew full well that a fierce battle lay ahead. Chapter 30. The Fallen Angel. The epicenter of the explosion was shrouded in a thick black mist. As the darkness dissipated, the onlookers beheld the boy at its heart. Lucifer bore 2 pairs of horns upon his head, while 4 pairs of wings unfurled behind him, the surrounding magical energy materializing into a deep crimson hue, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. An 8-winged angel. No, it ought to be termed an 8-winged fallen angel. A crackling sound, reminiscent of electricity, sliced through the air. Just as Morris attempted to make his move, he suddenly felt an oppressive weight, as though bound, with an unseen force obstructing his actions. Damn it! Morris watched as Lucifer flapped his wings and hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Move, damn it! He yearned to evade, yet his body betrayed him, sluggishly responding to his commands. Rise! His skin gradually turned a shade of blue, and he swung his fist, striking Lucifer's talon. Blood erupted from his knuckles, only to be healed in an instant. Rising to his feet, Morris gazed at Lucifer hovering in the air. While he might have been at a disadvantage against an aerial opponent outside, the confines of the building significantly restricted Lucifer's flight. Morris raised his fist and charged forward, intent on closing the distance for close combat. Though Lucifer appeared indifferent, his instinct for battle remained sharp. He would not allow Morris to have his way so easily. Transforming his crimson magical energy into sharp needles, Lucifer unleashed them ferociously towards Morris's position. Observing the widespread magical assault, Morris converted his wand into a shield and continued his charge. Crack! The scarlet energy failed to penetrate the seemingly unremarkable shield. In response, Lucifer began chanting an unknown incantation, catching the onlookers off guard, as if they were plunged into the depths of hell, subjected to endless torment. Morris raised his wand to muffle the surrounding sounds. Yet the melody of Lucifer's chant still reached his ears, inducing unbearable agony. A small blue demon materialized before him, lifting him and casting him into a boiling cauldron of oil. Although aware that this was an illusion, the visceral sensation compelled a cry of anguish to escape his lips. Enduring the excruciating pain, Morris summoned his courage, piercing his own eardrums, blood streaming from his ears, staining the ground crimson. This method proved effective as all illusions dissipated. He found himself back in the castle, surrounded by a scant few individuals attempting to revive the students sprawled on the ground. Some exhibited turned eyelids and foamed at the mouth. Others had their tongues lolling and eyes rolling. Still others convulsed uncontrollably. The agonizing pain in his ears ignited a furious blaze within Morris. "You shall pay for this." The silence of his own voice only fueled his rage further. Bang! While Lucifer continued to chant, Morris teleported before him, landing a punch squarely in his mouth. "Keep singing." Then, Lucifer was sent crashing to the ground, and Morris mounted him, raining down blows upon his face. As Lucifer gathered magical energy in his mouth, an explosion erupted. Lucifer unleashed a blinding beam of light, striking Morris squarely in the face. The terrifying explosion unleashed an immense shockwave, crushing everything in its path. With formidable armor as his defense, Jamie had no choice but to raise his wand to shield the unconscious students. Crack! The luminous barrier began to shatter. The shockwave shattered glass and obliterated walls. Armor as protection. Crumb arrived at the scene with a group of students. "Quick, save them." Crash! Maurice crawled out from the rubble, the wounds on his face healing rapidly, his grotesque visage fixed on Lucifer across the way. At that moment, Lucifer bore no resemblance to a human. He soared into the air once more, cradling a small black orb in his hand. "We are doomed." Upon seeing that orb, Morris's entire body began to tremble slightly. His instincts warned him that contact with that object would spell certain death. Boom! The orb expanded instantaneously, consuming all debris it touched into the void, extinguished in the emptiness. Hiss! The scene before him was chilling. If that black sphere continued to swell, would it engulf the entire school? How terrifying! "Hey, Lucifer, do you intend to demolish this school? It's futile, Crumb. Abarnathy has lost his wits. Quickly, take the students away and inform the professors." Crumb realized he was of no use here and immediately ushered the remaining students away from his perilous place. "What is happening?" A bewildered Hideyoshi rushed back to the school. "Thank goodness, Hideyoshi, you finally arrived." Jamie excitedly embraced him. "Only you can stop Lucifer now." "Lucifer?" Hideyoshi looked on in confusion. "Goodness. A name associated with a fallen angel truly has become one. Wait, that form of Lucifer seemed familiar. So, can you halt him?" The orb in Lucifer's hand continued to grow, surrounded by several smaller orbs that kept Maurice at bay. The small orb seemed to emanate an innate sense of oppression towards living beings, compelling them to flee. "I'll give it a try." Hideyoshi stepped forward, a deep azure magical sphere manifesting in his hand. This was the unique magic he had developed through years of study. The magic in the Harry Potter universe is profoundly metaphysical. After years of research, Hideyoshi concluded that magic is merely the power of thought. There is nothing one cannot achieve, provided one's magical energy is sufficiently potent. It seemed Lucifer had grown weary of the game and was ready to thrust the black orb towards Maurice. At that moment, a dazzling white light enveloped the three of them. Zzz. The black orb was propelled by Lucifer into the unfreezing lake, swiftly siphoning a significant amount of water into the void. Maurice stared in shock at Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi conjured a teleportation array with his bare hands. The sheer energy consumption of his thought was immense. Even he could not withstand it. Thus, he continued his research and discovered that rationalizing thought could significantly reduce the required magical energy. Ultimately, he integrated the power of thought into the array. Hideyoshi turned to Lucifer. "Now, let us thoroughly investigate your composition." Chapter 31, The Underworld. Roar. Lucifer emitted a feral growl, seemingly intent on launching himself towards Morris. However, just as he took flight, he abruptly collapsed onto the ground. Observing the once mighty Lucifer now prostrated before him, Morris fell into a contemplative silence. Was this 11-year-old boy truly so formidable? He approached Yashiki, casting a glance at the fallen Lucifer. Upon hearing footsteps nearby, Yashiki inquired, "So, have you two arranged a duel?" "No," Morris replied. "He's been incessantly pursuing me. In truth, I've scarcely paid him any attention of late." "Very much in character for him," Yashiki chuckled. "So, what have you been doing that allows him to follow you so closely?" Morris, feeling the disparity in their power, replied glumly, "I've been searching for Suzuan." This fool evidently believes I was responsible for the attack on Rogier. Yashiki nodded, acknowledging the necessity of locating his team members. It is only natural, I suppose. I did not realize you possessed such a sense of responsibility. Morris opened his mouth, as if to add something, but ultimately fell silent. He recognized the need to study Lucifer's unique constitution. This was indeed a rare opportunity. A complex magic circle illuminated the air, scanning Lucifer's entire being. While Yashiki's expression grew increasingly grave, he finally grasped why Lucifer's condition appeared so familiar. He had seen it before in the memories of Professor Princess, an image of a hooded reaper, despite Lucifer being one of his current subordinates. He knew little about the family to which he belonged. Morris, you have a long-standing enmity with the Lucifer family. You must know something about them, correct? Morris hesitated for a moment. This is a legend I encountered in the forbidden section of my family's library. The world was once divided by God into 3 realms: heaven, earth, and the underworld. God created angels first, followed by humanity. The angels gradually realized that, although they were created before humans, God favored humanity above them. This incited jealousy and discontent among the angels. One angel could no longer endure this feeling and led a rebellion against God with the support of others. The angelic uprising ultimately failed, and its leader was cast into the underworld, transforming into the Reaper. At that moment, a group of humans discovered the gravely injured Reaper. They acquired his blood and renamed themselves the Lucifer family. From that point onward, the Reaper harbored an even greater hatred for humanity. He stripped humanity of the right to immortality and banished them from heaven. Yet due to certain rules, he could not directly harm humans. Morris stroked his chin, contemplating, could it be that the Reaper truly exists? As soon as he uttered these words, he realized he had overstepped as Yashiki's piercing gaze turned towards him. Damn it. Thank you for your insights, but regrettably, you have come to learn something you ought not to know. With that, a darkness enveloped Morris, and he lost consciousness. Yashiki set Morris aside, lost in thought. The Reaper was indeed a tangible entity. It appeared that the Lucifer family had, to some extent, acquired a fragment of the Reaper's power. The inability of the Reaper to directly confront humanity aligned with his tendency to lure the 3 brothers into seeking death willingly. The Grim Reaper has stripped humanity of the right to immortality, thus forbidding the existence of the elixir of eternity in this realm. It is as though the worldview of this universe has expanded dramatically. Indeed, the original tale merely recounts a humble villager's battle against schoolchildren, with a vast backdrop of the world merely sketched in fleeting strokes. Perhaps one could visit the Department of Mysteries at the British Ministry of Magic when time permits. The German Ministry of Magic, however, lacks such a department. With a casual wave of his hand, Xu Yuan summoned a milky white magic circle, gradually restoring Lucifer to human form. He nonchalantly erased some of Morris's memories regarding this place before shouldering the 2 individuals and proceeding towards the school hospital. Madame Black, having accustomed herself to receiving students from duels, found it unprecedented for a group of them to enter the hospital together. Watching students being carried in one after another, she could not suppress a sigh. This incident had escalated significantly. Kakarov and Professor Prince were already waiting for the 2 instigators in the hospital. You truly are remarkable, Xu Yuan, Kakarov remarked, observing Xu Yuan as he entered with the 2 and handed them over to Madame Black. He patted Xu Yuan on the shoulder, and Professor Prince also expressed his approval with a nod. They would undoubtedly face severe consequences for their actions. Indeed, Professor Prince agreed. Durmstrang typically turns a blind eye to student duels, but the current situation cannot be overlooked. They have inflicted irreversible damage on the school and will be liable for substantial compensation. Professor Prince was somewhat astonished that 2 students could genuinely harm the institution concurrently. Both would face a year of confinement. Xuyan nodded, unperturbed yet curious about the nature of their impending punishment. It appeared rather grave. I need to contact their families. You may proceed as you wish, Kakarov stated, turning to exit the office, leaving only Professor Prince and Xu Yuan behind. It seems you have something to discuss with me privately? Asked Professor Prince. I believe I have a lead on the Grim Reaper, sir. Chapter 32, The Basilisk. Meanwhile, while Maurice and Lucifer were engaged in battle, another confrontation was unfolding behind the castle. Protect the chief. Its target is the chief. They had been meeting in the snow when a massive basilisk erupted from the ground, catching him off guard. Della was bitten unexpectedly, but thanks to Alinda's quick reflexes, she avoided becoming the basilisk's meal. At this moment, Della's arm had received preliminary treatment to remove the poison, yet she remained pale and motionless, leaning against Alinda for support. Grindelwald's forces had previously hunted basilisks, but they had never encountered one of such size. This basilisk is beyond our means to confront. Maintain formation, and do not look directly into its eyes, Elinda commanded loudly. Observing the dire situation, she bit her thumb anxiously. With Jamie and most of the upperclassmen absent, they found it exceptionally challenging to fend off the basilisk. It seemed to toy with them. Otherwise, they would have been utterly vanquished. Use the eye-quickening charm and strike at the creature's eyes instinctively. A multitude of orange lights flickered to life at the tip of the wands, soaring towards the location of the basilisk. The creature emitted a pained roar. A cry of anguish as it was struck in the eye. Excellent. A shiver ran through the students as they contemplated looking up, only to hear Elinda's thunderous shout. Don't look up. The basilisk's eyes are unharmed. With her lowered gaze, Elinda observed the lifeless form of a classmate, whose hand still displayed the sign of 2. Both of the basilisk's eyes remained intact. The creature possessed an intelligence that was chillingly formidable. Another student was slain by the basilisk's bite. The sound of the creature chewing sent shockwaves through every student's nerves. Avada Kedavra, firestorm, blade unsheathed. A cacophony of spells rained down upon the basilisk, yet none inflicted any damage. Rather, they merely disrupted its appetite. The basilisk, towering above the insignificant beings before it, had no intention of continuing this game. With a sweeping motion of its massive tail, the students were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, twitching momentarily before falling still. Those who can still move, take the injured and flee. I will hold them off, Elinda declared, but in the next instant, darkness enveloped her as she collapsed into the snow. Moments later, Donald rushed to the scene upon receiving word from the students. Wretched beast. Donald, blindfolded in black cloth, sensed his surroundings through his own fighting spirit. He felt the battered bodies of students sprawled on the ground, many already devoid of life, and understood the gravity of the situation. The basilisk. Donald's expression grew grave. He had encountered many basilisks, yet this colossal one was unlike any he had seen before. He donned a pair of explosive grenade gauntlets, his fighting spirit fixated on the creature. Destructive kill, 3rd form. Before the basilisk could react, Donald appeared before it, delivering a powerful punch that drove its head into the snowdrift. The basilisk swiftly raised its head, glaring at Donald with its large, resentful eyes. While the scales on its exterior remained unscathed, dark blood began to seep from its skin. So tough? Donald mused, feeling a slight ache in his fist. Fortunately, this basilisk would feel far worse. Boom! The creature's scalp erupted, blood gushing forth as it writhed in agony. Since you're here, you shall remain, Donald declared, launching a relentless barrage of punches upon the basilisk, which could do nothing but endure the onslaught. Once again, the basilisk was driven into the snow, seizing the opportunity to burrow into the ground. Thinking of escaping? Donald swiftly seized the basilisk's tail, yanking it upward. Thud! The creature crashed heavily into the snow, sending a cloud of powder into the air as it emitted a mournful cry. Hiss! Do you dare to hiss at me? Donald stood atop the basilisk's head, delivering kick after kick to its battered form, which was now incapable of resistance. Who dares? Donald abruptly turned, unleashing a punch that struck a mass of black mist. With a whoosh, the basilisk seized the chance to wriggle and quickly burrow into the snow. Where do you think you're going? Professor Gale of the Transfiguration and Curse course had been waiting for quite some time. With a flick of his wand, the snow transformed into a surface as solid as steel. The basilisk's serpentine head was ensnared in the snow, rendering it immobile, while its body quickly succumbed to paralysis. Destructive Hellhand Burial Knife. Donald leaped forward, plunging his hand into the basilisk's tail and cleaving the creature in 2 from tail to head. Observing the serpent's imminent demise, Gale waved towards the distant rescuers. The students hastened to their aid, though some, lacking fortitude, could not suppress their nausea at the gruesome sight. Quickly tend to the wounded and account for everyone. Madam Blake rushed in, bearing a stretcher and medical supplies. What on earth is happening tonight? Has something also occurred within the school? Gale furrowed his brow, having been summoned by a panicked student while conversing with Donald outside the castle. Oblivious to the unfolding events inside, Donald examined his scorched hand. There was undoubtedly a malevolent dark wizard infiltrating the school. Yet, how had he breached Durmstrang's protective wards? Where's Karkaroff? Donald inquired. Chapter 33. The Prophecy Ball. Shioi and Prinz emerged from the office, their expressions grave. Shioi, there you are. Come quickly to assist us. Crumb approached him immediately. What has happened? Your little girlfriend is under attack. What? What a coincidence. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. I must go. Shioi transformed his magical essence into wings and leaped from the hospital window. The timing seemed too coincidental, as if an unseen hand orchestrated the chaos. There must be a puppet master lurking within the school. Could be Dilara? After all, her condition was far from stable. Shioi was startled by his own musings. He soared swiftly toward the rear of the castle, soon detecting a heavy scent of blood. His expression darkened. It appeared that many had perished. In the distance, he spotted a massive basilisk lying on the ground, surrounded by numerous tents, while student healers hurried back and forth to save the critically injured. 3 professors stood vigil, prepared for a possible counterattack from the enemy. The ground was strewn with lifeless students, many with severed limbs, and some reduced to mere remnants. Sighing deeply, the students mournfully gathered the deceased. Had Riddle's diary made its way to Durmstrang? One could only ponder that had Dumbledore not been there to safeguard the students during the Chamber of Secrets incident, Hogwarts might have met a similar fate. Alas, the headmaster of Durmstrang was utterly inept. At that moment, Karkaroff's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. One student's death might be manageable for Durmstrang. 3 would not pose a significant issue. However, this time the casualties were severe, many being heirs from prominent families, all affiliated with the First Dark Lord. Could it be that someone was targeting Grindelwald, seeking to eradicate his influence? Was there an attempt to strike against his power? It appears that I must swiftly deal with the puppet master, as this rat is truly slapping him in the face. Upon regaining his focus, Hideyoshi noticed the pallid face of Dyla lying on the bed below. My apologies, Dyla, but to ensure you do not inadvertently alert the puppet master, I must resort to this. Follow the trace. The spell accurately struck Dyla as head. Hideyoshi Kakarloff, upon seeing Hideyoshi descend, hurriedly approached him. Principal Kakarloff, please wait. Hideyoshi stepped before Dyla, gazing at her ashen cheeks with a tinge of concern. Rest assured, she is unharmed, stated a brown-haired girl who approached Hideyoshi. Thank you for your assistance. It is my duty. After bidding farewell to the brown-haired girl, Hideyoshi turned to Kakarloff, who wore a furrowed brow. Let us step aside to converse. Miller lifted his foot, preparing to follow, but Donald pressed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. Hideyoshi, I implore you to uncover this killer, or I am doomed, Kakarloff lamented, raking his fingers through his hair. Who knows why, but ever since Draco arrived, strange occurrences have plagued the school. I will do my utmost. I will ensure the professors cooperate fully. Is there anything else? Kakarloff fell silent for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. I hope you can intercede on my behalf with those families, Your Highness Draco. On what grounds do you believe I would assist you in untangling such a troublesome mess? Surely, few are aware of your identity now? Kakarloff, are you threatening me? Hideyoshi secretly amassed his magical energy, ready to dispose of Kakarloff at any moment. Certainly not. I merely believe that since I am aware of your identity, I might still hold some value to the Purity Party. Noting Hideyoshi's silence, Kakarloff continued. I am willing to join the Purity Party and voluntarily offer up the Durmstrang Institute. Oh, observing that Hideyoshi seemed intrigued, Kakarloff quickly added, as long as the Purity Party ensures my survival. Can you make such a decision? Let me share a secret with you. The founder of Durmstrang is a great Bulgarian witch, Nelita Vakanova, rather than the widely rumored Hafamont. For where did you obtain this information? Hideyoshi inquired skeptically. I acquired the deed to Durmstrang, and the owner of the deed is named Nelita Vakanova. Alongside the deed, there are numerous unique manuscripts. Then, how will you prove this? I believe you are cunning enough not to present the deed directly, are you not? For someone like me, who treads the thin line between life and death, being a bit cunning is prudent. There is, of course, evidence, but this is not the appropriate place to present it. Hideyoshi glanced at the curious students surrounding them and nodded in understanding. Very well, let us proceed to the principal's office. The two made their way back to the castle, traversing the remnants of the first and second floors before entering the principal's office. Hideyoshi closed the door and approached the desk. What is this? He inquired, regarding a glass sphere with curiosity. This is a prophecy ball. A prophecy ball? Hideyoshi examined the sphere with keen interest. Such objects are plentiful in the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries in the original work, retaining an air of mystery. Whose prophecy is this? The outsider. The outsider? Is this prophecy sphere predicting my fate? Do you have any insights? Yoshiyuki pondered for a moment. If worst comes to worst, I shall simply erase Kakarov's memories. He seemed to gather some understanding. Very well. I shall place all my bets on you, my lord. Kakarov rose, his wand aimed at the prophecy sphere. Shatter. Chapter 34. The prophecy sphere 2. Boom. The prophecy sphere shattered, and an ethereal voice emanated from within. A being capable of uniting the magical realm has arrived from beyond. Born at the end of August, he shall wield powers unknown to the magical community. He can bring abundance or destruction to the magical world, all at the whim of his thoughts. Ah, I see. Kakarov lifted his head, extracting a silver thread from his memory and placing it into a glass vial. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their end. I believe I shall entrust the memory of this prophecy to you. You may verify it yourself. Yoshiyuki accepted the glass vial, feeling somewhat at a loss. He was not born in August. Thus it seemed the being referred to in the prophecy was not he. Are there other travelers in this world? Alongside the sphere lay a piece of parchment inscribed with the words, "Only the being from beyond may unlock the deed." Do you think I am the one foretold in the prophecy? You may attempt it. There is little for you to lose, is there? Then, where's the deed? Before that, I require an unbreakable vow. Oh, does the reputation of the Death Eater faction hold such low esteem? This is not a matter of reputation, but rather my obligation to my name. Then, do you have anyone you can trust? An unbreakable vow requires a witness. Seeing Kakarov remain silent, Yoshiyuki produced a two-way mirror. I believe I have a candidate we can both trust. Who is it? Gerald Grindelwald. Yoshiyuki replied nonchalantly. Yoshiyuki, what do you require of me? A voice emerged from the mirror, cold yet tinged with a hint of affection. Hiss. Upon realizing it was Grindelwald on the other side, Kakarov felt a chill run down his spine, despite it being merely a voice. Greetings, Lord Grindelwald. I am Kakarov, the headmaster of Durmstrang. Grindelwald cast a glance at Kakarov before turning to Yoshiyuki. Kakarov and I are about to establish an unbreakable vow, and we need you as our witness. Grindelwald frowned slightly. Very well, let us proceed. With that, the vow was established. Now, shall we present the items? Kakarov released a sigh of relief, retrieving an ancient piece of parchment and a ring containing books. This is indeed the deed of Durmstrang. Yoshiyuki examined it closely. And now, leave the items. You may exit first. Understood. Kakarov stepped out of the headmaster's office and closed the door behind him. Phew. Yoshiyuki let out a long sigh. In his previous life, he had read numerous tales of traversing worlds. Was it possible that he was merely a character crafted by another's pen? Or perhaps one of those unfortunate souls without a system? Now is not the time to ponder such questions. Even if I were to discover the individual responsible for my transit to this world, what could I truly accomplish? Shaking his head, Shioyo extracted a silver needle and pricked his finger, forcing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto the land deed. The deed remained unresponsive. It seems that the so-called outsider is not me, Shioyo thought, a tinge of disappointment creeping in. If the prophesied individual is not he, it implies that there is more than one traveler in this world. Grindelwald, having just listened to the entirety of the prophecy, remarked, paper contracts are typically activated not by blood, but by magic. Let me try again. Shioyo channeled his magical energy into the deed, which finally reacted, rising into the air and enveloping him in a cascade of golden light. He could feel himself gradually gaining dominion over the castle. Suddenly, that sensation of omnipotence vanished, leaving a palpable barrier between him and the castle. What is happening? I have seized control of the deed. Why can I not command the castle? It feels as though my authority has been ensnared by an additional lock. Could it be that the deed is flawed? You are still underage, Grindelwald drawled lazily. Ah, indeed. Shioyo placed a hand to his forehead. Since I can control the deed, does that imply, Master, that the prophecy could contain an error? A true prophecy is destined to unfold. One may alter the process, but the outcome remains immutable. The prophecy states that the outsider was born in August, while I was born in July. Prophecies do not err. Could it be that my mother misremembered my birth date? The thought of Apollin's unreliable nature made Shioyo feel that this possibility was quite plausible. Thud! A knock echoed on the door of the headmaster's office, and a brown-haired female student entered, momentarily pausing upon seeing Shioyo. Shioyo, have you seen Kakarov? He just stepped out. Upon hearing this, the girl tightened her grip on the parchment and exited the office. Phew! Just as Shioyo rose, the girl returned. May I ask what is the matter? I think I need to speak with you, Shioyo. There's a missing person you should know about. The name is a sudden, foreboding sensation washed over Shioyo. Ilinda Castellana. Chapter 35, Pursuit in the Snow. What? The situation is progressing in the most dire direction, step by step, since the rat chose to abduct Ilinda instead of Dara. Does it imply that he requires Dara to remain in the castle as an informant to monitor them? In truth, there's an even more unsettling thought. What if all of this is orchestrated by Dara herself? No, that cannot be. Instinctively, Shioyo activated the tracking spell placed on Dara, discovering that she had seemingly been relocated to the infirmary. A more plausible scenario is that the lurking rat deemed Ilinda too obstructive and thus devised a plan to eliminate her. Shioyo rubbed his temples in exasperation. Grindelwald spoke slowly. I will assist you in pacifying the families involved. The rest is up to you. Thank you, master. Thud, thud, thud. Shioyo lifted his head, realizing that the girl had departed without him noticing. The door to the principal's office was incessantly knocked upon. Kumin. The door swung open, and Kakarov stepped inside. Shioyo, a crisis has arisen. Miss Castellana has gone missing. I am already aware, Shioyo replied. Kakarov discreetly scrutinized Shioyo's expression. Several professors believed that the perpetrator had left Della within the castle, undoubtedly plotting something sinister. They intended to monitor Miss Rosiel. What do you think of this plan? There is no need to be so anxious, Kakarov. You speak so lightly, Kakarov thought to himself. I share similar sentiments. I shall remain close to Della from now on. Shioyo paused abruptly, recalling that he had the two-headed Eagle Cup competition to attend, and he might lose to Morris. Could it be that Morris possessed some hidden trump card? As Shioyo envisioned erasing Morris's memories, a wave of regret washed over him. He ought to have probed into Morris's memories. So many events had transpired recently, and given his inherently kind nature, he had neglected such an important matter. This could only imply one possibility. He had reached an agreement with Morris and forfeited the two-headed Eagle Cup. Then, shall the matter regarding Miss Rosiel be entrusted to you? Let it be so. Arrange for a professor to protect her during my absence. Understood. Shioyo waved his hand and exited the room, preparing to scour the snowy landscape for any clues. Given Alinda's prowess, it would not be an easy task for an ordinary person to abduct her. Though she was not particularly strong, perhaps she had indeed been swiftly overwhelmed. Capturing someone amidst the chaos of battle was not a daunting challenge. Reveal your true form. A surge of immense magical energy enveloped a small patch of snow. To Shioyo, this spell, as long as the magical power was substantial enough, could yield effects akin to observation hockey. The intricate waves of magical energy bombarded Shioyo's senses. It was his first attempt to absorb such a plethora of information, leaving him slightly dazed. Continuing like this could lead to disaster. He promptly halved his sensory range, feeling his mind clear significantly. He needed to maintain optimal condition. If a rat were to ambush him while he was in a weakened state, he would unwittingly deliver himself into danger. Conceal presence. After masking his aura, he cast an illusion spell upon himself. Safety first. Was something still amiss? Shioyo gently levitated, erasing his footprints from earlier. This should suffice. Satisfied, he began to attentively sense his surroundings. Not this, nor that. Shioyo floated above the snow, occasionally surveying the area. The snow had been thoroughly cleansed, leaving no trace, as if nothing had ever occurred. At last, he detected the auras of Della and Alinda. Indeed, Della and Alinda were together, meaning that the rat had solely taken Alinda, leaving Della behind. His conjecture was confirmed. Pressing onward, Shioyo captured the essence of a dark wizard. At last, the chicken claw reveals itself, dark wizard. Shioyo's spirit surged as he hastily followed the trail of the dark wizard's aura. The dark sorcerer's aura lingered until it reached the unfrozen lake, whereupon it became imperceptible. Within the depths of the lake, numerous dark magical creatures resided, their presence completely overshadowing that of the dark sorcerer. How did the mouse traverse the lake teeming with these malevolent beings? Any aberration in the unfrozen lake would be easily detected. For now, the dark creatures remained quiescent at the lake's bottom. Did the mouse employ the disillusionment charm? No, the area was still under the influence of an anti-disillusionment charm, a protective enchantment that extended from the castle to this locale. Yoshiyuki dismissed his own conjecture, despite being an exception. He remained unconvinced that anyone could surmount the castle's anti-disillusionment protections, as his unique magic formed a distinct system. An itch plagued his scalp. Was he about to gain wisdom? Yoshiyuki anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. Could it be that the mouse possessed a unique skill for taming dark magical creatures? This hypothesis seemed plausible. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, this endeavor had not been entirely fruitless. The mouse had revealed its tail, and it was only a matter of time before he captured the creature and dismantled it piece by piece. With one last glance at the unfrozen lake, Yoshiyuki turned to depart. Della should have awakened by now. He would go check on her. Chapter 36. Pursued in the snow in the ensuing month. Numerous families united to exert pressure on Kakarov, demanding a reasonable explanation. These families did not heed the commands of the Purity Party, leaving Yoshiyuki in a position of helplessness. After all, the oath he had sworn to Kakarov was merely to ensure his survival. While Kakarov was overwhelmed with stress, Yoshiyuki found himself in a rare state of tranquility. The final match of the double-headed Eagle Cup was approaching next week. According to Jamie, he needed only to rest well, safeguard Della, and leave the search for Alinda to him. Jamie was presently the sole individual in Grindelwald's army capable of bearing the banner. Della had temporarily relinquished her position as chief. Yoshiyuki was tasked with ensuring her safety. Abernathy had committed a grave error and had been dismissed, now recuperating in the school hospital. However, Grindelwald's army teetered on the brink of collapse. Yoshiyuki sighed in resignation. His time at the academy had indeed been fraught with misfortune. Yoshiyuki, I wish to visit the library. Della whispered softly in his ear. Let us go, he replied, taking her hand. Yoshiyuki's warm grasp alleviated some of Della's anxiety. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation. Had it not been for Yoshiyuki's insistence, she might have already been imprisoned. This suggestion had come from Professor Miller, who had never favored her. Although she could not fathom the extent of Yoshiyuki's abilities, she chose not to dwell on it, fearing that the more she knew, the greater the potential harm to him. What troubles you, Della? Observing her troubled expression, Yoshiyuki felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It's nothing. As Della busied herself selecting books, Yoshiyuki settled into a nearby seat, sighing inwardly. Shioji casually pulled a book from the nearby bookshelf and placed it on the table with a thud. He turned to see Della bringing over a stack of thick tomes and setting them on the desk. Shioji glanced at the topmost book, titled A Comprehensive Guide to Supreme Alchemy. Is this what it means to be a scholar? Though Shioji had dabbled in alchemy, it seemed he possessed little aptitude for it. To say he had no talent would be a compliment. According to his mentor, he was utterly clueless. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Shioji directed his gaze to the book before him. It was revealing cutting-edge dark magic, the very first book he had perused upon his initial visit to the library. It had only been a few months since that day, yet it felt like a lifetime ago. In the days that followed, Della immersed herself in the library, studying alchemy. While Shioji meditated by her side, Shioji opened his eyes to find Jamie and the now-recovered Abernathy before him. Abernathy no longer bore the exuberance he once had. He seemed to have become more composed after the recent ordeal. Della silently rose and seated herself at a distance. Shioji let out a barely perceptible sigh and addressed the two. So, what have you discovered? Jamie shook his head. Based on the clues you provided, the professor led us straight to the end of the frozen lake, which culminated in a sheer rock face. Is it possible that there might be a hidden space within the rock? Jamie pondered. However, the professor blasted a portion of the wall, and there was nothing of note. Do you not possess the ability of aura perception? Della inquired, puzzled. Aura perception? It involves releasing one's magical energy to envelop the surroundings, allowing one to sense everything within that magical field. This is the first time I have heard of it. At least, the professors do not seem capable of such a feat. Even the professors cannot manage it. Perhaps one should venture there personally? Who knows what one might uncover? Once that thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. Shioji stroked his chin and mused. Could we summon Professor Donald to take my place for a while? I would like to investigate. That can be arranged, Jamie replied, glancing at Abernathy. Do you have any matters to attend to? My apologies, Shioji. That day, I was overwhelmed and caused a great calamity, resulting in the deaths of many, including the disappearance of Alinda. What use is it to discuss this with you? Abernathy lifted his head. You should speak to the families of the victims. After all, we are all part of Grindelwald's collective. Jamie flashed a smug smile. Having long since established a rapport with Shioji, Grindelwald was Abernathy's idol. Invoking his name would surely revive Abernathy's spirits. I shall do so. The mention of Grindelwald invigorated Abernathy. Shioji exchanged a knowing glance with Jamie, concerned that Jamie was overexerting himself and might soon succumb to exhaustion. Returning his gaze, Shioji offered reassurance. Even if you had not clashed with Morris that day, the rat would have found another opportunity. Abernathy straightened and urged Jamie, hurry and find the professor. Since the incident has occurred, we must find a way to remedy it and avoid repeating our mistakes. The longer the delay, the slimmer the chances of Alinda's survival become. After dismissing two individuals, Shioji leaned over the table. To be frank, had it not been for the fact that a significant portion of the casualties comprised the offspring of the Wuchue party families, he would scarcely care about their fates. His concern lay solely with those he wished to protect. As for the others, what relevance did they hold for him? Donald approached Shioji and pulled out the chair beside him. Has Kakarov assigned you another task? He inquired. Indeed, Shioji replied tersely, finding it convenient to use Kakarov as a shield. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Donald settled into his chair, crossing his legs. Also be cautious. Understood. Shioji ambled through the snow behind the castle, gradually retracing his previous path. Before long, he arrived at the willow tree, the site of his first rendezvous with Della. Reflecting on her, he slightly lowered his gaze before gazing into the distance. Damn those rodents, Shioji, have returned. Chapter 37, The Bone Dragon. At the unfrozen lake behind the castle. Crack. Another dark magical creature was sent flying by Shioji's strike. Ever since he entered the unfrozen lake, Dark magical creatures had become alarmingly active, repeatedly leaping from the water in an attempt to drag him under. Shioi dispatched yet another creature while hastening forward. Suddenly, the lake's surface erupted with countless bubbles, and numerous brownish-gray tentacles emerged, reaching toward him. This was a grave oversight. He should have concealed his presence. As he dodged, Shioi silently lamented his carelessness. He had previously consulted Jamie, who had assured him that they had not been attacked while traversing the unfrozen lake in a small boat, which had caused him to lower his guard. With a rumble, the owner of the tentacles could no longer restrain itself and revealed its true form. It was a colossal brown octopus, its massive body coated in a viscous white substance that emanated a foul odor, making it quite nauseating to behold. Was there truly such a repulsive creature in the original text? He only recalled a hideously ugly mermaid dwelling in the Black Lake of Hogwarts. Treasure the king, Shioi proclaimed dramatically, knowing full well that no one could hear him at that moment. Countless magical projectiles erupted from behind him, striking the gigantic octopus. This spectacle resembled not a treasure of the king, but more akin to a bombardment of royal artillery. The octopus's magical resistance was low, and it was soon reduced to a mere funnel by the onslaught. Observing the black blood flowing across the water, Shioi exhaled in relief. Moments ago, he had sealed the octopus's oozing blood with a barrier to prevent attracting more troublesome dark magical creatures. However, despite its imposing size, this octopus was surprisingly weak. Wait, what was that smell? A scent reminiscent of gasoline? Something was amiss. Shioi hastily transported the octopus's black blood to a different dimension, but it was too late. The strange odor had attracted a myriad of dark magical creatures, surging toward him in a relentless tide. This was a trap devised by the rodents aimed at him. Conceal presence. Dishlur Falcon Gotha. Apparition sped. Shioi cast a spell upon himself, and immediately accelerated upward. He needed to vacate this location post-haste. With such a multitude of dark magical creatures, even Dumbledore would have to flee. Having flown a considerable distance, Hideyoshi suddenly sensed something amiss. Countless dark magical creatures lurked beneath the surface of the lake, their piercing gazes fixated upon him. This indicated that the aura of concealment he had once prided himself on had lost its efficacy. However, this was not a grave concern, as the dark beings of the lake were incapable of flight and posed no threat to him. Resolutely, Hideyoshi dispelled the aura of concealment to avoid unnecessary depletion of his magical energy. A sudden jolt coursed through Hideyoshi's body. A dragon-like creature erupted from the lake, its wings flapping as it soared toward him. No, this could scarcely be considered a living being. It was merely the skeletal remains of a dragon. Devain blade, no sado. The spell struck true, impacting the skeletal dragon's wings, yet leaving not a trace. It seemed this skeletal dragon possessed formidable magical resistance. Was it prepared specifically to counter him? He had demonstrated his ability to fly during the double-headed Eagle Cup. Perhaps the mouse had been preparing for him since then. As he pondered this, the skeletal dragon suddenly accelerated, sinking its jaws into Hideyoshi's leg. Bang! The Hideyoshi who had been bitten transformed into a cloud of white mist, while the real Hideyoshi appeared a short distance away. Art is an explosion. Boom! The white mist detonated before the skeletal dragon, obscuring its vision. Veil of mist. Hideyoshi conjured a shroud of mist, attempting to confuse the dragon's perception. Yet, he doubted this cloud would hinder it for long, especially considering the dragon lacked eyes. Indeed, the skeletal dragon swiftly pierced through the mist, closing the distance to Hideyoshi. Thus, it was clear that the dragon did not rely on sight. As Hideyoshi noted this, he contemplated his next course of action. Should he employ the sword of oath victory? No, now was not the time to reveal his trump card. Silently, Hideyoshi dove downward for a brief moment before glancing back. The skeletal dragon showed no signs of hesitation, relentlessly pursuing him. Consequently, it was evident that it was not guided by sound either. The only senses he could surmise were sight, sound, and smell, despite this dragon lacking such faculties. Hideyoshi masked his own scent, attempting the same tactic once more, but the skeletal dragon continued its relentless chase. This left only one possibility. The mouse was somehow surveilling him, manipulating the skeletal dragon. Hideyoshi murmured to himself, gazing down at the multitude of dark magical creatures, feeling somewhat perplexed. It appeared that a direct escape was impossible. He would have to deal with this skeletal dragon first. As he slowed his pace, the skeletal dragon surged forward, biting into Hideyoshi once more. What struck Hideyoshi as peculiar was that the dragon did not shatter his illusion in one fell bite, seemingly restraining its strength. Although puzzled, this did not impede his actions. The illusion transformed into a wooden stake, from which numerous green, leaf-clad vines erupted, ensnaring the skeletal dragon entirely. The dragon let out a roar, struggling fiercely. Yet the vines tightened their grip, infiltrating every crevice of its skeletal frame. Astonishingly, the skeletal dragon was not a construct animated by magic. It scarcely qualified as a living entity. The vines he unleashed had the capacity to absorb the magical energy of the ensnared being, replenishing his own power. However, they failed to draw even a trace of magical energy from the skeletal dragon. The skeletal dragon is not merely a manifestation of magic, but rather an alchemical artifact. Of late, Della has been engrossed in tomes concerning alchemy. Is this mere coincidence? The skeletal dragon continues to struggle, while Shoei shakes his head, sensing the waning magic within him. Prolonging this standoff is unwise. It is time to reveal a fraction of his hidden strengths. With a sharp crack, vines are severed as the skeletal dragon dons a suit of pristine white armor. Unbelievable! Shoei gasps in awe. So, this is the combat form of the skeletal dragon. An amalgamation of formidable beings' armor? Shoei remains composed, hovering in the air as he observes the dragon's furious roar. Even the specialized vines, capable of restraining a fire dragon, are easily escaped. It is time to test the techniques of Huaxia. Shoei retrieves several talismans. This truly is a significant gamble. Binding of the celestial spirits. The talismans encircle the skeletal dragon, and countless golden rays shoot forth, striking its form. Yet, as the golden light ensnares the dragon, it effortlessly breaks free. Is this insufficient to bind you? As if in agreement with Shoei's thoughts, the dragon swipes a claw at him without hesitation. Shoei sidesteps the attack, soaring to safety. How splendid it would be to claim this skeletal dragon as his own. It would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. Alas, his previous attempt has failed. Feeling the residual magic within him, Shoei discards this tempting notion. He remains unaware of the immense magical cost required to seize the skeletal dragon. Since it cannot be possessed, it must be destroyed. If left unchecked, this creature will undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. A cold smirk crosses Shoei's face. Apologies, skeletal dragon. Spirit Summon. Chapter 38. Homecoming. Spirit Summon. 5 vividly colored spirits emerge from behind Shoei, obstructing the dragon's path. Spirit Sacrifice, the end of all things. Harnessing the power of the Spirit Sacrifice, Shoei successfully cast his self-invented forbidden spell. Countless magical arrays illuminated above the skeletal dragon, constantly layering upon one another. Roar. The skeletal dragon sensed the impending peril, roaring in fury. Why had he never noticed the lengthy preparation time for this skill before? Shoei cursed inwardly. Ultimately, the dragon could not escape the confines of the magical array, and the forbidden spell approached its release. Collapse of the spirits. A beam of light shot skyward, instantly reducing the skeletal dragon to nothingness. Rise. Shoei directed the residual energy of the forbidden spell into the lake, sweeping away the surrounding dark magical creatures. Phew! This has truly been a significant loss. Feeling the meager magic remaining within him, Shoei felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, the expedition has not commenced favorably. He retrieved a vial of blue potion from his ring, scrutinizing the label. Perfect magic potion, creator, Severus Snape. The old bat truly lives up to his title as a master of potions, selling elixirs as far as France. Shoei downed the magic potion in one gulp, feeling his magic surge, visibly restoring at a remarkable pace. The old bat's potion is indeed reliable. He waved the potion vial in his hand, ultimately deciding against tossing it into the lake. Who knows if the potion might contaminate the waters. Retrieving the glass bottle, Shoji took out a flying carpet, lying upon it to restore his magical powers, while suppressing his perception to the bare minimum he could respond to. Those who lacked caution in the magical realm had long since been reincarnated, Shoji mused quietly. After resting for a moment on the carpet, the previously overcast sky began to clear. It was time to set forth. Shoji stowed away the carpet and floated in midair, stretching his limbs. At that moment, the lake's surface was calm and serene, as clear as a mirror, and the once mad, dark magical creatures had vanished without a trace. One punch is sufficient to prevent 100. It seemed these dark magical beings had been sufficiently intimidated. A hint of delight curled at the corners of Shoji's mouth. Now, it was time to examine the rock face. He increased his magical output and sped forward. The unknown journey was always tedious. After what felt like an eternity of flying, gazing at the endless expanse of the lake, Shoji's irritation grew. Something was amiss. Why had he flown for so long without even catching a glimpse of the rock face? Cautiously stabilizing his form, he extended his perception into the depths of the sea. Where had all the dark magical creatures gone? Shoji's expression grew grave as he hurriedly directed his magic into the ring. Fortunately, the ring was still operational. He let out a sigh of relief. The ring's functionality gave him immense reassurance, as all his precious possessions were contained within it. Moreover, the ring's operability indicated he was at least not trapped in an illusion. This mouse was indeed troublesome. Was it so afraid to let him reach the rock face? Perhaps the mouse truly lurked within the rock itself. However, the mouse's elaborate efforts to obstruct him likely meant his perception exploration abilities had been revealed. Shoji retrieved the double-sided mirror. "Master, are you there?" The mirror remained unresponsive. His master was still in Numengard, and the double-sided mirror he had given him was always kept close. This was the first time he hadn't received an immediate reply. It seemed the place he was in had obstructed the transmission of magical information. "Summon Guardian." A silver plush cat leaped from his wand, circling around him. Shoji inquired, "Can you deliver a message to my master?" The Guardian shook its head. What did that mean? Was it unable to leave this place? Or could it not locate the intended target? Watching the Guardian dissolve before him, Shoji finally began to feel anxious. No need to rush. Let us try spatial magic. He reassured himself. Shadow shift. It failed. Location shift. Bang. Shoji spun around, yet remained in the same spot. There was an effect. A spark of joy ignited in Shoji's heart. Closing his eyes, several magic circles illuminated beneath his feet. This is the ultimate invincible spiral flash, third form. With a surge of powerful magical energy, Shoji shouted, "Shadow shift." Bang! He felt as if the world spun wildly, and then he found himself sprawled on the ground. Phew! He finally made it out. Shoji stood up, surveying his surroundings. Surrounded by towering buildings and incessant traffic, the people around him conversed in his long-lost mother tongue. Strangely, despite wearing a long robe while standing on the street, he found himself unnoticed by anyone. Had he traversed time once more, or was he still ensnared in a dream? Shoyo scrutinized his surroundings once again. This was indeed the snack street behind his school, even knowing that this place might be a mere illusion. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Father, mother, no matter what, he yearned to see them. Shoyo lowered his head slightly. Huh. To his astonishment, he realized he was not clad in a wizard's robe, but rather in an outfit he frequently wore in his previous life, which left him momentarily disoriented. Regardless, he resolved to return home. Channeling his magic, he waved his hand, but no power manifested. As he sensed the magic within him, he discovered, to his dismay, that it had entirely vanished. Could it be that he had not truly crossed over, and that his journey to the world of Harry Potter was merely a figment of his imagination? Why else would his memories of that transition be so hazy? And why was he unable to wield any magic? He consoled himself. Relax, Shoyo. The most vital thing now is to return home. Navigating through familiar alleys and crossing well-known streets, Shoyo observed the surroundings that felt both familiar and alien, his hidden hands trembling slightly beneath his clothing. Suddenly, a group of children ran up to him, giggling and playfully colliding into him. Hey! Shoyo instinctively stepped back. The children dashed through him, racing off into the distance. Shoyo stared blankly at his hands. In this world, he felt like a wandering spirit, utterly isolated. A sudden flash of red light illuminated his surroundings. Shoyo looked up in bewilderment. Countless red lanterns adorned the street, accompanied by flowing red ribbons, creating a jubilant atmosphere that radiated from the smiling faces of the people. How had he not noticed this earlier? Shoyo mused to himself as he set off toward home. His abode lay within a nondescript residential community, where an ordinary security guard sat at the entrance. Xiaowan just finished school, huh? Yes, Grandpa Li, he replied. After exchanging pleasantries with the guard, Shoyo took the elevator to the 8th floor. Oh no, I forgot my keys again. With a sigh of resignation, he pressed the doorbell to his home. His aunt greeted him with a warm smile. Forgot your keys again, Shoyo? He nodded awkwardly. You're always so forgetful, chimed in his younger cousin, enjoying the spectacle. You little rascal. Shoyo stepped forward and playfully tugged at his cousin's cheek. All right, enough joking. Hurry and change for dinner, came his mother's voice from the kitchen. Got it. Returning to his room, Shoyo glanced at the wall adorned with figurines, smiling as he prepared to change out of his school uniform. Wait a minute. Today is New Year's Eve. Why on earth was he still attending classes? Ah, that's right. There was supplementary school today, considering that only 6 months remained until the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is undeniably significant, yet holding supplementary classes on New Year's Eve seems rather excessive. Does it not? The enticing aroma of the meal wafted into the room, prompting Shoyo to abandon his thoughts. It was time to change into his clothes and head out for dinner. He wondered how much lucky money he would receive this year. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Once dressed, Shioyo entered the living room and immediately spotted his cousin, who was engrossed in a video game, her enthusiasm palpable. He could not discern what game had captivated her so. Meanwhile, his aunt's family was settled in front of the television. His uncle engaged in a leisurely chat with his father over tea, while his aunt presumably assisted his mother in the kitchen. Observing the harmonious scene of three families gathered together brought genuine joy to Shioyo's heart. It felt as though it had been a year since they last congregated in such a manner. Time indeed flies. Dinner is ready. His mother's voice echoed from the kitchen. Coming. His cousin set aside her game and leapt off the sofa, racing towards the kitchen. Irin, wash your hands first, his uncle's voice, though not stern, deflated his cousin's exuberance in an instant. I know. Irin pouted as she dashed to the washroom. Once everyone had washed their hands, they gathered around the dining table. The spread this year was lavish, which explained Irin's eagerness. Dishes included braised pork with preserved vegetables, red braised trotters, steamed pork, steamed fish, large meatballs, crabs, and oil-braised prawns, accompanied by a hot pot in the center. Let us eat, Shioyo exclaimed as he picked up a steamed dumpling and placed it in his mouth. Delicious. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed another. If it's good, I shall indulge. His mother watched him with a loving gaze, while his father diligently served him more food. That is enough, really. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a warm scene. The three families sat together, raising their glasses in celebration, exchanging blessings for one another and for the joyous occasion of the spring festival. May the children excel in their studies. May the adults rise in their careers. Cheers! Shioyo savored the herbal tea in his cup, beaming with joy. All right. I believe the children are eagerly awaiting this, his father said with a smile, prompting his cousin to sit straight and Shioyo to put down his utensils. His father produced a red envelope from his pocket, wishing both young ones progress in their studies. His uncle also presented a red envelope, wishing both young ones continuous improvement. Irin joyfully accepted her envelope and dashed to the living room to count her rewards. Holding his own envelope, Shioyo could not contain a smile. He now had some pocket money for purchasing Dragon Clan Volume 6. Ah, today, as children, his uncle mused. The New Year's Eve night was exceptionally beautiful. Fireworks illuminated the night sky in a riot of colors, akin to a splendid river of stars descending upon the earth. The sounds of firecrackers echoed in succession, enhancing the festive atmosphere. In Shioyo's vicinity, there were no restrictions on fireworks. Come, Irin, I will take you to set off fireworks. They ventured to a nearby shop to purchase some fireworks before returning to the small courtyard. Shioyo handed his cousin a box of Black Widow fireworks while he hefted a skyrocket. I want to play with that too. Be good, you are still too young. After sending his cousin away, Shioyo ignited the skyrocket. The fireworks soared in the sky like rockets, blooming like flowers, casting hues of red, yellow, green, and purple. How beautiful it was. Irin approached Shioyo, gazing into her brother's eyes, which reflected the fireworks, and for some reason, she felt a pang of anxiety. Fireworks are ephemeral, and dreams inevitably meet the dawn of awakening. So it was, had he truly been struck down by a truck? Irin, I must leave now. Where's brother going? Shioyo gently ruffled Irin's hair and walked to the door, peering inside. In the living room, their father was saying something that made their mother laugh heartily. Forgive me, dear parents, for once I depart from this world, I shall no longer belong to it. Shioyo thought of Apple and his master, Elinda, Professor Prin, and Dyla. In that other realm, I have forged new bonds and found new kin and friends. I cannot return. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted. Shioyo saw the truck driver anxiously making a phone call, surrounded by a crowd. As he stepped into the throng, he beheld his own mangled body on the ground. Thud! Once more, the scene transformed around him. He found himself in his family's living room, where his mother cradled a small infant, softly humming a lullaby. Was this him as a child? Shioyo approached and caught sight of the phone in his father's hand, freezing in place. The phone displayed his own photograph. He turned to look at the infant. It seemed this little one must be his brother. Perhaps this was for the best. Shioyo gently caressed the baby's cheek. This time, it was truly farewell. No longer hesitating, Shioyo summoned his magic. He designated Dyla as the anchor point. The conditions for casting this spell were exceedingly stringent. Yet now all were fulfilled. World Anchor Point, activate. In the library, Donald and the others were engaged in a card game. Suddenly, a figure appeared and knocked Dyla to the ground. Who is this? Donald sprang up, casting a detection spell. Shioyo? It is I. Shioyo lay weakly atop Dyla, who leaned against the table, embracing him. Donald and the others exchanged glances, hastily vacating the library. They had no desire to be third wheels. The library fell silent for a moment. I am sorry. It is all due to my inadequacy that you have borne such a heavy burden. What nonsense are you saying? You are my girlfriend. No matter what happens, I will protect you with all my might. Dyla let out a quiet sob. What is it, Dyla? Shioyo struggled to rise. But Dyla pressed him back down. I am fine. Shioyo ceased his struggles, resting quietly on Dyla's lap, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. He was utterly exhausted. As he slept, Dyla felt a surge of pain and guilt in her heart. The kinder Shioyo was to her, the more restless she became. She must do something for him. Seemingly resolved, Dyla took out her wand and aimed it at Shioyo, reciting a spell. When Shioyo awakened, it was already midnight. Where am I? As Hideyoshi sat up, the blanket slipped to the side, which he promptly seized. Hideyoshi, you're awake. Have something to eat, came the gentle voice. Hideyoshi lifted his head to see Della seated in a chair, engrossed in a book, a steaming bowl of spicy soup beside her. I figured you would be waking soon, so I had Babugi prepare some food to your liking. Observing Hideyoshi's sleepy demeanor, with his tousled hair standing on end, she exclaimed, how adorable. What time is it? Hideyoshi rubbed his eyes. It's 1:30 in the morning. In about 7 hours, the semifinals of the double-headed Eagle Cup will commence. Hideyoshi nodded, pondering how he had ended up here. He scratched his head, recalling Chapter 40, The Wind Rises. Hadn't he gone to investigate that rocky cliff? Closing his eyes, he remembered he had returned to Blue Star to spend New Year's Eve with his family. Whether it was a dream or reality remained uncertain, but at least it fulfilled a long-held desire. Hideyoshi, are you still sleepy? Perhaps you should rest a bit longer? Della's voice brought him back from his reverie. He opened his eyes to find her gazing at him with concern. I'm fine, Della. I'll have something to eat first. He moved to the chair and began to savor the spicy soup. Della, how long have I been gone? About half a day. The library was now quiet, save for the sound of Hideyoshi enjoying his meal. Hideyoshi, yes. He chewed the noodles thoughtfully. I'd like to see the willow tree. Now, yes. All right. I'll finish eating first. He slurped up another mouthful of noodles and took a hearty sip of soup, warmth spreading throughout his body. Delicious and comforting. Take your time, Della said softly, her gaze lingering on him, her thoughts unknown. Let us go. Hideyoshi finished the last sip of his soup. It's fine. Let us sit a moment longer for you to digest. That works. He indeed felt a bit overindulged, shifting closer to Della and resting his head on her shoulder. She was slightly taller than him, and leaning against her felt pleasantly comfortable, causing him to squint his eyes in contentment. I feel like I'm taking care of a younger brother, Della remarked, gently patting his back and then enveloping him in her embrace. What is that? Nothing really. The two leaned against each other, cherishing this precious moment together. Time slipped by unnoticed. Hideyoshi, we should head over now. Okay. Reluctantly, he stood up, yawning. Outside, Donald was napping at the back door of the school, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt. The two carefully maneuvered around him and exited the castle. Once they had distanced themselves, Donald awoke, yawning. It's quite late to be taking a high-priority subject out. I should follow them just to be sure. Was someone tailing them? Hideyoshi, confident in his sixth sense, cast a discreet glance at Della and quietly extended his magical perception. It turned out to be Donald following them. Likely startled awake when he and Della passed by, Hideyoshi relaxed slightly, yet kept his magical perception active just in case. This evening, the moon was obscured by thick clouds, casting an inky darkness over the snow-covered ground behind the castle, devoid of any illumination. Flickering luminescence danced in the air as Della waved her wand, conjuring light that enveloped the two of them. Yuki felt a twinge of embarrassment, having forgotten that he possessed the ability to see in the dark, a gift Della lacked. He took Della's hand and led her forward until they reached the familiar willow tree. You sit first, he urged. Della stepped closer, placing her hand against the tree and closing her eyes. Yuki sat beside her, his mind unsettled. An ominous feeling weighed upon him, a premonition of impending misfortune. Could it be that Donald had betrayed them? Peering into the depths of his magic, he discovered Donald reclining on a chaise lounge, dozing peacefully. It was a pity indeed. How had he forgotten about the prophecy? The judge raised Maurice's hand and declared, "The victor is Maurice, who shall be the recipient of this year's double-headed Eagle Cup." Yet, despite winning the cup, Maurice's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any joy typically associated with victory. Yuki understood now. This was the matter at hand. Although he was unsure why Maurice had lost, his enthusiasm for the double-headed Eagle Cup had waned, and as for his promise to Professor Prince, all he could offer was an apology. The most pressing concern at present was to eliminate the rat and ensure Della's safety. What was he thinking? So lost in his thoughts? Della s'est told besideim. I was thinking about you, he admitted. Della paused momentarily and casually remarked, Yuki, if I can make it through this semester unharmed, you must come to my house during holidays. Of course you will be fine. I am here with you. He reassured her. So, will you come to my house during the holidays? Certainly. Are we meeting the parents so soon? Della nodded vigorously. We could even arrange an engagement. Della's straightforwardness rendered Yuki momentarily speechless, his nerves beginning to fray. Isn't that a bit premature? I'm only 11. The moment the words left his mouth, he wished he could take them back. Seeing Yuki's flustered demeanor, Della let out a soft laugh. It's all right. We can get engaged now and marry when you turn 16. That sounds delightful. Yuki chose not to employ his mental barriers, allowing the sensations of anxiety and embarrassment to wash over him, savoring this rare moment. Yuki, lift your head. What? Before he could finish his sentence, a sweet fragrance enveloped him, and something soft pressed against his lips. Yuki closed his eyes, feeling warmth spread through his body. His cheeks aflame, heart racing, and a sweet taste lingering on his tongue. Had he just been kissed? After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Yuki opened his eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Before him, Della was playfully tousling his hair. So adorable, she exclaimed. Della Yuki sighed helplessly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Della took Yuki's hand and slipped a ring onto his finger. There, from now on, you are mine. Yuki gazed at the ring with a complex expression. Are you unhappy? No, I was merely contemplating that this task ought to fall to me. Look at you. Your height does not surpass mine. Before Della could finish her thought, a gust of cold wind swept by, causing her to shiver. Quickly, Shoei cast a warming charm upon her. You should return and get some rest. Indeed, before departing, Della cast a wistful glance towards the willow tree. Her eyes dimmed with melancholy. Rise and shine, Shoei. The semifinals are approaching. Shoei, still in a haze, opened his eyes to behold Della's face before him. Stop rubbing my face and get up. Today, Della had her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding an imposing presence. No rush, I can simply apparate. Only 3 minutes remain. Are you certain you don't wish to prepare? What? Shoei glanced at the time and promptly sprang to his feet to freshen up. Honestly, I've been calling for you for half an hour. By the time Shoei arrived at the Quidditch pitch, only 30 seconds remained. Excellent. Everyone is here. Karkaroff exhaled in relief upon seeing Shoei, contemplating how he might delay if Shoei had been tardy. The match begins. Karkaroff reiterated the rules of the game and ultimately announced the lineup, with Shoei being given a bye. Hooray! The audience supporting Shoei erupted in cheers. Very well, a bye. Shoei yawned and settled into the stands, surveying the surroundings. Della had not come to watch. She was likely catching up on sleep. Jamie, Abernathy, and Donald would be there to protect her. Glancing at the ring on his ring finger, Shoei smiled faintly, noticing a plum blossom engraved upon it. Chapter 41, Undercurrents. 3 and a 2, Shoei a bye. 2 byes in succession. It was apparent to any discerning eye that Karkaroff was showing favoritism toward Shoei, yet no one voiced their objections. After all, being favored by the headmaster was a testament to one's strength. Morris inhaled deeply, casting a resentful gaze towards Shoei in the stands. Shoei, resting with his eyes closed, remained unaware until, "This is bad, Shoei." He opened his eyes to see Jamie rushing towards him, covered in blood and bearing several dark magical wounds emanating sinister energy. As Shoei sat on the outer circle, no one else seemed to notice them. Is something amiss with Della? Shoei spoke rapidly. No, it was Della who attacked us. We were completely unprepared. Upon hearing Jamie's words, Shoei's heart sank. The scenario he most dreaded had come to fruition. Where is Donald? Isn't he here? He didn't come this morning. Damn it. Fortunately, he had left a contingency plan with Della. Shoei waved his wand, and a golden light flickered. They had already left the castle's confines. Indeed, it was behind the castle. Is it that rock face? Shoei had no time to heed Jamie. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, racing forth. Before long, he had flown over the castle walls and spotted Donald, still sound asleep in the snow. It appeared Della had played some trick on him the previous night. Shoei cast a waking charm downwards and continued his flight. He swiftly glided past the willow trees and soared to the edge of the unfrozen lake. Hideyoshi refrained from employing any breath-concealing magic, recalling the previous occasion when such an attempt had failed. He continued to fly forward, and soon, a multitude of dark magical creatures materialized before him. Damn it! Drawn wand in hand, he cautiously surveyed the area below, apprehensive that a skeletal dragon might emerge from the waters. However, this time, the dark creatures made no effort to impede his progress, but rather indicated the way ahead. It was evident that this was a glaring trap set by the rat, intending to lure him into a confrontation with Della. Were these his adversaries? Without hesitation, Hideyoshi launched a distress signal flare into the sky and pressed on. He retrieved a two-sided mirror, poised to speak, when a voice echoed from the other end. One foretold in his prophecies, The victor, Alan Morris. So that was it. Maintaining his composure, Hideyoshi declared loudly, Kakarov. Immediately assemble the professors at the rock face across the unfrozen lake. The rat is there. Receiving Kakarov's affirmative response, Hideyoshi produced another two-sided mirror. Master, I require your assistance. In the Quidditch field, Kakarov stowed away the mirror. What has transpired, Kakarov? Professor Miller inquired, drawing closer. Ignoring him, Kakarov announced, the double-headed Eagle Cup concludes here. The awards ceremony will be rescheduled. There is an urgent situation. All students must return to their dormitories at once. What urgent situation? The professors gathered around Kakarov. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, all professors, follow me to apprehend the mastermind. After the professors departed, Jamie and Morris stealthily trailed behind. What brings you here as well? Morris regarded Jamie with disdain. Now is not the time for infighting. We share a common objective, do we not? Morris found Jamie's gentle smile somewhat jarring. Just this once. Let us hurry. Following the guidance of the dark magical creatures, Hideyoshi advanced into a canyon, where the steep rock walls loomed like giants, casting enormous shadows upon the water surface. It was astonishing to discover such a place near the school. Peering ahead, the path narrowed significantly. Hideyoshi stepped into the eerie green waters and proceeded cautiously, turning a corner to behold a radiant turquoise glow. Before him stood a massive bronze rock face, adorned with unfamiliar creatures. The surface was cloaked in deep green moss, droplets of water trickling down, and a damp, unpleasant odor lingered in the air. At last, Hideyoshi released a flare and approached the bronze rock face. This wall bore a striking resemblance to the noseless wall on the other side, even sharing identical magical residues. Dark wizards had a penchant for such tricks. Mimicking the earlier action, Hideyoshi sprinkled the rock face with his magically infused blood. Yet it remained utterly unresponsive. Hideyoshi, lost in confusion, he pondered how to gain entry without Dumbledore's presence. Upon reflection, this location must also belong to Durmstrang, after all. Suddenly, the eyes of Hideyoshi gleamed with a brilliant golden light, piercing through the pitch-black canyon and illuminating the bronze rock wall. Open sesame. The bronze wall trembled violently, as if the gaping maw of an abyss were unfurling before him. Hideyoshi cast a glance upward at the immense double-headed eagle emblem, confirming that this place indeed belonged to Durmstrang. Gulp. Turning around, Hideyoshi was horrified to discover a colossal shadow looming behind him, its vast black wings unfurling and conjuring a tempest. Before he could fully discern the silhouette's form, its dark, menacing claws lunged towards him. In this confined cavern, how could such a cumbersome body exhibit such agility? Hideyoshi dodged left and right, realizing that the shadow was a massive corporeal fire dragon, its enormous frame remarkably nimble. The cramped quarters severely hampered his abilities. A single miscast spell could spell disaster for him. Puff! Hideyoshi's duplicate was once again pierced by the fire dragon, dissipating into a cloud of white mist. At this moment, Hideyoshi found himself driven deeper into the cavern, reaching a spacious chamber. At the center stood a grand altar, upon which rested two stone pillars binding two individuals, Ilinda and Brown. Cackling echoed from behind Hideyoshi, sinister laughter reminiscent of demons mocking his inadequacies in the night. He whirled around. The fire dragon had somehow caught up, hovering in the air, arms crossed, gazing down imperiously at him. Was the fire dragon laughing? Indeed, it was mocking them. Hideyoshi swiftly directed his wand to the side. Hey, don't be alarmed, Hideyoshi, it's me. Upon recognizing the figures before him, he sighed in relief. It was Jamie and Morris. We're the professors. After we entered the unfrozen lake, we got separated from them, Jamie replied, glancing at the fire dragon, which remained gentlemanly still. Hideyoshi, you should press on. Leave Ilinda and me to protect the others. I can handle this beast alone, Morris chimed in. Stay safe. If you can't fight it, take the others and flee deeper inside, Hideyoshi advised them without hesitation, continuing his sprint into the depths of the cave. After traversing through the dim tunnel, Hideyoshi finally glimpsed a flicker of light. What met his eyes was an expansive chamber, shrouded in twilight, surrounded by numerous stone sculptures of double-headed eagles. You have finally arrived, Hideyoshi Delacour. Boom! The stone door to the chamber slammed shut. Who is there? Hideyoshi quickly scanned the room. Before him stood a shadowy figure clutching a book, with Della lying unconscious not far away. At last, we meet, Hideyoshi Delacour. The dark figure brandished Della's wand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Halbo, also known as the Despicable Halbo. Are you the dark wizard who created the basilisk and horcruxes? It is evident that you possess vast knowledge. Erbo emitted a strange laugh. I learned of your existence from the young girl Della, who was the first to acquire the diary. Is the diary your soul vessel? Indeed, Erbo's diary, such a tantalizing tome, likely contains an array of powerful dark magic. Della should not be so easily swayed by a mere soul vessel. Yes, this clever girl realized that I am not an ordinary book and decided to hand me over to the professor, but alas, it was too late. Yashiki furrowed his brow and continued to listen. Erbo, not wishing to dispose of Yashiki so swiftly, spoke at length. Once this girl established a connection with me, I could manipulate her consciousness. However, neither the professor nor anyone else noticed what she had done. Her memories appeared untouched. Ha ha! The magic of the word spirit is, of course, beyond the reach of you modern wizards. The memories you perceive are, in a sense, authentic, hence you would not detect any anomalies. As long as I live, this magic will not be undone. Once you are dead, everything will return to normal, will it not? Yashiki raised his wand. Erbo scoffed. The ease with which I can manipulate her is thanks to you. Me? Love is the most useless thing in this world. Where there is love, there are vulnerabilities. Anything related to you will seldom meet with resistance from her subconscious. Erbo paused for a moment, assessing Yashiki's expression, then continued. When her resistance is strongest, I simply let her spend a few days in your company. Thus, without you, I could not so easily manipulate her. Once a person experiences love, they become weak. Yashiki took a deep breath. So, you lured me here. Your target is me? You are quite astute. Initially, my objective was Alan Morris until your arrival. Conveniently, the young girl harbors feelings for you, so I merely facilitated the strengthening of your bond. The love that blossomed between you two is, in part, due to me. Ha ha ha. As Erbo laughed heartily before him, Yashiki clenched his fists, contemplating whether to cast a spell upon his face. Very well, now it is my turn to inquire of you. Erbo ceased his laughter. What of your magical power? How can you manipulate the magic released externally? That is likely due to talent. Your talent is commendable, but it will soon belong to me. As Erbo prepared to act, Yashiki urgently called out, Wait, have you heard the saying that villains perish from excessive chatter? What? The sword of oath and victory has finally gathered enough magical power. Without hesitation, Yashiki grasped it and swung forward. Excalibur. The brilliance of the holy sword enveloped Erbo and the diary, obliterating everything in its path. It is over. Yashiki retracted the holy sword and approached Della. Something is amiss. His sixth sense was screaming warnings, compelling him to halt. Della suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Della? No, you're not Della. Very perceptive, aren't you? Della's expression was devoid of emotion, soon replaced by a peculiar smile. Hideyoshi pointed his wand at Della. Can you truly bring yourself to act, all for that elusive love? Helbo sauntered forward, casting spells at Hideyoshi, who could only retreat and evade. What on earth could resolve this predicament? Gritting his teeth, Hideyoshi recalled Harry Potter, possessed by Voldemort. However, this situation was entirely different. I have said it before, love is the most foolish thing in this world. At last, Helbo struck Hideyoshi, a spell hitting his ankle. Fear not, I shall not extinguish your physical form, for you are my precious vessel. Helbo raised his wand. Yet, your soul must perish, Avada. Black flames ignited upon Della's body, searing her. Hideyoshi gazed up in astonishment. That cursed girl has meddled. This is the flame that consumes souls. Helbo gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, he detached himself from Della's body, swiftly invading Hideyoshi's form. Hideyoshi felt a splitting headache, losing control of his body. In the realm of consciousness, the two fought relentlessly for dominance. Your soul, though formidable, lacks finesse. This body shall ultimately belong to me. Hideyoshi clenched his teeth, struggling against Helbo's onslaught as his awareness began to fade. You little brat, when will you surrender? Helbo shouted in exasperation. If this continued, even if he seized the body, his soul would remain exceedingly weak. Is there truly no hope? Hideyoshi whispered in despair. I'm still too weak. Boom! The stone door of the room exploded, and a young man with golden hair entered. My apprentice is beyond your reach. Grindelwald waved his wand, and Helbo was expelled from Hideyoshi's body. You wretched fiend, so close. So very close. Helbo roared in fury. Grindelwald waved his wand again, and a blue dragon of living fire erupted from it. This living fire, Helbo felt an innate terror. It could incinerate souls. No. The living fire dragon devoured Helbo, his soul being scorched in the flames, emitting anguished cries until it was utterly consumed. Master, Hideyoshi struggled to rise. Della, what has become of her? Grindelwald hurried forward, vibrant light emanating from his wand, illuminating Della's entire form. although her exterior bore no injuries. Her soul remained but a mere remnant. Grindelwald spoke slowly. Hideyoshi, in despair, closed his eyes, silently invoking the brain-cloaking technique. Truly experience this sensation. Do not allow absolute reason to dominate your heart. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Hideyoshi relinquished the brain-cloaking technique and lay upon the ground. Tears cascaded down the corners of his eyes. Chapter 43. Memory. Grindelwald had always been arrogant and ambitious. Few had witnessed him in this silent state. As his junior, Della had once been under his tutelage for a time. Witnessing this lovely and radiant young girl perish before his eyes, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the truth, he raised his wand, preparing to extract the remnants of her memories. The powerful spell of memory extraction. Della had first sensed something amiss before Halloween. The escalating gossip circulating within Durmstrang unexpectedly traced back to her. It was only then that she began to grasp the faint outlines of her memories. Her recollections seemed troubled. She had infiltrated Professor Prince's office, utilizing the pen sieve to sift through her thoughts. On the surface, her memories appeared unblemished. However, some were clearer than others, while the hazy fragments were likely altered. She yearned to seek assistance from her friends, but the words that hovered on her lips always morphed into perhaps "I haven't rested well" or "I feel a bit tired." She attempted to write a letter, yet found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. She sought to capture the professor's attention, but he merely perceived her as overly anxious of late. Determined, she enlisted Alinda's help to sneak into Professor Prince's office once more, hoping to show her the unsettling nature of her memories. But Alinda saw only perfectly ordinary recollections. Della aspired to leave the school and reach the castle's main entrance. Yet her body refused to take another step. As time passed, the situation worsened. Whenever she attempted any uncharacteristic action, her body would instinctively correct her missteps. This sensation was suffocating. Alinda recognized Della's abnormality and, recalling her own experience with the pensieve, suspected that perhaps Della's memories had been compromised. Holding Della's hand, Yashiki vowed, "No matter what happens, I shall stand by your side." The professors, unable to discern any issues with Della, cast protective charms over her and instructed Yashiki and Alinda to keep a vigilant eye on her. The nefarious Halbier, incensed by the professor's interference, found his actions severely constrained. He amplified Abarnesi's emotions and orchestrated a basilisk attack, manipulating Della into incapacitating Alinda, subsequently confining Alinda and swearing together as a source of his vitality. Halbier implanted suggestions in Della's mind, urging her to disregard her attack on Alinda. Yet this time, Della swiftly perceived the discord, sensing a connection between Alinda's disappearance and her own actions. Determined to shield those she cherished from harm, Della unearthed an ancient spell within the library. She raised her wand before the slumbering Yashiki, knowing this was all she could offer him. Della crafted a ring in the shape of a plum blossom, embedding within a fragment of memory meant for Yashiki. Beneath the willow tree, Della kissed him, slipping the handmade ring onto his ring finger. She sealed away all her memories from the library using ancient magic, permitting access only to her closest kin. Upon reviewing the memories, Grindelwald fell silent for a moment, transforming them into a silver orb, which he then handed to Yashiki. Pressing the silver sphere against his forehead, Yashiki found himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he returned to the present. He gazed down at the ring in his hand, recalling Delilah's words that it contained a gift, to be unveiled only at the right moment. Now, he comprehended the nature of that gift, memories. Choking back tears, he spoke, "To my beloved, Yoshiyuki. Bound by the machinations of unseen forces, I could only leave this memory in such a manner, hoping that after my departure, you might behold it. Yoshiyuki, I love you. My mother once told me that the word love should not be uttered lightly, but reserved for the one we cherish most. Though our time together was manipulated by hidden hands and lasted but a few fleeting months, I genuinely, profoundly cherished you. As I lay in your embrace on Christmas Eve, I stole glances at your profile, captivated by your sunlit smile. In that moment, I realized I had fallen for you. When you encounter this memory, I shall likely have departed. Yoshiyuki, please do not burden yourself with guilt over my demise, nor should you allow sorrow to cloud your heart." The ring's intricate design weighed heavily on my mind, and ultimately, I chose to engrave plum blossoms upon it. They were the first flowers you gifted me, and I inscribed them upon the ring with my own hands. I often ponder this. Perhaps, when you gaze upon the ring, you might reminisce about me. Yoshiyuki, I once vowed to accompany you for a lifetime. Please do not hold my words against me. This ring embodies all my love for you. Carry it forth. Yoshiyuki, do not let my departure halt your journey. You are the conqueror of the magical realm, while I was but a nameless flower along your path. In your journey, you will encounter those you love and who love you in return. Yoshiyuki, I believe in you. One day, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Yoshiyuki placed the letter back within the ring, unsteadily rising to his feet. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own inadequacy. If only he possessed the strength of a mentor or Dumbledore. If only he could decipher the words of the Dark Lord, perhaps Delilah would still be alive. Yet, he found himself powerless. Grindelwald observed Yoshiyuki, noticing that his favored disciple had become far stronger than he had been at this age compared to Albus. He had merely encountered a dark wizard who had survived nearly 2 millennia. I yearn to grow stronger, master. Karkaroff stood within the infirmary, watching Madame Black bustle about. With one student tragically deceased and 2 others gravely injured, along with the prior basilisk incident, he felt he should have been overwhelmed with responsibility as headmaster. Fortunately, he had allied with Grindelwald, evading scrutiny from the families involved. Karkaroff contemplated the alarming message conveyed by Yoshiyuki. Such perilous secrets lay hidden within the school. Though this was not entirely surprising, Durmstrang had always been a bastion of dark magic. However, the library required thorough reorganization. The thought of it gave him a headache. Was he fated to be at odds with Horcruxes? Professors Prince, Gale, Miller, let us proceed to meticulously review the library's collection. Morris sat on the edge of the bed, grasping Ling Yin's hand, his emotions heightened to an extraordinary degree. The emergence of Grindelwald, the future of the anti-Grindelwald faction, and even his own family paled in significance before Ling Yin. Alinda lay pale on the bed, her eyes devoid of life. Ultimately, she had only burdened Della and Xioi. If she had devoted herself to practicing magic, enduring until Xioi's arrival, perhaps everything would have unfolded differently. Contemplating this, Alinda harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her former self, loathing her own helplessness. The surrounding students bowed their heads, an oppressive silence enveloping the infirmary. Days later, Xioi stood beneath a willow tree behind the castle, his gaze vacant. Amidst the desolate snowy landscape, plum blossoms defiantly bloomed, welcoming the flurries of snowflakes. Chapter 44. The Funeral. Following Hirebo's demise, the Witches' Purity Party swiftly and covertly assumed control of Durmstrang, with Kakarov remaining as the headmaster. Several professors at Durmstrang sensed that something was amiss, yet they tacitly chose to ignore it. Regardless of who held sway over Durmstrang, as long as they received their salaries, it mattered little. Under Xioi's directive, a sweeping reform of the student organization system was enacted at Durmstrang. Initially, the traditional triumvirate was dismantled, giving rise to the Durmstrang Student Council. All other clubs, including the Potions Club and the Quidditch team, fell under the jurisdiction of the Student Council. The leadership of the council primarily comprised the president, vice president, secretary, and others. A cluster of students gathered around the notice board, chattering excitedly. How does one join the student council? I wish to join as well. Morris crossed his arms, observing the announcement concerning the student council. The following is the list of the council's leadership. President, Fleur Delacour. Vice presidents, Jamie Alexander, Alan Morris, Chuan Xiaobai. Secretary, Victor Krum. Alinda Castellana, Yu Xian. Captain of the Guard, Abner Lucifer. It can be said that Xioi single-handedly transformed the power dynamics of Durmstrang. Morris had encountered the original Dark Lord in the cave, and he held a profound respect for his strength and charisma. However, the hatred stemming from the destruction of his family would not be easily set aside. At worst, he would refrain from causing them trouble, with the exception of Lucifer. Morris displayed a wicked smile and turned to head towards the infirmary. Inside the infirmary, are you certain you wish to join the Witches' Purity Party, Miss Brown? Lingy nodded, gazing at the boy before her, whose long hair cascaded down his shoulders. Xioi instinctively reached to play with his hair, only to remember that he had cut it short. Then, the Witches' Purity Party welcomes your membership, Miss Brown. Upon joining, what must I do? I need to transfer to Hogwarts and rally a group of students. Although Xioi had no immediate plans to take action against Hogwarts, it was prudent to be prepared. Having Brown garner a group of students would certainly be advantageous. All right. After reaching an agreement with Brown, Hideyoshi greeted Alinda and prepared to head to the library. Madam Blake, how much longer must I remain in this hospital? After watching Hideyoshi depart, Alinda raised her head to inquire. She did not wish to miss Della's funeral. My dear, if all goes well, you should be discharged by noon after a morning checkup. Alinda calculated the time in her mind, realizing she would arrive just in time for her appointment with Hideyoshi. Young master. On his way to the library, Hideyoshi encountered Babugi. Babugi, is there something you need? This is a message from the mistress, Babugi replied, handing Hideyoshi a piece of parchment before bowing slightly and leaving Durmstrang. Holding the parchment, Hideyoshi had a fair idea of its contents, but regrettably, it had arrived too late. Sighing, he tucked the parchment back into his ring and followed Della's memories to the third floor of the library. The third floor was predominantly filled with books on ancient magic, written in the obscure and convoluted language of Runic. Hideyoshi extracted the book he sought, titled Runic. Given his limited proficiency, he found it utterly incomprehensible, and his knowledge of ancient magic was scant. Thus, he had to descend to the second floor to procure a dictionary of ancient Runic. It struck him as oddly reminiscent of his past struggles with English. He recalled the pain of failing his English Level 4 exam 3 times. Setting aside his distractions, Hideyoshi commenced a meticulous translation of the book, titled Detailed Exposition of Ancient Advanced Magic. He swiftly located the section on love magic in the index and turned to the corresponding page. The magic of love encompasses not only romantic affection, but also familial and platonic bonds. As he continued to translate, he committed these spells to memory, including one used by Lily Evans to protect Harry Potter, a spell fueled by love, truly reminiscent of the old Bees style. Turning the page, Hideyoshi finally discovered the spell he sought. This spell is nameless, its creator untraceable, and no historical records document its use by any wizard. According to the accounts, this spell can only take effect if the user possesses genuine love for the recipient. Once activated, should the user harbor murderous intent towards the recipient, hellfire will drag the user into the abyss. The author considers this spell rather impractical, with ambiguous conditions and effects, thus advising against its use. Hideyoshi closed the book with a grim expression, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. The scant records of this spell were disheartening. Even Grindelwald and Dumbledore knew little about it. Nonetheless, this book offered a glimmer of hope. The hell mentioned within. Could it be a realm governed by the Grim Reaper? As long as Della's soul had not entirely dissipated, Hideyoshi held the chance to resurrect her. Hideyoshi, let us go. It is time to attend Della's funeral. You would not wish to miss it, Elinda approached him. Her complexion remained somewhat pale, having lost only a modicum of vitality due to her late capture. Unlike her, Lingyin was not so fortunate. I fear I may need to lie in the campus hospital for several months to recuperate. Well, let us proceed. Elinda stepped forward and grasped the hem of Shuyuki's garment. Once Elinda was prepared, Shuyuki invoked the spell. Apparition. Thank you both for attending the young lady's funeral, Mr. Delacour and Miss Castellana. An elderly sprite, seemingly waiting for quite some time, guided the two to their destination. The crimson morning glory heralded the funeral, while pure white willow fluff adorned the sacred occasion. Delacour, after her demise, was finally liberated from the castle that had tormented her for an entire semester. She concluded her brief life, resting within the cold embrace of her marble tomb, entering an eternal slumber of tranquility. Shuyuki stood in silent contemplation, burdened by the weight of his unfulfilled promise to protect Della. Officials from the German Ministry of Magic, most of the students from Durmstrang, members of other families, and even Grindelwald were present at this solemn gathering. The sapphire sky was adorned with wispy clouds, casting a somber pallor over the scene. By the marble tomb of the Delacour family, mourners bid their final farewells to the sweet and gentle girl. Kakarov, wearing a hat, displayed a complex expression. Several professors huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, while Elinda's eyes brimmed with tears, and Mrs. Blake occasionally dabbed at her own. The atmosphere shifted when Grindelwald arrived, accompanied by Wendell Delacour, stirring a commotion among the attendees. The members of the Pureblood Party turned their gaze to Shuyuki. Their young master had finally liberated Grindelwald from that accursed prison. Shuyuki, however, remained oblivious to the stares of others, even as Grindelwald entered the scene. He simply fixated on Della's face within the coffin in profound silence. Elinda watched him with concern from the side. Hey, Elinda, what kind of look is that? Do you truly believe I would follow Della into the beyond? Judging by your earlier expression, it seems quite plausible. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. If I were to succumb, Della would surely feel guilt. Moreover, I have matters to attend to. Shuyuki approached Della's coffin, wishing to present his most dashing self. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shuyuki Delacour, the current king of the Pureblood Party. Grindelwald cast a puzzled glance his way, though unsure of Shuyuki's intentions. He hurried over to lend his support. The onlookers, unfamiliar with Shuyuki, murmured amongst themselves, but once Grindelwald stood beside him, they accepted the veracity of the claim. The Durmstrang students were astonished, never having anticipated that a first-year student was, in fact, Grindelwald's heir and the true leader of the Pureblood Party. This recent incident involving Durmstrang's dark wizards was an assault by opposing forces against our Pureblood Party. Their objective was to eradicate the heirs of the Pureblood families. thereby severing our future. Shiyuki's words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Who dared to attack my child? They shall pay in blood. Damn it. As Hideyoshi observed the emotions of the crowd simmering to a boiling point, he continued, the organization that has launched an attack against us is none other than the Death Eaters, established by the so-called Second Dark Lord, Voldemort. What Second Dark Lord? I have never heard of such a thing. Who dares to provoke our esteemed Grindelwald? Young master, isn't Voldemort dead? At the sound of a question, Hideyoshi replied, Voldemort is not dead. He has merely suffered a grave injury and is poised to rise again. This assault likely stems from his unwillingness to remain in the shadow of the first Dark Lord. Damn the Death Eaters. Damn Voldemort. Morris gritted his teeth, resolved to convince his father to unite with other families to obliterate the remnants of the Death Eaters. It seemed we had been silent for too long, allowing even the Death Eaters to dare confront us. Now, the Pure Blood Party shall take command. We need not conceal ourselves any longer. Our combatants will eradicate all Death Eaters within the bounds of Germany and France, and with their blood, we shall proclaim our return. Yes, kill, vengeance. Grindelwald subtly shook his head. Hideyoshi's ability to incite and rally was still far inferior to his own. Centered among the throng, Hideyoshi welcomed their gazes. To conquer the magical realm and ascend as the Dark Lord, the first step is to ensure that there is but one Dark Lord in the magical world. As Grindelwald's heir, trusting in the Dark Lord means that the only Dark Lord left is that noseless figure. My apologies, Tom. For the sake of Della's expectations and my aspirations, I must send you to the underworld. I trust you will not hold this against me. Now charge forth. Warriors of the Pure Blood Party. Into this volume. Chapter 1. The Shrine. My lord, a letter from Dumbledore. A member of the Pure Blood Party, clad in black robes, hastened to Hideyoshi's side and presented him with an envelope. Why is old B sending me a letter? Hideyoshi tore open the envelope and extracted the parchment within. To Hideyoshi, the Sakura Shogunate and the Sakura Shrine have issued a rescue order, calling upon legendary wizards from around the world to participate in the rescue efforts. This matter is of great significance, and I hope you can come and discuss it in detail at the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. P.S. It would be best to bring that person along. A.D. Trouble has befallen Sakura. How delightful. Hideyoshi held a rather low opinion of Sakura. For both in his past and present lives, it seemed they thrived on chaos. What has transpired with Sakura recently? Having just returned from the underworld, he was not well versed in the affairs of the living. Last August 24th, Sakura discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean, and since then, a series of unfortunate events has occurred. Nuclear wastewater? Discharged into the ocean? Is this acknowledged by the Sakura Shogunate? It is the Sakura Shogunate that has declared the intention to release nuclear wastewater on August 24th, and even organized a ceremony to mark the occasion. Such folly. In Hideyoshi's previous life, the Sakura Shogunate had already been surreptitiously discharging nuclear wastewater, only without formal announcement. He had not anticipated that this world would declare it so swiftly. What has been the reaction of other nations? The majority of countries oppose it, with only a few, led by the United States, in support. Hideyoshi nodded. This was indeed within his expectations. Where has my master been of late? Grindelwald has departed, though his destination remains unknown to us. Is it possible to establish contact with him? Receiving a negative response, Shiyuan sat at the table, gently tapping its surface. During this journey, his two-way mirror shattered, rendering him unable to reach Grindelwald. Always-san, perhaps the owl might locate our master. I shall step out for a moment. Understood. Unbeknownst to him, he had already advanced to the 5th grade. Over these 5 years, his time at Durmstrang had scarcely amounted to a year. The silent, wandless magic was indeed a testament to Lord Dracul's prowess. In the blink of an eye, Shiyuan found himself standing in Hogsmeade. I recall there is a secret passage within that candy shop, is there not? Unfortunately, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. As he approached the bustling candy store, he was recognized almost immediately. Oh dear, is that not Lord Dracul? Greetings, Lord Dracul. A throng of admirers surged towards him, leaving Shiyuan bewildered. How on earth did you recognize me while I am donned in a mask and hood? At that moment, someone grasped his hand, pulling him downwards. Shiyuan instinctively crouched, and together with his captor, they transformed into a wisp of wind and soared above the crowd. Phew, fans are truly formidable. Shiyuan steadied himself at the outskirts of Hogwarts. Initially, he had intended to explore the secret passages of Hogwarts, but alas, that was not to be. Could you kindly send me down? It was then he remembered the presence of another. Ah, little Hannah, it has been quite some time. Shiyuan gently released Hannah from his hold. Long time no see, Shiyuan. Hannah beamed sweetly. Would you care to accompany me back to school? Hannah hesitated, shaking her head apologetically. My roommate is still waiting for me. No worries, Shuyuan replied cheerfully, ruffling Hannah's hair. Hurry along to find your roommate. They must be anxious. After watching Hannah depart, Shuyuan strode confidently into Hogwarts. As he walked, the girls of Hogwarts excitedly trailed behind him, chattering animatedly. How did Shuyuan return to Hogwarts? The White Lord Shuyuan. He is so adorable. Indeed, possessing a legion of fans is a double-edged sword. Excuse me. A girl blocked Shuyuan's path. My name is Ramida Vani. Could you kindly grant me your autograph? Vana has ascended. How brave of Ramida. With a polite smile. Shuyuan pondered how to discreetly dismiss the girl when a voice rang out. Your poor potions professor is still standing here. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Upon seeing Snape's arrival, the students scattered in fear, lest they inadvertently lose more points for their house. And you, Vani, 5 points deducted for you as well, and a detention. Once the students had fled, Snape turned to Shuyuan. Shouldn't you be following me? Long time no see, uncle. Olby has been waiting for you. Snape pivoted and strode away, his wizarding robes billowing behind him. Shuyuan trailed closely in Snape's wake. It must be said, the reputation of the Serpent King has only magnified with time. No student dared to follow in his footsteps as long as Snape was present, though not entirely. Hideyoshi cast a glance at the Weasley twins stealthily following behind. Snape had evidently noticed as well. He softly uttered the incantation to open the stone beast. You go ahead. I have matters to attend to. With that, he strode away, leaving Hideyoshi to silently mourn for the two boys. Hideyoshi joyfully ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. Come in, came the reply. He opened the door and peered into the room, where Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair, looking up at him. Long time no see, Hideyoshi. Indeed, it has been a while, old Dumbledore. Upon confirming that no one was behind Hideyoshi, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dumbledore's eyes. So, old Dumbledore, what has transpired with Sakura? First, Hideyoshi. Are you familiar with the magical authority of Sakura? Hideyoshi shook his head. Allow me to introduce it to you then. Dumbledore popped a candy into his mouth. Sakura is also a nation that does not recognize the statute of secrecy. In fact, only Europe and America adhere to it. The Ministry of Magic in Sakura is called the Sakura Shrine, with witches referred to as Miko and wizards as Shinto priests. Are there Onmyoji? Onmyoji? Dumbledore stroked his white beard. I have not heard of such. I see. What about the summons issued by Sakura? The specifics remain unclear at this moment. What? The Sakura Shrine merely indicated they are facing a crisis beyond their control and require assistance from those of legendary prowess from various nations. Who would be willing to help? Hideyoshi scoffed. If that is all, old Dumbledore, you needn't have summoned me. I lack your excess of benevolence. Protecting the wizards here is already a considerable effort. It appears you harbor significant animosity towards Sakura, a nation that discharges nuclear waste into the ocean, not to mention the actions they took in a previous life. Dumbledore fell silent, and, after a long pause, he finally spoke. The Sakura Shrine claims this crisis will engulf the entire world, triggered by their Muggle government releasing nuclear waste. Surely, it can't be Godzilla? Regardless, we must investigate. You wouldn't wish for this so-called crisis to threaten us here, would you, Hideyoshi? But what of you? If a crisis arises that I cannot resolve, I may not be able to protect her either. So, are you threatening me, old Dumbledore? No. I am merely stating a fact, my child. That is all you seem to do, Hideyoshi retorted mockingly. Dumbledore smiled at him, while Fawkes preened his feathers. Very well. Let's go see the spectacle. When do we depart? Now. We shall let Fawkes guide us. Meanwhile, in the coastal regions of Sakura, the inhabitants looked haggard, their faces ashen. They walked the streets like the living dead. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, as waves surged toward the shore like an army of ships. Run! The tsunami is coming. Some people relinquished their hopes of survival, standing still as the waves engulfed them. The tsunami ferociously swept away everything in its path, surging inland. Yusuji Miko, can you discern what is amiss with this tsunami? The girl known as the Yusuji priestess shook her head in distress, stating, I cannot discern any signs of human manipulation behind this tsunami. Could it truly be the result of the shogunate's discharge of nuclear waste, provoking nature's wrath? If we do not swiftly address the tsunami, it seems the entire cherry blossom will fall silent. Have the distress signals and summons been dispatched? Lord Yusuji, the shrine has indeed sent out the request for aid and the call to arms. Can those outsiders possibly resolve this tsunami? A brown-haired priest questioned skeptically. Are you suggesting you can solve it? He was retorted, leaving his expression rather sour. Let us return to the shrine for now. The situation in the cherry blossom is dire, with dark clouds looming and the road submerged. Dumbledore observed the wailing populace with an impassive demeanor, refraining from offering assistance. He was a saint, not a savior. Hideyoshi casually seized an individual, proclaiming spirit capture. After gleaning the information, he carelessly deposited the person at a higher elevation. What's the situation? Primarily, we are beset by relentless natural disasters, particularly the tsunami and flooding, which have nearly submerged a third of the Cherry Blossom region. The Cherry Blossom has been compelled to cease discharging nuclear waste, as the pipes have been filled with returning seawater. Have you noticed anything amiss? The calamity seemed exceedingly peculiar, especially the inundation caused by the tsunami. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Hideyoshi, do you possess the ability to invoke such celestial phenomena? It is unlikely, he replied. I too find it implausible. To initiate such magic would require an extensive ancient magic array, and presently, I cannot sense a trace of magic. Well then, let us visit the Cherry Blossom Shrine and consult the priestess. They should possess more knowledge than we do. As you mentioned, there should be several Cherry Blossom Shrines. Which shall we visit? The largest shrine, the Hakurii Shrine, governs the magical realm of the Cherry Blossom. Hakurii Shrine? Is a shrine maiden not named Raimu Hakurii? Hideyoshi expressed surprise. Has Jinsokyo intruded into this? No, Dumbledore replied, casting him a curious glance. I believe we have arrived. Before them stood a torii gate, with the steps beyond leading to the Hakurii Shrine. Chapter 2. The Monster. Good day. May I inquire if you are Mr. Dumbledore and Mr. Dracula? As Hideyoshi approached the shrine's entrance, a girl emerged to greet them. Indeed. May I ask your name? My name is Canon Yusuji, the Shrine Maiden of Hakurii Shrine. Is the Grand Shrine Maiden Raimu not present? Dumbledore stepped forward. The Grand Shrine Maiden has ventured out with others to investigate the cause of the climatic anomalies. Canon led the two into the shrine. Notably, he initially mistook Canon for the head of the Yusuji clan, as they bore a striking resemblance with their red hair. We are all little monsters. So, have you uncovered any leads? Hideyoshi took a sip from the teacup before him. How unpleasant. He silently returned the cup to its place. To my knowledge, the shrine remains utterly baffled by this climatic anomaly. However, we can at least confirm that this situation is undoubtedly not of natural origin. Perhaps this is nature's reprisal for the nuclear waste discharged from the cherry blossoms? Upon hearing this, the priestess did not display any displeasure but calmly remarked, "We must have faith in science." "Are you jesting with me?" inquired Hideyoshi. "Since the priestess has stated thus, let us entertain this belief. However, in the absence of leads, from where shall we commence our inquiry? Especially considering that 1/3 of the cherry blossoms now lie submerged in the sea? The only potential clue appears to be Takamagara. Takamagara? The region of Takamagara was the first to experience the tsunami, yet individuals from various nations have already scoured the area, yielding no discoveries. Hideyoshi and Dumbledore exchanged glances, indicating a shared understanding. Then, Dumbledore and I shall venture to Takamagara first. The Yusuji priestess maintained her indifferent smile as she watched the two depart from the shrine. "I wish you good fortune." Upon reaching Takamagara, Hideyoshi remarked, "Old Dumbledore, I did not observe closely on our way here. Do you think there is anything amiss with this flood?" Dumbledore scrutinized the scene once more and shook his head. "I see no anomalies. Even you cannot discern anything? You overestimate me. Hideyoshi, you possess an ability I shall never grasp." Ignoring Dumbledore's modesty, Hideyoshi extended his magical essence into the floodwaters below. Indeed, the water harbored a peculiar energy, though it was not magic. It felt familiar, yet eluded his recollection. Wizards can perceive traces of magic primarily because human energy shares a common origin. You possess a unique talent, Hideyoshi. Are you suggesting that a magical creature instigated the tsunami? It is quite possible. Perhaps I should summon Newt. Newt's commander? Yes. Newt can perceive the magical energy of fantastic beasts, establishing profound connections with them, thereby effectively locating and taming them. A flash of fire illuminated the scene as Fawkes appeared before Dumbledore, perching upon his hand. "Deliver this letter to Newt. I trust you'll find him." Fawkes emitted a soft trill, nuzzling Dumbledore's hand. Such a remarkable creature. The phoenix is an extraordinarily sentient being. If phoenixes exist in this world, might Eastern dragons also be real? Western dragons resemble large lizards, entirely failing to meet your aesthetic, Hideyoshi. Can you identify what creature this is, Hideyoshi? It feels familiar, yet I cannot recall the exact species. As he spoke, Hideyoshi produced his wand. "Reveal your true form. Manifest the past. Show your presence." 3 spells were cast into the water, yet not a single ripple emerged. Oh, has magic failed? Generally speaking, tracking spells should work on magical creatures as well. "It seems we shall need to part ways," stated Hideyoshi, pointing towards the floodwaters. "Since magic is ineffective, we must resort to more rudimentary methods of tracking. Do you require my assistance? The situation with the cherry blossoms is indeed rather peculiar. And if anything were to happen to you, I would have difficulty explaining it to Gellert. That last statement seems to be the crux of the matter. Hideyoshi rolled his eyes. Rest assured, I am now a legend in my own right. Nothing shall go awry. Here, take this. Dumbledore produced a phoenix feather and handed it to Shuichi. Should you encounter an insurmountable crisis, infuse the feather with your magic, and I shall come to your aid. Be cautious as well, old Dumbledore. Your master awaits your return at home. Dumbledore pretended not to hear. Then, let us part ways. With a resounding crack, he had already shifted to a distant location. Indeed, once Grindelwald was mentioned, Dumbledore would make a swift exit. This pairing grows ever more palpable. Shuichi wore a knowing smile. Now, let us gradually follow this faint energy to seek out the suspected culprit. Allow the bullets to fly a while longer. At Takamagura, the geisha dance hall. What manner of creature is this? Several reinforcements encircled the monstrous being before them, hesitant to act recklessly. The creature resembled a mermaid, devoid of facial features, with deep blue, curly hair, and a form entirely composed of water. Gentlemen, allow me to attempt a sealing technique. One of the priests stepped forward, gathering magic in his hands. Reinforcements from various nations exchanged glances before simultaneously launching an assault on the monster. A plethora of spells struck the creature, yet it was as if they had collided with the void, inflicting not a single scratch. Perish! At that moment, the priest had approached the creature, pressing his hand against its abdomen. Success! The priest exclaimed with fervor, only for his expression to swiftly transform into one of terror. Alas! The priest was devoured by the creature. The legendary figures felt their scalps tingle, despite their supreme power and vast experience. They had never encountered such a monster devoid of any weaknesses. Let's try ice. Should we retreat? After exhausting various methods, they discovered that apart from its relatively slow movements, it exhibited no apparent vulnerabilities, at least none they could discern. Even its sluggishness was merely relative. Should this place become inundated, we would stand no chance against the creature. Hey you! One priest exclaimed indignantly. We have done our utmost. Surely, you cannot expect us to remain and fight to the death. With our magic depleting at this rate, we shall inevitably succumb to it. A cacophony of voices erupted as they dispersed, each retreating to safety. After all, it was not their nation that was in peril. Apolongis, Hakuris Rein Moiden. The three immortals from Huaxia also took their leave. Watching the crowd depart, the Hakurii shrine maiden sighed. What shall we do now, my lord? At least this time, we have gleaned some insight, have we not? First, let's evacuate all the ordinary people in this generation. No sooner had the shrine maiden spoken than a tsunami approached. How could there be a tsunami here? The shrine maiden gazed in disbelief as the flood surged into the geisha dance hall. Flee! The waters had already reached the priest's ankles, and they scrambled towards the exit, but the curly-haired monster would not grant them the opportunity. With a splat, numerous tentacles emerged from the water, seizing their ankles and dragging them beneath the surface. The high priestess, while evading the grasp of the tentacles, exerted every effort to rescue the clergy. How could this happen? Had all the priests on the front lines perished? She bit her lip tightly. Be careful, my lady. The shout from below snapped her back to reality, though it was evidently too late. A slick sensation crept up to her ankle, pulling her closer to the water's edge. This is disastrous. Fear surged within her, amplifying her paralysis as the tentacles dragged her forward. Shadow of the divine blade. Several spells severed the tentacles, and a powerful hand yanked her aside. The tentacles have been cut? It has been a long time, Akiko. A familiar voice resonated in her ear. Professor Dumbledore. Akiko turned to see him smiling at her. Professor Dumbledore, you have arrived as well. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Dumbledore gestured towards the distant creature. Is that a new magical beast? It seems to harbor considerable hostility towards us. The creature lifted its head and swiftly unleashed a torrent of water. We have just discovered it. It has the ability to devour magic. Dumbledore casually deflected the water blast. Unconscious, the spell struck the creature, vanishing without a trace. It appeared to possess no weaknesses. Every creature has its vulnerabilities. We simply have yet to uncover them. Dumbledore raised his ancient wand, Shadow of the Divine Blade. This time, the creature was unable to consume the spell, which cleaved it in two. Wow! The bisected creature merged into the water, rapidly advancing towards them. It seems that only dark magic, imbued with negative emotions, can inflict harm upon it. A stone wall rose beneath Dumbledore's feet, obstructing the flood's path. What shall we do now? Dumbledore stood atop the stone wall, gazing down at the creature assailing it. Even dark magic cannot inflict substantial damage. We should retreat for now. Dumbledore cast one last glance at the creature before taking Akiko's hand and leaping from the high wall. This situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. I hope nothing goes awry with Hideyoshi. The source is actually Takamagara. Hideyoshi soared through the sky, surveying almost the entirety of Takamagara submerged in water, visibly troubled. Must I plunge into the water to seek clues? Yet, I cannot swim, let alone dive. For now, let us first examine shore. The highest point of Takamagara was a geisha dance hall atop a mountain, where thick water had already accumulated, bearing the marks of battle. It seemed they had encountered that magical creature, but alas, the essence here had been washed away, leaving a chaotic disarray. Manifest the past. Countless magical traces intertwined. Rendering discernement impossible. Let us venture further. Perhaps we shall uncover something. Gripping his wand tightly, Hideyoshi crossed over a towering stone wall and cautiously entered through the back door of the geisha dance hall. Chapter 3. The Deep Well. What is this? Behind the door lay an abyssal staircase, the walls emanating a reddish-brown glow, resembling a passage to the underworld. How could a geisha dance hall possess a basement? Muttering softly, Hideyoshi slowly descended the staircase. The air here was damp and chilling, permeated with a metallic scent of rust that sent a shiver down his spine. He sniffed, retrieving a vial of potion and gulping it down, instantly feeling a warm surge envelop his entire being. His uncle's potion was truly exceptional. He stowed the empty bottle back into his potion box. Having spent years traveling, Snape had prepared a special exchange box for him, ostensibly to ensure that should any misfortune befall him, no one from the Prince family would inherit his burdens. The box was filled to the brim with potions, which Snape frequently checked and replenished. The thought of Snape's haughty demeanor made Hideyoshi chuckle softly. Upon reaching the basement, he noticed a thin layer of water covering the floor, casting an eerie red glow. Was there truly a place like this in a cabaret? It felt sinister, as if a dark ritual was underway. The basement itself was unremarkable, devoid of strange murals or patterns, apart from the odd red light. There was only a well in the center. Curiously, Hideyoshi approached it. This was a deep well, seemingly out of place in such a basement. Its water long since dried up. Was it a passageway for magical creatures or a prop for some bizarre ceremony? He circled the well, using his magical power to probe its depths from left to right, yet he found nothing amiss. Surely, this couldn't be an ordinary well? Hideyoshi conjured a stick and prodded the well's rocky walls, but nothing unusual occurred. Who in their right mind would dig a deep well in a basement? With a sigh, he tossed the stick into the well, waiting for the expected sound, but it never came. How deep could it be? He attempted to delve his magical essence deeper into the dry well, but even with his legendary power, he could not reach its bottom. Who on earth digs a well this deep? Retracting his magic, he glanced at the phoenix feather hanging from his chest. It seemed he had no choice but to descend and investigate. With Dumbledore's support always available, he felt it would be safe to scout below. Having made his decision, Hideyoshi approached the edge of the well and leaped into the abyss. The wind howled around him as he felt the rush against his face, his heartbeat quickening. Was this truly what freefall felt like? While plummeting, he maintained his magical awareness. This hole seemed absurdly deep, or perhaps he was ensnared in a place akin to an endless loop. Hesitating, he contemplated using magic to escape, just as his magical perception finally returned a response. At last, he sensed the ground beneath him. Instantly, he drew his wand. Shock absorption. Halt. He cast, and with a dull thud, he landed in an unknown depth, standing in a pool of stagnant water. The stench was revolting. He instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, he felt something solid beneath his foot. A flicker of bioluminescence illuminated the surroundings, and as he looked down, he was taken aback. Beneath him, stretching into the distance, lay a heap of human bones, alongside the dismembered remnants of various magical creatures. The stagnant water that has seeped in here has turned a sinister black, reeking of foul odors. This place is a graveyard. I have found it. Xiangzi retrieved a book, revealing several legendary figures from various nations seated at a table, sipping tea. In Takamagara, there once existed a notorious shrine known as the Abruzukio Shrine, which occupied the very location of what is now a geisha hall. In other words, that abomination is a legacy left to you by the Abruzukio Shrine. Such a possibility exists. As Xiangzi spoke, she flipped through the pages of the book. The infamy of the Abruzukio Shrine was attributed to its chief priest, Jean Renfo. In his pursuit of immortality, he enslaved the shrine's high priestess and conducted inhumane experiments on various beings, including mythical creatures, fantastic beings, and humans. Experiments on human subjects. Dumbledore remained silent, his eyes closed. When the others ceased their chatter, Xiangzi continued reading. Behind the shrine, Jin Renfeng excavated a deep pit to dispose of the failures of his experiments. A pit that later became known as the Boneyard. Chapter 4. Jin Renfeng. This pit could not have been created by human hands. Hideyoshi surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he had just stepped on a skull, the past materialized. A pale blue figure appeared before him. What manner of creature is this? A water spirit? As he gazed at the mermaid-like apparition, Hideyoshi pondered. Thud! What is happening? Hideyoshi struggled to remain upright, feeling his head grow increasingly heavy, consciousness slipping away. I must not collapse in such a vile place. He strained to twist his ring, and darkness enveloped him. In a shady, grassy area, Hideyoshi suddenly opened his eyes. Have I traversed time again? He sensed that this was no illusion, but a tangible world. Rising to his feet, he had yet to contemplate further when rustling sounds emerged from the distant woods. Thud! Hideyoshi swiftly drew his wand and cast a spell towards the underbrush. Thud! Something fell to the ground. What could it be? Holding his wand aloft, Hideyoshi cautiously parted the grass, revealing a young girl with blue hair and blue attire, evidently rendered unconscious by his spell. Yet, he did not lower his guard. He cast another spell of unconsciousness to ensure she was truly incapacitated before retracting his wand. Let me delve into her memories to ascertain which world this is. The memory capture spell. Before Hideyoshi could complete the incantation, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, accompanied by an almost imperceptible sense of rejection. The world rejects me. Hideyoshi withdrew his hand. So, this is the past, not another realm. The past materialized has brought me to this time, allowing me to witness history firsthand. It was the first time Hideyoshi realized the past materialized could indeed transport one to the past, an occurrence previously unheard of. Magic is truly wondrous. Crack! A fissure appeared on Hideyoshi's hand. It seems that history cannot be altered. Otherwise, one would be sent back to the present. But what if I were to kill this girl here? What would happen then? Is this girl destined to be the architect of the impending tsunami? A perilous thought flitted through Hideyoshi's mind as he raised his wand towards her, urging for a swift revival. How'd I end up here? The girl inquired, sitting up and glancing around. Old Hideyoshi stood beside her, leisurely trailing in her wake. If she were indeed the harbinger of the tsunami, then following her would surely unveil the truth. In a quaint town on the fringes of cherry blossoms, Hideyoshi was oblivious to its name. The town was adorned with wooden structures, its streets eerily quiet, with scarcely a passerby. The girl appeared equally unfamiliar with the locale, after meandering through several dead ends. She arrived at what seemed to be an inn. Let us refer to it as an inn for the time being. As twilight descended, a throng gathered at the inn's entrance, as if the entire town had converged. What makes this inn so popular? Such a grand assembly. Someone remarked beside Hideyoshi. You are unaware, but Jin Renfeng is the new paragon of the Rongyun Shrine. Wherever he goes, all malevolent spirits dare not stir. He is revered as the Knight of Gold. Such an esteemed figure is seldom seen by common folk like us. Spirits? Dumbledore had mentioned them in this cherry blossom land. Any entity that assaults humanity is deemed a spirit and subsequently eradicated by the shrine. Spirits are often mystical creatures or beings, including fallen priestesses and shamans. The clamor outside the inn was resounding, filled with praises for this Knight of Gold. Dear guest, do you require sustenance or lodging? Please prepare some food and arrange a room. Of course. The girl seated herself at a table, while two priests at the adjacent table engaged in hushed conversation. Intrigued, Hideyoshi leaned closer. Jin Renfeng merely coincidentally caught the attention of the shrine's high priestess. He is not necessarily superior to us. Uehara, tread carefully with your words. As the lauded Jin Renfeng entered the inn, Hideyoshi scrutinized him curiously. With his brown hair and fair complexion, he bore no remarkable traits. Disinterested, Hideyoshi glanced at the girl, who was now studying Jin Renfeng with keen interest. The Knight of Gold approached the two priests' table, and their previous mockery gave way to unabashed flattery. Indeed, human nature is capricious. Why don't you join us? Jin Renfeng beckoned the girl, his eyes shimmering with a golden glint. Is that appropriate? Nonsense. Ultimately, the girl took her seat at Jin Renfeng's table. The priests, noticing her beauty, refrained from further comment. In an apparent attempt to impress her, Jin Renfeng ordered an abundance of dishes from the innkeeper. Such generosity from the Knight of Gold, Hideyoshi mused, standing behind the girl, deep in contemplation. Chapter 5. The Uprising. Jin Renfeng surveyed the mountain of plates before him, his smile unwavering despite the absurdity. This is nothing. You are all friends of Jin, and it is essential that you dine well. How remarkably magnanimous. Xiaoyo bit into a chicken leg while attentively observing the girl's condition. During their conversation, her name had been revealed, Xiaoqing. This name evoked memories of a serpent demon known as Xiaoqing. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen, and Xiaoyo sat atop the inn, gazing at the starry sky. Perhaps it was time for a brief slumber-zizi. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps jolted Xiaoyo awake. He opened his eyes wide, acutely sensing the movements around him. Master Jean, a demon has infiltrated the town and has even taken lives, someone whispered. Xiaoyo glanced over stealthily, noticing two priests had donned their attire and approached. Has anyone seen what the demon looks like? The townsfolk who had spoken previously shook their heads. This is troubling. This is a town where humans and demons coexist, and the number of demons is far from small. Gradually, the patrons of the inn gathered. Xiaoqing yawned, standing at the second-floor railing, peering down. I say, we should simply eliminate all the demons in the town to prevent future troubles, one priest declared loudly. Xiaoqing's hand froze midair. Observing her unusual reaction, Xiaoyo suddenly recalled that, according to his conjecture, Xiaoqing likely belonged to the realm of magical beings, categorized as a demon under the cherry blossoms. It must be said, Xiaoqing had concealed her true nature remarkably well, betraying no signs of her demonic traits. Isn't that rather rash? Even among demons, there exists a distinction between good and evil. Xiaoyo was certain that as Jin Feng spoke, he cast a subtle glance at Xiaoqing, confirming she could hear his words. Was Jin Feng's target Xiaoqing? It seemed he possessed some unique method to discern a demon's true form. Ha 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 you, who has vanquished countless demons, would utter such words. I have only ever slain the fallen. Well then, we have sent a request for assistance to the nearby shrine. They will promptly come to eradicate the demons in this town. Then why do you seek my counsel? You are the treasured disciple of the great priestess Hong Yun. Naturally, we must consult you. Indeed, indeed. Jin Feng clenched his fists slightly. He knew these two priests were rather foolish, yet he hadn't anticipated their level of naivety. Fortunately, everything was proceeding according to his plan. Xiaoyo looked at the two priests in confusion. Were they so loud in their conspiracy, fearing that the demons outside might remain oblivious? Xiaoqing, her palms sweating with anxiety, glanced around desperately, only to find that her path to escape was blocked by Jin Feng and the two priests. This is bad. My lords, the demons outside have gone mad. The innkeeper scrambled back, panic-stricken. What is going on? Who leaked the news? Xiaoyo shook his head at the duo, his thoughts shifting as he teleported to the roof of the inn. The once tranquil streets of the morning were now filled with the sounds of battle cries, screams, and the stench of blood. The demons swiftly occupied various parts of the town, while the remaining townsfolk stumbled towards the inn, knowing it was their sanctuary. On the outskirts of the town, a few kind-hearted demons, wishing to avoid trouble, fled outside the city. However, such demons were scarce. Many others rampaged, mercilessly slaughtering the townspeople. The street lay in utter disarray, strewn with fallen corpses. These two fools, Jin Renfeng, had effortlessly vanquished the monsters that approached the inn, his expression darkening. Hurry up, he called to the two priests, dashing out first. He could not afford to let his current image crumble. Help, Master Jin. Rest assured, I am here. With a grim countenance, Jin Renfeng brandished his sword, cleaving the pursuing monsters into 3 pieces. Amidst the fray between Jin Renfeng and the two priests, reinforcement from the shrine finally arrived, albeit belatedly. They're here. Jin Renfeng exhaled a sigh of relief, surprised by how out of control the situation had become. With a thunderous roar, a fireball descended from the heavens, crashing into the clustered monsters' hideouts. The lords from a shrine have arrived, someone shouted in excitement. With the shrine's support, the monsters were driven back relentlessly, and soon, the town was cleared of their presence. As the monsters were being eradicated, Xiaoqing stealthily approached the town's gates, hoping to seize the opportunity to escape. This is terrifying. Just then, the gates were abruptly shut, and a voice echoed from the square. All residents of the town, gather in the square. Those who do not comply will face the consequences. Are we going to have all the residents verify their identities? Lord Ogasawara, isn't that a bit excessive? Jin Renfeng feigned inquiry, well aware that Ogasawara relished opposing him. As expected, Master Jin, we cannot show mercy to the monsters, especially since they have committed such heinous crimes. Spurred on by Ogasawara, the other priests began to apprehend people indiscriminately, executing those who dared to resist. In this era of cherry blossoms, society was stratified into 3 tiers. At the top were the esteemed families of cherry blossoms, who looked down upon the Ronin possessing special abilities not under the shrine's jurisdiction. Beneath the Ronin were the ordinary citizens lacking any special powers. Unlike the pure-blood families of the West, The families of Cherry Blossoms did not display their disdain for Ronin and commoners overtly. Ah, I see. These families are indeed more astute compared to the pure blood families represented by the Malfoys. Hideyoshi surveyed the information relayed back to him, his keen gaze sweeping over the townsfolk and the monsters. Xiao Qing, trembling in a corner, had no choice but to inch towards the square upon witnessing the priests rounding up people. Help! I'm not a monster. Please be gentle, my lord. Some well-disguised monsters, seeing the priests approach, suddenly erupted and were swiftly subdued with weapons. What to do? Observing a monster not far off having its head severed, Xiao Qing quickened her pace silently. Chapter 6, The Uprising 2. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped from morning to noon, and the inspection had continued throughout the morning. Xiao Qing stood at the back of the line, shivering. In front of her, several monsters attempting to pass themselves off as innocent had already lost their heads, their bodies discarded to the side. The corpses of the monsters were of great utility, capable of being fashioned into weapons or brewed into potions. At the edge of the square, some monsters were bound with demon ropes. Male monsters were destined to become test subjects for potions, while female monsters were sold to the Celestial Academy. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of those monsters, Xiao Qing could not help but berate herself for having come to this small town to indulge her cravings. Now, it seemed her very life was at stake. She was uncertain whether her illusion would be pierced by these humans. I should have heeded the elder's advice. Standing beside Xiao Qing, Xiao observed the unfolding events with a cold gaze. The townsfolk were cooperating with the shrine in the inspections, as they too feared being betrayed by a monster at any moment. Cursed creatures. Someone in the crowd uttered a curse against the monsters, and many echoed the sentiment. Outside the procession, residents wept for their loved ones, having lost family and friends overnight. Witnessing such despair, Xiao Qing's face grew increasingly pale. Were monsters truly so reckless? It was no wonder that by 1990, the yokai had nearly vanished from existence. At last, it was Xiao Qing's turn for inspection. She extended her hand, her heart brimming with trepidation. The shrine priest, responsible for the examination, produced a talisman, preparing to imbue it with magical energy. Wait! The voice of Jean Renfeng resonated from afar. The priest lowered the talisman in confusion, glancing toward the approaching Jean Renfeng. What is it, Jean Renjun? Let me handle this. Ueharakun. You've been working tirelessly and deserve a break. Jean Renfeng approached and gently patted the shoulder of the priest. How can I accept this, Jean the hero? The priest wiped away non-existent sweat and cast a glance at the girl with her head bowed, nodding and understanding to Jean Renfeng. Then I shall trouble you. Jean the hero. Jean Renfeng took the talisman with satisfaction. This priest was rather sensible. The two foolish priests had long since vanished from this world. Fixating on the girl he had longed for, Jean Renfeng revealed a smile he deemed charming. Rest assured, I know you are a kind-hearted yokai. Xiao Qing looked up in astonishment. Thank you, Jean the hero. You are a good person. Xiao nearly laughed aloud. To orchestrate a riot merely to pursue a girl. What kind of good person was that? Yet, Xiao Qing remained oblivious to this fact, clearly beginning to fall into Jean Renfeng's trap. Moreover, Xiao sensed that Jean Renfeng held no genuine affection for Xiao Qing. Could it be that he intended to abduct her to the Celestial Institute? With too little information, Xiao could not ascertain Jean Renfeng's true intentions. But he was certain that this Jean Renfeng was no virtuous individual. Unbeknownst to Jean Renfeng, he was unaware of the good person trope and continued conversing with Xiao Qing. Just as Xiao was lost in thought, the cries of the townsfolk jolted him back to reality. Look, it's a yokai. The yokai are coming. Xiao lifted his gaze toward the horizon. Jean Renfeng's expression darkened as he observed the distance. Are you all right, Jean the hero? I am fine. I am merely concerned for the safety of the people. Upon hearing this, Xiao rolled his eyes. The sky loomed dark and oppressive as the yokai breached the low city walls, charging toward the center of the square. The defenses set by the shrine crumbled instantly, and the townsfolk fled in panic, while the trembling priests and priestesses watched the yokai descend from both sky and ground. The multitude before us is beyond the capabilities of these individuals to contend with. Jean Renfeng, the number of monsters this time is truly overwhelming, surpassing our capacity to resist. It is likely that among them are particularly formidable creatures. Remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. We must flee. Jean Renfeng remained silent. The monsters that have arrived should be those that previously escaped the city, evidently well prepared for this encounter. The sheer number has far exceeded his expectations, and the plan has been utterly thrown into disarray. It seems we must heed your words, though I regret the fate of the common folk. With our own survival at stake, do we even concern ourselves with their lives? At the opposite end of the street, Some stubborn priests have already been pinned down and devoured by the monsters, while the reinforcements from the shrine have been sent into disarray. We cannot hold on any longer. We must run. The priests and priestesses no longer cared for the lives of the townsfolk. One by one, they vanished from the town, leaving only a few with a lingering sense of conscience who chose to take 1 or 2 villagers with them. There is no time. We must go. Jean Renfong grasped the hand of the young girl beside him, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their location. These villagers are already doomed in history. Even if we were to save them, they would soon meet their demise. It is not worth the risk of being cast out by the world to save their lives. Shioyo murmured to himself, casting one last glance at the forlorn souls within the shrine, before pursuing the direction in which Jean Renfong had departed. Chapter 7. The Truth. Observing the two in the distance who were heartily indulging, Shioyo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not lost their trail. At that moment, everything around him seemed to fast forward, a torrent of information flooding into Shioyo's mind. Years later, during these years, Jean Renfong and the young girl traversed the cherry blossoms, garnering her trust and affection. The scene froze. Little Qing, it is said that your water spirits possess the ability to grant immortality? Jean Renfong casually remarked. So she is a spirit. It is no wonder her aura feels so familiar. Shioyo floated leisurely beside them. In years past, he too had summoned spirits. But as his power grew, he seldom employed such abilities. Little Qing hesitated for a moment, recalling the chief's admonition. Are you unable to disclose this to me? Jean Renfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Such magic exists. I've already employed it on you. Little Qing playfully stuck out her tongue. I believe I found my one true love, Chief Elder. Is that so? Jean Renfong sensed the remarkable vitality coursing within him, realizing how surprisingly effortless it had been. A smirk crept onto Jean Renfeng's lips. Little Qing, why did you choose to use this magic on me? Because I do not wish to lose you. Little Qing pouted her lips. One innocent girl, Shioyo observed from the side. So easily deceived. If I were to encounter danger, would this magic affect you? I will ensure you remain safe. Little Qing, I am now the High Priest, constantly dealing with wicked monsters. It is possible that one day I may fall to their hands. Jean Renfong had been teasing Xiao Qing for quite some time before she slowly replied. It won't have any impact. This magic only grants you an elongated life. One party's death will not affect the other. That's splendid, Shioyo expressed with genuine delight. The first time he had seen Jean Renfong smile sincerely. In that case, your demise will not impact me. Shioyo observed Xiao Qing's expression shift to one of utter astonishment. Jean, Xiao Qing began, but before she could finish her thought, Jean Renfong seized her by the throat, lifting her into the air. Xiao Qing flailed her arms, attempting to seek help from the passers-by, yet they ambled by, oblivious to their plight. Do you know, Xiao Qing, I have awaited this day for a long time. Jean Renfong leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly. From the moment you set foot on the land of cherry blossoms, I had my eyes on you. Everything that transpired after your arrival, right until you reached that border town, was meticulously orchestrated by me. He slightly loosened his grip. Xiao Qing's eyes widened, as if struggling to comprehend how this gentle and refined man could transform into such a monster. From the very beginning, I sought the method of eternal life spoken of in your elven legends. I must thank you for revealing the location of your kin. To express my gratitude, I will capture your tribe, compelling each of them to invoke this magic for me, thereby allowing my vitality to reach its zenith. Tears streamed down Xiao Qing's cheeks. She felt she had betrayed her entire clan. Em Soru, Elder Matriarch. Having spoken enough, she fainted. Jean Renfong carelessly discarded her onto the ground. The scene shifted. Over the subsequent years, Jean Renfong forced Xiao Qing to consume a potion that rendered her mute, subsequently leasing her at a high price to the Celestial Academy. A water spirit as exquisite as she was a rare find. Shioyo sat quietly on the railing, contemplating the possibility of killing Jean Renfong once he returned to reality. Given that he had attained eternal life, Jean Renfong must have survived into modern times. After Xiao Qing was mistreated, the Celestial Academy returned her to Jean Renfeng's clutches. Upon seeing Jean Renfong, Xiao Qing displayed no emotion. Her body remained alive, yet her spirit had perished. It is time for you to fulfill your final purpose. Jean Renfong dragged Xiao Qing to the basement, severing her limbs as ingredients for a potion, and used her body to feed the magical creatures he had confined, discarding the last remnants of her bones into a deep well. Witnessing this scene, Shioyo remained silent, gently caressing his wand. The scene shifted again. Why has this happened? Jean Renfong exclaimed in panic as he observed his body rapidly deteriorating. Damn those water spirits, you deceived me. No, they did not deceive you. Who is it? Jean Renfong struggled to lift his head, desperate to see the figure before him, yet he lacked even the strength to raise his gaze. The immortality of the elven race is, in essence, a magic born of love. As long as the elves continue to love you, you may share in their eternal life. However, when you treated Xiaoqing in such a manner, her love for you transformed into a curse filled with hatred. Xiuya watched as Jean Renfong gradually crumbled to ashes. Chapter 8. The Immortal. It is time to descend and take a look, thought Hideyoshi as he gazed into the deep well, which, at that moment, was yet to be overrun by moss, suggesting that someone had been maintaining it regularly. This well harbored the remains of countless souls. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as a resting place. After an indeterminate period, Hideyoshi returned to the well's depths, where he discovered several bones emanating a ghostly blue light. Those of the remaining fragments of Xiaoqing. The scene shifted abruptly. Contaminated water, tainted with nuclear waste and swept along by cherry blossoms, surged into this place from an unknown source, washing over the pile of skeletal remains. Thus, it was revealed that this calamity was of their own making. Hideyoshi beheld the bones, now radiating a fierce blue glow, as they gradually transformed into a monstrous entity. Devoid of a soul, this blue creature roared with a singular intent, to exact vengeance upon the golden-haired ones and humanity at large. It was time to return. Hideyoshi raised his wand towards Xiaoqing, intending to leave a mark upon her. Had the spell been consumed? Xiaoqing felt an itch upon her back, and swiftly turned to see the elegant golden-haired boy, momentarily taken aback. Farewell, Xiaoqing, in this realm. Hideyoshi offered her a faint smile. Ah! Hideyoshi pressed a hand to his slightly dizzy head, leaning against the wall. Even after experiencing this sensation numerous times, he still felt disoriented. After a brief respite, he steadied himself against the wall. The thought of the blue-haired girl made him sigh. Such a pure and kind-hearted girl was indeed a rarity. Perhaps it was precisely because she was not human that she possessed such innocence and goodness. Hideyoshi's mind drifted to that golden-haired one. Even after enduring so much, such a repulsive individual was scarce. By comparison, Voldemort seemed an exceedingly benevolent figure. A low rumble echoed from the depths of the well. Was that the tremor of my nuclear magic? It appeared that old Dumbledore had encountered Xiaoqing. Hideyoshi gently waved his wand. Outside the cabaret, the area had transformed into a vast sea, with only a rooftop remaining exposed. If this continued, we would only find ourselves increasingly on the defensive. Dumbledore spoke calmly, conjuring a shield to block Xiaoqing's water dragon. The legendary powers of the group were formidable, yet they could find no vulnerabilities in Xiaoqing. Magical damage was absorbed, and physical harm bore no effect on this creature. Only Dumbledore's dark magic could inflict harm, albeit limited in its capacity. The monster Xiaoqing had become was truly terrifying. Who goes there? Hikari swiftly turned and cast a spell, only to have it caught effortlessly by Hideyoshi. There is no need for such tension, dear lady. Who are you? Hikari remained on guard, assuming a combat stance. Relax, Hikari. He is my friend. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Hikari lowered her defenses and scrutinized Hideyoshi carefully. You can't be of age yet? I am of age, Hideyoshi replied nonchalantly, stepping closer to Dumbledore. Old Dumbledore, I have a method to deal with her. What can a mere child like you possibly propose? Dumbledore was interrupted by a voice from afar before he could respond. An elderly man with a long white beard stood upon a flying sword, gazing at him with a smile. Could he be an immortal from Huaxia? Modestly, the old Taoist replied that he was merely an ordinary cultivator. You mentioned having a method to deal with this monster? I cannot discern its weakness. If there is no way to vanquish it, then let us send it away. Send it away? I can open a gateway to the underworld and banish it there. That works, as long as it does not trouble us further. Is there a large expanse of flat land nearby? As he spoke, Shuja effortlessly dispersed 2 water dragons that had emerged from the sea. Aside from the rooftop beneath our feet, the only land left is the distant mountain, replied the old man with a white beard. However, lacking flat land does not preclude us from creating one ourselves. Chapter 9. The end is also a beginning. Create a flat land? Indeed, the old man chuckled, unleashing a beam of golden light to protect the group. Can this gateway to the underworld open upon an icy surface? An icy surface? Xiujie smacked his forehead, realizing the oversight. I have not attempted this, but it is worth a try. Xiujie had previously tried to open the gateway in the air and upon the water, all to no avail. Yet, he had not yet tested it on ice. Then let us proceed. Is there any preparation needed? None. Ordinarily, there would be, but clearly, the circumstances do not allow for it. Excellent. Let's not delay any longer and attempt it now. We shall infuse your body with magical energy to assist you. spoke a tall wizard, with others around him nodding in agreement. In the frigid expanse, the old man pointed his artifact toward the heavens, and snow began to fall heavily. The icy surface swiftly enveloped Xiaoqing's feet, though it did not freeze her. She is attempting to flee. She cannot escape. An ice coffin rose from the surface, encapsulating her within. Now is the moment, little one. Bang! The ice coffin was struck violently, fissures appearing across its surface. Farewell, Xiaoqing. Xiujie shifted beside the ice coffin, producing a cracked stone. The keen-eyed Dumbledore discerned the object in Xiujie's hand. Is that the resurrection stone? Bound by the deathly hallows, open the door, Grim Reaper. A purple vortex expanded beneath the ice coffin, just as the coffin was shattered by Xiaoqing's efforts. Do not struggle. Unbeknownst to her, Xiujie had positioned himself behind Xiaoqing, softly uttering, Your wish has been granted. 2/3 of the cherry blossoms have been submerged, and the golden wind has perished. With a clatter, Xiaoqing was ensnared once more by the ice coffin, descending into the underworld, vanishing from sight. This must be the conclusion. Xiujie soared to a higher elevation, gazing into the distance. At that moment, nearly all the cherry blossoms were immersed in the frigid sea, marking the elves' retribution. Had the cherry blossoms not released nuclear waste, perhaps Xiaoqing would have remained eternally silent within that icy abyss. A gust of sea breeze lifted Xiujie's long robe, his golden hair billowing. He raised his hand high, his fist clenched slightly. The plum blossom rings sparkled dazzlingly under the sun. Far removed from the clamor of the city, Yoshiyuki traversed the moss-covered cobblestone path. Perhaps due to the recent rain, the uneven stones were filled with puddles. Unfazed, he stepped into the muddy terrain and proceeded directly into the woods. The standing water splashed against his pant-cuffs, and the muck clung to the soles of his shoes. After an indeterminate time, he came upon a marble staircase. As he approached, he lifted his foot, but seemingly recollecting something, he withdrew it from a step. Yoshiyuki cast his gaze upon the muddy footprints illuminated by the moonlight. With a slight motion of his fingers, his soles became pristine. He ascended the steps and arrived beside a gravestone, the grave of Delaroche. Yoshiyuki stood for a moment before the tomb, placing a bouquet of plum blossoms and wiping the rainwater from the stone with his bare hands. After cleaning his hands, he sat in front of the gravestone and recounted his recent adventure to the cherry blossoms. The forest, unbeknownst to him, had begun to rain again. Yet he paid no heed to the tears that traced his cheeks as he continued speaking to the law. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, prompting Yoshiyuki to cease his narrative and look up. Following the lightning, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he thought, I believe I have accomplished it, Dela. I have become the strongest in the magical realm, the white mage of this era. Yoshiyuki gently caressed the ring in his hand. I have endured much, and I have finally fulfilled your expectations of me. Rising, he glanced upwards. Tonight, the moon was absent. No, the moon tonight is indeed beautiful. Hearing that voice he once longed for, Yoshiyuki abruptly turned towards the source but saw nothing. Was it merely an illusion? A moment later, the gentle rain ceased, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed, allowing moonlight to cascade upon the ground. Yoshiyuki lifted his gaze, staring blankly at the sky. Indeed, the moon tonight is quite enchanting. He continued to gaze at the heavens, reveling in the exquisite lunar glow. A chill night breeze swept by, causing him to shiver as he settled back onto the damp earth. After casting a warming spell, Yoshiyuki exhaled a puff of white mist. His mood grew somewhat melancholic, and after a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. Dela, I am preparing to become engaged to that girl. Perhaps I shall not visit often henceforth. Initially, he believed that after the LA's passing, he would never accept another girl, but time, as it often does, would ultimately smooth over all wounds. After conversing with Dela for a while longer, Yoshiyuki stood and descended the steps. Behind him, a girl smiled gently, holding a bouquet of plum blossoms adorned with glistening droplets. The end of this volume. Chapter 1. 2 years later. In 1991, in France. Outside a house nestled in the eastern woods, 2 wizards were engaged in combat. Soon, a flash of green light illuminated the scene, and one of them collapsed to the ground. Well done, you have grown stronger, Yoshiyuki, Grindelwald remarked, satisfied as he observed Yoshiyuki slumped on the ground. However, the chasm between you and Master remains vast. If you were to catch up with me, would that not render my life meaningless? After all, in the current magical realm, few can claim victory over me. Grindelwald harbored an unwavering confidence in his own prowess. A deep breath escaped as Shui lay on the ground, panting heavily. Grindelwald gazed with satisfaction at the young boy sprawled before him. At merely 13 years of age, Shui possessed abilities that were only slightly inferior to his own. With time and experience, it was a certainty that he would surpass him. Ha ha, Albus, my pupil is far more exceptional than your newt. With this thought, Grindelwald's gaze towards Shuyi grew increasingly affectionate. Master, what would you like to eat tonight? Shuyi's voice pulled Grindelwald from his reverie. Let's have hot pot. Over the past 2 years, Grindelwald had inadvertently discovered Shuyi's remarkable culinary skills. After savoring his dishes, European food seemed utterly insipid by comparison. Thus, the responsibility of cooking fell to Shuyi. Suddenly, the chimney of their dwelling billowed forth thick white smoke, the rich aroma enveloping the surrounding woods. On the outdoor dining table, an array of ingredients was laid out, with a cauldron in the center, bubbling vigorously. Indeed, Shuyi's control over the flame has progressed. Grindelwald cast a glance at the fire beneath the cauldron and retrieved a copy of the Daily Prophet. TSK. A mere glance sufficed for Grindelwald to set the newspaper aside. Dinner is ready, master. Shuyi approached, carrying the beloved braised pork with preserved vegetables along with 2 bowls of rice. He directed the placement of the dishes onto the table and glanced at the Daily Prophet. The great savior Harry Potter is about to enroll at Hogwarts. Salt. Dumbledore and the savior actually. The headline captivated Shuyi's attention, prompting him to read further. Salt. Dumbledore and the savior have reportedly visited Diagon Alley together. How intriguing. It seemed that Grindelwald harbored disdain not only for Dumbledore's student Newt, but also for Harry. Seating himself at the table, Shuyi observed as Grindelwald began to serve the food. After indulging in a hearty meal, the two reclined in their chairs, basking in the tranquility of the afternoon. The midday breeze swept through, lacking the warmth of sunlight, instead bringing a refreshing chill. Shuyi, how about spending next semester at Hogwarts as an exchange student? Exchange student? How sudden. This was proposed by Albus. He seeks to harness your strength against that Voldemort and has denied my request to accompany him. Grindelwald's resentment towards Dumbledore was palpable. Well, Dumbledore may have his own motives. He holds you in high regard. Perhaps Grindelwald shifted his position with a sigh. What are your thoughts? I'm agreeable. By the way, who is the student coming in exchange? There is no student coming. The exchange is merely a pretext. I see. The two fell into a contemplative silence. When you arrive, do not tarnish my reputation. Do not be outdone by that Harry Potter. Show him no mercy. My student is undoubtedly superior to Dumbledore's. But master, Harry and I are not in the same year. Shuyi replied with exasperation. Then challenge him to a duel. I recall that Hogwarts has a dueling club. Indeed, indeed. Exercise caution when confronting that Voldemort. Being referred to as the Dark Lord surely indicates he possesses extraordinary abilities. Take the young lady from the Castellan family along. She can assist you with various tasks. Ideally, the best choice would have been the girl from the Rogier family, but alas, that unfortunate incident transpired. Last year, Wenda also passed away, leading to the complete extinction of the Rogier lineage. I've already made arrangements at Hogwarts, my master. You know what is necessary. I shall set off now, master. Traveling to England has become quite troublesome, as the Pureblood Party has been launching extensive attacks on Death Eaters outside of England, causing many to flee back to the country. The British Ministry of Magic has now closed international fireplace connections and is rigorously screening wizards using apparition within the country. However, this should pose no challenge for Shioji. I shall connect the fireplace to that of the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Dumbledore should have granted us temporary access. Yes, young master. Given the strict oversight by the British Ministry of Magic, I will proceed directly into Hogwarts. I truly am a little genius. Young master, the connection has been established. Excellent. Shioji stepped forward, tossing a handful of ash into the fireplace leading to the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Chapter 2. The Horcrux. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, a wizard with black hair, styled in a high bun, clad in a vibrant green robe, was engaged in conversation with Dumbledore. Albus, how can you allow a student of Grindelwald into the school? Calm yourself, Minerva. I have faith in him. We cannot place the students of Hogwarts in jeopardy. Professor McGonagall, resembling a ruffled tabby cat, wrapped her fingers against the table. I can assure you, he will not harm any student at Hogwarts. I naturally trust your assurance, but I trust you will not disclose this to the other students, Minerva. However, I also have faith in him, Professor McGonagall. Severus Snape entered the room, pushing the door open. Very well, but I shall keep a watchful eye on him. Be my guest. Once the two exited the headmaster's office, Dumbledore settled into his chair, chewing on a piece of candy. Dumbledore, are you truly prepared to allow a 13-year-old child to accompany you in confronting the Dark Lord? Fawkes inquired, while the other portraits, feigning slumber, discreetly opened their eyes. For these former headmasters of Hogwarts, their greatest delight lay in visiting Dumbledore. Shioji is no ordinary child. His character and strength are formidable. Had it not been for his warning, I might have perished this time. You still cannot forget that incident, can you? Armando Dippet remarked wistfully. As a former headmaster, he was aware of Dumbledore's personal matters. It is often difficult for individuals to escape the bonds of love, be it familial or platonic. Yet once a person loses love, can they still be considered human? I fear I shall never forget. Boom! The flames in the fireplace turned green, and a figure emerged. Long time no see, old Dumbledore. Indeed, it has been a while, Shoji. Why the sudden summons for me to come as an exchange student? Hideyoshi sat across from Dumbledore. I have heard that the Death Eaters are being eliminated by the Order of the Phoenix outside of England, Dumbledore said gently. This is due to the Death Eaters attacking the heirs of our order. Dumbledore did not question my desire for you to join me in vanquishing Voldemort. He spoke in a remarkably calm manner, as if discussing a trivial errand to the market. Shouldn't your golden boy take on this task? It appears you are aware of the prophecy. The one who possesses the power to conquer the Dark Lord is born at the end of the 7th month, marked by the Dark Lord as his equal. However, he possesses a power unknown to Voldemort. One must die at the hands of the other, for both cannot coexist. Only one may survive. The one endowed with the Dark Lord's power will be born at the conclusion of the 7th month. Indeed, Voldemort only received half of the prophecy at that time, and he attacked the Potter family under the cover of night, underestimating the power of love, for which he paid dearly. So what must we do? It is quite simple. We shall incapacitate Voldemort, and then allow Harry to finish him off. An intriguing approach. Hideyoshi did not anticipate the plot would veer in such a manner. I incapacitated Horace, the potions professor and Voldemort's associate, and extracted crucial information from his memories. Voldemort likely created 7 Horcruxes. As of now, the known Horcruxes include Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, the ring of the Gaunt family, and Harry Potter himself. Chapter 3. The Resurrection Stone. The first 3 chapters of the 3rd volume were mistakenly placed in the 2nd volume due to my oversight. Harry Potter? When Voldemort pursued the Potters, his soul was already quite unstable. He cast the killing curse at Harry, but due to a certain magical rebound, his soul fractured and latched onto Harry. As such, Harry possesses a fragment of Voldemort's soul, making him the unintentional 7th Horcrux. So, Harry Potter must perish? I believe I have a means to extract Voldemort's soul from within him. Dumbledore did not elaborate further. I hope you can assist me in locating the remaining 2 Horcruxes and in guiding Harry to mature quickly enough to stand on his own, for our time is limited. Dumbledore, first and foremost, I am not a member of your order and will not work for you without recompense. Hideyoshi crossed his legs. Furthermore, why would you presume I would aid you against Voldemort? Hey, you insolent little brat. The phoenix on the wall could not contain itself. By your appearance, you must be that most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, Phineas Black. You rude little imp. The phoenix trembled with indignation. What are your terms? Dumbledore inquired slowly. I have 2 conditions. You. Hideyoshi disregarded Phineas entirely. First, I want the resurrection stone in your possession. You should be aware of its significance. I'm well aware. Hideyoshi interrupted Dumbledore's words, yet he still wished to give it a try. Upon learning of Hideyoshi's desire for the resurrection stone, Dumbledore felt a sense of relief. At least Hideyoshi was different from Tom. He possessed love and understood it. The second condition was that he would accompany Dumbledore to a certain location in the future. Oh, very well. Dumbledore readily accepted Hideyoshi's condition. Was he that eager to bind me to his cause? While a myriad of doubts lingered in his mind, Hideyoshi chose not to reveal them. Thus, the resurrection stone shall be entrusted to you. Come here on the morning of the first day of school. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a cracked black stone that appeared upon the table. Is this the resurrection stone? Hideyoshi picked up the stone and scrutinized it closely. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed merely an ordinary stone. Dumbledore popped an unknown candy into his mouth, observing Hideyoshi's expression. Well then, I shall take my leave, Dumbledore. As Hideyoshi stepped into the fireplace, he heard Dumbledore's soft voice wishing him good luck. Though he had already gleaned the stone's purpose from the original text, Hideyoshi could not help but yearn to try it, even if it all turned out to be an illusion. He tightened his grip on the resurrection stone. The pain coursing through his hand heightened his senses, and a trickle of blood slowly slipped from his palm. Upon returning to the German Ministry of Magic, Hideyoshi swiftly made his way to the Rogier castle. The Rogier family had long been extinguished, devoid of any direct heirs. Before his passing, Wendell Rogier had bequeathed all the family assets to Hideyoshi. Navigating through the Rogier family's grand estate, he soon arrived at the back mountain where Delara Rogier lay buried. I have come to attempt to bring you home, Delara. Hideyoshi halted before Delara's tomb, retrieving the resurrection stone. Chapter 4. Harry. The first 3 chapters were mistakenly published in the 2nd volume. Hideyoshi slowly infused the resurrection stone with his magic. Delara Rogier, he whispered softly, yet the stone remained unresponsive. So, it is. Despite confirming that Delara's spirit had dissipated, seeing the stone's lack of reaction caused Hideyoshi's heart to sink. Wendell Rogier. This time, the resurrection stone fulfilled its intended purpose. A milky white aura coalescing before him, ultimately forming the image of an elderly woman with silver hair. Hideyoshi lifted his gaze, and Wendell looked at him with a kind smile. Live well, she said. I will. As Hideyoshi ceased his magic, Wendell transformed into silver mist and faded away. Delara's spirit truly was no more. Even the resurrection stone could not summon her back. As Dumbledore had stated, death was merely another grand adventure. Hideyoshi's eyes dimmed as he cast the resurrection stone into his ring, sitting before Delara's grave, lost in contemplation. Delara was seated at the dining table at home, enjoying a meal. Hideyoshi, are you going to Hogwarts? How wonderful. Apollon joyfully lifted Ziyuki and planted a kiss upon his cheek. She had always been reluctant to allow him to attend that infamous dark magic school, where he would spend a year as an exchange student, as he insisted. I want to go to Hogwarts too. Gabrielle chimed in, her voice sweet and her lips smeared with cream. Dear sister, would you accompany your elder sister to Beaux Batons? After all, he is your brother. Upon seeing the pitiful gaze of Fleur, Gabrielle hesitated, stammering as she grappled with her decision. Ding dong. Fleur, go answer the door. Let him go. Ziyuki paused momentarily, realizing it would be inappropriate for Gabrielle to answer the door. I'll go. He opened the door to find the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, standing there with a warm smile. Ziyuki, it's been a long time, Dumbledore greeted. Indeed, it has. What brings you here, Dumbledore? Ziyuki inquired. I came to France to meet an old acquaintance, and thought I would stop by to see you. We should set off soon. There has been a minor issue with Harry. You've met his aunt and uncle. What kind of problem could arise? Ziyuki expressed little interest in the acquaintance Dumbledore mentioned. Evidently, Mr. Dursley's disdain exceeded my expectations. So, you wish for me to play the role of the villain? Upon seeing Dumbledore shamelessly nod, Ziyuki scoffed. Very well. I find the idea of intimidating his aunt and uncle quite intriguing. I have always found the Dursleys insufferable while reading the original text. Just give me 2 minutes. Ziyuki retreated to the kitchen. Who is it? Apollon inquired. It's Dumbledore, mother. I'm heading to Hogwarts now. Go on, Apollon directed, as the dishes began to leap into the sink one by one. You always have your own ideas. Then I shall take my leave. Are you leaving so early? Fleur asked curiously as he passed through the living room. There are matters at school, Ziyuki explained briefly. Please calm Gabrielle for me. You will only cause me trouble. Ziyuki understood that Fleur had consented, and after bidding her farewell, he approached the door. Let's be off. Hold my hand. Dumbledore retrieved a pocket watch and opened its face. With a peculiar sensation akin to a tug at the navel, the two vanished from sight. Chapter 5, The Dursleys. 4. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Is this Harry's home? Ziyuki surveyed the somewhat aged house. So, Dumbledore, do you prefer a more brusque approach or a gentlemanly one? I believe some individuals require a taste of hardship, Dumbledore replied leisurely. Oh, Ziyuki had not anticipated Dumbledore's response. Let the Dursleys experience the shock of magic, and let no one disturb us. A shimmering barrier enveloped the Dursley residence. An intriguing spell. It appears to derive from a muggle-repelling charm, Dumbledore remarked with admiration. This was the first time he had encountered such a gifted wizard, one who conjured original magic as if born for it. With a resounding crack, an explosion erupted. Boom! The door of the Dursleys was forcefully flung open, and Shioyo glanced sideways, noticing that Dumbledore had vanished without a trace. Goodness, am I to bear the brunt of all the villains? Shioyo muttered quietly as he stepped into the Dursley residence. Dursley, it's them, they have arrived. Penny, hiding behind the sofa, gasped upon seeing the wand in Shioyo's hand. Fear not, for I am here, he reassured her and her family, as Vernon tremulously emerged, brandishing a hunting rifle. Hey, you robed fiend, this is trespassing. Leave at once, or I shall fire. Though Vernon spoke bravely, his hands quivered slightly, cold sweat beading on his brow. I am merely here to take Harry away. Nothing more, Shioyo stated calmly, transforming the rifle in Vernon's grasp into a rubber duck. That little brat is in the basement. If you desire him, take him quickly. Vernon flung the rubber duck aside and seized a kitchen knife, growling softly at Shioyo. It would have been better to do this sooner. Shioyo turned and made his way towards the basement. By the way, let me tell you something, Penny Evans. You pale in comparison to your sister. Ignoring the Dursleys, Shioyo approached the basement, forcefully breaking open the locked door. A dark-haired boy, clutching a box, looked up at him in fear. Even from a basement, Harry could hear the commotion above clearly. Are my aunt and uncle all right? Rest assured they're still alive. Shioyo observed with satisfaction as Harry's expression grew even more alarmed. After intimidating young Harry, Shioyo seized him by the collar and led him upstairs with his belongings. During this ordeal, Harry struggled fiercely until he caught sight of the Dursleys unharmed, allowing him to relax. "You little brat, hurry up, hurry." Vernon waved his hands angrily at Harry, as if shooing away an annoying fly. "Dursley, Harry Potter must return to this house during the holidays." After a friendly negotiation with the Dursleys, Shioyo bid farewell to the three of them joyfully and even repaired the Dursleys' door. "Are you a professor at Hogwarts?" Harry timidly inquired as they exited the Dursleys' garden. "No, I suppose I'm more like your senior. It seems you have been doing quite well." Dumbledore approached cheerfully, holding an ice cream cone. "So, Professor, how do we get to Hogwarts?" "Dear Harry, you must have received your ticket to Hogwarts, have you not?" Chapter 6, Platform 9 3/4. "Did I not mention this to you?" Dumbledore asked, puzzled. "No, sir." "Ah, look at my memory. One grows old, and one's memory fades." "Does it not?" Shioyo rolled his eyes behind Dumbledore. "Simply walk through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. "I understand." Harry nodded obediently. "Will you and this esteemed senior accompany me on the train to school?" "My name is Fleur Delacour," Shioyuan remarked, placing Harry's luggage on the ground. "Dumbledore and I have some matters to attend to, so we shall not accompany you." Dumbledore, noticing Shun's disapproving gaze, quickly amended, "Shun and I have a few things to discuss. I will ensure he reaches the station. If it weren't for the photographs, he would have preferred for Shiyuan and Harry to travel together to Hogwarts." "Let us go, Harry," he said, clasping my hand. Shiyuan sighed as he gazed at the luggage left behind by Dumbledore. With a snap, Shiyuan opened his eyes to find a deep crimson train before him, the sign indicating Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. "So, Dumbledore, how did you bring us directly to the station?" "Hey, Dumbledore." The station was bustling with passengers, many of whom greeted the esteemed wizard warmly. "I believe we ought to depart swiftly. We have already caused a stir amongst the Aurors here," Dumbledore suggested. "Why did you choose to apparate directly to the station?" Dumbledore offered no response, watching as Harry boarded the train before turning to Shun. "Let us return to Hogwarts." Dumbledore was well aware of Shiyuan's ability to apparate within Hogwarts, and thus he directly transported himself back to the headmaster's office. With a snap, Shiyuan arrived at the office, where Dumbledore was soothing his phoenix. Fawkes appeared to have recently undergone a rebirth, his feathers sparse and wrinkled. "What shall I do next?" Shiyuan asked, taking a seat without ceremony. "I believe we may have discovered the whereabouts of another Horcrux," he mused, an inkling forming in his mind. "Voldemort once entrusted the Malfoy family with Tome, and I suspect it to be one of his Horcruxes, the Diary of Tom Riddle." Shiyuan contemplated silently. "So, you expect me to infiltrate the Malfoy estate and seek out this Horcrux? Is that feasible?" "I can only say it will be challenging. Every magical family has its secrets, making infiltration difficult for outsiders. I believe you can accomplish it." "When shall we proceed?" "Perhaps after the sorting ceremony, as I am quite curious about which house you will be placed in." "Without a doubt." "Slytherin," he replied. "I hold a different opinion." Dumbledore smiled. "The Hogwarts Express should have just departed. Why not take this opportunity to explore Hogwarts? Is this not the place you longed to visit in your previous life?" Shiyuan ascended the staircase to the 8th floor. At this moment, the students had yet to arrive, and the portraits were absent from their frames, leaving the castle in a hushed tranquility. "I recall there being a mural of a troll, if I am not mistaken," Shiyuan whispered as he strolled down the corridor. Chapter 7, The Sorting. "But what if I am sorted into Slytherin?" Harry and the new students stood in the Great Hall, feeling the scrutiny of the 4 houses upon them. "Do not worry. It will not happen." Harry gazed at the Eastern girl he had met on the train, hesitating whether to trust her. "Rest assured, I possess a modicum of insight into divination," Baichio confidently assured him. "If the Sorting Hat intends to place you in Slytherin, simply repeat in your mind, 'I wish to be in Gryffindor.'" "Can this truly work?" Harry inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Trust me," Baichio replied, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across the professor's table. "Is there an additional person seated among the faculty?" "Harry, do you know who that blonde boy next to Professor Dumbledore is?" Meanwhile, Shioyo was seated at the faculty table, conversing with Dumbledore, oblivious to the astonished stares from the young wizards below. "So, Shioyo, you have discovered the room of requirement? It seems you're quite adept at exploration." Several professors on the faculty table observed curiously. Snape appeared inclined to speak with Shioyo, yet constrained by Dumbledore's presence. He swallowed his words. "I once stumbled into the room of requirement when I was in urgent need, and it was filled with exquisite urinals." Shioyo's voice resonated directly in Dumbledore's mind. Fortunately, Quirrell wasn't this exposing to Voldemort. He felt a sense of forgetting something, only to realize he had overlooked Quirrell, who was being overshadowed by Voldemort. Shioyo discreetly scanned the surroundings, not spotting anyone with a scarf wrapped around their head. Dumbledore. It is said that the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts changes annually. Indeed, this role takes a heavy toll on the professors, Dumbledore replied, his expression revealing his distress. The newly appointed Professor Quirrell was attacked by dark wizards at Gringotts and is currently recuperating in his office. Gringotts? It seems the plot is diverging increasingly. Correct, Dumbledore winked at Shioyo. With a sigh, Shioyo turned his gaze towards the students below. He did not recognize anyone from Slytherin. However, at the Hufflepuff table, he spotted the tall boy Cedric. In the direction of Ravenclaw, he noticed a girl who resembled Qiu Zhang. The Gryffindor table was populated with well-known characters from the original narrative, including the Weasley twins, who occasionally glanced his way, whispering to each other. It appeared he had drawn the attention of the Weasley twins. Among the newcomers, the Hermione resembling Emma stood out particularly. He also saw the lanky Malfoy, the red-haired Ron, and Harry, who was conversing with a black-haired girl. Wait, who is this black-haired girl? Shioyo's mind raced, struggling to recall any black-haired girls at Hogwarts. Dumbledore. Who's the girl talking to Harry? Miss Bai Chio, hailing from Huaxia, Dumbledore reflected before adding, she sent a letter directly to Hogwarts, hoping for admission. Bai Chio? It appears she might be a fellow countrywoman. Is the admission to Hogwarts truly this straightforward? It is not so. Miss Chio seems to possess a certain prophetic gift, albeit limited in scope. Moreover, she is inherently a mind reader, adept at extracting thoughts. Are you not concerned that she might be an ally of Voldemort? Likely not. However, I have made some preparations for unforeseen circumstances. Dumbledore lifted his pumpkin juice. The sorting ceremony has commenced. Shioy glanced toward the faculty table, where Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon a stool and stepped aside. Which house do you think you will be sorted into? Dumbledore inquired. Certainly Slytherin. Pure blood, ambitious. Fully stacked with buffs, came the reply. You may think me not particularly attractive, yet do not judge by appearances. If you can find a smarter hat than I shall gladly consume myself. You may polish your top hats until they shine and ensure your high hats are smooth and erect. But I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, naturally superior to your hats. Any thoughts hidden in your minds cannot escape my keen perception. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house you belong to. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, the house that harbors deep-seated bravery, where courage, spirit, and chivalry set them apart. Or you might belong to Hufflepuff, where the students exhibit integrity and loyalty, enduring honest toil without fear. Should your intellect be sharp, you may find yourself in the wise Ravenclaw, where the learned meet their kindred spirits. Or perhaps you will enter Slytherin, where you might forge genuine friendships, yet be wary. For the cunning and treacherous will stop at nothing to achieve their ambitions. Come, dummy. Fear not. Panic not. In my grasp, you're utterly safe. For I'm a thinking sorting hat. Surely, this hat is overflowing with words, Shioy murmured. Hannah Abbott. Ah, it is Hannah, whom I have not seen in several years. Hannah lifted her gaze to the faculty table, their eyes meeting, and Shioy offered her a smile. Hannah took her seat and placed the dusty hat upon her head. Moments later, whispers began to ripple through the hall, students glancing toward Hannah. The hat deliberated. The professors engaged in hushed conversations. Gryffindor? What? Shioy exclaimed in astonishment. Am I really that influential over Hannah? He was utterly perplexed. Hannah, somewhat disappointed, set the sorting hat upon the chair, exchanged a glance with Shioy, and approached the Gryffindor table amidst cheers. The subsequent sorting proceeded without incident, mirroring the original narrative, and the white-haired Shio also found her place in Gryffindor. The last to be sorted was undoubtedly himself. Shioy Prince Delacour, Professor McGonagall called out. Shioy descended from the faculty table under the gaze of all and donned the sorting hat. Ah, an intriguing student, pure blood, skilled in dark magic, ambitious. The voice of the sorting hat echoed in Shioyo's mind. With so many buffs accumulated, he must surely belong to Slytherin. Although he was uncertain of the meaning of buff, he presumed it to be true. However, these were merely superficial manifestations. What? Despite possessing numerous traits of Slytherin, these attributes could hardly mask the essence of his inner laziness. Loyalty, resilience, and camaraderie. Therefore, Hufflepuff? Shioyo inquired softly. Hufflepuff. Chapter 8. The Parchment. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat proclaimed loudly. So this is what my heart truly desires. Upon witnessing Shioyo being sorted into Hufflepuff, Hannah, seated at Gryffindor, stamped her foot in frustration. The sorting hat had offered her a choice between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and she believed Shioyo would surely join Gryffindor, only to see him slip away. How vexing! A cry of pain emerged nearby, prompting Bai Chio to shift slightly to the right, casting a glance at Hannah. It appeared that this seemingly familiar individual had already taken a liking to Hana. Nevertheless, he truly was quite handsome. Baichio observed Shioyo as he removed the sorting hat, reflecting inwardly. Prior to this, she had encountered many characters from the original story. Remus, the disheveled uncle. Harry, the scruffy little boy. The Weasley twins, aesthetically pleasing. Draco, not to her taste. Snape, the greasy man with a hooked nose. Cedric, the charming young lad. Shioyo, an exceptionally handsome boy. Are you all right? Hana asked with a look of concern, wondering if stepping on his foot had injured his mind. Well, it probably hadn't. Shioyo handed the sorting hat to Professor McGonagall, disregarding her peculiar gaze, and made his way to the Hufflepuff table. Shioyo, over here. Cedric waved, patting the empty space beside him. Once Shioyo sat down, Cedric immediately leaned closer. I heard from Professor Dumbledore that you and I will be roommates this year. That is simply splendid. Shioyo smiled. Having even a tenuous connection in an unfamiliar environment was indeed comforting. This is Sturbins, our roommate. Cedric pointed to the boy beside him. Hello, E.M. Sturbins. Hello. Dumbledore looked down at the three boys, nodding in approval. He gestured toward his throat. Speak up. Now silence. Dumbledore stood, his gentle gaze sweeping over the students below, briefly pausing on Harry and Shioyo. Fool, crybaby scum, twist. Professor Dumbledore recited these words every year, and to this day, no one knew their meaning. I believe Professor Dumbledore must have his own reasoning for saying this. Shioyo rested his hands on the table, pondering. He recalled that in his past life, someone had mentioned that this phrase, when translated into a certain language, would mean Hogwarts welcomes you. I have only this to say. Now let us eat. No sooner had he spoken than an array of food appeared upon the long table. Shioyo glanced at it, shaking his head in resignation. The dishes were lavish, yet nothing seemed edible. Yoshiyuki sighed softly, lifting his gaze slightly. In the distance, Baichio was struggling with a fork, mirroring his own predicament, while Hana, seated beside Baichio, relentlessly prodded her bowl with her utensil. Yoshiyuki, why aren't you eating? These dishes do not appeal to my palate. Cedric set down the turkey leg he was holding. Then, I shall take you to the kitchen shortly. Just inform the house elf of your desires. I must also seek out Professor Dumbledore, and I shall not return until late. In that case, I must hand this over to you in advance. It took Cedric quite a while to create that. Stubbins set down his bowl, leaning in curiously while discreetly casting a silencing charm. Why the secrecy? Cedric retrieved a piece of parchment from his robes, laying it on the table. Parchment? This is a map, he explained, pulling out his wand and pointing at the parchment. Revealed a path swiftly. Countless ink-like threads unfurled across the parchment, ultimately forming a detailed map of Hogwarts. Yoshiyuki observed the intricacies, noting that several secret passageways of Hogwarts were illustrated upon it. This map can display the user's location, and the coordinates shift as the user moves. Cedric elaborated, waving his wand to enlarge the map, making the details even more intricate. Goodness, this map possesses the ability to enlarge and shrink. Once you have finished using it, simply utter path revealed complete, and it will revert to a mere piece of parchment. Although it pales in comparison to the Marauder's map, it was crafted solely by Cedric. Cedric, you truly are a genius. Cedric blushed slightly. Thank you. He handed the map to Yoshiyuki and added, I will await your return in the common room. Is there a password for the common room? The Hufflepuff common room does not require a password. Simply follow the protocol, and you shall gain entry. Understood. Thank you. After Cedric indulged in more food, the offerings on the table transformed into a selection of desserts. Dumbledore rose once more. Our castle caretaker, Mr. Filch, has insisted that I remind you once again to adhere to the Hogwarts rules. Those who wish to avoid pain and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the third floor. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students. Dumbledore cast a glance at the Weasley twins. Now that we are all well-fed, let us sing the school song together, to the rhythm of your liking. Sing. Chapter 9, Confession. Indeed, this is one of Tom's Horcruxes. Dumbledore examined the Ravenclaw diadem in his hand and sighed deeply. The diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Slytherin, the cup of Hufflepuff. 3 of the 4 founders' relics had succumbed to becoming Horcruxes. So, shall you take the lead, or shall I? Dumbledore remained silent, his hand enveloped in blue flames, encasing the diadem. Ah! With a piercing scream, a plume of black smoke emerged from the Horcrux, and the fiery serpent immediately coiled around the smoke, until it was completely incinerated. Dumbledore gazed at the charred remnants of the crown, silent for a considerable time. Shuji observed quietly until Dumbledore emitted a barely perceptible sigh. He stepped over a pile of debris and approached Shuji. instructing him to return to the common room for the time being. Shuji hesitated. Shouldn't we seek out the Malfoy family's Horcrux? This matter does not require immediate urgency. I believe you will manage it well, Dumbledore replied, reverting to his jovial persona of the white-bearded elder. There is another matter. Miss Cho reminded me before the start of term that the youngest son of the Weasley family, his pet rat Scabbers, is rather unusual. Do you believe everything she says? Moreover, she must have shared more than just that. She divulged some insights about the future. Given her unique talents, I conducted some investigations, and it appears her words hold truth, albeit with certain discrepancies. Dumbledore paused, locking eyes with Shuji. Your presence is absent from the future, Miss Cho described. Your arrival has altered and shifted the narrative she foretold. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them as they exchanged glances, devoid of any magical interference. So, Dumbledore, what is your intent in sharing this with me? Remarkable, even surpassing Tom at 13, Dumbledore mused internally. Yet, the boy before him was distinct from Tom. He possessed an understanding of love and had heard whispers of the events surrounding the Rosier family. I believe we should be forthright with one another. I will not pry into your secrets, but I do have a few inquiries. Isn't that precisely what you wish to do? Probe into my secrets? Shuji retorted inwardly, though he considered that revealing some information might not be detrimental. I think you should be aware. After approximately 15 minutes, Dumbledore reflected. The methods I employed in my future may be somewhat perilous. We require a more effective approach to extricate Tom's soul from within Harry. I have conducted some research into soul magic, Shuji stated calmly. When a human enters the afterlife, the soul becomes exceedingly unstable and prone to separating from the body. Dumbledore raised his gaze slightly to continue. During the time in the afterlife, the connection between Harry and Voldemort's souls becomes remarkably fragile, making it an opportune moment to sever their ties. Then, how does one traverse to the afterlife? Shuji inquired, shaking his head. Currently, only after death does the soul enter the afterlife. Dumbledore mused. However, there have been instances in history of individuals entering the afterlife and returning alive. Do you recall the legend of the three brothers in the Deathly Hallows? That is merely a legend. You do not even believe that yourself. I shall keep an eye on news from the afterlife. For now, we must retrieve our Mr. Black from Azkaban. It is hardly a suitable dwelling, and I hope he remains unharmed. Shall we act together? I will inform you should I receive any news. For tonight, celebrate with your new friends, Dumbledore advised. You should return. Mr. Diggory must be waiting impatiently. Indeed, Shuyue pulled out a map, contemplating whether he could incorporate features such as live point maps and teleportation anchors. By the way, what was the name of his other roommate again? Chapter 10, Fellow Villager. Shuyue meandered through the corridors of Hogwarts with a map in hand. It was now past curfew, and his actions were deemed night roaming within Hogwarts. The thrill of night roaming at Hogwarts was far more exhilarating than at Durmstrang. After all, it was an instinct of students to flout school rules, and a school life devoid of transgressions felt incomplete. With a sigh, Shuyue exhaled, a sense of delight bubbling within him. He did not employ the disillusionment charm. Instead, he strode boldly down the corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously in the dimly lit passage. Meow. Was that Philip's cat? Curiosity piqued. Shuyue approached the source of the sound, only to have an object dart into his embrace, causing him to instinctively take a step back and clutch the creature tightly. Meow. The cat's cry emanated from his arms. He looked down to find a large ginger cat curled up in his embrace, seemingly asleep. This feline should be grateful for his benign intentions. Otherwise, his magic could have easily torn it apart. A slight pain stirred in his chest as he scrutinized the cat in his arms. This couldn't be Mrs. Norris, could it? He recalled the descriptions from the original narrative, which depicted Mrs. Norris as having bulbous eyes like Filch and a gaunt frame with dark gray fur. In contrast, the cat he held was quite large, adorned with fluffy, soft ginger fur, sporting an oddly shaped face reminiscent of a persimmon. Could this be Crookshanks? It appeared that his fellow villager had altered the plot significantly, with Crookshanks making an early appearance at the school. However, narratives are meant to be disrupted. Such deviations were trivial. He had already dismantled the plot into disarray. Someone was approaching. Shuyue perked up his ears as hurried footsteps and heavy breaths echoed from afar. He took a step back, seamlessly melding into the inky shadows of the corner. Crookshanks, a female voice. Could it be Hermione? This world's Hermione was neither the curious black girl nor the porcelain doll-like actress, but rather an unremarkable-looking girl, identifiable by her prominent front teeth. Wait, Hermione! Two girls emerged from around the corner. One was indeed Hermione, while the other was his fellow villager, Chio. It seemed they had become roommates. Hermione came to an abrupt halt, panting heavily. Crookshanks is gone. He really runs fast. Even Bolt couldn't keep up with him. Hermione selectively ignored her new friend's latter comment, aware that Chiyo possessed prophetic abilities, likely indicating a future individual, perhaps an athlete. If Bolt was indeed involved, then her fellow villager must have hailed from after 2008. Chiyo pondered, deciding to confront this fellow villager directly. If her intentions diverged from his own, he would erase her memory and send her off to Siberia to plant potatoes. The mental blocking spell was not infallible. Though we share a common origin, let us spare her life. Is this your cat? His name is Crookshanks? The two girls were startled by the sudden voice. You are Senior Dracula? Hermione, having overheard two red-haired seniors discussing him in the common room, recognized his name. You know me? As she gazed at the handsome senior before her, Hermione felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Yashiki, it has been a long time. Chiyo interjected between the two, constantly signaling Yashiki with her eyes. This is Hermione's cat. Observing their familiarity, Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Do you two know each other? I have known Chiyo for quite some time. Yashiki maintained his smile as he handed the sleeping Crookshanks to Hermione. Hermione, I haven't seen Yashiki in ages. Would you mind returning to your room for a bit? Hermione glanced at the two and, understanding, nodded. She gestured an encouraging sign to her. I will head back now. Come back soon. All right, Hermione, dear. Although Chiyo was aware that Hermione misinterpreted her intentions, she did not bother to deny it, which felt somewhat like a case of not wanting to reveal the truth. Moreover, Hermione was not one to gossip. Even if rumors arose, it would merely require clarification between the two. Yashiki, however, looked a bit puzzled. Perhaps this was Chiyo's ruse to send Hermione away? Once Hermione had walked a distance, Yashiki ominously spoke in Chinese behind Chiyo. Then, we should discuss your future, fellow countrymen. Chapter 11, Blood Alliance. Upon hearing the familiar language, Chiyo turned her attention, only to see a dark spell flying towards her face. Wait! Chiyo quickly crouched down to evade the curse. But suddenly, she felt something wrapping around her ankle. This is bad. In a panic, she pointed her wand downwards and uttered one of Harry's most familiar spells. Stunning spell? The tip of her wand trembled, seemingly resisting the use of dark magic. Too weak. Yashiki dispelled the spell, watching as the girl clumsily rose from the ground. It seems you have just crossed over. What are you doing? Chiyo retracted her wand, gazing coldly at him. I just wanted to ascertain your strength. Should you pose a threat to my plans, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you, even if you were my fellow countrymen. By the looks of you, it seems you have been here for quite some time and possess a system. No, I do not have any special abilities. You should be able to tell I am not lying. Then what are your plans and goals? Chiyo took a slight step back. Perhaps you should share your objectives instead. Do not think of escaping. Look behind you. Chiyo hesitated before turning around, realizing that the corridor behind her had inexplicably transformed into castle walls, with windows and portraits having vanished without a trace. She extended her hand, feeling a chilling sensation envelop her body, sending shivers down her spine. Yashiki glanced at Dumbledore, who wisely refrained from eavesdropping. Very well. My goals are twofold: to kill Voldemort and to find a handsome man to marry. Chiyo shrugged in resignation. If you are aligned with Voldemort, I shall concede defeat. It seems our short-term interests align. Hideyoshi nodded, inquiring, so when did you arrive? A month ago, came the reply. After traversing into this realm, I found myself devoid of any extraordinary abilities. You're also from Huaxia, aren't you? Indeed, I journeyed here from 2023. So did I. The two exchanged pleasantries. And then Chiyo asked, how have you become so powerful without a system? I have been here for a decade. A decade? Have you found a way back? No. Hideyoshi lowered his gaze. After such a long time, had he ever thought of home? Perhaps, or perhaps not. Regardless, he saw no hope of returning. After all, neither he nor his compatriot possessed any extraordinary systems. A silence enveloped them. For your safety, I propose we establish a pact. Hideyoshi broke the stillness. What do you mean? A blood oath, wherein you pledge never to act against my interests, and when necessary, you must heed my commands. Isn't that a bit excessive? Let strength dictate our terms. I am no longer the naive child I once was. Hideyoshi crossed his arms, awaiting the girl's decision. This fellow countryman represented a significant uncertainty, and it would be prudent to impose some constraints. Chiyo paused for a moment. Do I have any choices? Clearly not. However, as a fellow compatriot, I can allow you to propose a more reasonable condition. Sigh. Chiyo exhaled. This sorting hat must be losing its wits. How could it place you in Hufflepuff? Very well, I agree, but I have one stipulation. Speak. As long as I adhere to the pact, you cannot harm me in any form. Agreed. Let's commence. With whispered incantations and a surge of crimson light, the two otherworldly travelers from the same homeland clasped hands. binding themselves to an unequal oath. Ah, Dumbledore smiled contentedly. Turning to leave, observing the two who had forged their blood oath, he was reminded of his dear friend and lover. It seemed time for him to pay a visit. In the corridor, Hideyoshi watched Baichio drift away, murmuring, "This is my final act of mercy, compatriot." Chapter 12, The Common Room. Holding a map, Hideyoshi ambled along. Little Badger Map, he had dubbed it, clearly delineating the route to the Hufflepuff Common Room. The entrance to the Common Room lay within the same corridor as the Hogwarts kitchen. Upon passing the grand still life painting at the kitchen entrance, one would find a shadowy stone recess on the right, piled high with barrels. By tapping the second barrel from the bottom in the middle of the second row, in accordance with Helga Hufflepuff's rhythm, the door would unlock. This was a detailed note from Cedric, his handwriting elegant. One must admit, Cedric was indeed an outstanding student at Hogwarts, a true warrior of the institution. It was a pity his demise had been so casual. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to rescue him. Hideyoshi continued to peruse the map. As a safeguard against non-Hufflepuff students, should one strike the wrong barrel or exceed the allotted attempts, a secondary lid would erupt, dousing the intruder in vinegar. Vinegar? If one were to lack galleons, could they not simply procure a basin to collect the vinegar for sale? Alas, he was not bereft of galleons. To him, galleons were merely a numerical value. Yashiki pondered this as he passed by a painting adorned with fruits, soon spotting the cluster of barrels Cedric had mentioned. Following Cedric's instructions, he proceeded as advised. Bang! The barrel swung open, revealing a pitch-black passageway behind it. Yashiki leaned in, finding a rudimentary earthen incline beyond the barrel. This passage was rather haphazard, he thought with a resigned shake of his head, as he ascended a short distance along the dirt path, emerging into a cozy, circular chamber. Reminiscent of a badger den. This was indeed the Hufflepuff Common Room. The Common Room was embellished with delightful hues of honeyed yellow and black, featuring tables and circular doors crafted from highly polished honey-colored wood, leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories. A vibrant array of plants and flowers adorned the space, infusing the Hufflepuff Common Room with a warm and lively atmosphere. On a wooden circular shelf, an assortment of peculiar cacti twisted and turned, forming a whimsical line along the wall, some of which seemed to sway and dance in a curious manner. Cascading from a ceiling were curling ferns and vines. As Yashiki walked beneath them, they reached down, gently tousling his hair. Above the wooden mantelpiece hung a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, her smile radiating kindness as she observed Yashiki exploring the room. Surrounding the common room were small, circular windows, through which moonlight filtered in, casting a gentle glow. Truly, it was the most welcoming atmosphere at Hogwarts. The arrangement and ambience of the common room enveloped Yashiki in comfort, instilling a sense of relaxation within him. At this hour of curfew, no one else lingered in the common room, save for Cedric, who sat in a plush chair with his eyes closed, seemingly fast asleep. "Lead the way," Yashiki exclaimed, retrieving his wand and pointing it towards the left tunnel. To the left, with Cedric in tow, Yashiki ventured into the passage, ultimately discovering their designated room. He stifled a yawn as he opened the door. The room was warmly decorated, appearing to have been tidied with care, while another roommate lay snoring in bed, evoking a nostalgic sense of returning to a university dormitory. How lovely! A smile crept across Yashiki's face as he gently placed Cedric on the bed. Surely, he would have sweet dreams tonight. Chapter 13, Premonitory Dreams. Above the inky night sky, streaks of orange light sliced through, rousing Yashiki from his slumber with agitation. Where am I? He wondered, surveying his surroundings with heightened vigilance. This was a forest, barren and devoid of life. Well done, Bugtail, he murmured. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Shuji, prompting him to turn abruptly. To his astonishment, numerous tombstones had appeared without his notice, and a pale, handsome man loomed above, gazing down at another man who knelt upon the ground. Could it be Voldemort? As this thought crossed Shuji's mind, a dark throng of Death Eaters materialized in the distance. Was this a prophetic dream? Shuji's eyes fell upon Voldemort, whose expression was inscrutable. My master, the subservient figures were kneeling, reverently kissing Voldemort's robe, not daring to raise their heads. Lucius Malfoy, my dear friend, Voldemort remarked, his gaze fixed upon the platinum-haired figure at his feet. You have betrayed me. My master, I have been searching for you, Malfoy trembled, burying his head in the ground, the intense burning sensation in his arm igniting his nerves. Listen to me, my subordinates, Voldemort declared, sweeping his cloak aside. I am aware that many of you have previously betrayed me. However, the merciful Dark Lord shall grant you another chance. I once faltered, but now I return wielding greater power. This time, I shall lead you in purging the chaotic magical realm and restoring the glory of pure blood. Now raise your heads, Voldemort commanded, lifting his hand to reveal a colossal dark mark in the sky, heralding the Dark Lord's return. A green luminescence illuminated the entire forest, and Shuji discerned the towering silhouette of Hogwarts Castle in the distance. Surely, this must be the Forbidden Forest, yet could tombstones truly exist within its confines? Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Voldemort murmured softly. Shuji regained his focus, observing Harry Potter struggling in midair, hurling curses at Voldemort. This time, I shall not grant you any opportunity. Avada Kedavra! Boom! A crimson lightning bolt streaked through the night sky, plunging everything back into an eerie silence. Hiss! What is that sound? Hiss! How bothersome! Hiss! Shuji abruptly opened his eyes, confronted by the distinctive Hufflepuff-patterned mosquito net. Hiss! He slightly turned his head, realizing the irritating sound emanated from his new roommate, Stebbins, who was snoring. Plugging his ears, the surroundings transformed into a tranquil haven. Shuji closed his eyes, striving to recall the dream he had just experienced. It appeared that he and Dumbledore had opted for the methodology presented in the original narrative, as it had proven effective. The Harry in his dream seemed only slightly older than his current self, implying that these events would unfold within a year or two. Moreover, Voldemort was far from the intellectually deficient character depicted in the original text. He possessed a certain regal charisma during his speech. Shuji lamented as he tugged at his hair. It was imperative to destroy those Horcruxes swiftly. Rising from his bed, Shuji prepared himself and quietly departed the common room. Making his way to a secluded corner of the castle, ensuring no one was around, he softly called out, "Fox!" A flash of fire erupted, and a phoenix alighted upon Shuji's hand, vocalizing its discontent. "I apologize, Fox, but this matter is of utmost importance. It is essential to deliver this to Dumbledore." Fox nodded and vanished into the darkness like a wisp of flame. Chapter 14. The Heart of a Young Girl. Hannah felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune today. Entering Hogwarts and encountering her long-admired Shunji should have been two joyous events, yet circumstances took an unexpected turn. Alas, she found herself sorted into a different house from Shunji. How could he have ended up in Hufflepuff? Curse that wretched sorting hat. Hannah lay on her bed, kicking her legs in frustration. Hearing her commotion, another roommate turned to her with curiosity. "What is wrong, Hannah?" Parvati inquired. "Nothing. I was just pondering why Bai Chio and Granger haven't returned yet. Indeed, perhaps they have been caught by a professor. I'll go look for them." Hannah jumped off her bed, donning her wizarding robe. "But it's already past curfew, never mind. A student who isn't ventured out at night, ISNT, truly a good student." With that, Hannah opened the dormitory door, saying, "Stay here and wait for us, Parvati." "But no buts. Don't worry, I won't get caught." Once outside the dormitory, Hannah composed her expression, feeling the pendant in her pocket. "You can do this, Hannah. You are amazing." "Hannah, long time no see." Shunji smiled, internally bemused by the sight of girls wandering the halls at such late hours. "Long time no see, Shunji." Hannah stood before him, beaming. "What brings you here?" "I can't find you." Shunji was taken aback by her straightforwardness. Hannah seemed transformed, a stark contrast to the character he remembered. "Is there something you need?" "Here. This is for you." Shunji extended his hand, receiving a heart-shaped pendant, adorned with hints of emerald and traces of magic. It appeared to be a defensive, alchemical item. "ISNT this too precious?" Shunji hesitated, knowing that he and Hannah had only met a handful of times, hardly enough to be called friends. Could it be that Hannah harbored feelings for him? "Because I like you, Shunji." Surely not. Shunji felt his heart race, his ears tinged with warmth. Overwhelmed by an unfamiliar emotion, his mind instinctively suppressed all feelings, forcing him to remain composed. "I'm sorry, Hannah, but I already have a girlfriend." Hearing his rejection, Hannah appeared surprisingly calm, gently pushing the pendant back towards him. "I know about her." Shunji furrowed his brow slightly. "I will wait for you, but I have a small request." "What is it?" "Could you please wear this pendant always?" After a moment's hesitation, Shunji adorned the pendant around his neck. "Yay, Hannah, what is it that you see in me?" Shunji pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself captivated by you." Hannah smiled radiantly, declaring, "Ah, this must be love at first sight, or perhaps a touch of lust." The sudden emergence of a young girl's affection left Shuji somewhat breathless. Alas, his heart was already claimed by another girl, and he did not wish for Hannah to squander her time on him. "I already have someone else in my heart." "Hannah, if you wait for me, you might end up with nothing," he cautioned. "I don't care." Hannah shook her head defiantly. "Who could predict the future? I will wait for you always. You must wear that pendant at all times. I cannot promise you anything, but I shall try my best to keep it on." You remain unchanged, Hannah yawned. I won't disturb you any longer. You have matters to attend to, I presume? As Hannah walked away, Shuji gently grasped the pendant resting against his chest, bowing his head in contemplation. Chapter 15. A frightening encounter. Outside the castle, Shuji stood quietly beneath the night sky, the moonlight cascading down upon him like a silver veil. Dumbledore must know I am here. He is yet to come despite my prolonged wait. Is he perhaps not at Hogwarts? Fox, Shuji called softly, but the ever-reliable Phoenix did not respond this time. Something was amiss. It felt overwhelmingly wrong. Shuji lifted his foot, preparing to investigate the headmaster's office. At that moment, a flash of fire darted before him, and he swiftly grasped a canvas bag that had appeared within the flames. Fox, he murmured. A voice echoed from the void. I have found a lead on the underworld. Come see me tomorrow morning. P.S. I enjoy eating cockroaches. P.S. Don't forget to bring that magical stone. After reading Dumbledore's note, Shuji's expression turned peculiar. Was Dumbledore acting too hastily? He pursed his lips. Surely, it couldn't be his future self informing Dumbledore about the underworld. Yet, given the nature of this magical realm, it was not entirely implausible. Shuji shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. A sigh escaped him as a wave of fatigue washed over his mind, yet his consciousness remained exceptionally alert. Since entering this world, he had been relentlessly driven by reality, and it seemed as though he had not truly rested in quite some time. When did he vow to become the strongest in the world? The memory felt somewhat hazy. Perhaps after returning from the underworld, he could finally allow himself some well-deserved rest. Lost in his thoughts, Shuji gradually made his way to the Hogwarts library. How'd I end up here? He pondered, pressing a hand against his subtly aching forehead as his mind quieted, suppressing all his thoughts. For now, he decided to simply sit down. The library buzzed with activity under the cover of night. Shuji quietly maneuvered past the Weasley twins and several nameless Gryffindors, finding a corner of the library to settle in. The Weasley twins are actually visiting the library? He muttered to himself as he took a seat. The chair felt cool against him, and his gaze fell upon a sheet of parchment spread out on the table before him. The denizens of the magical realm regard the underworld as a fictitious concept derived from the tale of the three brothers. Yet I beg to differ. What? A tumult surged within Hideyoshi's mind as he hastily grasped the ancient, yellowed parchment upon the table. In pursuit of the entrance to the underworld, I have traversed every corner of Europe and have finally discovered the means to access it. Hideyoshi's breath grew heavy, and the spell that had shut down his mind inexplicably ceased to function. I must venture to the underworld. This thought consumed Hideyoshi's mind as he rose, retrieving his wand. Boom! A jolt reverberated through his head, followed by a chilling sensation sweeping from his chest throughout his body, as the mental blockade spell resumed its operation. Panting heavily, he collapsed into his chair. What is happening? Why did the mental blockade not activate immediately? And what of this pendant? Hideyoshi cradled the pendant at his chest, which now emanated a cool aura, gradually soothing his frayed emotions. It felt as though an unseen hand was orchestrating the unfolding events. Hideyoshi raised his hand, watching as the peculiar parchment was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. If someone wishes to entice me to the underworld tonight, then I shall not acquiesce to their desires. I shall seek out Dumbledore. Chapter 16. A frightening encounter 2. Creaking, Hideyoshi pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. You've arrived? Dumbledore, clad in pink pajamas and holding a steaming cup of tea, appeared to have been awake for some time. You knew all along? No, I am not omniscient, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. A portrait informed me that you seemed somewhat unwell after taking hold of an ancient parchment, leading me to surmise you would come to seek my counsel. Hideyoshi settled into a chair, striving to regain his composure. He wished to avoid that sense of helplessness once more. Sighing deeply, he looked up to find Dumbledore gazing at him from behind his desk. One must admit, despite the portrayal of Dumbledore as a schemer in numerous novels, having this most formidable white wizard at his side granted him unparalleled reassurance. Old Dumble, is there any magic within the wizarding world capable of breaching a mental blockade, such as forcibly halting its operation? Hideyoshi furrowed his brow. His mental blockade had evolved into a passive skill, and logically, he should not be susceptible to spells akin to the Soul Snatcher. Dumbledore's smile faded. I can conceive of 3 possibilities. First, the most common approach, coercing the opponent to relinquish their mental blockade through force. Second, overpowering the opponent's mental blockade with absolute strength. Third, ancient magic. Ancient magic? The mention of ancient magic conjured thoughts of Halberd's word spirit in Hideyoshi's mind. However, the word spirit did not align with his current predicament. I would lean towards the second option, Dumbledore continued. Indeed, ancient wizards possessed powers beyond our comprehension, far surpassing modern sorcerers. No, I sense it as a force to which we are both utterly defenseless. Hideyoshi inquired. So you must know something, you confounding riddle-maker. Yoshihide lamented helplessly. By the way, old dang, you mentioned you found clues to the underworld? As he spoke, Yoshihide produced the Resurrection Stone. Is it related to the Deathly Hallows? Dumbledore took the Resurrection Stone, waved his wand, and an ancient parchment appeared on the table. What is this? Yoshihide's pupils constricted, and he instinctively stepped back. It seems this parchment is strikingly similar to the one I discovered in the library. Rest assured, I have thoroughly examined it. This parchment poses no issues. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Yoshihide felt a slight relaxation, though he remained vigilant. The parchment meticulously detailed the methods to enter the underworld, as well as its conditions, almost as if it were tailored specifically for me. This appears rather fortuitous. Old dang, from whom did you acquire this parchment? From an old friend. Dumbledore retrieved the parchment. After Sirius returns from Malfoy's, I will have him engage in amicable negotiations. For now, our priority is to ascertain the situation in the underworld. Should I prepare for this now? Despite his words, Yoshihide sensed a profound reluctance within himself to venture into the underworld, his body trembling slightly. Perhaps this was the instinctive aversion of the living to the realm of the dead. No, you need to rest well now. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a bed appeared before the desk. Very well. Witnessing Dumbledore's actions, Yoshihide exhaled in relief, exhaustion flooding over him. There's one more thing. What? I will tell you tomorrow morning. Damn. Yoshihide rolled his eyes, begrudgingly climbing onto the bed. With a click, the headmaster's office was engulfed in darkness. And soon he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 17. Humans and Gods. Once again, he found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. At some point, he had grown accustomed to being abruptly transported to peculiar places. Yoshihide rose from the ground, feeling an ethereal lightness enveloping him. This sensation typically accompanies the separation of one's soul from a body. Am I in the underworld? Only the underworld could evoke such phenomena. Yet what confirmed his suspicion was the sign hanging above the stone bridge ahead, awkwardly inscribed with the characters for underworld. This underworld differed somewhat from Yoshihide's expectations. It resembled a vast cavern, bearing a striking resemblance to the underworld of Ereshkigal in Uruk. At the very least, it was certain that performing a soul operation on Harry in the underworld was entirely feasible. Yoshihide assessed his condition. I must have arrived in this underworld in corporeal form. Was it the work of Old B? Yet, he would have no reason to do so. Contemplating these matters was futile. Yoshihide drew his wand and stepped onto the stone bridge. Crossing this bridge should lead to the true underworld. I hope the Grim Reaper is as kind and charming as Ereshkigal. However, that seems rather unlikely. As Hideyoshi envisioned the hunched figure of the Grim Reaper draped in a robe, it was clear that it bore no resemblance to a beautiful maiden. Contrary to his expectations, he encountered no obstruction and traversed the stone bridge, stepping onto the sacred ground of the underworld, a realm that should have been forbidden to the living. The ground was adorned with numerous cages, each containing a swirling, ethereal blue flame. According to the parchment, these flame-like entities represented the souls of the departed. Was it truly so? Hideyoshi directed a thread of magic into one of the cages, prepared to sever it at any moment. Kevin, one of the muggles recently tormented to death by the Death Eaters. Standing amidst the cages, Hideyoshi felt his heart quicken, his anxious emotions spreading within him. Though there were many souls of the deceased in the underworld, they were not infinite. He merely needed to locate the soul of Delilah within the designated area, as this was his sole opportunity and hope. If only I had a system. Hideyoshi had mused this thought more than once, yet after all these years, he had not seen even a trace of a system, and he had long abandoned any expectations of it. Magic unleashed. Hideyoshi's immense magical power stirred up a cloud of dust, enveloping the surrounding cages. It seemed that the underworld housed only the souls of individuals from Europe. Maintaining his magical perception, Hideyoshi surged forward, countless fragments of the deceased's information flooding into his mind, causing a slight headache. Wait, is this an empty cage? He halted, noticing a cage obscured within a blue glow, its supposed occupant conspicuously absent. This soul had evidently been utterly dissipated. Fixating on this cage, Hideyoshi felt as though he could already glimpse Delilah's fate. No matter what, I cannot falter. He turned and pressed onward. November 1990. October 1990. At last, had the final glimmer of hope extinguished? Staring at an entirely empty cage, even though he had foreseen this outcome and had mentally prepared himself. The reality of it unfolding before his eyes proved difficult to accept. Thud! Hideyoshi lay on the ground, staring blankly at the cold stone wall. So be it. Let me remain here for a while, for once I leave the underworld, it shall be a new beginning. Dumbledore and Severus. To which student do you come pay a visit? Oh, Poppy, we are here for you. For me? Madame Pomfrey glanced at the Weasley twins beside her, who were eavesdropping intently. Let us speak in the office. Snape cast a knowing glance at the two red-haired boys and promptly closed the door. Hey, George, what are we supposed to do? Hey, Fred, you ought to head to the Slytherin common room now. Sounds thrilling. Fred jiggled the dung bomb in his hand. Outside the door. So, Dumbledore, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore is taking action for his whimsical ideas. Snape's expression darkened. Had it not been for Dumbledore informing him of Hideyoshi's troubles, he would not have relinquished his precious potion. Reflecting on the value of that potion, Snape's countenance darkened further. This time, in rescuing Shuji, he must ensure he keeps a distance from that old bee. Those who associate with the old bee seldom meet a favorable end. Madame Pomfrey cast a glance at Snape, but refrained from responding. There is a student in need of your assistance. We require your presence. Poppy, why not escort him to the infirmary? That would not be appropriate. I will not allow you to toy with a student's life. Dumbledore, Snape asserted. Madame Pomfrey, in a huff, resembled a hen protecting her chicks. Calm down, Poppy, this is not within my purview. I must clarify the situation. With that, Madame Pomfrey stormed away. Snape glowered at her departure. You had better provide me with an explanation, Dumbledore. I have assigned Shuji a task of utmost significance in the fight against Voldemort. You vowed to ensure his safety, Dumbledore. Snape murmured. Lily was like this, and so is he. Forgive me, Severus, but this task is the most suitable for him. Most suitable? Do not forget, he is still a third-year student. He is not any less capable than you at this moment, Severus. Dumbledore was compelled to raise his voice. I trust he will return safely. Though he spoke with conviction, uncertainty lingered in Dumbledore's heart. The prospect of Shuji entering the underworld was beyond his control, and the likelihood of his safe return was exceedingly slim. After all, why not send that mutt-black? You should be free by now. Bang! The door was kicked open. What are you arguing about? This is the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, having just confiscated dung bombs, felt her frustration reaching its peak this evening. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore gently spoke. Let us proceed. That student awaits our aid. In the underworld, Shuji lay on the ground, his eyes vacantly fixed upon the rocky wall. At last, you have arrived, Shuji Prince Delacour. Who? Shuji sprang up, his wand aimed forward. A cloaked figure stood before him, wielding a wand. The Grim Reaper, Shuji stated calmly. It is I. Shuji scrutinized the being who claimed to be the Grim Reaper, swathed in layers, donned in a gray robe, and sporting a skull mask. The voice was surprisingly melodious. No, it is inaccurate to refer to the Grim Reaper as possessing life. Thus, Shuji had instinctively overlooked this aspect moments ago. You did not bring a relic. How did you gain entry? The Grim Reaper's voice held a hint of curiosity as he waved his wand, causing the surroundings to whirl and transform into a place somewhat familiar to Shuji. Is this the Quidditch pitch of Hogwarts? No. It is a replica fashioned after the Quidditch pitch. Are you a student of Hogwarts? Shuji inquired, feeling his hypothesis bordering on absurdity. Perhaps he possessed the ability to access the memories of souls? The Grim Reaper did not respond, but waved his wand again, summoning a throng of skeletons from the ground, all of whom turned to gaze at him in unison. The skeletons truly embody the essence of the underworld. Yet not every one of them can be compared to Ain's old gown. Shuji stepped back, unleashing a myriad of slicing spells that ricocheted off the skeletons, producing a jarring sound of friction. This is utterly absurd, he thought. The spells merely pushed the skeletons back slightly without inflicting any real harm. Surrender is inevitable. Each of these skeletons possesses the durability of a deity. The god of death sat upon a throne crafted from bones, speaking in a calm tone. A deity? What peculiar worldview has infiltrated here? Shuji quipped as he soared into the sky. Oh, you can actually fly? The god of death expressed a flicker of interest. You cannot fly? The god of death was never meant to approach the heavens. He fixed his gaze upon Shuji, as if trying to see through him. A wave of dread enveloped Shuji, rendering him immobile, compelling him to instinctively lean away. Suddenly, a searing pain radiated from his abdomen. He could see his body cleave from his belly to his shoulder. Have you come to realize the chasm between mortals and deities? How did your wound heal? Shuji gasped for breath, momentarily believing he was on the brink of death, only to be saved by the pendant he possessed. This pendant, with such formidable powers, must surely be regarded as a treasure among the esteemed families. I see now. A spell of damage transfer. Who did you choose as the sacrificial pawn? The god of death quickly discerned the essence of the pendant. Damage transfer? Shuji's mind went blank. The injury he had just suffered would have been fatal without immediate aid. Hana Aibo, did she perish because of him? What are you dazed about? Dyla? Shuji suddenly snapped back to reality. You're still alive? You possess quite an array of alchemical items. The god of death scrutinized the glowing ring on Shuji's hand, once again pointing his wand at him. First, we must deal with him. How did you attract such a formidable adversary? I cannot defeat him. He is a deity who commands the underworld. The disparity between him and the god of death was immense. Regardless of his divine status, we can surely triumph. If I can restrain him for 2 seconds, can you slay him? Indeed, even a deity can be vanquished. With a snap, Shuji's elderberry wand shattered into 2 pieces. Such arrogance. Your wand lies in ruins. What will you use to challenge me? The god of death scoffed, not allowing Shuji a moment to react. 2 skeletons grasped the god of death's feet, hurling him towards Shuji. Become my new material. Now's the time. The plum blossom ring emitted a radiant glow, its blossoms imbued with life. Countless branches surged forth, ensnaring the god of death and transforming the skeletons into sustenance, spreading throughout the underworld. The entire realm of the dead became a sea of plum blossoms. Shuji could feel the skeletons being transmuted into pure magical energy, flooding into his being. I am fully charged. Let me wield a power not of this world to obliterate this world's deity. Shuji raised the golden star holy sword high. This belongs to the noble spirit of King Arthur, serving as his ultimate trump card. Hideyoshi. 13 constraints release. The round table resolution commences. This battle signifies the acknowledgement of survival. K. This battle represents the confrontation against those stronger than oneself. Bedivere. This battle, not straying from humanity, is acknowledged. Gawain. This battle embodies the pursuit of truth. Agravain. This battle, not opposing the fairies, is acknowledged. Lancelot. This battle, not fought for selfish desires, is unacknowledged. Galahad. Even if unacknowledged, I demand recognition. This battle, not fought for personal gain, is acknowledged. Galahad. This battle is fought against evil. Acknowledged. Mordred. This battle is fought to save the world. Acknowledged. Arthur. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. A golden torrent surged forth from the holy sword, devouring all that was visible to the naked eye, reducing everything around it to ashes, its radiance illuminating the entire underworld. Hideyoshi gasped for breath. This was the greatest power he could unleash, nearly draining all his magical energy. Had he succeeded? Chapter 18. Man and God 2. He has already expired. Hideyoshi approached the lifeless figure of the Grim Reaper and pierced his forehead with the holy sword. Villains always perish due to their hesitation. I shall not commit such a folly. He once again drove the sword through the Grim Reaper's chest, the holy sword transforming into a faint golden light as it returned to the ring. Phew, he was nearly out of magical energy now. Aren't you going to greet me? Hideyoshi paused, bitterly remarking. It has indeed been a long time, Dara. What, does hearing my voice make you so impatient? No, I'm delighted, Dara. You occupy my thoughts at all times. Hideyoshi lifted his head, revealing a smile more sorrowful than tears. Seeing your expression, I must have perished. After the professor was at a loss regarding my circumstances, I began to prepare for what would come after my death. How could I ensure that I would not harm you? How might I assist you in the afterlife? Thus, I crafted this ring. How do you find it? It seems to have served its purpose. Hideyoshi fully relinquished the mental barriers, allowing the emotion known as sorrow to envelop him. This must be but a fragment of your consciousness, not your soul. Even if I can seize this fragment. Hideyoshi, I am quite happy now. For my sake, you even ventured into the underworld. Dara interrupted Hideyoshi's words directly. Hideyoshi, you must not dwell in the past after leaving the underworld. Seek someone who loves you, marry, and begin anew. Have you taken good care of yourself in my absence? Remember to eat on time, and do not wander at night. Hideyoshi stood still, listening to Dara's voice until she paused, then slowly replied, I shall remember everything. Oh dear, I've spoken for so long by accident. This time is truly farewell, Hideyoshi. Della's voice gradually diminished. Yet the plum blossoms of the underworld did not wither in her absence. They continued to bloom, infusing the realm of the dead with vitality and hope. Do those who love me exist? Standing amidst a sea of flowers, Shioyo pondered the fate of the uncertain Hana and the departed Della. It seemed that those who fell in love with oneself ultimately succumbed to misfortune. I fear I cannot fulfill your wishes, Della. Shioyo cast a glance at the tortured figure of the Reaper lying on the ground, crouched down, and removed the mask from the Reaper's face. Is this Godric Gryffindor? How beautiful. My underworld is adorned with blossoms. The Gryffindor lying on the ground suddenly spoke, blood oozing from his numerous wounds, creating a disturbing sight. Goodness. Shioyo's earlier melancholy was instantly dispelled, and he hastily summoned a dagger, plunging it into Gryffindor's mouth. A wisp of flame emerged from Gryffindor's body, hovering before Shioyo. "You're rather uncouth." The Reaper's voice was monotonous, devoid of any emotion. "This soul is your true essence, is it not?" As Shioyo felt the depletion of his magical energy, a vial of restorative potion materialized in his hand. Such a fearsome weapon, yet you evidently cannot wield its true power. The Reaper paid no heed to Shioyo, continuing unabated. "Then, why do you inhabit Gryffindor's body? This is merely a fabricated human form." "A fabricated body? You should understand that emotions, or rather feelings, are the most potent forces in this world, and I have never possessed them." The entity known as the Reaper had existed in the underworld for millennia, having never encountered another life since its inception, until the arrival of the human named Godric Gryffindor. "And then you killed him?" "No, we merely engaged in a friendly exchange. Although his attacks lacked strategy, he could be deemed a mere brute, yet his relentless emotions rendered him immensely powerful, a force I had never witnessed before. After his departure, I fashioned this body in his likeness, mimicking his every action and word. Thus, that peculiar parchment was likely crafted by Gryffindor. Since you released him, why did you attempt to eliminate me and keep me here?" Shioyo tightened his grip on his wand. "I have reconsidered. If creating a fabricated body is futile, then by directly occupying your form, might I experience emotions and feelings? You wish to possess me? I have now abandoned that intention, as you have showcased to me the formidable power of what is known as love, a force that even deities can be bound by. In the past, I intended to seize your body to experience emotions, but now I find greater value in observing the emotions you generate. At present, it seems you harbor a profound intent to kill me. Could you enlighten me as to why?" "For the sacrificial victim you mentioned." Shioyo replied coldly. "I see. How fascinating humans truly are. Now you may return to meet the sacrifice. I'm most curious to know what emotions will stir within you upon encountering her." The Grim Reaper waved his hand, and the shattered Quidditch pitch began to reverse and reorganize, with everything around beginning to flow. It appeared that all was proceeding according to plan. A familiar voice emerged from behind Shuji. "Teacher, what has happened?" Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. Grindelwald's indifferent voice echoed, as Shuji's body was hurled away by a curse, his face still adorned with a look of surprise. Grindelwald swiftly approached Shuji, raising his wand towards him. "All of this is for a greater good. Forgive me, Shuji." A severing charm shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking Shuji and sending a plume of blood into the air, staining the surrounding grass. Chapter 19. A Familiar Dream. In 1993, in the office of the headmaster at Durmstrang. "Are you saying that the Triwizard Tournament will be held a year earlier than expected?" "Indeed, it is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at Hogwarts." Karkaroff crossed his legs and sipped his coffee. Having spent considerable time with Shuji, he had come to realize that Shuji was a rather easygoing leader, often unconcerned with trivial matters. Hogwarts? Shuji thought of the girl who had fervently pursued him since last year, while he still harbored a lingering hope for Della's revival. He wished to visit the underworld for that reason, and thus had declined her advances numerous times. Karkaroff reminded him, the Triwizard Tournament is hosted in turn by 3 schools. And this time it is Hogwarts' turn. This cannot be altered. I understand, but why is the timeline so tight this time? It seems there has been some turmoil within the British Ministry of Magic. Fudge has been ousted, and the new minister is Kingsley Shacklebolt. That incompetent Fudge should have stepped down long ago. Frankly, I am surprised he lasted this long in his position. Shuji scoffed at the memory of Fudge's obsequious demeanor before him. The British Ministry of Magic was currently in disarray, and Fudge's downfall had come rather abruptly. However, with Kingsley's capabilities and the backing of the Order of the Phoenix, the ministry should stabilize swiftly. I see. In fact, considering your reputation in Britain, it should be no trouble for you to secure the position of minister for the Ministry of Magic. Although you are still a student, your prowess has already garnered universal recognition. I have no intention of igniting discord within the magical community at this time. I simply wish to rest. Shuji waved his hand dismissively, reclining on the sofa. This time, the other 2 schools are likely to lose face. With your presence, they will be left to contend for second place. Indeed, Shuji was uncertain how he could possibly lose. He had already envisioned the champions from the 3 schools. The champion from Hogwarts was Bai Chio, while the champion from Beauxbatons was Fleur Delacour. It seemed that this compatriot of his from another world possessed some unique abilities. enabling them to surpass Cedric and become a champion. Yet no matter how formidable, they could never outshine him. Shuji was filled with confidence. Shuji, your prophetic abilities are truly formidable. No wonder the Dark Lord fell at your hands. Karkaroff shook his cup. Despite having encountered prophetic abilities before, he remained astonished. Such an extraordinary power resembled a divine perspective, rendering even the Dark Lord a mere puppet. After Yashiki vanquished the Dark Lord, he became a loyal hound to Yashiki. While prophecies are immutable truths, they are not devoid of manipulation. With astute utilization, one may even alter their fate. Following Voldemort's demise, Dumbledore almost entirely attributed the credit to him, seemingly intent on grooming him as the next White Wizard. Yashiki welcomed this. Aspiring to become the White Wizard of the magical realm, fulfilling Dara's hopes, and moreover, he harbored no ill intentions towards the magical community. As for other matters, I shall leave them to you. I will instruct the student council to draft the list of participants. Yashiki exited the principal's office, where Alinda promptly approached him. What does Karkaroff want with you? The Triwizard Tournament has been moved up. We depart the day after tomorrow. As they conversed, they made their way towards the student council. How could the timeline be so rushed? What is the British Ministry of Magic doing? Alinda vented her frustrations regarding the British Ministry of Magic. The minister of the British Ministry has fallen, Yashiki remarked. Tonight, prepare the list of participants for me. 10 candidates, drawing from the previous double-headed Eagle Cup. What significance does this list hold? Ultimately, the final champion will be you. There always needs to be a formality. We must adhere to protocol. This matter is thus entrusted to you. So, you delegate everything to us while you play the role of a hands-off manager. A leader who is constantly preoccupied with every detail is surely not a competent one who knows how to delegate. Hey, what are you two discussing outside? Hurry and come in. Lucifer pushed open the door to the student council and called out to them. Chapter 20. It seems like a dream encounter. Are you playing board games again? The student council is turning into a board game club, Yashiki quipped. This game was brought over from Hogwarts. A tool for making money by my compatriots. Yet, it is indeed quite entertaining, Lucifer replied with a hint of grievance. Yashiki settled onto the sofa, casting a glance at the parchment on the table titled 100 Days of Love. Haven't you already gotten engaged to Yuxuan? Isn't this rather trivial? It's not boring. We haven't had much to do lately, and Yuxuan is playing with us as well. As long as you are aware of it. The Triwizard Tournament has been moved up. You all must be prepared. Of course, the Triwizard Tournament. Upon hearing Lucifer's exclamation, Yuxuan peeked out from behind the desk towards the lounge area. When is it? The day after tomorrow. We set off tomorrow. Then there is nothing to worry about. Lucifer suddenly relaxed, leaning back against the sofa. Tomorrow's concerns can wait. Let us engage in an exhilarating and thrilling board game now. I refuse. I have matters to attend to, Alinda stated, turning toward the office area. Don't look at me. I wish to rest for a while. Yashiki decisively declined Lucifer's invitation, leaning back on the sofa and closing his eyes. Yashiki, who's calling me? Yashiki drowsily opened his eyes. Alinda, what troubles you? It's time for dinner, and here is the list of competitors I have drafted for your review. Shioyue handed over the parchment. Shioyue, Prince Stederker, Alinda Caslana, Abner Lucifer, Yuxuan, Queenie Taylor. A lineup entirely composed of student council members. It appears that most of the students from Durmstrang have joined the council, becoming peripheral members. Those who have not joined, under Shioyue's supervision, have not faced exclusion. However, they remain deprived of the various benefits. The capabilities of the new students this year are rather unremarkable, and the older students have all graduated. Fortunately, the Triwizard Tournament is not a team competition. Very well, let it be so. With your presence, the others merely serve as a formality. Alinda carefully stored the parchment. Let's go dine. This should provide them with a glimpse of other magical schools. Wouldn't you agree? Shioyue smiled slightly. Have the competitors been notified? I have already dispatched Lucifer to inform them. Although he is often lackadaisical, he manages to execute his tasks impeccably. The following day, Lucifer surveyed the enormous magical vessel on the lake. Shioyue stood nearby, exhaling a puff of white vapor. Why not use a warming charm? Alinda approached, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. I wish to experience what it feels like to be an ordinary person. What is there to experience about being a muggle? Although not entirely comprehending Shioyue's reasoning, Alinda assumed there must be a deeper significance to his actions. Kakarov, are we not taking the school bus? Certainly not, Lucifer. Do you not find it beneath our dignity to take the bus to the Triwizard Tournament? After all, Beauxbatons arrives in a flying carriage. In Shioyue's view, such modes of transportation were archaic, far inferior to the Weasley's enchanted automobile. So, this ship is a flying vessel. No, it lacks flight capabilities. It can only navigate on the surface or beneath the water. Then how do we get across? This lake evidently does not permit the vessel to depart, Yuxuan inquired. We are wizards, my dear. When faced with impassable waters, it will transition to the next body of water. Quite intriguing, Xiaoyu mused, recalling the submarine from Doraemon that traversed different aquatic realms. Come, let us board. Xiaoyu stepped onto the magical ship first, reaching the deck. I shall become the king of pirates. Chapter 21, A Familiar Dream. Do you think the student councils of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons will arrive by the Hogwarts Express? Ron eagerly inquired of Hermione. Of course not, Hermione replied with noticeable impatience. Ron had been chattering incessantly for half an hour. Have you heard? Both Xiaoyu and Crumb are coming this time. Is that true? Absolutely. I heard it from my sister, who previously attended Durmstrang. Do you think Hannah can win Xiaoyu's heart? Hufflepuff's Hannah? I think it's improbable. She is even less capable than I am. Hermione was irritated by the chatter of the girls behind her and turned to glance at Hannah, who appeared quite anxious, her arms crossed over her chest. It was hard to believe that this was the same girl who had boldly confessed her feelings to Xiaoji in the Great Hall. Did you say something? No. Ron ran his fingers through his hair, perplexed as to why Hermione was upset once again. Hermione rolled her eyes. Why was there such a disparity between people? Both Xiaoji and Harry seemed far more mature than Ron. Harry stood in front of him, engaged in conversation with Baiqiu, who was laughing heartily. They had been together since their second year. Look, a sudden shout snapped Hermione back to reality. She raised her head to see several winged, white horses pulling a magnificent carriage, soaring swiftly towards them. Even the young wizards were astonished by the flying carriage. With a thunderous crash, the carriage landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although it appeared small, a dozen or so individuals began to disembark, seemingly aided by a charm akin to the undetectable extension charm. They are students from Beauxbatons. I recognize their uniforms. Why are girls from Beauxbatons here? They only admit girls. It's an all-girls school. It must be said that the girls from Beauxbatons were quite beautiful. Yet the disdainful glances they cast towards the Hogwarts students made Hermione frown involuntarily. Look at that girl. I know her. She is Fleur Delacour, Xiaoji's sister, and a half-Vila. If I married Fleur, wouldn't that make me Xiaoji's brother-in-law? You should take a good look at yourself. Do you really think you stand a chance? TSK. Baiqiu certainly brought along a fair share of Eastern slang. So Xiaoji is also half-Vila. No wonder he is so handsome. That must be the case. Noticing Ron's inclination to retort, Hermione quickly grasped his hand. The three of them knew that Xiaoji was actually the biological son of the Lovegood family, and in Hermione's view, Xiaoji was likely to end up with Fleur, given her stunning beauty. Hermione, why are you holding my hand? Ron looked bewildered. What do you want to do? I want to get closer to see what Professor Dumbledore is discussing with that female giant. Ron broke free and pushed forward. Had she underestimated Ron's intelligence? Boom! A tremendous noise erupted from the direction of the Black Lake, capturing everyone's attention. They beheld a massive ship emerging from the depths of the water, adorned with a grand double-headed eagle flag. Cool. Xiaoji stood on the deck, flanked by several other students, all strikingly handsome or beautiful. Without waiting for the ship to dock, Xiaoji leaped from the deck, landing gracefully on the grass. Long time no see, Xiaoji. Dumbledore approached with a warm smile. Long time no see, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime. Karkaroff descended from the ship and positioned himself behind Xiaoji. It was well known throughout the wizarding world that upon graduation, Xiaoji would directly ascend to the position of headmaster at Durmstrang. The current headmaster was merely seen as Xiaoji's secretary. This time, Karkaroff was merely there to fulfill the role of a judge. The auditorium in the evening was abuzz with activity. Students were restlessly chattering among themselves, while the professors, seated at the dais, appeared even more animated than the students, engrossed in their own discussions. As Xiaoyi entered the hall, he was met with the curious gazes of his fellow students, prompting him to slow his pace slightly. Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Crumb asked as he noticed Xiaoyi lagging behind. No, I'm fine, Xiaoyi assured him, leading Crumb toward the Hufflepuff table, where Hannah was waving at him. So, are you finally considering accepting Hannah? Crumb whispered. Well, I suppose it's time for me to let go, Xiaoyi reflected, sensing Hannah's profound affection for him. After having made her wait for 2 years, he felt it was time to provide her with an answer. You finally come to terms with it. I thought you would remain perpetually solitary, Crumb remarked. What about you? With so many girls pursuing you, have you given any thought? Not really. You know those girls are merely attracted to my handsome face. I have little interest in them, Crumb replied. True enough. Xiaoyi took a seat beside Hannah, offering her a warm smile. Long time no see, Hannah. Indeed, it has been a while. Hannah's face flushed a deep crimson. Xiaoyi graciously engaged with the Hufflepuff students, who were notably enthusiastic. Everyone, please be quiet. Dumbledore's voice resonated softly, yet distinctly in the ears of every student. I trust you have all noticed the presence of several students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons this year. They have traveled from afar to Hogwarts for a momentous occasion. This academic year, Hogwarts has been chosen to host the Triwizard Tournament. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted in the hall, while some students looked around in bewilderment, clearly unsure of what was happening. Dumbledore, perceptively noting the confusion among the younger wizards, many of whom hailed from Muggle families, continued, "For those unfamiliar with the Triwizard Tournament, allow me to provide a brief introduction. The tournament is a competition among 3 magical schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, with each school selecting 1 champion to participate." After a brief pause, he added, after discussions, "The 3 schools have collectively decided that the Triwizard Tournament poses too great a challenge for students in their 5th year and below. Therefore, students under the age of 17 will be prohibited from participating." A collective sigh emanated from the Gryffindor table. "Now, let's extend a warm welcome to the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, along with their respective headmasters, Mr. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime." As the feast commenced, Shoei glanced at the noticeably exquisite array of food on the table and shook his head. The Hogwarts girls were primarily captivated by the handsome Durmstrang gentleman seated at the Slytherin table, while the boys sought out the Beauxbatons girls. The Durmstrang gentleman exuded an aura of disciplined masculinity, enchanting the Hogwarts girls, while the Beauxbatons ladies were charming, vivacious, and engaged in lively conversation with those around them. "Look, Hermione, that Beauxbatons girl seems to be smiling at me." "Enough, Ron, even a fat lady wouldn't look at you," Simo mocked. "What did you say?" Ron exclaimed angrily, shaking his fist at Simo. Simo glanced at the headmaster at the professor's table, but dared not draw his wand, begrudgingly returning to his seat. Hermione coldly observed the spectacle between the two, remaining silent. Harry, sitting beside them, hesitated to speak while Baichio cast a disdainful glance at Ron. She was taken aback by Ron's even greater foolishness than in the original narrative, regretting her efforts to bring him and Hermione together. No, she mused, she could not let Hermione fall into that pit. Krum was far more suitable for her. At the Hufflepuff table, students were indulging in food while sharing gossip. "Have you heard? Baichio and Harry are engaged. What with a bunch of 13-year-olds getting engaged? Has she managed to deal with Harry's troublesome relatives?" "Indeed. With a few clever tactics, those in the know understand." Everyone nodded knowingly, while only Krum and Shoei sat bewildered. Shoei cast a glance at Krum, who was looking towards the Gryffindor table where Ron stood on his chair, waving his fists. "Who's that girl?" "Which one?" "The one with her head down." "Oh, that's Hermione. Isn't it? The top student of Gryffindor. So, do you have a crush on her?" Stibbins had somehow joined in. Krum nodded. "I'd like to get to know her." Seeing the intrigue, Hufflepuff students gathered around. "Your biggest rival is that red-haired boy," Stibbins remarked, pointing. "He is no match for me," Krum asserted confidently, and rightly so. Ron was utterly incomparable to him. Stibbins pondered this and conceded that Ron indeed lacked any grounds for comparison. "So, Shoei, do you have someone you fancy?" "Look at you, Cedric. With those thick brows and big eyes. How do you become so nosy?" "Isn't it just curiosity?" Cedric replied with a shy smile. "Have you won over Zhang Qiu yet?" "I haven't dared to confess yet," Stibbins declared loudly. "Stop deflecting. Let us talk about you, Shoei. As the second-generation White Lord who defeated the Dark Lord, all the girls' eyes are on you." Ernie had squeezed and unnoticed and winked at Hannah. It seemed Hufflepuff was eager to help Hannah clarify matters today. Shoei cleared his throat. "I do have someone I admire." Upon hearing this, Hannah visibly tensed. Noticing her flushed ears, Shoei decided to tease her further. Ernie, casting a regretful glance at Hannah, added, "Go on, spill the beans." "The girl is a student at Hogwarts." A collective sigh echoed as Ernie looked back, spotting the Beauxbatons girls standing behind him. "Could you be a bit more specific?" After a moment of contemplation, Yoshiyuki seized Hannah's hand and raised it aloft, sensing the girl's body tense up in an instant. "The girl I admire is none other than Hannah," Yoshiyuki declared. Chapter 22, A Familiar Dream. Although the original narrative had undergone a complete transformation, the format of the Triwizard Tournament remained unchanged, with the first event still featuring the Fire Dragon, albeit without the fiercest contender, the Hungarian Horntail. Regardless of whether it was the ferocious Hungarian Horntail or the gentle Chinese Fireball, both were rendered powerless before Yoshiyuki, akin to the tailed beast confronting Hashirama Senju, and thus he naturally secured the highest score. Notably, the other 2 champions were Fleur Delacour and Cedric Diggory. Before long, the time came for the Christmas ball. "I apologize for having to send you back alone. Dumbledore requires my attention," Yoshiyuki said gently as he embraced Hannah outside the Great Hall. "The matter regarding the Daily Prophet will be resolved shortly, so you need not worry." All right, Hana replied softly. Unbeknownst to Yoshiyuki, Rita's Skeeter, in her smear campaign against Harry Potter, had also embroiled Hana in her slander, portraying her as a seemingly innocent girl who secretly enticed boys. Hannah Abbott, an extraordinarily beautiful third-year Hufflepuff student at Hogwarts, is gentle and kind, even winning the affections of the second-generation Dark Lord, Yoshiyuki Delacour. But is this truly the essence of Hannah Abbott? Pansy Parkinson, a third-year Slytherin student, vehemently asserted that although Hannah appears harmless, she is, in fact, manipulative and has secretly seduced numerous boys. Mr. Delacour must have been deceived by her cunning. Pansy further claimed, I have received confirmation of Miss Abbott's actions from a senior Slytherin student. Yes, Hannah Abbott once attempted to flirt with me, but I rejected her. Reflecting on the content of the Daily Prophet, Yoshiyuki's expression darkened further. The most absurd aspect was the surprising number of students, including some from Hufflepuff, who believed the rumors. A small faction of Hufflepuff students felt that Hannah was tarnishing the honor Cedric had brought to their house. Out of respect for Yoshiyuki's presence, they refrained from overtly bullying her, yet she was evidently isolated. It must be said that the students at Hogwarts bore no distinction from the keyboard warriors of his past life, perhaps even displaying greater foolishness. As the primary target of Rita's vitriol, Harry Potter found himself in a plight worse than that depicted in the original story. Described as a man entangled in multiple romantic pursuits, ambiguously involved with Ginny Weasley, yearning for the affection of the pure-blooded by family's second daughter, all while seeking solace from Miss Granger. It was rumored that Ron had already distanced himself from Harry, declaring their friendship over. Yoshiyuki had initially intended to remain uninvolved in Harry's affairs, trusting that Hermione would ultimately resolve the situation. But Rita's audacious targeting of Hannah was something he could not tolerate. Before the Christmas ball, he had already informed the Death Eater faction to capture Rita and transform her directly into feed for magical creatures. As for that Slytherin senior, Marcus Flint, his family would also be consigned to history tonight. He watched Hannah's receding figure and exhaled deeply. It was time for Ling to take action. He meticulously devised his plan, aiming to weaken the Death Eater's forces to the utmost. If all went according to plan, the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament would herald Voldemort's demise. Chapter 23. A familiar dream. Hogwarts, the headmaster's office. I believe we have found a way to enter the underworld. Dumbledore produced a weathered tome and placed it upon the desk. The book, evidently neglected, had frayed corners and a cover so worn that its title was indecipherable. If Madame Pants were to lay eyes on this volume, she would surely emit a sharp, disapproving screech. He hesitated momentarily before casting a protective charm over the book. I discovered this tome in the Room of Requirement. It is a work by Godric Gryffindor detailing the methods to access the underworld. Indeed, the book elaborated on the means of entry, but scarcely contained information about the underworld itself. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Dumbledore furrowed his brow in weariness. This is an unknown journey. It may harbor risks. You possess the right to choose, Su Yi. Su Yi fell silent. The Grim Reaper within the underworld was not someone he could contend with, nor could Dumbledore or Grindelwald match its power, which belonged to an entirely different realm. Furthermore, the Grim Reaper seemed to harbor great animosity toward humanity. If you are unwilling, I can undertake this myself. You are still young and full of potential. No, Dumbledore. Su Yi refuted the headmaster's proposition. This was his obsession. He could not shift the peril onto another. I possess powers beyond this world, sufficient to negate it. Among the three of us, I alone have the potential to defeat the Grim Reaper. Moreover, it is not certain that I will encounter the Grim Reaper. Perhaps it will disregard me entirely. Su Yi forced a smile. They all understood that the Grim Reaper could not simply ignore those who ventured into the underworld. This was a near-fatal endeavor. Even he, too, was afraid of death. Since you have made your decision, I shall not impede you further. Dumbledore retrieved the invisibility cloak and handed it to Su Yi. The legendary cloak can even shield you from the Grim Reaper, should you encounter it. Wear this and flee swiftly. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore continued, return alive. He recognized Su Yi's character. He would likely set out that very night. Indeed, and if I return early, I might make it in time for the second match. Additionally, let us not involve too many in Rita's affair, Dumbledore advised. An hour later, at the Quidditch pitch, you truly are a cad. Having just begun something with Hannah, you abandon her to pursue another girl. As Su Yi prepared the teleportation array, he listened to Bai Chio's lamentations. Are you not going to bid farewell to Hannah? No, I fear that upon meeting her, I would be reluctant to embrace death. You are aware that this endeavor is tantamount to courting demise, facing the world's great adversary alone. How did Hannah end up entangled with a scoundrel like you? Hideyoshi bowed his head, enveloped in silence. Have you contemplated what would become of Hannah if your cherished one were to be resurrected? I would choose Hannah. And what of your beloved? She has become a relic of the past. Reviving her does not equate to choosing her as a companion. Baichio scoffed. Hideyoshi sighed. Truly, plans often falter in the face of change. Convey my apologies to Hannah. Whatever course of action she deems fit for me, I shall accept. You ought to return alive and express this to her yourself. Upon finishing, Baichio turned away from the Quidditch pitch, not casting a backward glance. Let's set these matters aside for now. Hideyoshi began to invoke his mental fortitude, compelling himself to regain composure. He resolved to prepare, just in case. Muttering softly, he tucked the resurrection stone and several potions into his pockets, while the invisibility cloak rested against his chest. The sword of Gryffindor also began to charge, ready to unleash its luminous power at a moment's notice. This was his ultimate trump card, a force beyond this world. Hideyoshi placed the magical stone at the center of the array, its immense power merging with the enchantment. A beam of white light soared into the heavens, illuminating all of Hogwarts. Dumbledore stood by the window, quietly observing, lost in thought. Is this the realm of the dead? Hideyoshi opened his eyes, surveying the surroundings filled with reddish-brown rocks. As he lifted his foot, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, prompting him to channel his magic to suppress the slowly departing soul, dispelling the ethereal feeling. The connection between body and soul had weakened significantly, and a moment's inattention could result in the soul's departure. Yet, this posed no grave issue for him. Maintaining the vitality of his inner magic would suffice. After advancing for a while, a river came into view, devoid of the fabled ferryman, save for a solitary stone bridge in the center. A sign hung above the bridge, inscribed haphazardly with the words Underworld. Hideyoshi's expression turned peculiar. Could the deity of the underworld be a goddess named Ereshkigal? He scrutinized the bridge, hesitating for a considerable time, confirming the absence of danger before extracting his wand and stepping onto the bridge. Crossing this bridge would surely lead to the true underworld. The anticipated obstruction did not materialize, and Hideyoshi traversed the bridge with ease, stepping onto the land of the dead, a domain that should be forbidden to the living. The scene beyond the bridge mirrored the previous one, save for an array of cages scattered upon the ground, each containing a flickering azure flame. What could these be? Hideyoshi refrained from advancing recklessly, instead probing with a thread of magic into the cages, ready to sever the connection at a moment's notice. Kevin, one of the muggles recently tormented to death by Death Eaters. Standing amidst the cages, Hideyoshi felt his heartbeat quicken, a wave of tension surging within him. These are the souls of humanity. This implies that he might also discover Della's soul here, provided it has not entirely dissipated. Although the souls of the deceased in the underworld are numerous, they are not infinite. He only needs to seek the souls within the death zone of Della. Magic unleashed. The immense magical power of Hideyoshi stirred up a cloud of dust, enveloping the surrounding cages. It seemed that the underworld only recorded humans from Europe. This was not the case. Hideyoshi maintained his magical perception and surged forward, a torrent of information from countless deceased flooding his mind. Soon, he sensed the first empty cage. This particular soul had clearly dissipated. Hideyoshi's heart sank to the depths as he seemed to glimpse Della's fate. The empty cage did not deter him. November 1990. October 1990. At last, had the last glimmer of hope been extinguished? Hideyoshi gazed upon an utterly vacant cage. Even though he had foreseen this outcome and prepared himself mentally, the stark reality before him was still difficult to accept. He stood there momentarily stunned. Perhaps it is for the best. Let me stay here with you for a while. Once we depart from the underworld, it will be a new beginning. You have finally arrived, Hideyoshi Princidelicris. Who? Hideyoshi sprang up, his wand pointed forward. A cloaked figure stood before him, wielding a wand of its own. The Grim Reaper. Hideyoshi stated calmly. It is I. The voice of the Grim Reaper seemed to carry an undercurrent of rage. Hideyoshi scrutinized the being who claimed to be the Grim Reaper. It was shrouded in layers of dark fabric, donning a skull mask. No, it was inappropriate to call it the Grim Reaper. It possessed no vitality, which made Hideyoshi instinctively overlook that fact. Are you a descendant of the three? The Grim Reaper waved its wand, and the surrounding scenery began to swirl, transforming into a place that was somewhat familiar to Hideyoshi. Was this the Quidditch pitch of Hogwarts? No, it was a replica fashioned after the Quidditch pitch. Are you a student of Hogwarts? Hideyoshi inquired, feeling that his speculation might be rather far-fetched. Perhaps it possessed the ability to access the memories of souls? The Grim Reaper did not respond. Instead, it waved its wand again, and a horde of skeletons crawled up from the ground, all of them turning to face him in unison. Skeletons, truly a hallmark of the underworld. Hideyoshi took a step back, unleashing a barrage of slicing spells that echoed with a sharp, grating sound as they struck the skeletons. The hardness of these skeletons seemed quite extraordinary. The spells merely repelled them, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Each skeleton here possessed a hardness akin to that of a divine being. The Grim Reaper sat upon a throne made of skeletons, coldly observing Hideyoshi. Divine being? What a peculiar worldview has infiltrated here. Hideyoshi mused, continuing to wield his wand. Flame shield. Shadowless strike. A tremendous wave of fire surged forth, lifting the nearby skeletons, followed by several shadowless strikes that shot from the flames, striking the lifted skeletons. A flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger. Yet in reality, the skeletons were merely singed and bore a few additional scratches. More skeletons emerged from the ground, surging towards him from all directions, crossing over the Grindelwald gas stove. Was our magical resistance truly so formidable? It appeared that conventional magic could not harm them. Yukihira observed the movements of the Grim Reaper as he ascended into the air. The Grim Reaper seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yukihira take flight. Noticing the Reaper's reaction, Yukihira waved his wand. Veil. Countless tendrils of black mist enveloped the skeletons, and when the smoke dissipated, the skeletons had vanished without a trace. The unfolding events seemed to exceed the Grim Reaper's control. It rose to its feet, its gaze never leaving Yukihira. As Yukihira flew towards the Grim Reaper, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, rendering him immobile. Instinctively, he tilted his body downward. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced through his abdomen. He could see his body split open from belly to shoulder. The Grim Reaper, silent as ever, teleported before Yukihira, its wand transforming into a bone blade aimed at his neck. Was I destined to perish here? The Reaper's movements were too swift for Yukihira to react. In that fleeting moment, the plum blossom ring erupted with a radiant crimson glow, the blossoms coming to life as countless branches burst forth from the ring, ensnaring the Grim Reaper and binding it in midair. The bone blade grazed Yukihira's neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Yukihira gasped for breath, convinced he was on the brink of death. Yet the plum blossom ring, a gift from Della, had granted him a reprieve. However, it merely postponed his demise. He felt the blossoms siphoning the Grim Reaper's power and infusing it into his own body, sustaining his life. In this moment, the holy sword was still charging, and his magical energy was insufficient to fully unleash its potential. The agony from his abdomen to shoulder threatened to send him into unconsciousness. I cannot fall here. Yukihira donned the invisibility cloak, allowing himself to plummet to the ground, only to realize he was trapped within the Grim Reaper's domain, with no means of escape. He could only take a desperate gamble. The holy sword's charge was incomplete, and it swiftly drained Yukihira's magical energy, leaving him collapsing to the ground. Yet its aim remained unwavering. Upon seeing Yukihira produce the invisibility cloak, the Grim Reaper erupted in fury, the plum blossom branches that ensnared it instantly breaking free. At that moment, Yukihira had already aimed the holy sword at the Reaper. The plum blossom ring lost its luster, emitting a sigh as the last vestige of magical energy flowed into Yukihira's body before fading into darkness. Let me wield a power not of this world to slay the deities of this realm. Yukihira raised the golden star holy sword, vitality continuously transforming into magical energy that surged into the blade. This was the noble phantasm of the heroic spirit King Arthur, his final trump card. Yukihira declared, 13th binding release, round table resolution begins. This battle, a fight for survival, acknowledges K. This battle, a struggle against those stronger than oneself, acknowledges Bedivere. This battle, a fight not in defiance of humanity, acknowledges Gawain. This battle is a pursuit of truth, acknowledged by Agravan. This battle is not one of contention against the elves, recognized by Lancelot. This battle does not stem from personal desires, as declared by Galahad. Even if it is unacknowledged, it must be recognized. This battle is indeed one fought against the forces of evil, acknowledged by Mordred. This battle is fought for the salvation of the world, recognized by Arthur. The sword of victory. A golden torrent emanates from the holy sword, engulfing everything visible and reducing the surroundings to ashes. As the holy sword's radiance illuminates the entire underworld. Crack! The space begins to shatter. A fine weapon, yet regrettably, you are too weak. The voice of the Grim Reaper resonates in Hideyoshi's ear, though he refrains from delivering the final blow. At this moment, Hideyoshi is already deceased. The Grim Reaper stands still, quietly observing Hideyoshi's corpse as it returns to the Quidditch pitch amidst the crumbling space. Gazing upon the familiar Quidditch pitch, Hideyoshi exhales in relief. At last, he has returned to life. Hideyoshi. Hey, Suzune. Hideyoshi greets Suzune with a smile, yet she runs past him without acknowledgement. What is happening? Hideyoshi watches as Suzune and her group rush by. Perplexed, he follows suit. Have I truly perished? Hideyoshi senses his mind becoming increasingly clouded, subsequently drawn inexplicably to Hannah's side. Soon, Dumbledore silences Suzune and the others. Only 12 Slytherin students, Dumbledore, and Hannah are privy to Hideyoshi's demise. What is the Olby scheming? Hideyoshi feels his cognitive abilities gradually slipping away. Perhaps once he can no longer think, he will be drawn to the underworld. What significance is there in escaping the underworld? Hideyoshi abandons his thoughts, merely hoping that the Grim Reaper does not play tricks on him. When Hideyoshi regains a semblance of clarity, he finds his body laid in a crystal coffin, with Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Hannah standing nearby. Miss Ibwa, have you made your decision? At Dumbledore's inquiry, Grindelwald scoffs disdainfully. Have you not been preparing for this since you concealed the news of Hideyoshi's death? By not allowing his death to be definitive, there remains a possibility of his rescue. I am ready, Professor Dumbledore, Hannah asserts resolutely. Dumbledore nods and hands Hannah a time turner. This is a special time turner. It does not merely take you back to the past, but instead brings your memories back to your past self. Remember, minor circumstances can be altered, but significant ones are irreversible. Grindelwald elaborates. In essence, it suffices to make Suzune and the others believe Hideyoshi is dead, yet he must not truly perish. Precisely, Grindelwald affirms. Once you return to the past, you may seek Dumbledore's assistance, but you must never allow him access to your memories. I understand this is challenging, given his inherently suspicious nature. Dumbledore offers an awkward smile. Hideyoshi stands amid the three, gazing at Hannah's youthful face. Then let us embark. Encouraged by the two, Hannah twisted the time turner. Within the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, Shuji suddenly opened his eyes. Everything flooded into his mind like a dream. So it was. I seem to have encountered this in a dream. Chapter 24, Reincarnation. The time turner entrusted to her by Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald came at a cost. Hannah Ibwa discovered this upon receiving memories from the future for the first time. Rather than a cost, it was more akin to a punishment for trifling with time. Each time she received memories from the future, she found that Shuji's death had been advanced by a day. She could sense that this cycle was not endless. Its conclusion lay at the sorting ceremony. If, by the time of the sorting ceremony, she had not managed to save Shuji, his death would become an established fact. This she could not accept, yet reversing death was no simple feat in the second cycle. Hannah stood silently by the Black Lake, Dumbledore behind her. In this iteration, she successfully persuaded Shuji not to venture into the underworld, relying on his feelings for her. However, at midnight, he was still dragged into the underworld by an unknown force. Not even you can prevent this, Professor Dumbledore. There exist many powers in this world beyond my control, such as the formidable force of historical correction. Dumbledore shook his head. You made a mistake from the very beginning, my child. The fact of Shuji entering the underworld is already established and cannot be changed. You should consider how to ensure Shuji survives after entering the underworld, rather than attempting to prevent his entry. The two gradually walked towards the Quidditch pitch, and after a while, the sounds of commotion emerged from the field. I believe you'll need this. Just as before, Dumbledore retrieved the time turner from his pocket. How did you? You possess memories that do not belong to this world. I noticed it when you first came to me. I believe that this time turner is the only means capable of achieving this. Dumbledore handed the time turner to Hannah. This is a creation from my youth with Grindelwald. I never expected it would see the light of day again. Do you also seek to resurrect someone? Dumbledore paused for a moment before slowly responding. My sister, Ariana. We used this time turner countless times to return to the past to save her. However, each time we saved her, she soon perished due to other reasons. After countless cycles, we concluded that history is irreversible. Because everyone knows of Ariana's death, the world has confirmed her demise. As long as she remains alive, the world will find ways to erase her existence. If you know of Shuji's death, you still have a chance, my child. Set forth. In the seventh cycle, Hannah stood on the Quidditch pitch, staring blankly at Shuji's lifeless body, tightly clutching the time turner in her hand. This time, she confided her plan to Professor Dumbledore, requesting him and Mr. Grindelwald to accompany Yoshihide into the realm of the dead. History had altered. Yoshihide's return was expedited, while it seemed that Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald would remain eternally ensconced in the afterlife. Fortunately, she had proactively sought the time turner from Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, the thought sent a chill down Hannah's spine. She needed to rejuvenate her mind. With this in mind, Hannah gradually approached the edge of the Black Lake and settled onto the grass. It appeared that even the combined might of the three most formidable wizards of the age could not withstand death. Seeking external aid seemed futile, and she had to rely on her own capabilities. She was the variable in this world, the only one with the potential to save Yoshihide. Thus, the time turner was of utmost importance. During the next cycle, she must inquire about its location from Professor Dumbledore. The next step was to enhance her own strength. Hannah irritably shook her head. Even with approximately 2 years remaining, she did not believe she could surpass Professor Dumbledore's prowess. Hannah, a female voice echoed from the distance. Drawing nearer, Hannah turned to see Baichio racing towards her. Hannah, do you know about Yoshihide? I'm already aware, Hannah replied calmly. I must depart. A flicker of confusion crossed Baichio's eyes, 3 parts perplexed, until she noticed Hannah twisting an oddly shaped time turner. Good luck. Baichio's ethereal encouragement accompanied Hannah as she ventured into the next cycle. The 30th cycle. Hannah gritted her teeth against the pain coursing through her body. Swiftly crawling to Yoshihide's side, the alchemical pendant around his neck lay shattered, his complexion pale and devoid of breath. Hannah withdrew her trembling hand, tidied up the traces she had left, conjured a stretcher, and with a levitation charm, hastily retreated to a safe distance. Gasping for breath, Hannah disregarded her wounds and quickly reflected on the mistakes she had made in this cycle. She had acted recklessly, following Yoshihide into a place from which neither Professor Dumbledore nor Mr. Grindelwald had returned. She had nearly succumbed to death's magic, for the time turner was ineffective in the afterlife. Perhaps due to her being the variable, she had survived, shielded by Yoshihide's selfless protection. She could never enter the realm of the dead again. Rising to her feet, she winced at the sight of the grievous wound on her calf, which was deep enough to expose bone. The efficacy of the pain relief charm seemed to be diminishing. However, it mattered little. As long as she could return to the past, her state would refresh. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. This time, she could document the events of the underworld on parchment, allowing Yoshihide to be somewhat prepared. The 108th cycle. According to what you have said, even Nick's finest alchemical armor cannot withstand death's assault. Hannah nodded. Professor Dumbledore anxiously stroked his beard. Then we shall not approach this from the angle of alchemy, but rather from that of magic. Yet, ordinary magic bore little effect against death. The essence of Dumbledore's words was to craft magical armaments using ancient sorcery. In Grindelwald's view, magic held boundless potential, far surpassing the capabilities of alchemy. Hannah sensed an underlying bias in Mr. Grindelwald's disdain for alchemy, reminiscent of his attitude towards Mr. Newt Scamander. Dumbledore produced a slip of parchment and presented it to Hannah. This note will grant you access to the restricted section. I trust you will uncover protective spells potent enough to counter the Grim Reaper. And I require one as well, Grindelwald proclaimed, raising his wizarding robe. Regardless, Yashiki is still my apprentice. I shall find a way to rescue him. A group of Slytherins dashed through the corridor, in pursuit of 2 red-haired boys. Although Hannah understood why she delayed Miss Brown's small entourage, they had no choice but to comply with Miss Ibwa's request. Fred and George exchanged whispered remarks. Hannah stood on the Quidditch pitch, her Gryffindor robes billowing in the wind, flanked by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. She handed the Weasley twins 2 galleons, which should suffice to buy them half an hour. Suddenly, the grass rippled as if disturbed by water, revealing Yashiki lying on the ground, a gruesome wound marring his chest. The magically inscribed armor reduced to dust. This pinnacle of magical defense, crafted by the trio, proved woefully inadequate against the Grim Reaper. Grindelwald was the first to approach, casting a spell to assess the situation before shaking his head. Hannah numbly activated the time turner. The 365th cycle, both magic and alchemy, the zenith of human power, appeared as mere toys in the face of death. Dumbledore and Grindelwald sat on the sofa, deep in contemplation, while Hannah sat in a chair, cradling a cup of hot cocoa. If we cannot defend ourselves, then perhaps we should not attempt to, Dumbledore mused. Are you suggesting we defeat the Grim Reaper? Yet, as Miss Ibel mentioned, the 3 of us combined are no match for him. No. Albus, we must not confine ourselves to offense and defense. We might consider redirecting the damage inflicted upon Yashiki. Redirecting damage? Hannah interjected. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits alchemical items and spells that transfer damage. However, this should not pose an insurmountable challenge for us. The question remains, who shall bear this damage? After all, such magic can only affect humans. I know, young lady. Simply procure a dark wizard from Nocturne Alley, Grindelwald replied, casting a glance at Dumbledore, who offered no objections. Then the task of capturing shall fall to me. Grindelwald raised his wand. Avada Kedavra, the dark wizard, adorned with an emerald necklace, collapsed to the ground in defeat, and Grindelwald swiftly removed the necklace, scrutinizing it closely. The magic did not activate, Dumbledore murmured, casting a worried glance at Hannah. How many cycles had she endured to become this way? Strength lies in the perfect mastery of one's emotions, transforming one into a competent warrior who dares to defy fate. Noticing Dumbledore's gaze, Hannah spoke, "Rest assured, Professor Dumbledore. My mind is untroubled. I have merely witnessed too much death and have grown somewhat numb." Dumbledore averted his eyes, letting out a subtle sigh within. For reasons unknown, magic had failed to manifest, likely due to the unique geographical conditions of the underworld. Grindelwald approached the two, continuing, "This predicament can only be resolved by our past selves." The 574th cycle. I fear we must abandon the plan of harm transference. Grindelwald rubbed his forehead. We have attempted this countless times. This magic should not function in the underworld. However, apart from this strategy, we have no alternative. As everything seemed to revert to the beginning, Hannah, who had initially been calm, began to feel a pang of agitation. Time was slipping away from her. I believe we have one more approach to consider. What approach? Grindelwald directed his gaze towards Dumbledore. The magic of love, Dumbledore replied. I need to consult some texts. Perhaps therein lies a method to save Yoshiyuki. Hogwarts, the library. The restricted section. Dumbledore closed an ancient tome and addressed Hannah and Grindelwald. Now, we have two options. The first involves Lily Evans, Harry Potter's mother, who once employed ancient magic against Voldemort. This ancient magic requires the user to possess love for the protected. It can not only shield the protected from spells, but also reflect the damage back to the adversary. The cost, however, is the life of the spellcaster. I can't. Not so fast. Young lady, we have not yet descended to the point of sacrificing a student. Grindelwald pressed Hannah back into her seat. And the second option? Albus? Dumbledore hesitated for a moment. An ancient magic akin to harm transference, which can be realized through a medium, provided the user harbors love for the protected. Let me do it. It's merely a longer piercing spell. As long as you are present, I shall not perish. No, you cannot. Grindelwald, as if doused with cold water, suddenly regained his composure. Is there a prerequisite for this magic that I cannot fulfill? The spellcaster must be a person of pure soul. We are already stained with blood, Gellert. The 729th cycle. At last, success. Hannah gazed at the pendant in her hand, exhaling in relief. The difficulty of this magic was immense, and she had feared that time would elapse without her mastering it. During this period, they had also attempted other methods, all of which had ended in failure. Have you made up your mind, young lady? Even with Albus and me by your side, you may still face demise. Having come this far, how could I possibly give up? Even if it costs my life to spare Yoshiyuki, I find it worth the sacrifice. Let us proceed. I believe we will need Poppy's assistance. Hours later, Hannah lay pale upon the infirmary bed, her expression despondent. Her pendant shattered immediately, bearing only a fraction of the burden. They still could not prevent Yoshiyuki's demise, merely altering the manner and timing of his death. The cause of his passing changed. This time, the Grim Reaper did not remain indifferent to Yoshiyuki's departure. There must be a reason compelling the Reaper to ensure Yoshiyuki's demise. Grindelwald calmly analyzed the situation. The only way forward was to investigate the Reaper. This was almost a fanciful notion. According to Hannah, time was not on their side. The hospital room fell into a profound silence, and after a considerable pause, Dumbledore suddenly spoke. Why not ask Yoshiyuki directly? You mean the Resurrection Stone? Grindelwald exclaimed, slapping his forehead. How could they have forgotten the Resurrection Stone? Albus, what do you think? I destroyed both of Yoshiyuki's rings, yet did not find the Resurrection Stone, Hannah said, lowering her head in disappointment. Is it possible that the Reaper sought Yoshiyuki's death because he bore the Deathly Hallow? Dumbledore pondered for a moment. That is a possibility. In any case, remember to remind me to reclaim the Resurrection Stone next time, Hannah. The 730th cycle. Hannah lay pale upon the hospital bed, her expression anxious, while Madame Pomfrey silently tended to her wounds. After a while, Grindelwald entered the room. How are things? Our conjecture was correct. Yoshiyuki returned this time, still alive, but we could not save him. The cause of death remains that wound on his chest. The damage you absorbed merely prolonged his life a little longer. How could it be different from last time? Hannah murmured softly. History can only serve as a reference. Every minute action may alter the course of events. This time, we have gathered sufficient intelligence. Next time, Our final opportunity will be a decisive strike against the Grim Reaper. Mr. Grindelwald, what should I do? Grindelwald pointed a finger at Hannah's forehead. I will leave a trace in the surface of your memory in the next cycle. Go directly to Dumbledore and request him to use legilimency on you. We have no time to waste, nor can we afford to lose. The 730th cycle. On the day of the sorting ceremony. Is this your plan? Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, his expression grave. I will seek out Nick and Gellert. The rest is up to you. After speaking, Dumbledore swiftly departed. Their time was limited, and this was their last, perhaps only chance to save Yoshiyuki. Use magic on this pendant, Hannah. Gellert, Nick, and I have reinforced it and infused it with the power of 2 magical stones. This time, it should transfer all the damage Yoshiyuki received onto you. Simultaneously, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. Meanwhile, within the Slytherin chamber. Is this the Slytherin chamber? Grindelwald casually dispatched the basilisk, leading the way, followed by Professors Snape, Flitwick, and McGonagall. Though they harbored some doubts, they could only comply with Dumbledore's directive to save a student. McGonagall, you have transformed this chamber into a hospital. Flitwick and Snape, join me in arranging the magical array. The primary purpose of this array is to preserve the life of that young girl. Grindelwald thought to himself, fervently wielding his wand, casting forth every protective and healing spell he had mastered throughout his life. After all, the girl was the wife of his apprentice. He cannot allow her to perish so easily. The 2 professors were wholly devoted to inscribing the magical formations. McGonagall for the sake of her student, and Snape for the sake of Yuji. Snape even relocated his potion cabinet. As the array was completed, Grindelwald produced a stone. This was crafted directly from the Philosopher's Stone, the pinnacle of human alchemical achievement, for only the Philosopher's Stone could activate such a multitude of ancient magical arrays at once. Grindelwald retracted his wand, observing as the 3 professors departed. Now, all he could do was wait. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Hannah seized the opportunity to leave the dormitory under the pretense of searching for someone. She touched the pendant in her pocket and drank the Felix Felicis. As the cool liquid coursed through her, her anxiety and unease seemed to dissipate. Through the portrait, she located Yuji's position, presenting him with the pendant and inadvertently confessing her feelings. Sometime later, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore received the revived stone and handed over the parchment inscribed with information from the underworld to Yuji. It was this very parchment that had guided Yuji to the headmaster's office. Everything was now in place. In the Slytherin chamber, Hannah's life was secured. Madame Pomfrey sighed in relief, her body drenched in cold sweat. It was indeed the magical array that held Hannah's life in balance. Otherwise, she truly would have doubted her ability to save her. Upon witnessing Hannah's escape from peril, Dumbledore swiftly waved his wand and departed, eager to ascertain Yuji's condition. At the Quidditch pitch, the scene turned grim. Grindelwald cast a stunning spell, rendering Yuji unconscious. This was the final step. Grindelwald had never felt his heart race so rapidly. He hastened to Yuji's side, raising his wand. All of this is for a greater good. Forgive me, Yuji, for your survival. A severing charm erupted from the tip of his wand, striking Yuji, sending a mist of blood into the air, staining the surrounding grass. How splendid. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Next, I must ensure that Miss Brown and her companions are the first to discover Yuji. You disperse the other students approaching the Quidditch pitch. I will remain close to Yuji. Grindelwald instructed, manipulating Yuji's wounds to appear gruesome and terrifying, yet not life-threatening. Very well, do be cautious, Gellert. Grindelwald stood at a distance, watching as a girl named Suzu and several students rushed towards Yuji, nodding in approval. This should suffice for success. Chapter 25, Preparation. It seems I have died 730 times. To witness my own death 730 times has left me with a lingering phantom pain in my chest. No, this does not seem to be an illusion. Shioyo struggled to rise and glanced at his chest, where the wound had yet to heal completely, throbbing faintly. What of Hannah? How is she faring? Shioyo, you're awake? Wait, your injury isn't healed. You mustn't move around. Baichio exclaimed. Baichio? Shioyo sat up. Where is Hannah? How is she? Rest assured, Hannah is not in any mortal danger. Upon hearing Baichio's words, Shioyo exhaled in relief. Despite knowing that the professors had taken all necessary precautions, he remained anxious about the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. It seems you have regained all your memories? Dumbledore's voice resonated beside them. Miss Ibwa is the strongest girl I have ever encountered. I doubt I could endure over 700 cycles as she has. Something like that, Shioyo replied, though he had not truly reclaimed his own memories. Rather, he had accompanied Hannah as an observer through more than 700 cycles. However, he had no intention of divulging this to Dumbledore. "Where is Hannah now?" he inquired. "It is rather peculiar. Your chest wound seems to have impaired your vision." "She's in the next bed," Baichio responded. Upon hearing Baichio's words, Shioyo turned and saw Hannah lying not far away, pale and disheveled, yet her breathing was steady, indicating she was on the path to recovery. "Could you share with me how you plan to defeat Voldemort in the future?" Dumbledore asked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, your encounter with Voldemort was merely a fabrication of your imagination, old B. One must always provide students with an explanation." Dumbledore conjured 2 chairs and gestured for Baichio to sit. "Moreover, informing everyone in advance that Voldemort still lives is not necessarily a negative thing. So, what do you intend to do about Fudge and the Ministry of Magic?" Fudge is loath to admit Voldemort's return, as it would jeopardize his position as minister. "Shioyo, you must understand that Fudge's rise to the ministerial role is not due to his capabilities, but rather my support from behind the scenes. Given Miss Iwa's recollections of Fudge's actions, I shall ensure his downfall within 3 days. Is it truly acceptable for you to share such matters with me?" Baichio indicated himself. "According to Shioyo, you are all travelers from beyond this world, inclined to vanquish Voldemort. Therefore, I should extend you a measure of trust. Moreover, Baichio, you are also a crucial element of my plan." Baichio added, "This plan is quite straightforward. I merely possess a slight advantage of foresight." "Shioyo, have you forgotten about the butterfly effect?" "Fear not, Baichio. This foresight does not stem from the arrival of outsiders, but from prophetic insight. The plan is as follows if all goes well. Christmas Eve shall mark Voldemort's demise. I must first confer with Sirius. Matters concerning the Horcruxes cannot be taken lightly." Dumbledore rose from his seat. "Ah, there's one more thing. Shioyo, when do you intend to meet your father and sister?" 2 months hence. "In the realm of the dead. This is the entrance to the underworld. I do not feel comfortable here. It is best not to venture too deep." Shioyo nodded, having no desire to delve into a place where he had met his end over 700 times. Dumbledore conjured a stretcher and gently placed the slumbering Harry upon it. "Are you ready? We may commence." In a moment of intense focus, Hideyoshi imbued his hands with magical energy, preparing to perform a soul operation on Harry, intending to excise the fragment of Voldemort's essence. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Dumbledore released his magical suppression over Harry, causing Harry's soul to instantaneously detach and soar towards the depths of the underworld. The underworld's dominion over souls was far more formidable than Hideyoshi had anticipated. Fortunately, he had prepared for this eventuality. 2 chains of magical energy surged from behind Hideyoshi, ensnaring Harry's soul before it could escape. With a sigh of relief, Hideyoshi realized how close he had come to confronting death once more. A dark wisp of a soul erupted from Harry, hurtling into the abyss of the underworld. Was that it? Hideyoshi reeled Harry's soul back, scrutinizing it closely. The underworld's mastery over souls exceeded all expectations. It seemed to have effectively bifurcated Harry's soul from Voldemort's, thus sparing them considerable trouble. Hideyoshi, uncertain about the soul operation, confirmed there were no issues before reintegrating the soul back into Harry's body, delivering a gentle spell to ensure Harry remained unconscious for the moment. "How is your recovery progressing, Miss Abbott?" he inquired. "My magical reserves will take approximately another fortnight to replenish, while Hannah has completely healed." In the process of wielding the Holy Sword, Hideyoshi had overextended his magical abilities, resulting in significant damage to his magical circuits, prompting Grindelwald to merge the Philosopher's Stone within his being. This stone revitalized Hideyoshi's magical pathways, enhancing both the quality and quantity of his magic beyond that of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Once his magical energy was fully restored, he would officially ascend to the ranks of legendary wizards. 2 weeks, you say? Dumbledore activated a magical array, and their forms materialized in the headmaster's office. He gently placed the unconscious Harry on the floor, allowing them to anticipate the arrival of Christmas Eve with hope. Chapter 26, the final chapter. In the hours leading up to Christmas Eve, at the British Ministry of Magic, a grave discussion unfolded. "Are you suggesting that Azkaban has been attacked by dark wizards?" "Indeed. Dark wizards have seized control of Azkaban. I suspect these dark wizards are remnants of the Death Eaters," Scrimgeour declared, slamming his fist onto the table. "Kingsley, the Auror office must mobilize to eradicate those Death Eater remnants." Kingsley did not heed Scrimgeour's outburst. Instead, he turned to the Aurors behind him. "Which of you disclosed the situation at Azkaban to him?" "Apologies, Chief." Tonks stepped forward. "I inadvertently let it slip during our conversation." "What are you discussing?" Scrimgeour interjected, his anger escalating as he brandished his wand. Yet, Kingsley moved faster. "Disarm. Bind him swiftly Scrimgeour was quickly subdued to the ground, still shouting in fury. Kingsley, are you adopting Fudge's tactics now that you have just assumed the office, or are you in league with the Dark Lord? Calm yourself, Scrimgeour. Those dark wizards are here to assist us. What do you mean? Scrimgeour turned to the aurors behind him, noting that even Mad-Eye Moody, known for his fierce disdain for evil, remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Kingsley's assertion. What are you plotting? Scrimgeour demanded. No comment, Moody replied. Kingsley retrieved his wand. I can divulge a fragment of information to you, but thereafter, you must remain in the confinement room with utmost compliance. It is contingent upon circumstances. You should understand that after tonight, the ominous cloud overshadowing the wizarding world will dissipate. You mean? Scrimgeour abruptly halted. I understand now. May I join your ranks? Not all. Only those deemed trustworthy may partake in this mission, and it is evident that you have yet to earn our trust. Scrimgeour was taken aback. Kingsley, do you truly believe I would side with them? Apologies, Scrimgeour, but we stand at a critical juncture. We cannot afford to gamble on your allegiance. I comprehend. I shall not be a burden to you. With a sigh, Scrimgeour followed Sirius out of the minister's office. Once Sirius escorted Scrimgeour away, Kingsley handed Mad-Eye a list. Arrest everyone on this list and bring them to the confinement room. Swiftly, Mad-Eye glanced at the list, noting that most were from pureblood families. Understood. The confinement room requires enhanced defenses. I shall personally oversee security at the ministry. As long as I draw breath, they shan't escape so much as a step from confinement. Kingsley resumed his seat, his tone resolute. A few hours earlier, at Azkaban. Boom! The gates of Azkaban were blown open by a shadowy figure suspended in midair, and countless wizards cloaked in black surged through the entrance. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The ministry's stationed wizards at Azkaban swiftly mobilized, only to be swiftly incapacitated. Grindelwald callously commanded, do not slay the British ministry personnel. Eliminate every Death Eater imprisoned within Azkaban. The Pureblood Party swiftly seized control of Azkaban, systematically executing the Death Eaters as per the list provided by the British ministry. Thanks to the ministry, they were able to occupy Azkaban with such ease. Grindelwald mused, and only after confirming the demise of all Death Eaters on the list did he gesture for the Pureblood Party to delve deeper into the British magical realm. Sparing Azkaban from destruction was perhaps a concession to the British ministry. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, in the Room of Requirement, Harry, Hannah, Dumbledore, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix had gathered there, seated and glancing occasionally towards the door. Thud, Bai Chio, what is the situation? Upon seeing Bai Chio enter the Room of Requirement, Harry immediately inquired. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I have delivered Sue-E to Wormtail. He should not have suspected anything, correct? Not all. I feigned defeat and escaped separately from Sue-E. She had witnessed with her own eyes as Wormtail apprehended the impersonator of Harry, Sue-E, before she turned to leave. In Sue-E's prophecy, only Malfoy and Peter were explicitly mentioned. Now Grindelwald should be en route to the major pureblood Death Eater families. Everything is progressing smoothly. 6 of the 7 Horcruxes have been destroyed. Let us depart. It is time to surprise Tom with a small Christmas gift. In the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. My master, I bring you Harry Potter. You have performed admirably. Wormtail, the ethereal figure of Voldemort, neither fully human nor ghostly, remarked with satisfaction. With a casual flick of his wand, Yoshiyuki was ejected from Wormtail's grasp, crashing heavily against a gravestone. Yoshiyuki could not suppress a cry of pain. The wretched Voldemort. This was not the burial ground of the old Tom, but rather a cemetery for magical creatures nestled within the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. Under Yoshiyuki's guidance, Voldemort had chosen this site for his resurrection, a place that would serve both as his rebirth and as Yoshiyuki's selected resting place for him. Following Voldemort's instructions, Peter began to brew the potion. The rustling sounds nearby indicated the presence of Nagini, which, from the sensations, had likely become a Horcrux. Yoshiyuki finally recalled what he had overlooked. The elderly resident of the Riddle House had evidently become a sacrificial offering for the Horcrux. The old man's death held significance, serving as a final insurance against Voldemort's demise. Gurgling sounds erupted as the potion began to boil. The father's bone, unwittingly donated, yet your son shall be reborn. Peter tremulously uttered, followed by a resounding thud from the potion's direction. The servant's flesh can enable your master to return. Yoshiyuki squinted, observing as Peter severed Quirrell's hand and cast it into the brew. Quirrell, seemingly still clinging to life, trembled violently at the loss of his hand, causing Peter to nearly drop the dagger. The enemy's blood, forcibly offered, can bring your foe back to life. Peter approached Yoshiyuki with a small bowl, making an incision on his arm. allowing Harry's blood to flow down through the transmutation spell and ultimately into the bowl. Yoshiyuki maintained control over his magic, suppressing the wound to prevent it from healing too swiftly. Peter quickly collected the blood and poured it entirely into the vast cauldron. Soon, the cauldron emitted a thick plume of black smoke, and as it dissipated, an ugly, bald man with no nose emerged from the darkness, directing Wormtail to drape a robe over him. Wormtail, you have done well. What reward do you desire? Upon hearing Voldemort's words, Wormtail immediately knelt before him. Are you interested in Harry Potter's girlfriend? Voldemort mused, rifling through Wormtail's memories, recalling his loyal servant, Severus Snape. Once I conquer Hogwarts, I shall grant her to you. Thank you, Master. Wormtail repeatedly bowed to the ground. Voldemort shook his head, wistfully recalling Malfoy and Severus. Each of them possessed far greater competence than this Peter. I am curious to see how many will dare to return upon my summons, and how many will choose to depart. Voldemort's indifferent voice resonated, eliciting a faint laughter from Yoshiyuki. At this moment, the ringing sound indicated that Bellatrix should also commence her efforts to splinter Slytherin. Those Slytherin students with Death Eater connections will be confined within the school, turned into hostages of Hogwarts. No, according to the Phoenix Society, they should be invited to sip tea in the confinement chamber, urging the families to refrain from reckless actions. Should there be any further resistance, they will face a lethal blow from the Death Eaters. Dumbledore vehemently opposed this notion. However, with Grindelwald present, his dissent held no sway. Nevertheless, Yoshiyuki did leave some provisions for Voldemort, such as Crabbe and Goyle. Wormtail buried his head in the ground, too fearful to speak. Voldemort's gaze shifted to Yoshiyuki. Harry glared at him with palpable fury. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Voldemort spoke languidly, showing no haste to strike at Yoshiyuki. He approached Yoshiyuki and continued. My servant pleaded for your mother's life, imploring me to spare her. I acquiesced, yet your mother swore to protect you at all costs, even beseeching me to take her life instead. My poor servant, how foolish to plead for someone so trivial. Thus, I had no choice but to end her life. However, he fixed his eyes upon Harry's forehead. I did not foresee that she left behind a protective charm, a magic of love. This should have been a contingency devised by Dumbledore. The magic she left prevents me from harming you, but now. He extended a finger, slowly approaching Harry. I can touch you now. This magic of love is rather insubstantial. Voldemort retracted his hand, seemingly poised to utter further words when his army of Death Eaters arrived. My loyal followers, they humbly knelt, kissing Voldemort's robes, while those further back, like Wormtail, buried their heads in the ground, daring not to raise them. Welcome, my Death Eaters, Voldemort proclaimed, akin to an order. Ah, Lucius Malfoy, my dear friend. Voldemort gazed down at the platinum head beneath his feet and spoke. You have betrayed me. Master, I have always sought you, Malfoy stammered, burying his head further into the ground, the intense burning sensation in his arm igniting his nerves. Listen to me, my subordinates. With a flourish of his robe, Voldemort declared, I know many of you have betrayed me. Yet the merciful Dark Lord shall grant you another chance. I once faltered, but now I return with greater power. This time, I will lead you to cleanse this chaotic magical realm and restore the glory of pure blood. Now raise your heads. Voldemort lifted his hand, and a colossal dark mark appeared in the sky, heralding the return of the Dark Lord. A green light illuminated the entire forest, casting its glow upon the distant Hogwarts castle. Why are there so few wizards arriving? Voldemort furrowed his brow, noting the number of Death Eaters was far below his expectations. However, this posed no issue. He would personally extend warmth to each of them in due time. Right now, the most pressing matter was the boy who lived. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, Voldemort murmured softly, waving his hand. Yoshiyuki suddenly floated into the air, struggling fiercely and hurling curses at Voldemort. This time, I shall grant you no opportunities. Avada Kedavra. Boom! A red lightning bolt flashed across the night sky, and the surroundings fell back into a suffocating darkness. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light darted through the air, and Severus Snape, concealed among the ranks of the Death Eaters, stared in astonishment as the Horcrux Nagini collapsed to the ground. Malfoy, what are you doing? The furious Voldemort, witnessing his beloved Nagini fall, brandished his wand and unleashed 2 dark curses, severing his own arms. Ah! Voldemort shrieked, turning around only to find the supposedly deceased Harry standing behind him, wand raised. You are not Harry Potter. Who are you? The one who seeks your demise. Although the outcome seemed inevitable, the astute Yashiki refrained from revealing his identity at that moment. Fully aware of the adage that villains perish through excessive chatter, a principle equally applicable to the virtuous. The Death Eaters, still reeling from the unfolding chaos, were suddenly bombarded by an onslaught of spells from all directions, as the Order of the Phoenix and the Pureblood faction, lurking in the shadows, unleashed their magic, scattering the Death Eaters in disarray. Some of the more agile Death Eaters attempted to use the Disapparation Charm, only to discover that the area had been ensnared by an anti-disapparation charm. Fire Release, Protect. A colossal blue fire dragon descended from the heavens, engulfing the entire battlefield where the Death Eaters stood. Damn it! Snape urged Malfoy to flee swiftly towards the Order of the Phoenix, who made no effort to hinder their escape, allowing them to swiftly distance themselves from the Inferno. Beside the cauldron, Yashiki had already vanquished the transformed Wormtail. Watching as Voldemort's body was reduced to ashes, the final step awaited. To thwart Voldemort's resurrection, he had meticulously prepared for this moment. Countless blades of pure magic swiftly shattered the remnants of Voldemort's lingering soul, obliterating any chance of his return. Well done. Grindelwald approached him, a smile gracing his lips as he patted Yashiki on the shoulder. You are now rightfully the Dark Lord of the magical realm. The Dark Lord? I suppose this fulfills your expectations. Yashiki and Grindelwald made their way to the center of the battlefield, where members of the Order had gathered. Hannah was the first to break through the crowd and rush toward him. Yashiki embraced her tightly, kissing her amid the cheers of the onlookers. This life is quite satisfactory, he thought. Here, I have friends and a beloved, and I shall become the strongest, the Dark Lord of the magical world, safeguarding all that I hold dear.